Chapter 1. Goddess of Life. Tang Sin gradually shed his garments, casting them aside with a flick of his wrist, and gazed affectionately at the goddess of life. Life, I have come to our rendezvous. The goddess, adorned in a flowing crimson qipao, exquisitely accentuated her alluring figure as she glided toward Tang San. With one hand, she elegantly gathered her cascading waves of hair and leaned in to kiss him, silencing his words with a tender embrace, leaving a vivid imprint upon the corner of his lips. Point three, brother, a phrase, dripping with sweetness, escaped the lips of the goddess, resonating deep within his soul. In that moment, Tang San seemed to abandon his self-proclaimed image of a virtuous gentleman, perhaps influenced by the intimacy of the encounter. He grasped the wrist of the goddess, inclining his head to capture her upturned face with a kiss. The goddess of life momentarily paused, then lowered her head at a subtle angle, allowing Tang San to behold her bashful profile. He was instantly consumed by a burning desire. The goddess' melodic laughter filled the air, a euphoric blend of sweet, tingling tone and the sound of silver bells, as if she were lightly caressing his heart with a feather, invoking a fleeting stir of restlessness within him. You cannot escape today, await me. Tang Sin seemed to lose all semblance of reason, oblivious to the ethereal pink mist emanating from the goddess. Enraptured by this haze, his vision became solely occupied by her. The black velvet mattress cradled him, the delicate goose down brushing against his skin, igniting a fervent yearning within him as waves of warmth escaped his lips. Fragments of the torn qipao scattered across the dark bed, resembling blooming roses unfurling in splendor. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed as gentle rains began to weave their way through the sky, casting silvery threads like smoke and mist. The goddess of life observed as Tang San leaned against the windowsill, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. Rising from the bed with the stealth of a fox, she approached him from behind. Her slender fingers glided over his back, sending a jolt of electricity through him, causing him to shiver slightly. He yearned to turn and confront this earthly enchantress. Yet the goddess gently restrained him with her delicate hand. Do not move, three, brother. As she controlled her ethereal foxtail, it brushed lightly against Tang San's thigh, and she gracefully settled behind him. Sensing a quiver from her presence, he was suddenly reminded of Xiao Wu, the one who had stood by him during his most arduous times. Xiao Wu. I cannot betray my Xiao Wu. My Xiao Wu, my beloved. He paused, contemplating, wait, how could a being of life possess a foxtail? Confusion enveloped him as he turned to glimpse the entity he deemed the goddess of life. Yet, she clung to him tightly, as if seeking to merge their very essences. In a moment of desperation, disregarding all tenderness, he summoned his divine power to break free from the embrace of the goddess of life. The bare goddess of life spoke with a silvery chime. Tang San, why so rough? You've hurt me. As she spoke, a more intense pink mist enveloped her form, gradually transforming her visage from that of the goddess of life into the appearance of Hulaina, the saintess of the spirit hall. Tang San gazed at Hulaina in disbelief. He was astonished not only by her unexpected arrival in the divine realm, which required a divine position and entailed immense risks, but also by the fact that the object of his recent passionate encounter was none other than Hulaina, the holy maiden of the spirit hall. While he, Tang San, had long harbored desires for her, he had never anticipated such an intimate connection would manifest in this manner, especially considering his long-standing infatuation with the goddess of life. As he pondered these revelations, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, and from the void emerged both the god of destruction and the goddess of life. The god of destruction draped his robe over Hulaina before turning to Tang San, brandishing a slice of watermelon with a mocking grin. Tang San, you have truly outdone yourself. Look at what you've done to my dear Laina. See how shocked you are? Did you not expect it? You wish to bring someone to the divine realm, and I have delivered. Are you not touched? Hulaina is one of my 7 deadly sins, the embodiment of lust. Look at her, thoroughly exhausted. Are you not satisfied yet? Tang San, incensed by the god of destruction's taunts, summoned his divine power to conjure an outfit and wielded the sea god's trident, pointing its tip threateningly at the god of destruction. You seek death. Oh, I am truly terrified, but I wonder if we were to engage in battle, would the image captured in this crystal suddenly be projected above the divine realm for all to witness your glorious prowess? He chuckled mockingly. Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words, his frustration boiling over. You have already chosen the path to your demise. Come then, kill me. The god of destruction taunted, finishing his watermelon. Tang San, silenced by rage, prepared to hurl the trident at the god of destruction. However, He took a moment to temper his anger, recalling the principle from the Tang sect's sacred texts. Before undertaking any action, one must deliberate thoroughly. He weighed the consequences of provoking a divine conflict and, after regaining his composure, cast a cold glance at the god of destruction, Hulaina, and the goddess of life. Before soaring out of the window, this place is no longer safe, he contemplated. Unbeknownst to him, the pink mist surrounding him had seeped into every pore of his being, and as Hulaina grazed her fingertip across his body, he found himself paralyzed, reduced to the most primal of instincts, with all other senses dulled. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Evil God. Nana, you have performed admirably. Now, I shall observe whether this god king, Tang San, can endure the trials ahead, the god of destruction remarked as he approached Hulaina, adjusting her robe. Thank you, Lord of Destruction, for your commendation. Hulaina expressed her desire to kneel in gratitude. In her subconscious, the god of destruction had always been her lifelong savior. Had it not been for the divine projection of the god of destruction, locating the level 92 Hulaina and guiding her through the trial of the god of lust, while also instructing her on how to refine her soul bones into divine bones, she could hardly fathom the outcome awaiting her, whether it be a handful of earth or a pile of bones. With remarkable swiftness, the god of destruction supported Hulaina with his divine power. You are being too formal. You have performed admirably this time. I shall handle the rest. Moreover, I have always regarded you and your companions as family, both now and in the future. There is no need for such formalities. With that, the god of destruction turned and stepped into the void, moving on to the next spectacle, the 19th level of the divine realm's core. The deities were only aware that the divine realm's core consisted of 18 levels, governing the energy operations of the realm and housing the former site of the divine council. That it was also the origin of the divine powers of the 5 principal gods: Shura, goodness, evil, destruction, and life. However, unbeknownst to them, there existed a 19th level, a prison for the evil gods. Once one of the 6 supreme gods, the evil god was sealed by an alliance of Shura, goodness, evil, destruction, and life. That it is essential to note that the evil god is not synonymous with the god of evil. Rather, the evil god is composed of the malevolent thoughts of ancient soul masters akin to a multitude of malevolent sword immortals amalgamated into one. That the growth of the evil god's divine power was remarkably illogical. The more malevolent individuals and thoughts existed in the world, the stronger he became. Even the wars that erupted in the lower realms, with their casualties, contributed to the evil god's strength. Long before the emergence of the 5 divine kings, the evil god had established himself as a dominant force within the divine realm. However, due to the limitations imposed by the realm's rules, his power grew within a certain scope. With the advent of the 5 divine kings, it became evident that even gods harbored malevolent thoughts, and thus, the evil god's power escalated exponentially, hinting at a potential breakthrough from the constraints of the divine realm. That if left unchecked, the ascension of the evil god would inevitably pose a threat to the divine realm and its existing powers. Consequently, the chronicles of the divine realm depict the evil god as a harbinger of malevolence and destruction. Therefore, the 5 principal gods devised a scheme to invite the evil god to join the divine council under the pretense of collaboration, ultimately sealing him in the 19th level, forever beneath their dominion. When Tang San inherited the powers of the sea god and the Shura god, he became aware of the absolute taboo lurking within the 19th level. Yet, each time he approached the prison door of the 19th level, he felt his own suppressed desires and malevolent thoughts stirred. Today, after his encounter with Hulaina, the call from him grew ever more insistent, evoking a sensation akin to breaking free from confinement. With the sea god's trident and the Shura blade in hand, Tang San opened the prison door, revealing 108 chains, conjured from divine power, each leading to a formless, gray mist. Cackling, "You have arrived, you are finally here," echoed a voice from all directions, as if the very essence of the gray mist enveloped the entire cell. Tang San suppressed the shock within him and slowly approached the swirling mist. "Indeed, come closer and assist me in breaking free, and I shall bestow upon you immense power. You can possess everything. Why should I help you break free? You claim to offer me everything, but what benefits can you truly provide?" Tang San slightly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of the center of the gray mist, where countless gray skulls seemed to writhe. "Cuckoo, Tang San, have you not always felt guilty towards your sect, your Tang sect? The leader, who treated you as his own son. What has become of him due to your recklessness? He suffered a fate of 1,000 cuts, willingly enduring punishment on your behalf. Just thinking about it is painful. How do you know about the Tang sect?" Tang San was filled with astonishment. The secret of his rebirth should have remained known only to him. We are of the same ilk, both individuals who will stop at nothing for our own interests. You claim to equally share divine status out of brotherly affection, yet you merely seek to prevent yourself from being isolated in the divine realm, aiming to re-establish your own power. From the celestial herbs to ascending in the divine realm, everything exemplifies the essence of your character. Moreover, in your previous life, you were aware that the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record resides at the pinnacle of the library tower, symbolizing the essence of Tang Sect's skills, inaccessible to non-core disciples. But do you know the entire library tower was constructed to suppress a singular tome, the evil god's 100 solutions? In that fleeting moment, when you leapt from the cliff of despair, the evil god's 100 solutions unleashed its accumulated malevolent thoughts, sending you to this world. I am your savior, and I possess the power to return you to your original world. What do you think? No. Tang San seemed to have lost his spirit, his eyes vacant as he slumped to the ground, cradling his head. He never imagined that his master in the Tang sect would suffer punishment on his behalf, nor did he realize he was but one of the evil god's pawns, and as long as I do not release you, no one will know I am your pawn. I will find a way back to the Tang sect. Without letting you out, you cannot control me. It is too late. The moment you entered this chamber, you accelerated my escape from this prison. Do you truly believe you remain outside my chains? In a safe zone? 157 years of malevolent thoughts are sufficient to transform this entire area. As he spoke, countless tendrils of gray mist surged from all directions, swirling around Tang San and merging into his being. Not far away, the god of destruction began to tremble, desperately attempting to shield his divine energy fluctuations. This has gone awry. My intention was to release him and then join forces with other divine kings to weaken this evil god. I never anticipated unleashing a monster that would also affect Tang San's consciousness. I must retreat and devise a longer-term strategy. That I wonder if the pseudo-artifact he left behind can still be utilized. I can only hope it holds some value. The god of destruction sought to tear through the void and escape, yet he beheld Tang San at the center of the gray mist, seemingly struggling against something as he knelt on the ground. The flickering lights of pale blue, crimson, and black danced intermittently around Tang San, creating an eerie spectacle. His gaze shifted constantly, at times clear and bright, at others deep and shadowy, as though two souls were vying for dominion over his body. Ultimately, his eyes settled into a unique state of half blue and half gray, evoking a sense of dread in those who beheld them. Meanwhile, a faint gray mist began to envelop the ends of his hair, rendering him both mysterious and alluring, an enigma that was difficult to decipher. This formidable power, the god of destruction, I, Tang San, shall ensure you pay the price for the humiliation you have inflicted upon me. Today blood shall repay blood, and you have already paved your path to demise. Divine realm, I, Tang San, have returned, he cackled. Chapter 3. Return to the Tang sect. Tang San's form gradually faded, and in an instant he soared out from the depths of the 19th level prison, arriving at the surface of the divine realm. Surrounded by the ethereal beauty conjured by divine power, melodious birdsong, fragrant flowers, and radiant sunshine. How splendid. Freedom. I wonder if this world will remain as beautiful once it departs from the core of the divine realm, he mused. He ascended towards the sun, suspended in the sky, feeling its scorching warmth. A smile gradually spread across his face. Indeed, this sensation is unmistakable. This sun, transformed from the ancient divine beast, the three-legged golden crow, is the very heart of the divine realm. For millennia, the laws of the sun have burned my flesh and eroded my soul. Behold how magnificent it is. This heat, this pure law, I shall seize it for myself. He cackled. Awaken, the purple extreme demon eyes. Tang San's eyes radiated a golden light, enabling him to perceive a fraction of the sun's laws, only to be scorched in the process. Truly, the sun, the celestial body that ranks among the cosmos, is formidable. Without innate spiritual eyes, even the most perfected techniques are rendered futile, he lamented, channeling divine power to heal his scorched eyes. What if I were to wield the Shura sword? Perhaps I could pry a fragment of the law. He contemplated, summoning the Shura sword and striking toward the sun, producing a sound akin to clashing metal. Nearby, Xiao Wu, who had been nibbling on a radish, suddenly felt a tremor in her heart, as though the essence of the Shura sword was in distress. Calming herself, she focused on the direction of the sword's core, employing her ethereal abilities to appear beside Tang San. Gazing at her brother, she inquired, Sangu, what are you doing? Tang San, taken aback by Xiao Wu's sudden presence, paused to think before responding with a gentle smile. Dear Xiao Wu, I am engaged in a matter of great importance. Please, go elsewhere for now. I shall explain everything shortly. Okay, Xiao Wu replied reluctantly, her ears drooping in dismay. Beneath Tang San's exterior lay the corrupted version of himself, yet his essence still held affection for Xiao Wu. Observing her dejected demeanor, he set aside his task and affectionately stroked her soft, bunny ears, lifting his spirits. Be good, listen to your brother, and return for now. I will come find you shortly, he assured her. Little Dance gazed at Tang San before her, feeling a compulsion to speak, though at this moment she was inadvertently grappling with the reality of her fifth pregnancy. Uncertain of what to name the child ultimately, it would end in miscarriage. The tremor emanating from the Shura sword had instilled a profound worry within her, causing her to momentarily forget her thoughts. Hesitant to disrupt Tang San, she mused, well, Brother Sam will discover it in a few days. I might as well keep it a surprise for now. Satisfied that her brother was well, she skipped away with a light heart. Tang San sat cross-legged before the sun, harnessing the power of the laws emanating from it through his Shintian art, diligently deciphering the principles of the three-legged golden crow. Day after day, in the distance, the god of destruction observed a small dark spot before the sun and murmured to himself, does this malevolent deity possess no ambition? After being dormant for over a millennium, has it lost its edge? This is not the same fiend that once threatened to obliterate the three realms, causing untold suffering. Could it be that Tang San has usurped the evil god? Now that would be intriguing. The god of destruction weighed a flag-like artifact in his hand, casually planting it by the pathway in his garden. The dark-hued banner bore the intricate character chain in traditional script. He pondered whether this flag, cast down from a higher realm, held any significance, for it contained an overwhelming amount of soul energy, eliciting haunting echoes each time it was unfurled. How I loathe this. Why must I be imprisoned? My friend is not like this, and a multitude of souls, yet only one seat. With great determination, I have emerged to confront you, while you languish in contemplation on the sunlit side. After a millennium of being ensnared by the chains of the solar law, are you not concerned that they may scorch you into submission? The god of destruction. In his heart, silently ridiculed. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San, utterly engrossed in deciphering the solar law, remained oblivious to the derision. Suddenly, he rose, his divine power transitioning from a pale blue and light gray to a resplendent orb of golden hues, a harmonious blend of crimson and radiant yellow, resembling a miniature sun. It should be nearly sufficient. I have not squandered my 1,000 years in the dank dungeon. The ominous and damp confines have etched the laws of the underworld deep within my soul. For a millennium, I have been imprisoned by the chains of the solar law. My body and spirit have become intimately familiar with the sensation of being scorched. The pain of deciphering these laws pales in comparison. The 5 great divine kings have confined me for too long. It is time they pay the price. I swear, their ultimate fate shall be far more harrowing than they can possibly imagine. Before that reckoning, however, a more pressing task awaits. Utilizing the solar law within my grasp, I began to reverse engineer the laws of time and space. Essentially, the 8 great laws of heaven and earth, the universe, sun, moon, and stars, belong to the same echelon of laws, allowing mastery of one to simulate the others, namely the laws of time and space. As Tang San wielded the solar law, his body radiated a dazzling brilliance, as intense and captivating as the sun itself. As his power coalesced, ripples began to manifest in the void, swiftly expanding until they coalesced into a vast vortex of time and space. This portal exuded an air of mystery and formidable power, as if it were a gateway to another realm. With curiosity, Tang San peered through the portal, catching a glimpse of the familiar ghostly regret cliff in the distance. Thick chains coiled tightly around the peak, anchoring it in midair, defying the very laws of gravity. Below lay an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in a dense mist that imparted a sense of profundity and enigma. Without hesitation, Tang San stepped forward into the void, his figure vanishing within the portal, entering a new world. Upon reappearing, he found himself above ghostly regret cliff. Hovering in midair, he gazed down at the sheer precipice and the breathtaking scenery surrounding him. An indescribable thrill swelling within his heart. I, Tang San, have returned, he proclaimed, his laughter resonating through the valley, imbued with a spirit of ambition and grandeur. After a lengthy journey fraught with myriad challenges, he finally returned to the place he once departed. Chapter 4. Tang San soared above the precipice known as Ghost's Grief. To his astonishment, He discovered that the divine power from the divine realm could indeed be harnessed within the Tang sect of the original world. Indeed, the Xiantian skill could draw upon soul power and soul rings. The inner strength cultivated through the Xiantian skill could be compressed into a different form of energy, coalescing into divine power, transitioning from a gaseous state to a liquid state, and subsequently refining into a divine core, ultimately transforming into a solid state. This process could be perceived as an elevated version of the Xiantian skill's inner strength. Thus, the ability to summon divine power here was perhaps not surprising. With this thought in mind, Tang Xin gently descended onto the sub-peak of Tianmen Peak, making his way towards the main peak. According to the regulations inscribed in the Xiantian treasure record, disciples were prohibited from flying in the main peak area, with the exception of those who leapt from the cliff to make a statement. Despite having spent many years in the Douluo continent, Tang San had retained all the rules of the Xiantian treasure record in his heart. This was one of Tang San's few commendable traits. Having learned from the Noting Academy not to masquerade as a fool lest he become one, to restrain himself in the Soul Master Elite competition using the Xiantian treasure record, and even to strategize during the final battle at Jialing Pass, referencing a bit of the military tactics from the Xiantian treasure record. The manufacturing technique of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus from the Xiantian treasure record served as a guiding light in his journey through Douluo. As Tang Xin traversed the path from Tianmen Peak to the inner gates of the Tang sect, he encountered disciples clad in white or black attire, engaged in various missions, as well as inner disciples in white robes, leisurely enjoying the scenery while fanning themselves. Some apprentices were testing the efficacy of concealed weapons, practicing crossbow shots on a massive tree, leaving numerous missed shots lodged within its bark. A sense of nostalgia washed over Tang San as he reminisced about the moment the sect master brought him back to the Tang sect, imparting wisdom and training him in physical cultivation techniques such as the Xian Jade Hand, Ghost Shadow Misdirection, and various martial arts. The sect master patiently guided him through the intricacies of inner strength manipulation and breathing techniques, all in hopes of ensuring a glorious future for the Tang sect. Eventually, the old sect master vanished, and it was only through a fortunate circumstance that Tang San discovered the sect master had been guarding the Xiantian treasure record atop the library tower, unveiling the reason behind his disappearance. Even so, the sect master bore no resentment towards him, treating him as if he were his own child. Before he knew it, Tang San had reached the summit of Tianmen Peak. Standing atop the mountain, with the purple extreme demon eye activated, he gazed through the mist at the surrounding poison mountains, the Medicine King Valley, Iron Forging Peak, and the Ingenious Pavilion, feeling a ripple of emotion within him. The Tianmen Peak and the main peak of the Tang sect were connected by a cableway spanning 7,300 meters, aptly named the Heavenly Road. The name Tianmen was derived from the fact that the entire peak served as the gateway to this divine path. One side of the sect master peak was the lengthy cableway, while the other three sides dropped into the unfathomable Ghost's Grief, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. This fortification was the reason the Tang sect had never been annihilated. To penetrate the core inner sanctum of the Tang sect, one must first traverse the 7,300 meters of the cableway, and flying was strictly prohibited around Ghost's Grief. In the central chamber of the sect master's loft, there were 44 crossbows and 72 firestone cannons, covering every angle. Any flying object, even if it were a disciple of the Tang sect, would be met with a barrage of cannon fire. The time interval between the firestone shots and the crossbow bolts was a mere 0.3 seconds, transforming the area into a veritable hornet's nest, a truly terrifying prospect. The Heavenly Road, this cableway, consisted of 3 segments. The first third was a wooden plank bridge. The middle third was a broken bridge that could only be traversed via chains on either side, and the final third was a silk path. Although it appeared delicate, its resilience surpassed even that of iron chains. Each step taken on the Silk Road would exponentially amplify the force exerted on the next step, rendering even a master of Ghost Shadow Misdirection only able to mitigate part of the impact while enduring the remainder of the recoil. The inner disciples possessed a specially designed shock-absorbing device developed by the Ingenious Pavilion, allowing them to traverse thousands of miles with the assurance of remaining unshaken. However, as an outer disciple, Tang San had to employ cleverness, leveraging the reciprocal nature of force to lessen the burden of the final few steps, thereby enduring the amplified force with relative ease. As Tang San approached the sect master peak, he was greeted by numerous individuals who acknowledged him, with some cheerfully addressing him as Sect Master Tang San, leaving him bewildered. When had he become the sect master? Before Tang San could traverse the lengthy mountain path, he observed the elders descending swiftly from the peak. Among them was the second elder, holding the rainstorm pear blossom needle, and the ninth elder, who had concealed the 4 deadly techniques among a myriad of hidden weapons. There was also the vice master of the Chichu Pavilion, a master of concealed weaponry, whose collection of arms seemed almost translucent. As Tang San regarded the elders encircling him, he pondered their intentions. The Grand Elder slightly bowed, performing the highest gesture of respect from the Tang sect, a gesture that the other elders promptly emulated. The surrounding disciples, eager to witness the spectacle, lowered their heads and bowed in reverence, honoring Tang San as their sect leader. On the white jade steps, thousands of disciples and dozens of elders centered around Tang San, all bowing in unison. Once the formalities concluded, the Grand Elder gestured invitingly for Tang San to proceed, and without hesitation, he led the way, followed by the Grand Elder, the second elder, and then the other elders. Upon entering the Master's pavilion, the Grand Elder addressed Tang San, stating that the former sect leader had bequeathed the position to one capable of manifesting the Buddha's fury, Tang Lotus. Regarding Tang San's theft of the Xiantian treasure record, the former sect leader had already borne the consequences. With every cause comes an effect. Since the sect leader has accepted the cause, you must now bear the resultant consequences. This matter is to be considered in the past, and I implore you to accept the role of sect leader, thereby honoring the former leader's intentions. Tang San felt an uncanny familiarity with his surroundings, as if he had encountered this scene before. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled a past experience, during the New Year's limit, when he absorbed the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Its potent venom had induced a hallucination. The current situation mirrored that experience perfectly. Could this be but a dream? No, I have traversed the portal of time and returned to the Tang sect. This is not a dream, it is reality. Observing the elders around him, Tang San slowly spoke. I accept the position of sect leader. May I inquire about the former sect leader? In the mouth of the malevolent deity, the former sect master bore the punishment on behalf of his disciples, enduring the most extreme tortures, which filled Tang San with a profound sense of guilt. Upon encountering the tombstone of the sect master in the back mountain, he gazed at the inscription, Tomb of the Former Sect Master. Tang San pondered that perhaps had he not pilfered the Xiantian treasure record, he would not have violated the Tang sect's regulations, nor would he have brought shame upon the sect master. The more he contemplated, the deeper his self-reproach became. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had returned to his days in the Tang sect, where the former sect master imparted his skills to him with utmost dedication. Tang San had absorbed this knowledge with great fervor, ultimately evolving into the figure he was today. With a firm grip, he cast aside his long robe and knelt before the tombstone, bowing deeply 3 times, his heart heavy with sorrow. Tang San, with tears streaming down his face, cried out, Sect Master, I am truly sorry. Chapter 5. The so-called malevolent deity. After paying his respects to the former sect master, Tang San joined the elders in the sect master's hall for the succession ceremony. As he accepted the violet robe symbolizing the sect master's status and the command token that allowed him to manipulate all the hidden weapons within the Tang sect, his heart was a tumult of emotions. Clutching the sect master's token tightly, he momentarily envisioned the ethereal image of his predecessor, benevolently smiling at him from a corner of the grand hall, seemingly satisfied that his most favored disciple would take over the sect. Perhaps one day, that disciple would lead the sect to greatness. Sect Master, your junior, Tang San, will undoubtedly uphold and elevate the Tang sect, living up to your expectations, he silently vowed. The apparition gradually faded, dissolving into specks of starlight that scattered in the corners of the hall. Tang San slowly seated himself in the prominent position that signified the sect master's authority, his gaze calm and profound. He surveyed the elders surrounding him, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. After a moment of silence, Tang San spoke softly. Elders, you may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. His voice was deep and resolute, imbued with an undeniable certainty. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and uncertainty. They had anticipated that following Tang San's succession, he would enact a series of decrees to adjust and manage the sect's affairs. However, Tang San's simple statement, let it be as it is, left them astonished and perplexed. They could not help but ponder what Tang San intended to do next. Despite their myriad questions, the elders ultimately chose to remain silent. They were aware that, as members of the Elder Council, Their role was merely to assist the sect master and, when the time was appropriate, to contribute their insights. Moreover, it was imperative for them to respect the decisions of the new sect master. Thus, they discreetly withdrew, leaving the meeting room laden with unspoken doubts. Tang San, seated at the elevated position, surveyed the now desolate grand hall, propping his chin with one hand while idly manipulating the sect master's token with the other. He sensed the flow of the ethereal energy particles in the air and couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. From the precipice of despair as a disciple who had stolen the Tang sect's core, the Xiantian treasure record, he had ascended to become the very voice of the Tang sect, the possessor of its power. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Gradually rising, Tang Sen made his way towards the hall's exit. He glanced around at the 18 major vice peaks and the countless pavilions, observing the disciples traversing various paths. He felt an exhilarating sense of superiority, akin to gazing down upon the mountains from a great height. At last, he comprehended why those wielding the highest authority in the world would choose to construct their abodes atop the highest peaks. Power, indeed, was a magnificent allure. The desire within Tang San surged, and the gray mist at the tips of his hair seemed to revel in delight, slowly expanding around him. He suddenly recalled that his presence in the Tang sect was not merely to relive past glories. He was rather perplexed as to how he had inadvertently become the sect master. His original intent had been to return to the Tang sect to visit the venerable sect master who had once aided him, even if it meant spending the rest of his life in confinement. Yet here he stood as the sect master. His gaze drifted towards the scripture pavilion. It was high time to devise his next plan. The so-called evil god's 100 resolutions, suppressed by the Xiantian treasure record. I yearn to see what powers you possess. A flicker of excitement coursed through Tang San at this thought, as he could already feel the immense strength surging within him upon acquiring the evil god's 100 resolutions. He envisioned transcending his current limitations and ascending to a higher realm, his heart ablaze with fervor and anticipation. Upon reaching the entrance of the scripture pavilion, the disciples stationed there did not recognize Tang San and informed him that the pavilion was a restricted area, forbidding entry to unauthorized personnel without an elder's command. Tang San regarded them calmly, retrieving his sect master's token from the depths of his waist and gradually levitating it with his spiritual energy before them. The two disciples, upon seeing the token, were instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing the sect master himself had graced their presence. They hastily implored Tang San to retract the token and instructed those within the pavilion to exit, citing that repairs were underway and that unauthorized individuals were not permitted inside. Yes, the two disciples responded in unison. One of them quickly turned and pressed a button on their waist token. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy emanated from the token, rippling outward with remarkable speed. As this force spread, the atmosphere within the scripture pavilion transformed into one of profound silence. Tang San stood by, quietly observing the unfolding events, his gaze unwavering from the two disciples and the entrance to the pavilion. As time passed, individuals began to emerge from within the pavilion one by one. Some wore expressions of solemnity, while others appeared somewhat perplexed, yet all were invariably intrigued by the unfolding events. At last, when the final individual emerged from the library, the disciple stationed at the entrance reported to Tang San, "They have all exited." Tang San nodded slightly, acknowledging the news, and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." He gradually stepped into the first floor of the library, his gaze captivated by the myriad of books before him. Each tome emanated a faint scent of ink and an ancient aura, as if whispering tales of bygone eras. Tang San gently caressed the spines of the volumes, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He recalled the countless days and nights he had spent within these walls, diligently immersed in study. Whether it was the first ray of morning sunlight or the starlit sky of night, he had never faltered, unwavering in his pursuit of knowledge. It was this accumulation of wisdom that shaped him into the Tang San of today. Slowly he lifted his gaze, peering beyond the towering shelves toward the uppermost level of the library. There, a resplendent jewel, the Xiantian treasure record, shimmered with an enigmatic glow, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Tang San understood that this luminous pearl was the very source of all his endeavors and the starting point of his ascent to the pinnacle of Douluo continent. Utilizing his purple extreme magic eye, he scanned his surroundings and finally discerned a clue beneath the floor of the first level. He approached the central bookshelf on the first floor and, with a powerful strike, reduced it to dust. Beneath the bookshelf lay a magnificent blue gemstone, crafted entirely from a precious stone, perfectly matching the dimensions of the shelf itself. Tang Sen marveled at the unexpected treasure concealed among the tomes that outer disciples hardly glanced at. Indeed, the shelves of the library were made of ancient, deep-sunken wood. Known for its soul-solidifying properties and remarkable hardness, only those of elder status could shatter it with a mere strike. The powerful would overlook the first floor, while the weaker would remain oblivious. Tang Sen chuckled softly, placing his hand upon the blue crystal. After assessing its texture, even he, who had encountered countless wonders across the Douluo continent, was taken aback. This crystal was formed from the solidified power of faith. When he probed it with his spiritual force, he could faintly sense the fervent prayers and blessings contained within, wishes for the malevolent god to cease tormenting the mortal realm, hopes for world peace, and a longing for the end of war. A profound force of faith subtly permeated Tang Sen's consciousness, almost assimilating him. Startled, he withdrew his hand, feeling a sense of unease. The blue crystal was undeniably peculiar, possessing the ability to assimilate spiritual power. Sitting before the crystal, he found himself at a loss, unable to devise a strategy for dealing with it. Tang Sen gradually infused the entire gemstone with the divine power of the sea god, contemplating that perhaps this power, being a form of faith, might yield some effect. However, in reality, the sea god's power merely enveloped the blue crystal, which remained an intact entity. No energy of any kind could penetrate it, including even a trace of the sea god's faith. The two distinct powers of faith were utterly incompatible, unable to assimilate one another. With his purple extreme magic eye, Tang Sen scrutinized the gemstone. Since the malevolent god had claimed that the amassed malevolent power over a century could assist him in traversing time and space, there must be a method to allow that power to radiate outward through the books within. If he could grasp this method, he might unravel the mystery of the blue crystal. Quietly, he summoned the suppressed malevolent power within him, and a faint gray mist began to emanate from his being. He concentrated the gray mist, causing it to undulate in a peculiar rhythm, flickering in intensity, reminiscent of quantum entanglement. This mist transmitted signals to the malevolent god encapsulated within the blue crystal. Yet, despite his prolonged attempts, there was no response from the entity inside. Tang Sen remained steadfast before the crystal, exhausting every conceivable method to no avail, unable to budge the gemstone even slightly, like a child with immense treasure, facing an insurmountable mountain of gold and silver with no means to access it. In desperation, he summoned the last vestige of hope from the moonlit night of the 24 bridges, invoking the sect leader's token, praying that the highest authority of the Tang sect might wield some influence over the blue crystal. To his astonishment, as soon as the token made contact with the radiant aura of the blue gemstone, it suddenly emanated an extraordinary array of colors, and the blue crystal began to transform rapidly upon encountering this beam of light, like the pristine snow of winter swiftly melting under the intense sunlight. The blue crystal began to dissipate rapidly, transforming into wisps of azure mist that gradually merged into that peculiar beam of light. "It has come to pass," Tang Sen exclaimed, his visage contorted with an expression of fierce delight as he beheld the radiance emerging from the melting crystal. With unwavering reverence, Tang Sen reached into the enigmatic glow, cradling the tome of the evil goddess exegesis. As he gazed upon the four grand characters dancing upon its surface, a wave of disorientation washed over him, as if he were adrift in an ethereal realm. Before his eyes unfolded a breathtaking spectacle, where countless beams of light intertwined to form a mysterious and potent energy field. These luminous strands moved like serpents, swirling around the book in a mesmerizing dance. Tang Sen felt an overwhelming force surging forth from the tome, akin to an unending stream of frigid waters gushing from the Arctic depths, flowing ceaselessly into his being. This power, tangible in its essence, coiled around his arms and surged into his body, rapidly integrating with his every limb and sinew. Suddenly, he found himself engulfed in an icy abyss, his body trembling uncontrollably. The malevolent energy of the evil god was chilling and sinister, akin to plunging into a vortex of negative energy. Each cell within Tang Sen's body brimming with the essence of the evil god, his hair transformed visibly to a gray-white hue, settling at approximately 2/3 of its length. His pupils appeared even more wicked than when he first attained the evil goddess power, evoking an unsettling dread and chill from the depths of the abyss. As the formidable power continued to pour into him, Tang Sen's once chaotic mind began to regain clarity. He absorbed the tumultuous energy within his body while greedily drawing upon the last vestiges of strength from the evil god's exegesis. His laughter grew louder, as if intending to engulf the entire world. I, Tang San, shall soon become the true deity of this realm. I crave power. This is insufficient, not nearly enough. Chapter 6. The Ingress of Malevolent Thoughts with the Evil Goddess Exegesis in Hand. Tang San exited the library and instructed the gatekeeper disciple to tidy the space before resuming his duties. He then made his way to the sect master's pavilion, his anticipation palpable as he eagerly opened the tome he had long yearned to possess. The first chapter, detailing the birth of the evil god and the source of a first-level evil goddess power, captivated Tang San's imagination. The narrative stirred the malevolent thoughts within him, as if he were the evil god incarnate, and the power bestowed upon him by the evil god's essence began to subtly influence his subconscious. It could be said that the evil god and Tang San had become one, their powers intertwined, ultimately manifesting through Tang San's corporeal form. A crucial segment of the first chapter spoke of the evil goddess' downfall, dividing its power into 4 portions, the largest of which was inherited by the current evil god. However, due to its improper application, the power swelled too rapidly, provoking a coalition of deities to resist it, culminating in a divine war. Subsequently, the evil god was ensnared within the core of the divine realm, imprisoned for over 1,000 years in the 19th subterranean layer, subjected daily to the torturous flames of solar law. The remaining 3 fragments fell into the lower realm of Douluo continent. One was devoured by a spider, transforming into the unparalleled evil spider demon, possessing the strength to contend even against foes of higher rank. Another fragment descended into the realm of the Yellow Springs, where a serpent and the flower of Manjusaka intertwined. It was consumed by the serpent, becoming the sole beast known as the Mandala serpent. The last fragment manifested as an ordinary black tiger, which, tainted by the power of the evil god, underwent a profound mutation, evolving into the dark demon evil god tiger, a creature that instills dread within the ranks of soul masters. Its peak combat prowess, stemming from its pure bloodline, grants it dominion over wind, time, lightning, darkness, malevolence, and space. Moreover, it birthed the 6 elemental rebirth technique, a method that permanently exhausts 3 of its abilities to create an opportunity for rebirth, allowing one to prepare for the future or directly enter a rift in time and space, traversing into another dimension. Subsequent chapters encompass the cultivation methods of the evil god, replete with extensive knowledge and techniques, covering various herbs, meridians, practices, and the art of breath regulation. These techniques were personally practiced by the evil god, who meticulously documented his insights and experiences within the tome, providing detailed annotations alongside each method. Tang San gazed quietly at the book before him, his heart brimming with emotion. This tome resembled a key, unlocking the door to his innermost desires for power. He realized that only through relentless self-improvement could he secure his position in this world governed by the law of the jungle. As Tang San slowly closed the book, his gaze grew resolute. He had determined his future path, to acquire the remaining powers of the evil god and enhance his strength. In that moment, he envisioned a world where none would dare oppose his will, for he would ascend to become the sovereign of this realm. As he pondered, the malevolent deity's power left upon Tang San began to guide his spirit, intensifying his yearning for greater strength. A deep crimson hue gradually seeped into Tang San's pupils as the newly acquired power erupted, enveloping him in a formidable whirlwind. Power, oh power, this is power. I can hardly contain my eagerness to experience this force. With a sinister chuckle, Tang San stepped from the master hall, soaring into the sky, completely absorbed in the ecstasy of his newfound strength, utterly oblivious to the prohibition against flight imposed by the Tang clan's edicts atop the Tang clan's peak. In an instant, the sound of mechanisms whirring echoed around the master hall's summit as the marble staircase split apart, slowly elevating an iron rod. A series of blue ripples emanated from its center, revealing 72 crossbows, 44 firestone cannons, and 3,000 diminutive anti-air guided magical cannons. Even the very apex of the master hall unveiled a honeycomb of dark gun muzzles, flanked by 32 auxiliary cannon ports, all ominously aimed at Tang San. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang San glanced down, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded the various artillery aimed at him. His desire to test the limits of his newfound prowess only intensified, and he chose not to employ the master token to reset all the mechanisms. Instead, he dove downwards. In that fraction of a second, an impenetrable line of firepower was established, comprising various iron crossbow bolts, firestone projectiles, and even rarer crossbow arrows forged from mysterious crystal stones. Among them were the 12 types of needles from the Rainfall Pear Blossom technique: bone-piercing needles, thunderfire needles, armor-piercing needles, blade-splitting needles, demon-suppressing needles, tyrant needles, yin and yang needles, dragon-slaying needles, desire-extinguishing needles, dragon whisker needles, annihilation needles, and killing needles, each capable of manifesting a magnetic field that momentarily incapacitated the opponent. The projectiles from the 32 auxiliary cannons were astonishing. Some were ordinary shells that flew in a straight line, while others were yellow projectiles that accelerated and suddenly changed direction. There were blue shells that could instantaneously split into 3 distinct projectiles, as well as powerful black shells that detonated right before one's eyes. And even bombs that unleashed sound waves to disrupt thought processes. Tang San smiled with an enchanting charm, his hands transforming into a jade-like azure hue as he executed the crane control dragon technique. With deft movements, he deflected most of the ordinary projectiles, redirecting them to the skies where they erupted into splendid fireworks, while others plunged into the surrounding peaks, causing billowing clouds of smoke. His steps grew increasingly ethereal, and under the observation of his purple extreme magic eyes, he could even discern the trajectories and landing points of the incoming projectiles. Is this truly the Tang clan's defensive measures? Tang San scoffed dismissively, a pale gray radiance flickering around him as he withstood several artillery shells head-on. The projectiles detonated around him, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke, yet not a single crease marred his garments at the epicenter of the explosion. Below, the disciples of the Tang sect gazed up at the violet figure in the sky, their composure shattered. After all, this purple silhouette was brazenly enduring the pinnacle of the Tang sect's technological prowess, seemingly unfazed, which incited a flurry of panic among them. Only the elders atop the sect master peak observed the violet figure with a mix of awe and admiration. The Grand Elder lamented, with such a formidable leader, our Tang sect is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Indeed, the second elder chimed in. Let us just hope that while the sect master tests our equipment, none of it is damaged. It takes considerable time and effort to create these devices. The master of the ingenious pavilion expressed his concern. Rest assured, the sect master is undoubtedly aware of what he is doing. Do not fret about your guided projectiles. The sect master is a genius appointed by the former leader, and should anything be damaged, he will certainly mend it himself. The peak master of the body refinement replied with a smile. As Tang San navigated through the barrage of artillery, he teleported before the blue signal tower in mere moments. However, the closer he drew to the tower, the more agitated he became. The various toxins mingled within the shells had been expelled from his body, yet he remained oblivious to the presence of the material known as glazed heart. This substance, odorless and weightless, could amplify one's emotional perception to an infinite degree, and it had clung to him in abundance as he teleported toward the signal tower. With his mind slipping away, Tang San's pupils gradually turned a blood-red hue, the influence of the evil god's power seeping into him. His thoughts were consumed by a singular desire to unleash his power, fixated solely on the notion of slaughter. Upon halting before the signal tower, the Grand Elder turned to the master of the ingenious pavilion, stating, "It is time to restore order." The sect master must have completed his testing. Before he could finish, a thunderous sound erupted as Tang San delivered a punch that shattered the signal tower in two, sending it crashing down with a deafening roar toward the sect master's pavilion. What is happening? Wasn't the sect master testing the security strength of the Tang sect? The elders gasped in astonishment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they swiftly employed the ghostly shadow technique to reach Tang San's position. Tang San appeared to be consumed by bloodlust, transforming into a force of demolition. He teleported once more, this time above the sect master's pavilion, targeting an anti-aircraft cannon. And with 2 more punches, the entire barrel splintered like a blooming night blooming Sirius. The master of the ingenious pavilion watched in horror, clutching his heart and exclaiming, "No, my treasure, please." The elders, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hastened their steps. Upon reaching Tang San, they performed a respectful greeting befitting the sect master, then inquired, "Why would the sect master damage the Tang sect's hidden weapons?" Tang San turned his head, a sinister smile playing upon his lips as he addressed the elders. "What do you think you are? Do you dare to question me?" The irascible master of the body refinement peak stepped forward, exclaiming, "You little brat. Were it not for the regard I hold for the former sect leader, you would not be worthy of this position. Just answer my questions." In that moment, He completely forgot the grandiose praise he had just bestowed upon the sect leader's formidable presence, which was to lead the Tang sect into a glorious future. In Chapter 7, titled Total Annihilation of the Sect, Tang Sen slowly turned to the side, activating his phantom shadow technique. Within mere moments, he stood before the master of the body refinement peak, declaring, "Who do you think you are?" With a swift motion, he pierced through the master's chest, extracting the still beating heart. Blood splattered across Tang San's face, and with a wicked grin, he remarked, "How filthy." He then crushed the heart in his hand, sending bits of flesh splattering onto the surrounding elders. The elders stood in stunned silence, seemingly unable to comprehend that their longtime colleague, the master of the body refinement peak, had perished. It was only when the lifeless body collapsed with a thud that they began to regain their senses. The elders appeared incredulous that the master they had worked alongside for so many years had met such an end, their bodies trembling as they remained in shock. At that moment, Tang San spoke, "Is there anyone else?" Suddenly, the fifth elder seemed to recall something, quickly leaping back to create distance. From his sleeve, a barrage of rain pear blossom needles erupted, seemingly intent on taking Tang San's life. He exclaimed, "He has succumbed to madness. We must eliminate him." The elder in charge, having regained his composure, heard the commotion behind him and was about to protest when Tang San cheerfully interjected, "Years ago, you hunted me down, and I leapt from a cliff to assert my resolve. I survived, and now you wish to attack me with the same ineffective Tang sect hidden weapons? How utterly naive." As he spoke, Tang Sen summoned his trident and hurled it forward with great force, pinning the fifth elder against a nearby wall. The trident dragged the elder along the ground, leaving a long, dark streak, reminiscent of a stretched-out shadow, while the fifth elder flailed helplessly in the air, akin to a kite with a severed string, producing a harsh sound against the ground that evoked pity. "You old fools, do you still believe you have any relevance? Come at me together," Tang San proclaimed arrogantly, his newfound strength instilling in him an unshakable confidence. Even if the other deities from the divine realm were to join forces against him, he felt assured of his escape. The elder in charge had initially intended to reason with Tang San, appealing to his emotions and logic, but upon witnessing the demise and disfigurement of his old companions, he sighed heavily and fixed his gaze on Tang San, commanding, "Everyone, attack." Upon receiving the order, the various elders, peak masters, and sect leaders sprang into action, unleashing their signature techniques. An array of bizarre hidden weapons emerged, creating an illusionary spectacle. "If this is all the strength you possess, then this can come to an end," Tang San stated. Simultaneously, a brand new artifact was summoned, a weapon forged from the essence of a malevolent deity. At this moment, Tang San's sinister thoughts had reached a terrifying crescendo, allowing him to wield the exclusive artifact, the scythe of the evil god, with ease. As he spun the scythe, its gray blade glimmered ominously, resembling a shield that effortlessly deflected most of the hidden weapons aimed at him. The remaining formidable projectiles were absorbed by the eerie gray mist enveloping Tang San. In an instant, he teleported behind an elder, the tip of the scythe piercing the elder's heart. The elder was instantly consumed by the artifact, reduced to a lifeless husk. With a flick of his scythe, the remains scattered like dust upon the ground. A mournful cry escaped the lips of the elders of the old ninth. Before the echoes of their lament could dissipate, Tang San materialized above another elder, delivering a swift slash that sent yet another corpse tumbling to the ground. The first elder seemed to grasp the disparity in power, shouting for retreat, urging his companions to distance themselves as much as possible. Yet, he himself advanced towards Tang San, employing the ghostly shadow technique to close the gap. With a flick of his wrist, hidden weapons flew forth. Tang San chuckled with amusement. "You wish to engage me in close combat? So be it. I shall witness the prowess of the Tang sect's foremost warrior." With that, he cast aside all his artifacts, seeking a fair duel. The first elder produced a short sword from his sleeve and lunged at Tang San. Tang San leaned forward slightly, narrowly evading the strike. In the same motion, he aimed to sever the elder's arm with a technique designed to disrupt tendons and bones. The elder, keenly observing Tang San's joints, deftly redirected his dagger, retracting the blade to defend against Tang San's upward assault, positioning it in the path of Tang San's attack. Tang San was taken aback. The elder's remarkable control over his limbs allowed him to counteract Tang San's momentum. As the first elder pursued, he thrust his leg forward to target Tang San's lower body. Aware that a successful strike would mean certain death, Tang San sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the elder's rapid succession of attacks. utilizing the ghostly shadow technique. The first elder's ethereal footwork trapped Tang San in a precarious position. He raised his hand, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Yet Tang San, with a knowing smile, anticipated the assault and swiftly clapped his sleeve, triggering a thunderous sound. A dark barrel was aimed at the elder's heart, and with 2 resounding shots, the elder was sent flying. Meanwhile, Tang San appeared to be injured as well, a pale gray mist swirling around him. Just when Tang San believed the first elder to be defeated, the elder rose from a short distance away, tearing off his elder's robe to reveal a suit of golden armor beneath. The heart guard at the center had shattered. Without uttering a word, the first elder reassembled his dislocated arm, shedding the remnants of his golden armor to reveal his robust physique. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the tattered robe, rewrapping his elbow, knuckles, and wrist, and declared, "We shall not allow you to wreak further havoc upon this world." The Grand Elder, unburdened by the weight of the golden silk armor, stepped forth with the formidable skills recorded in the Xiantian treasure record of the Tang sect. At this critical juncture for the survival of the sect, there was no need to conceal the techniques within the treasure. Should Tang San escape the Sovereign's Hall, the disciples below would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. Their bodies left to rot on the desolate ground, and the entire Tang sect would face annihilation. Although the reasons behind the Sovereign's drastic change in temperament remained a mystery, such matters had become irrelevant. What mattered now was to either retain the Sovereign or, if necessary, eliminate him, the Grand Elder mused. Tang San seemed incredulous. His sole guide, powered by divine energy, was capable of unleashing enough force to obliterate a city. Yet, he found himself unharmed as the Grand Elder charged towards him, eliciting a sense of astonishment within him. The Grand Elder summoned the Elder's token, gracefully gliding before Tang San. With a mere gesture, Tang San effortlessly accepted the token between his fingers. The Grand Elder, with an impassive expression, whispered a command, and the Elder's token shattered into countless fragments, enveloping Tang San in a cloud of purple poisonous mist. This technique, derived from the elusive turning art of the Xiantian treasure record, allowed the Grand Elder to project objects with an ethereal lightness, though the high-frequency vibrations could shatter the hands of those who attempted to grasp them. The Grand Elder was taken aback by Tang San's remarkable physical resilience, yet he was confident that the toxin, one of the 691 concentrated poisons not recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, would be beyond Tang San's ability to neutralize. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the toxic haze, where pale purple and gray mists intertwined in a dreamlike spectacle. Tang San collapsed to the ground, his voice hoarse as he cried out in agony, questioning the nature of the poison. He had consumed both the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, which should have rendered him immune to any earthly toxin. With dual divine statuses, how could he possibly succumb to such poison? The Grand Elder, having witnessed countless villains perish due to their loquacity, felt no inclination to explain the composition of the toxin. Instead, he drew a dagger, intent on directly eliminating Tang San. Yet, the mist surrounding Tang San flickered, swiftly subduing the purple haze. Although traces of violet still lingered within the gray mist enveloping him, they were now far less pronounced. The Grand Elder perceived the shift and, in a moment of urgency, launched the dagger at Tang San. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the dagger fell harmlessly to the ground upon contact with him. A sense of foreboding washed over the Grand Elder, prompting him to distance himself. Even the ultimate techniques recorded in the Xiantian treasure record were mere mortal arts, lacking in efficacy against a being of divine caliber. The swirling mist around Tang San seemed to express his pent-up dissatisfaction. Realizing escape was futile, the Grand Elder braced himself as Tang San unleashed a powerful punch. A radiant light erupted from his skin, and numerous runes flared into existence, countering Tang San's strike, the divine luminescence even hinting at the potential to dissolve the mist surrounding him. Yet, with a single strike, the runes dimmed instantaneously. Tang San scoffed, declaring, "I am eager to witness what cards you, old man, still possess." The Grand Elder, observing the fleeting hint of purple amidst the gray mist, recognized that Tang San was merely forcing the toxic gas into a tighter compression rather than genuinely neutralizing the poison. Consequently, the Grand Elder adopted the stance of inquiring the wind, intending to utilize the utmost purity of physical technique. The dim runes upon his body gradually rekindled, emanating a crimson glow with each breath he took, sacrificing both life and soul. The Grand Elder, with a decisive word, broke the formation, his leg technique ensnaring Tang San, while one hand ensnared Tang San's torso. His elbow bent in a peculiar manner, perfectly utilizing his body as an axis, with his palm as a blade. He aimed directly at Tang San's face. Tang San neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he opened his mouth and bit down on the Grand Elder's palm, tearing away a chunk of flesh with sheer ferocity. Immediately, he spat out the bloody morsel, which, upon hitting the ground, corroded the bluestone tiles in an instant. The Elder's blood was tainted with thousands of toxins, and even a mere trace could render one's reactions exceedingly sluggish and thoughts cumbersome. When a chunk of flesh was torn from the Elder's palm, he exhibited no signs of pain, as if impervious to sensation. With a powerful thrust of his knee against Tang San, he leveraged his weight to gain a positional advantage, retracting his elbow to deliver a series of strikes to Tang San's chest. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Although Tang San's mind was clouded and he felt the sting of pain, he could not react in time. By the moment he regained his senses, he had already endured multiple elbow strikes from the Elder. Tang San attempted to seize the Elder's arm, aiming to incapacitate him, but the Elder remained unperturbed. In a brutal exchange, he sacrificed his own flesh, severing Tang San's left forearm as the latter forcibly tore away the Elder's left hand. Unlike the Elder's steely resolve, Tang San was not equipped to handle such trauma. His mind was engulfed in shock and pain. The Elder, using his severed left forearm, broke free from Tang San's grasp, disregarding the blood flowing from his wounds. In a sudden move, he plunged a bone dagger into Tang San's abdomen, allowing his toxic blood to infiltrate Tang San's body. Tang San inhaled sharply as the venom coursed through him, further dulling his already sluggish reactions. Yet, the Elder was far from finished. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon Tang San's face. In the midst of this, Tang San fought against the encroaching darkness within his mind, forcing himself to respond instinctively. He reached to extract the bone lodged within himself, but the Elder, glowing with an unsettling light and burning his essence, had somehow sapped Tang San's strength. Resolute, Tang San abandoned the extraction and instead crushed the Elder's bone, fragments falling to the ground while some entered his own body. This decisive action startled the Elder momentarily. Yet he quickly regained composure, stepping forward to strike Tang San's knee, bending it in an unnatural manner. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San retaliated with an elbow strike to the Elder's ribs, eliciting a pained grunt. From the depths of his memories, he conjured his signature hidden weapon, launching blade after blade at the Elder. The Elder, frantically searching his mind for a counter, found himself devoid of useful tools. Reluctantly, he shed his mask, gripping it tightly in his right hand, and faced Tang San's daggers. The mask's eye sockets intercepted the blades, causing Tang San's wrist to go numb momentarily. The Elder then lunged at Tang San's neck with the mask, but Tang San finally reacted, enveloped in a gray mist that repelled the Elder. For Tang San, the Elder had laid bare all his cards. The Elder, overwhelmed by blood loss and mental confusion, resolved to self-destruct, hoping to take Tang San down with him. He cast a lingering glance at his brethren, filled with affection, before resolutely initiating the explosion. The Elder's muscles swelled, consuming the surrounding spiritual energy, before rapidly compressing and erupting. The other Elders, witnessing their comrade's self-sacrifice, were left with a tumult of emotions, for he had been their close friend for many years. Having toiled together for over a century, tears gradually blurred their vision. Yet, even in such circumstances, Tang San did not succumb to death. Once more, he dragged his battered body from the dust, his disheveled hair framing a visage marred by a missing left arm, a gushing wound in his abdomen, and a right leg twisted in an unusual manner. The Elders were taken aback. He was still alive? The master of the Chi-Chu Pavilion, witnessing this scene, wasted no time. He deftly bound 2 explosives around his ankles and detonated them, propelling himself forward with a ferocious velocity that would deny Tang San any chance of recovery. The tremendous force, accompanied by a shower of blood and flesh, surged toward the gasping Tang San at the center. Elder 13 embraced him, and from the spine, several mechanical tendrils writhed, ensnaring Tang San tightly. Despite having assimilated much of the Dark God's power during the previous battle, the toll it had taken left him too weakened to escape the grasp of these metallic appendages. Elder 2 immediately sensed the impending doom, as if grasping a dreadful realization. No. Perhaps there was still a chance. The Elder of Chi-Chu Pavilion, with a serene resolve, declared, "I have made my decision. As the oldest master in the sect, it is my duty to leave a glimmer of hope for the younger generation. The sect leader has gone mad." With that, he He clasped Tang San tightly and activated a yellow iron block. Tang San struggled in vain, ensnared as if by iron pincers. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged from the center of the yellow block, generating a colossal shockwave that cast the remaining elders aside. An indescribable radiance erupted, resembling the sun plummeting from the heavens, while the surroundings vaporized into nothingness. The elders, bearing their shattered forms, gazed toward the epicenter of the explosion, where a mushroom cloud silently emerged. Had it not been for the initial design, which allowed a first-level detonation to unleash a force capable of displacing a 20 kilometers radius, all present would have surely been reduced to mere dust in the cataclysm. At the heart of the explosion, a laugh, arrogant and unbridled, surged forth like tumultuous waves, spreading outward in a relentless tide. This laughter seemed intent on piercing the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Tang San, his body in tatters, gradually rose from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he had been thoroughly provoked. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, "You old fools have truly enraged me once again. Is it that even the gifts of the heavens cannot bring about your demise? What manner of monster is he?" The elders found themselves engulfed in despair, realizing they were engaged in an utterly unwinnable battle. Before they could regain their senses, Tang San unleashed his scythe, which soared through the air, creating a tempest that sent the elders flying. With an eerie grace, he maneuvered through the void, transcending the confines of established physical laws. In less than 20 breaths, the remaining elders were rendered powerless, reduced to mere husks, disintegrating into dust. For the stunned disciples of the Tang sect, countless golden threads emanated from Tang San's wings, as if imbued with a sentience of their own. These golden strands writhed and extended through the air, ensnaring any living being they encountered, siphoning away their vitality. This was his devouring golden silk, drawing upon the flesh and blood of over 70,000 disciples. Tang San gradually restored his battered state. The Tang sect was annihilated by Tang San alone, leaving behind only ruins and rivers of blood. He felt no twinge of guilt. Chapter 8. The Hunt for the Three Evils. Ascending to the heights of the original world, Tang San surveyed the desolation and bloodshed below, his heart devoid of emotion. Even though he had orchestrated this devastation, a mist rose beside him, summoning a wisp of purple venom hidden within the power of the malevolent deity. Reflecting on how the old man's poison could indeed slay gods, if only it had encountered him. The malevolent deity, dwelling in the depths of the divine realm's core, had long since mastered the sinister laws of the underworld. Additionally, 9 days and nights of analysis had allowed Tang San to dissect a portion of the solar laws, granting him an understanding of these principles that rivaled any deity of the present day. Perhaps the venom had always posed a latent threat to Tang San during battle, but in the aftermath, it would ultimately serve to enhance his divine power. As he controlled the dark laws to decompose the toxins within him, he extracted the spiritual essence contained in the venom, gradually replenishing his divine energy. With the aid of the octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot blossom, as well as the eye of ice and fire, the balance of yin and yang within him was restored. Analyzing the venom had transformed it into a vital component of this equilibrium, harmonizing opposing forces of darkness and light, ice and fire, thereby augmenting Tang San's strength. Truly, the applications were boundless. He laughed heartily. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned the solar laws, utilizing them to simulate the cosmic principles, gradually manifesting a temporal gateway before him. Taking one last look at the ruins of the Tang sect, he felt no sense of nostalgia as he turned and stepped through the portal. In the distance, at the ruins of the sect master's hall, the blood of the Grand Elder coalesced, flowing into the ring upon his finger, which shimmered with colors akin to the runes on the Grand Elder's body. Suddenly, it burst forth, releasing a page of gilded parchment that spiraled out, infused with the Grand Elder's essence, tearing through the fabric of space-time. Tang San stood in the void, hands forming seals as he invoked the laws of time and space. As he moved, a rift in the fabric of time and space gradually unfurled, revealing a lush, verdant forest, the Douluo forest. At this moment in the timeline, it was precisely after Tang San ascended to the divine realm, during a time of peace and tranquility across the Douluo continent. Upon stepping into the rift, Tang San's body trembled slightly, for the essence of soul power in the air of Douluo continent was insufficient to sustain his divine strength. At this juncture, his entire power had been compressed by the thin soul energy of the continent to less than 1/10 of its original might. Reluctantly, he had to withdraw his divine power and various artifacts, retaining only the most fundamental strength for movement. It is often said that a deity descending to the mortal realm disrupts the established order, but this notion applies only to ordinary deities. When one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, the so-called rules become mere instruments to be shattered. For Tang San, he possessed the ability to alter these rules. Yet the emergence of two divine powers in the world warranted thorough scrutiny. Hence, in a moment of weakness, he opted for discretion. Tang San extended his divine consciousness, enveloping the entirety of the Douluo forest. Within the forest, the numbers of the human-faced spider and the mandala snake were abundantly clear. And across the expanse of the woodland, only a solitary dark demon tiger was present, retrieving his divine sense. He reconsidered and resolved to first eliminate the human-faced spiders and mandala snakes, leaving the dark demon tiger for another time. With his physical form taut, he launched himself with remarkable speed towards the nearest human-faced spider, a creature aged 4,000 years, which possessed no means of resistance. Its most resilient carapace was effortlessly pierced by Tang San's formidable body. Subsequently, he summoned the 8 wings of the sea god, from which numerous golden threads emerged, entwining the human-faced spider to drain its power. After reducing it to a desiccated husk, Tang San invoked the power of the evil god, and to his delight, he discovered a slight expansion in his evil god flames. Even a small increment sent waves of exhilaration through him, for accumulation of quantity leads to a qualitative leap. While he observed his surroundings, he continued to scan for traces of other soul beasts with his divine sense. Suddenly, he sensed a massive 90,000-year-old human-faced spider, exuding a terrifying aura, engaged in a hunt. Realizing his prey lay ahead, he accelerated towards the creature. However, the human-faced spider swiftly unleashed a colossal web, ensnaring Tang San tightly. Although the web was crafted by a 90,000-year-old beast, and its resilience was formidable, Tang San's physical strength had transcended the conventional limits of Douluo continent, delivering a devastating blow. He unleashed a surge of power, breaking free from the web's confines. The human-faced spider, evidently taken aback by its prey's unexpected escape, faltered. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San swiftly executed the phantom shadow technique. Darting towards the human-faced spider like a bolt of lightning, he slid beneath the creature with astonishing speed, confronting the eerie visage that sent chills down the spine. Faced with a visage seemingly conjured from the abyss of vengeful souls, Tang San's heart remained utterly unmoved. He summoned the scythe of the evil god, its sharp tip aimed directly at the eyes of the faceless demon spider. In but a fleeting moment, the creature's form began to dissolve as if ice met a searing blade. The faceless demon spider emitted a harrowing shriek, never anticipating that it had chosen the wrong prey. This seemingly frail human proved to be immensely powerful. Thus, it opted for flight. Yet how could an 8-legged arachnid evade the shadowy footsteps of Tang San? In an instant, he found himself atop the creature's back. Standing there, he wielded the massive scythe with relentless precision, each strike imbued with boundless force, one after another. Gradually, the faceless demon spider became a mere remnant of itself, ultimately succumbing to the ground in lifeless defeat. As the inky soul rings began to rise, Tang San felt no desire to absorb them. This 90,000-year-old beast was a mere breath away from evolving into a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet to Tang San, the power of the evil god held far greater significance. He unleashed the flames of the evil god, incinerating the last of the faceless demon spiders in existence. The crackling of the flames intertwined with the mournful whispers of the wind, evoking a profound sorrow, as if the Douluo forest lamented the extinction of an entire species. In merely a day and a half, Tang San had vanquished 796 faceless demon spiders, leaving no remnants behind. This day heralded the annihilation of their kind. Turning his gaze to the mandala snake, Tang San found it considerably more manageable than the faceless demon spider. His consciousness scattered, swiftly locking onto a 1,000-year soul beast. Without further ado, he soared before the creature, which was still feigning the guise of a mandala flower, utterly oblivious to the human's presence. With a forceful tug, he yanked the mandala snake from its perch, eliciting a whimper that seemed to plead for mercy. Tang San momentarily forgot his promise to Xiao Wu. After all, was it not merely the slaying of a soul beast? How else could he enhance his strength? Thus, he dismissed her words from his mind, proceeding with the familiar act of skinning and extracting the evil god's power with remarkable skill. At that moment, a 9,000-year mandala snake erupted from the ground. Striking like a bolt of lightning, its sharp fangs gleaming ominously, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow to the human before it. However, a subtle smile crept upon Tang San's lips. He had been aware of its presence long before. With agile grace, he stepped back, effortlessly evading the lethal assault. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as the mandala snake opened its maw wide, expelling a small red snake. This crimson mandala snake darted through the air with astonishing speed, maneuvering with agility and charging straight for Tang San's neck. A mutated soul beast, capable of employing combination techniques, how fascinating. Tang San marveled inwardly. In the face of this sudden twist, he felt no hint of panic. Rather, he observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. However, he felt no sense of suffocation. His formidable divine body remained unperturbed by any threats from the lower realms. Unlike his previous solitary battle against the human-faced demon spider, these mandala snakes exhibited an impressive capacity for cooperation, showcasing a remarkable level of intelligence and synergy. This phenomenon intrigued and amused Tang San greatly. With a sudden motion, he extended his hand and firmly grasped the body of a red mandala snake. With a powerful tug, he tore it asunder, splitting it into two segments. Subsequently, he summoned the flames of the malevolent deity, incinerating the severed red mandala snake completely. Meanwhile, his other hand swiftly seized the tail of a 90,000-year-old mandala snake, and with a vigorous shake, he hurled it back with great force. The flames of the malevolent deity swiftly spread from the mandala snake's tail, enveloping its entire form in a fierce blaze. The fire crackled loudly, ultimately reducing the entire creature to ashes. After 2.5 days of relentless effort, Tang San successfully annihilated a total of 351 mandala snakes, resulting in a qualitative transformation of his malevolent divine power, deepening its essence. Next, are you prepared for the solitary dark demon evil god tiger in the Douluo forest? Become a part of the power within me, ha ha ha. Tang San chuckled, and then soared into the air. He gazed at the dark demon evil god tiger, recalling his first encounter with it, when it possessed the ability to draw both parties into a separate space for combat. How nostalgic, Tang San mused. As he sensed a formidable surge of energy ahead, he realized it was the presence of the dark demon evil god tiger. Suddenly, he burst forth, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared behind the tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger immediately sensed the danger and unhesitatingly unleashed its skill. Tang San felt a jolt as he was abruptly pulled into another dimension. This skill is indeed extraordinary. Tang San marveled inwardly. He swiftly extracted a multitude of hidden weapons from the enchanting night beneath the 24 bridges, and with nimble hands, he unleashed them like a torrential storm upon the dark demon evil god tiger. The tiger, having never encountered such uniquely shaped iron projectiles, was momentarily stunned and failed to evade. Perhaps it believed that as a soul beast battling a soul master, especially one so young, victory would be effortlessly attained, leading it to choose to toy with Tang San. However, it was utterly unanticipated that the power of these concealed weapons was so immense that they transformed it into a mere sieve. Chapter 9. The main text begins in the crevice of space, within a small secret realm. The soul tablet of the ancestral hall suddenly shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. The elder responsible for its guardianship cast a glance, seemingly in disbelief. It must be noted that their clan, the dark demon evil god tiger, had, since the last cataclysmic upheaval, utilized the time attribute of their remaining kin to permanently exchange the opportunity to establish a secret realm within the river of time. The price was that subsequent generations, regardless of their innate talents, would never awaken the time attribute. Yet, every situation bears both advantages and disadvantages. Consequently, the dark demon evil god tiger clan has thrived within the layers of the temporal rift for over 10 millennia, unbothered by the tumult of the cataclysm, allowing them to live in peace and stability. Until now, the dark demon evil god tiger has resided in this secret realm, never revealing themselves to the outside world. It can be said that this sanctuary is their own idyllic paradise, leading to the present-day descriptions of the dark demon evil god tiger being reduced to mere legends. How could two clan members perish in quick succession? Long ago, several centuries after the conclusion of the cataclysm, a formidable dark demon evil god tiger was dispatched to explore the current situation of the continent. According to the information relayed by the Soul Lamp, this dark demon evil god tiger had recently attained a strength equivalent to 60,000 years of cultivation, and through ancient texts, comprehended its innate ability to instantaneously draw others into a peculiar space, transforming both parties into their juvenile forms. It was precisely due to this extraordinary talent that this dark demon evil god tiger prevailed in territorial disputes, conquering a core area within the starry forest. However, just days later, an unforeseen event transpired. The soul lamp of this dark demon evil god tiger unexpectedly shattered without warning. This sudden turn of events left everyone perplexed and contemplative, as a peak 60,000-year dark demon evil god tiger, possessing such an enigmatic ability, could not possibly be slain by human soul masters. The juvenile physical forms of human soul masters, lacking the fortification of soul power, are feeble and vulnerable. Even the slightest contact could result in instant obliteration by the overwhelming physical prowess of a soul beast. Only mutant soul beasts could possibly rival it in physicality. Yet the dark demon evil god tiger, endowed with 6 attributes, was a paragon of dominance in one-on-one combat. Moreover, other soul beasts, when contending for territory, would undoubtedly consider the strength of the occupying soul beast. If they were inadequately equipped, their experiences in territorial skirmishes would dictate a retreat when faced with an insurmountable foe. In terms of speed, no soul beast could match the dark demon evil god tiger, which possessed 6 attributes. It is indeed unfortunate. The elder shook his head in confusion. The second clan member, who inadvertently became ensnared in the rift of time and space, seemed to have been silently seized by an ineffable entity from the secret realm. After a millennium, the dark demon evil god tiger clan had never experienced the unnatural death of a member, yet in recent years, 2 clan members had unexpectedly perished. Perhaps a great catastrophe is imminent once again. The elder, who was keeping watch, meticulously confirmed the shattered soul lamp, clutching its fragments as he turned to stride toward the residence of the clan leader. "See," he called out, for that was the name of the elder who guarded the dark demon evil god tiger's soul lamp. "See recounted the circumstances clearly before continuing, my lord. The soul lamp has already shattered into 2 pieces. Such occurrences have not transpired in 1,000 years. It is possible that the great catastrophe from a millennium ago is about to resurface, potentially causing upheaval across the Douluo continent, which would inevitably impact our dwelling within the secret realm. Perhaps we should prepare in advance to confront the impending crisis." C spoke with a heavy heart, caressing the hexagram necklace around his neck, which faintly shimmered with a silvery light, seemingly harboring immense power, replied casually, "See, perhaps you are being overly cautious. In a millennium, only 2 clan members have met with untimely deaths, and both left the secret realm, which led to their demise. Do you still recall our lineage's heritage? We were once the most devoted followers of the evil god, wielding the core powers of the deity. Furthermore, we possess capabilities unmatched by other beast clans, allowing us to negotiate with other deities to forge a sanctuary for our existence. This sanctuary was established through a transaction with the time god of higher divinity. Do not dwell on your concerns, C. As long as we remain within the secret realm, we shall not suffer any harm." C wished to elaborate further. Having guarded the ancestral shrine for countless years, even since the inception of the secret realm, he had tended to a collection of soul tablets, cultivating his inner self. A sense of unease gnawed at him, prompting him to speak out. Just as he opened his mouth, a gray glimmer flickered in the eyes of seated above, emanating a formidable aura that bore down on C like a heavy mountain, causing him to shudder involuntarily. This sensation was not merely a physical oppression, but a profound tremor that penetrated to the very marrow of his being, reaching into his soul. It felt as though invisible hands were tightly gripping his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. Reminiscent of the days when the dark demon evil god tiger clan served the evil god, C opened his mouth, eager to articulate his thoughts, but his throat felt constricted, silencing him. Beads of fine sweat broke out on his forehead as his body trembled slightly. He understood that continuing to speak might provoke an greater displeasure, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he begrudgingly closed his mouth, refraining from uttering another word, and turned to withdraw. And, seated high above, fixed his gaze intently on C's departing figure, seemingly lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist began to emit a peculiar aura. This aura seemed capable of influencing everything around, instilling in an inexplicable sense of tranquility and serenity. As time progressed, and noticed that his thoughts were gradually becoming clearer, and the clutter in his mind was slowly dissipating, the gray light in his eyes began to fade, transforming into a bright clarity, and quietly absorbed these changes. pondering the increasing influence of the malevolent deity over him, even with the prayer beads gifted to him during his pact with the god of time and space. They merely served to temporarily stave off the encroachment of the dark power. A millennium had passed, and this body might soon be eroded into a mere shell. At that moment, a figure began to materialize from the void, resembling the one who had just exited the grand hall. C smiled and said, "How did you discern that person was not truly me?" And, momentarily disrupted in his thoughts, replied flatly, "Few are aware that when I was appointed as the patriarch of the malevolent tiger clan, you were my greatest ally. The C I just encountered referred to me as the supreme commander rather than treating me as an equal, which is already enough to raise suspicion. Furthermore, do you truly address me as patriarch? That figure was merely a time projection from the rift of another race. I have warned against cultivating within the rivers of time, leaving my mark behind. You have no idea how difficult it is to find someone to substitute for me in watching over the ancestral hall. If that foreign entity wishes to act, let them take on the task. In their eyes, I have long since perished in the conflagration of 147 years ago. Now, I am merely an outsider, and you are the only one aware of my existence. Am I not entitled to indulge a little?" And waved his hand, gesturing for him to take a seat. C chuckled, unconcerned, summoned a chair, and asked, "What is it you wish to discuss?" And replied with a bitter smile, "The Dark Demon Tiger Clan. Even our name carries the word dark. How can we escape the corruption of the malevolent deity's power? In the past, I sealed the dark power of my entire clan within my own vessel, yet now I can distinctly feel the malevolent energy within me bubbling to the surface. Perhaps the power of the dark deity is once again strengthening, and the dark energy inscribed within me will inevitably be reclaimed by the malevolent god. For the Tiger Clan, the price will be life itself, the fate of annihilation." C, stunned, fell silent, his smile fading as he sat in contemplation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Do we truly have no solution? If I perish, the dark power will dissipate and engulf the entire secret realm. The agony I have endured for millennia will return 1,000-fold to my kin. How can I allow myself to die? If I abandon the Tiger Clan, though I am uncertain if the dark deity can track those bearing its power, without my presence in the secret realm, even with you, we cannot escape the tumult of time and space. Ultimately, the entire secret realm would be torn asunder. I once contemplated guiding the dark energy within me into the temporal tunnel of the external world, yet it resembled a one-way passage. The dark energy could infiltrate my being, but attempting to expel it in the form of energy felt akin to a maggot clinging tenaciously to my body. This dilemma, alas, remains unsolvable. I sighed in resignation. Looking at me, C appeared troubled, as if pondering a solution to this deadlock. With a sigh, he remarked, "I have cultivated within the river of time for many years. The forces of time and space surpass all else. Perhaps the power of time can assimilate the dark energy. I am uncertain, but I shall navigate upstream against the current of time to seize the essence of time itself. I will return with this essence. You must await my return." I slowly sat down, fully aware of the perilous nature of the river of time. Ever since I inherited the name I understood my eventual fate. I have ruminated extensively, so should danger arise, return promptly, and remember to retrieve my remains. Do not arrive late, for if you do, you shall find naught but my fragmented essence. I chuckled softly. C flickered and dissipated into the void, bidding me to take care. Chapter 10 The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Awaken the 5 elements within the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. I am Jiang Liunian, an ordinary member born into the clan of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Since childhood, I have listened to the elders recount the harshness and injustice of the outside world, and how our clan forged a glorious history during the cataclysmic period by trading with the deities above to develop secret realms, thereby ensuring our lineage's survival. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the streets of the small town, where all appeared serene and beautiful. Jiang Liunian stepped out of his home, a smile gracing his face as he warmly greeted his neighbors. "Good morning, Aunt He." Aunt He stood at her doorstep, responding with a smile. "Good morning, Xiao Liuji." She deftly waved her hand, manipulating a small cluster of wind elements to skillfully sweep the dust in front of her door and guide it into the trash bin. Her remarkable control over the wind elements was astonishing. Even the most seasoned warriors would find themselves humbled. At that moment, Old Sun from the blacksmith shop across the street emerged, smiling as he addressed Jiang Liunian. "You have reached adulthood this year. haven't you, Xiaoyoji? Is today the day you awaken your elemental powers? Indeed, time flies, and he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, Xiaoyoji, the day you turn 18. I cannot believe we have been neighbors for 18 years. Next door, Uncle Shui, upon hearing this, could not help but reflect. Indeed, time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyoji is on the verge of adulthood. Hearing the words of the crowd, Jiang Liunian smiled with delight and said, Indeed, I am about to awaken my elemental power today. It fills me with immense excitement. At that moment, a streak of black light streaked across the sky. Swiftly approaching Jiang Liunian's location, the light descended to the ground, transforming into a mysterious elder. He surveyed his surroundings before his gaze finally settled on Jiang Liunian. And with a solemn tone, he inquired, Is Jiang Liunian present here? I am the examiner for your awakening ceremony. Jiang Liunian respectfully responded, Indeed, I am Jiang Liunian. Greetings, esteemed examiner. A wave of nervousness and excitement surged within him. The examiner glanced at Jiang Liunian before giving a slight nod. Very well, let us begin. He unfastened the straps of his backpack, placing it on the ground, and summoned the elemental awakening stones within. 6 stones emerged in succession, forming a 6-pointed star, suddenly radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Subsequently, 5 stones floated before Jiang Liunian, leaving behind a solitary, dim white crystal that gently descended beside the examiner. Cradling the white crystal in his hands, the examiner recited, Since the calamitous upheaval, the kin of soul beasts have suffered grievous losses, their blood staining the earth, leaving the populace in despair, and all beings lamenting. Thunder rumbles, earthquakes abound, tsunamis rage, and hurricanes wreak havoc, as lives are extinguished with no respite in sight. Our venerable ancestors, through the grand act of self-immolation to forge their souls, vowed to evade the cycle of reincarnation, honoring the deity of time with reverence for generations to come, beseeching a promise. The compassionate deity of time, unyielding to human frailty, wielded divine powers, carving a sanctuary from the river of time, allowing the dark demonic tiger clan to sustain their lineage, unbroken and enduring. We are eternally grateful for the benevolence of the deity of time, etched into our very souls, never to be forgotten. As he finished, the white crystal flickered momentarily before returning to silence, while the remaining 5 awakening stones emitted a faint glow. Come forth, Jiang Liunian, place your hand upon the center, and relinquish control of your body, allowing the power of the awakening stones to flow within you, instructed the examiner. Jiang Liunian placed his hand at the center of the awakening stone array, feeling 5 distinct forces coursing into his body through his outstretched right hand. In an instant, the radiance of the 5 awakening stones burst forth, illuminating the elemental powers they embodied. The elder, witnessing the spectacle of 5 colors, was taken aback. It is known that for soul masters or cultivators, awakening multiple spiritual roots often leads to a dismal fate, as a 5 spiritual root constitution is deemed a burden, rendering one unable to progress throughout their life. Even with abundant resources, the amount required to make any advancement is staggering. Should one choose to relinquish 4 of the attributes and specialize in a single one, it would create an imbalance, leading to catastrophic consequences upon reaching a certain threshold. However, the Dark Demon's sacred tiger lineage was an exception. Their innate racial talent allowed them to absorb elemental energies with increasing efficiency over time. If a member of their clan were to awaken only a single attribute without significant fortune, the quality of the elemental energy would be insufficient for any advancement. Yet, those who could awaken 3 or more attributes would be reinforced by elemental power, and if one awakened the time attribute, they could even draw upon the elemental force to enhance their past, thus becoming more formidable and capable of wielding the temporal arts and the arena of life and death as innate soul skills. The elder, regaining his composure, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming that the Dark Demon's sacred tiger lineage would surely thrive. He then patted Jiang Liunian on the shoulder, displaying great optimism for him. The onlookers, drawn by the blinding light, quickly comprehended the situation, as most had participated in the awakening ceremony themselves. The surrounding uncles and aunts approached, encircling Jiang Liunian and the examiner, eager to gauge the innate prowess of the youth. The examiner summoned the final gray crystal, gently levitating it before Jiang Liunian with his soul power. Go ahead, extend your hand, and close your eyes. Feel it deeply, he encouraged. The elder mused, a youth with talents across all 5 elements. Such prodigies are rare in this generation. To think one could emerge in my jurisdiction of the Western District, perhaps I might request an increase in my allowance from the central authority. The more he observed Jiang Liuyan, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Jiang Liuyan extended his arm to touch the gray crystal, his fingers gently brushing against its surface. As he moved, he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of isolation from the outside world. At the precise moment his fingers made contact with the crystal, it suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire street. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy radiated from the crystal, causing those nearby to experience a profound shock. The gray crystal began to develop fissures, emitting faint cracking sounds as if it were on the verge of shattering. The elderly man felt a surge of alarm, as if he had foreseen an ominous turn of events, but it was too late to intervene. In the next instant, the gray crystal shattered into countless tiny fragments, scattering across the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at this extraordinary sight, having never witnessed such a spectacle before. The old man stared blankly at the debris, his expression a blend of helplessness and surprise. He murmured to himself, "Such astonishing talent." However, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of distress as he recalled something troubling. "No, my allowance is gone. My year-end bonus has vanished. All of it is lost. I will have to bear the cost myself. This is an utter misfortune." With a frustrated exclamation, he let out a heavy sigh. As Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes to the scattered fragments, he found himself at a loss for how to react. The elderly man, suppressing his heartache, kindly remarked, "Jiang Liuyan, your talent is exceptional. I will promptly report this to the central authorities so that you may enroll in the Central Advanced Soul Beast Academy, specifically the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. You will receive the highest level of education there, ensuring that your remarkable talent is not squandered. You are destined to become a great Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, potentially rivaling even the leader of the Evil God Vanguard. You will not be held accountable for this. We will follow the repair procedures." As Jiang Liuyan nodded dreamily, the old man collected 5 awakening stones and, with a flick of wind power, swept up a multitude of fragments. His heart pained as he stowed them into his backpack, which he then slung over his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of black light, speeding towards the east, toward the central city. Once the examiner departed, the crowd quickly regained their composure, fixating their gazes on Jiang Liuyan, engaging in animated discussions. They were astonished that such a remarkable talent could emerge from this humble street, leading to a flurry of chatter. Jiang Liuyan, however, remained exceptionally amiable and composed, responding to each inquiry until around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Eventually, the novelty wore off, and the crowd dispersed to attend to their own tasks. Jiang Liuyan ascended the mountain to gather some herbs until evening. Even with the prospect of being admitted to the prestigious Soul Beast Academy, one must consider the necessities of life. These herbs could yield a considerable amount of living expenses, Jiang Liuyan mused as he lay in bed, drifting into a tranquil slumber. Chapter 11. The journey begins. Jiang Liuyan, your letter has arrived. A cheerful shout from outside shattered the morning's tranquility. The voice, akin to a bolt of lightning, instantly jolted Jiang Liuyan from his dreams, bringing him back to the realm of reality. Jiang Liuyan rubbed his bleary eyes and gradually opened them, striving to acclimate to the morning light. He wandered out of his room in a daze, lazily stretching his limbs in a grand yawn, as if attempting to ease every ounce of fatigue from his body. At that moment, the morning sun cascaded through the window, bathing his face in its warm glow, enhancing the inherent radiance of his already handsome features. The golden light illuminated his visage, accentuating his well-defined contours and deep-set eyes, rendering him even more charming and captivating. Jiang Liuyan gradually pushed open the door and approached the mailbox, extending his hand to retrieve a letter. As he extracted the missive, he could not help but marvel at its exquisite packaging. The envelope bore 7 grand characters in dark gold, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. The mere mention of this name instantly enveloped him in an aura of mystery and authority. This institution is quite impressive, Jiang Liuyan mused to himself. He scrutinized the inscription on the envelope, discovering that it was crafted using a unique gilding technique, causing the letters to shimmer with a distinctive radiance. This design not only heightened the letter's enigmatic allure, but also showcased the Academy's noble character. Jiang Lu gently caressed the characters on the envelope, savoring their texture and warmth. He could sense the profound significance that the Academy of Dark Magic and Evil Deities placed on its new students, which inevitably stirred a peculiar feeling within him. He began to envision what it would be like to study at the prestigious Academy of Advanced Soul Beasts. As Jiang Liuyan hummed a tune, he tucked a letter under his arm and made his way back to his humble abode, not forgetting to bend down and retrieve the spiritual essence he had ordered in the morning from the steps at the entrance. The cultivation of soul beasts is unlike that of ordinary individuals. While a soul master may spend years honing their soul power to attain a ranked classification, progressing from 0 to 100, achieving divinity at the 100th level, a soul beast merely requires the celestial energies of the world, the essence of the sun and moon, and even the power of the laws, as well as the consumption of other soul beasts to harness energy and elevate its own grade and lifespan. The higher the lifespan, the more formidable the abilities, enabling them to fully command the forces of nature. In direct comparison, a soul beast of the same rank can utterly overwhelm a soul master without the aid of external resources. Thus, spiritual essence, a product of the celestial and earthly quintessence, stands as the finest means to enhance one's strength. Even in the present, where life may seem mundane, who can predict what the future holds? Jiang Liuyan poured the essence into the elegant goblet, gently and slowly swirling it. As he tilted it slightly, he meticulously observed the hue of the liquid. Oh, what a captivating color! The gradient was exquisite, vivid, and enchanting, so vibrant that it nearly rivaled the crimson undergarments worn by Uncle Shwed during his auspicious year. Truly commendable. After gently swirling the wine glass, Jiang Liuyan was enveloped by a mlang of aromas wafting from within. He paused momentarily, delicately inhaling the scent with the tip of his nose, savoring a sip. The fragrance was reminiscent of cedar, oak, violet, cinnamon, mint, and blackberry, a veritable collection of the rarest species from the northern lands, all perhaps gathered by those madmen of winemaking. Jiang Liuyan mused silently. The first taste revealed a hint of piquant bitterness, and he inquired whether it was accompanied by a lingering sweetness that bore a trace of distinct acidity. Could it possibly be sweet fruit? No, it must be the golden fruit, which sells for 80 gold outside. To think it was included in the wine, what extravagance! No wonder they spoke of a quality upgrade, necessitating a new fee. This concoction, costing a mere 130 gold a month, was hardly an exaggeration. Jiang Liuyan delicately savored the sensory impact imparted by the spiritual elixir, simultaneously refining the ethereal energy encapsulated within. It must be acknowledged that the flavor was indeed exquisite. However, it was likely crafted with cost-saving measures in mind, as the ingredients were all sourced from entities less than 4 centuries old. Consequently, the potency of the elixir was merely a slight elevation above that of an ordinary one. Nevertheless, Jiang Liuyan's spirits soared. He picked up the acceptance letter from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Jiang Liuyan extracted a pure black card crafted from gold, the front adorned with the emblem of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, signifying exclusive access for inner disciples. The reverse side bore the flamboyant and audacious characters of Jiang Liuyan, elegantly inscribed, while the letter S graced the lower right corner, its significance remaining a mystery. Overall, it exuded an air of dominance. This aligns perfectly with my demeanor, Jiang Liuyan remarked, simultaneously revealing the acceptance letter. Dear student Jiang Liuyan, with the approval of the West District Soul Master Committee, you have been accepted as an inner disciple at our esteemed institution. Please present this notice upon your arrival at the school. For detailed information regarding the specific time, location, and selected subjects, kindly refer to the Freshman Enrollment Handbook of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, a subsidiary of the Central Mid-Region Royal City Research Institute. Authorized by Gene Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, Year 176 of the Evil God Tiger Calendar. May you embrace your youth with vigor at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, bravely embarking on the journey toward your dreams and shouldering the significant responsibilities of our nation. The Academy holds high expectations for you, offering unwavering support and emphasizing your holistic development and future growth. Here, cherish every opportunity, broaden your horizons, refine your studies, and continually elevate yourself. Embrace this new era with enthusiasm, allowing your youthful spirit to radiate with even greater brilliance. May the Academy serve as a steadfast foundation in your life's journey, empowering you to achieve a glorious future. On the reverse side lies an aerial view of the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, which appears immensely grand and evokes a sense of solemnity. Adjacent to the aerial view is a nationwide train ticket, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, seemingly hinting at its rarity and uniqueness. Jiang Liuyan cautiously picked up the train ticket and scrutinized it intently. His gaze gradually transformed into one of astonishment and exhilaration as the words Fania became vividly apparent on the ticket. While this name might not resonate with the average person, it is a term that reverberates through the ears of affluent collectors of rare artifacts. The Fania ticket is renowned as one of the most expensive tickets in the world, having been auctioned for a staggering 10 million gold coins, coveted by countless collectors as a prized possession. Now, to hold such an invaluable ticket in his hands was beyond Jiang Liuyan's comprehension. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fania? The ticket that sold for 10 million gold coins." His words were laden with shock and excitement. He could hardly fathom that the Dark Demon Evil God Academy could possess such lavish wealth, so readily bestowing gifts of this extraordinary caliber. Jiang Liuyan once again cast his gaze upon the letter on the table, then glanced at the ticket in his hand, and a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. Jiang Liuyan repeatedly verified the time and realized he could check in early, so he began to pack his belongings. This one can be discarded, and that as well. Oh, this garment can be washed and still worn. The white shirt makes me look exceptionally dapper. And this wine glass, which I have cherished for a decade, is showing its age. I must take it with me. Moreover, that extraordinary stone I found on the mountain certainly deserves to accompany me. Jiang Liuyan ascended to the rooftop and pried loose the 6th brick from the chimney, further scraping at the plaster and lime. To his delight, a glimmering gold brick was revealed within. This was precisely what he needed to take with him on his journey. Satisfied with his discovery, Jiang Liuyan thoughtfully replaced the plaster and lime before descending from the rooftop. Jiang Liuyan approached the tribute table and gently tapped its surface. He then engaged with it from various angles, nudging, tapping, lightly striking, and even kicking it. A series of clicking sounds emanated from within the table, and its surface split open, revealing a book nestled inside. As he opened the tome, a silver ring slipped out from between its pages. This must be taken as well, Jiang Liuyan pondered, wondering about her well-being. His emotions surged like turbulent waves. This was the only gift she had bestowed upon him. As for the book, he had perused its contents over the years. It primarily delved into the art of mechanisms, exploring an array of gears, levers, and axles, profound and intricate. It appeared to be authored by an individual named Zhu Mo. Jiang Liuyan cast a final glance at the book, flipping to its last page, only to discover that it described a golden page crafted from a celestial metal he had laboriously sought throughout his life. This extraordinary weapon was of a growth type, capable of absorbing the energy of those it vanquished. I would truly love to see it, Jiang Liuyan mused. Unfortunately, he had stumbled upon this book by mere chance in the interstice of time and space, and the final page had already fallen away. He had only managed to glean various techniques from the book in the usage of that elusive golden page. Nevertheless, he found value in it. Tenderly, he caressed the book before tossing it into the roaring fireplace. The fierce flames consumed the tome, reducing it to ashes in mere moments. Jiang Liuyan cast a final glance at the home he had inhabited for 18 years, and with unwavering resolve, he departed, embarking on the path to self-improvement. Thus, his journey commenced. Chapter 12, a series of ups and downs. Jiang Liuyan clutched the ticket for the soaring bird as he entered the dimly lit business establishment. The reason for not heading to a station or similar venue was that the bird ticket served as an extraordinarily unique pass, rather than merely a simple travel document. Its purpose was to summon a vehicle from any commercial or auction house across the nation, and this particular bird SVIP Black Gold Edition was even more outrageous. With just a fleeting moment of patience, one could receive the highest specification welcoming vehicle, the Bird 963, dispatched from headquarters, ready to transport you anywhere, valid throughout the country. While a station might not provide a designated vehicle that displays one's identity, possessing the bird ticket guaranteed access to specialized transportation at every turn. Esteemed guest, welcome to our establishment. We are grateful for your choice and look forward to providing you with satisfactory service. The instant Jiang Liuyan stepped into the business, a young woman clad in a white qipao approached him. Take me to the 6th floor, Jiang Liuyan said with a hint of timidity, intending to present his ticket. However, he was taken aback by the striking beauty of the young woman, momentarily forgetting to retrieve it, captivated by her exquisite allure. Upon the first sight of the girl clad in a qipao, Jiang Liuyan felt his heart constrict as if gripped by an unseen hand. Akin to a gentle breeze of early summer caressing the soul, ushering in a boundless freshness and purity. Her visage resembled a lily blooming in the mountains, untouched by the dust of the world, exuding an ethereal beauty and a natural fragrance that was unrefined yet captivating. Her eyes, as clear as crystal waters, seemed to reflect the tenderest shadows of the human heart, harboring untold stories that beckon one to delve into the innocence that lay beyond their depths. Standing there, her figure was as graceful as the willows swaying in the morning light, enchanting in every subtle movement that betrayed an effortless elegance, evoking a sense of affection. Her smile radiated warmth and subtlety, reminiscent of a flower blooming unexpectedly in spring, modest yet capable of illuminating the hearts of those nearby, providing unspoken solace and encouragement. Her voice was soft and delicate, akin to a mountain stream gently gliding over pebbles, each word imbued with just the right measure of care and thoughtfulness, offering the listener a tender balm for the spirit. In her presence, time appeared to linger, inviting one to immerse in this rare purity and beauty, experiencing a world made gentler and more delightful by her existence. She resembled an exquisite ink wash painting, each stroke perfectly placed, depicting an image that evokes both compassion and an indelible memory. Jiang Lianyan was secretly astonished, after all, having just emerged from the village. The most beautiful girls he had encountered were merely the village chief's daughter, Huniu, or at best, Widow Li. Such a graceful and refined young lady was a rare sight for him. Jiang Lianyan was inwardly astonished by her beauty and service demeanor, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Am I to be regarded as a patron of such exquisite allure? At that moment, as countless praises for the young woman's appearance flooded Jiang Lianyan's mind. Unsure of which compliment to voice first, an ill-timed jibe pierced the air. Area restricted to unauthorized personnel, echoed a voice from the 6th floor. Just then, a middle-aged woman gracefully approached, clad in a light purple qipao, her eyes radiating an unmistakable disdain. Her waist swayed effortlessly, reminiscent of a serpentine creature, as if she were a venomous purple snake poised to ensnare her unsuspecting prey, leaving no remnants behind. As Jiang Lianyan met the gaze of the girl with almond-shaped eyes akin to serpents, she found herself ensnared by a penetrating and frigid stare, one that seemed to unveil the deepest fears lurking within the human soul. This gaze, imbued with an air of haughty disdain, sent a chill down her spine, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, her skin prickling with a myriad of goosebumps. It was akin to being enveloped by a sudden, eerie gust of cold wind on a sweltering summer day, inducing an overwhelming sense of discomfort and unease. Upon glancing at the girl clad in a white qipao, Jiang Lianyan felt an urge to speak, yet as she lifted her head, the figure in purple shot her a fierce glare. The girl in white promptly silenced herself, standing timidly behind Jiang Lianyan like a frightened chick. The girl in purple, with one hand grasping her skirt, revealed her strikingly radiant thighs as she gracefully approached the girl in white. In the secluded corner of the 6th floor, her gleaming legs went largely unnoticed, sparing the room from gasps of surprise. With an elegant demeanor, the girl in purple glided towards the girl in white, her movements reminiscent of a shadowy specter in the night. As she slowly closed her folding fan, she tightened her grip on the handle, the tip of the fan gliding silently over the front of the girl in white's attire, starting from the first button and moving languidly along the collar. Each time the tip brushed against a button, the girl in purple would deliberately pause, allowing the fan to emit a crisp sound upon contact. With each of these deliberate halts, the girl in white would shudder slightly, as though caught in a harrowing nightmare, her body trembling uncontrollably. It seemed as though the tip of the fan not only grazed her garment, but also stirred some deep-seated taboo within her, awakening buried fears. The girl in purple exhaled softly, her red lips parting slightly, a warm breath wafting towards the girl in white, laced with a subtle fragrance. Yet to the girl in white, this scent resembled a lethal poison, instilling a profound sense of dread. The 6th floor of the darkened realm was not a place where just anyone could tread. You, Qingyu, have you forgotten the rules of the Dark Heaven Guild? Her voice, rich and magnetic, sent each word slicing through the air like finely honed arrows, piercing the heart of Qingyu. Each phrase seemed to chastise Qingyu overtly while subtly mocking Jiang Lianyan, who had dared to request entry into the 6th floor. It was no wonder that she faced disdain. Having just emerged from a village, Jiang Lianyan's white attire, somewhat faded and worn, paled in comparison to the exquisite fabric of the qipao worn by the girl in white. At first glance, she appeared to be someone unworthy of stepping beyond the 4th floor, let alone the 6th. However, who could forget the tales of hidden identities, humble origins, and the unexpected rise of the overlooked? The woman in the purple attire smiled apologetically at Jiang Lianyan. stating that their establishment was not open to unauthorized personnel and requested him to leave. Although her smile graced her face, it left Jiang Liuyan feeling profoundly uncomfortable. He glanced at the bewildered Qingyu, feeling a sense of guilt for causing her distress. With a sincere bow, he offered his apologies and proceeded directly towards the exit. Qingyu, realizing her own shortcomings, felt compelled to chase after him, but was met with a stern glare from the woman in purple, who warned her not to further disrupt the rules of the Intian establishment. After a moment, she waved her hand, permitting Qingyu to continue her descent. Halfway down, Jiang Liuyan suddenly halted, a realization dawning upon him. He needed to catch a bus on the 6th floor. What was he doing? Coming to this understanding, he promptly turned to ascend the stairs once more. Just then, he collided with Qingyu, who was descending in a flurry yet maintaining her poise. Why are you back up here? You're not allowed to enter again. If you do, you'll be placed on the blacklist, she cautioned. Her heart still racing from the earlier encounter. Jiang Liuyan waved the ticket before Qingyu, inquiring if she recognized it. This is my ticket. I must ascend to the 6th floor. Below the 6th floor, this ticket holds no validity. Do not attempt to board with a counterfeit ticket, especially a forged Fania ticket. The repercussions could be dire, leading to the entire National Chamber of Commerce blacklisting you. Even if you are the favored son of an, such actions warrant careful consideration. Qingyu glanced at the ticket, her concern evident. This ticket truly came with my admission notice, she remarked helplessly, before turning and making her way to the 6th floor. Wait. Hold on. Qingyu called as she hurried to catch up. In the realm of Intian's 6th floor, Zi had initially considered Qingyu's demeanor and character to be exemplary, believing she might one day succeed her as Zi's steward. This would allow Zi the opportunity to cultivate a spokesperson for promotion to Hongyi at the headquarters in Zhongzhou. However, given today's events, it appeared that Qingyu required further refinement. On her first day of work, she had brought an utterly ordinary individual into the core area of Intian's 6th floor, raising concerns about potential future complications. Fortunately, the day had passed without much attention. But now, with the situation as it stood, Zi felt uneasy about entrusting the branch to someone as naive as Qingyu. Zi let out a long, exasperated sigh, her internal frustrations boiling over. When would she achieve a promotion and a raise? As she lifted her teacup, preparing to indulge in a moment of respite, her peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Liuyan. A curse escaped her lips. All those years of cultivating her composure seemed wasted. How had he managed to ascend again, and worse, taken her dear Qingyu with him? With a measured approach, Zi advanced toward Jiang Liuyan, her teeth clenched in frustration. You are an unwelcome presence here, she began, but was abruptly interrupted when Jiang Liuyan pulled a golden ticket from his pocket. Zi was taken aback. In her lifetime, she had encountered a legitimate ticket only 3 times, and now it was in the possession of this youth. Could he possibly be a direct disciple of the Anmo 6 hermits or the scion of a prestigious Zhongzhou family? Her mind raced, momentarily rendered speechless. Qingyu, having arrived at the scene, sensed the gravity of the situation. Please, steward, punish me. I failed to restrain him. I must take him away, she implored, fully aware that if they did not leave promptly, the consequences of Zi's true ire could be dire. Zi waved her hand dismissively, signaling Qingyu to silence. She scrutinized the ticket in Jiang Liuyan's hand, and 051, such a rarity. It was known that Fania tickets were exclusively produced by the Royal Central Regions Research Institute, with only 50 ever issued, each granted solely to individuals of significant influence or wealth. The claim of a ticket numbered 51 being counterfeit was unfathomable. The texture, materials, printing, and layout were indistinguishable from the authentic ones. Yet, there could only be 50 in existence. Zi was plunged into profound contemplation, momentarily doubting the ticket's authenticity. Chapter 13. False? True. Observing the contemplative figure dressed in purple, Jiang Liuyan found himself engulfed in perplexity. Logically, the dark demon Evil God Tiger Academy had already issued him an admission notice. Thus the ticket should not be counterfeit. However, the sight of the pensive purple-clad individual caused a flicker of unease within him. After a considerable pause, the figure raised her head, fixing her gaze upon Jiang Liuyan. This sudden attention sent a shiver down his spine, for her piercing eyes seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Perhaps the intensity of her demeanor was so intimidating that Jiang Liuyan hesitated momentarily, stammering uncertainly. All right, take him down first. I shall contact the principal. She appeared to have reached a conclusion, gesturing for Qingyu to escort him away. What is your name? She inquired, halting Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan, he replied. Qingyu, please escort this young Master Jiang to the 4th floor. Jiang Lionian exhaled softly upon hearing the outcome, finding it somewhat acceptable. After all, once he comprehended the value and means of acquiring such a ticket, he pondered upon his own worthiness to possess it. What if it were truly misplaced? Would utilizing it not lead to further complications? In the heart of Jiang Lionian, a tumult of a myriad of mythical beasts surged, compelling him to follow the graceful Qingyu down to the 4th level VIP lounge. Given the precariousness of the situation that had yet to spiral into chaos, it was neither feasible to confine him to the 6th level of Antion nor to expel him from the Antion Merchant Association outright. Thus, it was deemed prudent to accommodate him with a treatment slightly superior to that of an ordinary VIP. Qingyu nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Trained in the art of refined etiquette and having navigated the earlier tumult, she swiftly emerged from her initial shock, donning a poised and gracious smile. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, a tempest brewed within her. At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of icy detachment flickered in her eyes. After a brief hesitation, she resolutely led Jiang Lionian toward the 4th level. As Qingyu glided forward with an elegant gait, Jiang Lionian crossed the intricately carved wooden door of the 4th level of the Antion Merchant Association as though traversing a rift in time and space, abruptly transitioning from the earlier tension into a realm of exquisite luxury and tranquility. Although the decor of the 4th level VIP lounge did not quite match the opulence of the 6th, each detail still whispered of extraordinary taste and understated grandeur. Soft lighting cascaded over the exquisite carpet, casting dappled shadows, while the air was imbued with a subtle lavender fragrance that instinctively invited relaxation. Young Master Jiang, please follow me. Qingyu's voice was gentle and clear, akin to a spring breeze, yet tinged with a coolness distinct from her previous demeanor. She guided Jiang Liunian through a corridor adorned with rare artworks, ultimately halting before an elegantly appointed suite. This shall be your temporary abode, equipped with all necessary amenities. Should you require anything, simply press the call button by the bedside, and we will attend to your needs promptly, Qingyu elucidated with a smile, gently pushing the door open to invite Jiang Lionian inside. As Jiang Lionian gazed upon the sudden change in his circumstances, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. On one hand, he understood that this was not a result of his own status, but rather a chain reaction instigated by the enigmatic ticket in his possession. On the other hand, he could not help but acknowledge that such an environment provided a momentary respite for his taut nerves. Thank you, Miss Qingyu. I shall abide by the rules here and ensure I do not cause you any trouble, Jiang Lionian replied courteously as he stepped into the suite, beginning to survey this temporary sanctuary for the foreseeable future. Within the room, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed warm sunlight to flood the space, casting a bright and inviting glow throughout. The walls were adorned with several profound landscape paintings, while the bookshelves brimmed with ancient texts and precious volumes, silently narrating the rich history and cultural heritage of this place. Just as Jiang Liunian was enveloped in this rare tranquility, the communicator within the room suddenly chimed, shattering his reverie. Young Master Jiang, this is Z, came the calm yet slightly urgent voice from the other end. After verification from headquarters, your ticket has indeed been confirmed as valid. However, we still need to investigate how it came into your possession. In the meantime, please ensure your lines of communication remain open, as there may be further arrangements forthcoming. I understand. I will comply, Jiang Liunian responded, a mix of surprise and anticipation brewing within him. After disconnecting the call, he stood by the window, his gaze falling upon a corner of the acceptance letter peeking out from his backpack, and he sighed deeply. What is this? Is this not akin to being placed under a form of soft confinement? A sense of discomfort washed over him, prompting him to rise and seize a piece of fruit from the platter, taking a bite. Surprisingly, it was quite delicious. With each bite, Jiang Liunian found his troubles momentarily alleviated. Meanwhile, Qingyu stood quietly behind him, not uttering a word. Jiang Liunian picked up a piece of fruit and uttered a casual remark, suggesting they share it. However, the nature of their relationship at that moment was akin to that of a guest and a servant. In an instant, the fruit soared through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc toward Qingyu. Qingyu paused for a moment, but being a trained individual, he deftly sidestepped, evading the incoming fruit. I apologize, young Master Jiang, he said. As a servant, I must adhere to my duties and cannot partake. Jiang Liunian was momentarily taken aback, for she vaguely sensed through their conversation that ascending to the 6th level of Antion might entail some grave implications. Nevertheless, she still chose to accompany herself there. Furthermore, The Jiang Lionian of that moment, who had reminded herself, appeared quite different from the meticulously cautious individual she had become now. Or perhaps, there was something that the woman in purple had whispered to her on the 6th level? Jiang Lionian found herself perplexed, deciding to dismiss the thought. She then redirected her gaze towards Qingyu. As Jiang Lion moved towards the blue fish, he picked up the fruits that had fallen behind him. The ground beneath was exceptionally soft, resembling the hide of a ferocious beast, which allowed the fruits to drop without so much as a scratch on their skins. Jiang Lionian gazed longingly at the fruits, casting a glance at the blue fish that had inexplicably turned around. Words eluded him, and he could only murmur in regret over such delectable fruits. To elucidate the various races within the entire secret realm, it is important to note that it is not solely inhabited by the dark demon evil god tiger, but also by an array of subordinate tiger species, alongside various herbivorous domesticated races. Generally, those endowed with intelligence reside at the pinnacle of the food chain. The realm is not exclusively dominated by the dark demon evil god tigers. In the past, one tiger had boldly advocated for the acceptance of other races. However, those races had to pay a price for their inclusion. There are indeed other races present. If you observe the characters that emerge later, some of them exhibit traits intertwined with other animals or possess distinct characteristics. This can be likened to racial differentiation, wherein a single race may embody various traits that develop in accordance with elemental awakenings. For instance, those attuned to the wind would focus their training on enhancing their wings, eventually leading to enormous wings capable of stirring powerful gales and manipulating wind elements with greater finesse. Moreover, tails akin to scorpion stingers can also be honed by soul beasts, ultimately transforming into weapons. Additionally, the interbreeding between the dark demon evil god tiger and other races has led to the dissolution of reproductive isolation, resulting in offspring that may inherit alluring traits reminiscent of serpents, much like the character Z. Furthermore, based on my narrative, after millennia, the truly pure-blooded dark demon evil god tigers have nearly vanished, with Jiang Lionian being a notable exception. A more detailed explanation will be provided after approximately 20 chapters. I have not drafted an outline for this book, and some plot points may be overlooked. I will strive to refine it. Thank you all. Chapter 14. True? False. Draped in her purple attire, ZE activated the S-grade communication device, preparing to seek assistance from headquarters in order to authenticate its legitimacy. Such devices consumed a considerable amount of energy with each use, potentially jeopardizing ZE's year-end performance evaluation, which was vital for her aspirations to ascend to the role of a red-clad steward. After a moment of deliberation, she gritted her teeth, realizing that there were no alternative options left. Should the individual possessing the feather truly align with the regulations, any negligence towards him could spell the end of her promising career, despite his youthful appearance. Upon reflecting on the exquisite craftsmanship of the feather ticket, she pondered whether even a master forger like Chu Ning-yi could rival it. Even if he were to impersonate someone or possess the skills to forge within the dark sky chamber, capturing him might prove a strategic move. Furthermore, she could potentially transform the negative repercussions of this communication with headquarters into a future advantage. Weighing her options, ZE resolved to stabilize the situation. Offending him was not an option. At headquarters, within the confines of the Dark Sky Chambers Branch 176 in the West District, ZE, the acting manager and administrative steward, known by the codename Crimson Sand Serpent, respectfully addressed her superiors. She adopted an unusually deferential demeanor, half-crouching with her hands gracefully encircling each other, bowing towards the screen before her. In the dimly lit confrontation at headquarters, a middle-aged man sat at the heart of the intertwining shadows and light, cloaked in a robe as profound as night itself, exuding an ineffable calmness and depth. His fingertips gently caressed a pure white spirit cat, seemingly untouched by the dust of the world, each stroke weaving invisible secrets. Z's voice resonated softly, akin to a gentle rain brushing over a tranquil lake, urgent yet failing to stir even the slightest ripple within the heart of the man in black, until the pristine white cat leisurely stretched its limbs and released a contented sigh. He slowly raised his head, half concealed beneath the shadow cast by the brim of his black robe, with only half of his silhouette faintly discernible in the dim light, adding an air of mystery. The figure in purple dared not act recklessly, for the presence before her was none other than Qianyu, one of the 4 esteemed deities of the dark heaven, who was covertly regarded as the most difficult person to deal with in the central authority. He was also the most enigmatic figure in external lore and held immense power within the entire merchant association. Even the president of the Dark Heaven Merchant Guild would afford him a modicum of respect. The figure in purple trembled slightly, not only due to Qianyu's elevated status, which surpassed her by numerous tiers, but also because of his imposing demeanor and the legendary tales surrounding him. She steeled herself, striving to maintain her composure. Yet the thought of sitting opposite such an individual inevitably filled her with trepidation. "Rise," came Qianyu's magnetic voice, sounding far less intimidating than the rumors suggested. It bore more resemblance to a senior's concern for a junior than the authoritative tone capable of quelling a rebellion of 3,000. Nevertheless, the figure in purple remained tense. Every movement executed with textbook precision, standing, bowing, each action flawlessly choreographed. Noticing her rise without a hint of emotion, Qianyu lazily remarked, "Speak. You should know when to employ such things. If you fail to satisfy me, I trust you are well aware of the 6th clause of the Dark Heaven Merchant Guild's disciplinary rules after 19 years of service as a steward." At this, the figure in purple quivered and stammered, "Why, Your Excellency," before pressing her right thumb firmly against her palm in an attempt to calm herself. Even amidst her fear, she understood that she must not evoke Qianyu's displeasure and resorted to this method to divert her attention. Regaining her composure, she said, "Your Excellency, I encountered a young man possessing a bird ticket at the 176th branch. Since he possesses a bird ticket, fulfill all his wishes. It cannot be such a trivial matter." Qianyu replied coldly, his impatience evident. "Your Excellency, the crux lies in the ticket's serial number, which is NO 51. It is known that the serial numbers commemorate the 51 dark demon leaders of the Kaiyuan, ranging from NO 0 to NO 50. A NO 51 ticket should not exist." The figure in purple replied respectfully. Qianyu appeared momentarily perplexed, for even with his extensive knowledge, he had never heard of anyone issuing a ticket with the 51st serial number. Who could it be? Perhaps it was a forgery? No, since the figure in purple had not explicitly stated it was a fake. Might it be of exceptionally fine craftsmanship? After half an hour, I shall arrive. Each ticket infused with a unique spiritual essence will reveal the distinctive emblem of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, allowing one to discern its authenticity. Furthermore, the individual who presents the ticket must guard it diligently, ensuring it does not stray from their possession. Moments later, a streak of black light traversed the sky, gracefully descending upon the summit of the dark sky chamber's edifice. Awaiting there was Z, who took on the role of the welcoming party. After all, employing another for this task might incite the displeasure of Lord Qianyu. Upon landing, Qianyu glanced at Z and instructed, "Lead the way. I shall personally verify the ticket." Z proceeded to push open the door to the top floor and, at a certain threshold, pressed several times and rotated numerous buttons. Ultimately, she manipulated a mural on another wall, which, with a resounding rumble, revealed a spatial passageway to the 7th level. To the uninitiated, this mechanism might merely appear as an ordinary mural. Moreover, a single misstep in activating the mechanism could trigger an alarm, marking the individual's soul signature within the entire dark sky chamber, resulting in their imprisonment in a dungeon. It is noteworthy that each branch of the dark sky chamber consists of 7 levels, while externally it appears as 6. The core of each chamber is situated amidst a temporal rift, where fragments of time and space abound. The headquarters of the dark sky chamber, prominently known as the 9-story Demon Tower, is a luminous structure, for it houses the specimens of all beings defeated by the dark demon evil god tiger prior to the great cataclysm, thus earning the moniker of demon, but that is a tale for another time. Z addressed, "My lord, please," as she guided Lord Qianyu towards the very heart of this branch. Ascending to the core 7th level. Chapter 15. Verification and Departure. Upon reaching the 7th level of the dark sky chamber, Qianyu stood beside a grand round table, crafted from the entirety of a millennia-old golden silk Nama spirit beast. The flowing golden light emanating from it paled in comparison to that of the bird ticket. Each thread of golden luminescence from the ticket had been meticulously forged from the essence of countless malevolent souls. As the saying goes, where darkness reaches its zenith, light begins. When malevolent souls are refined to a certain extent, they may transmute from dark to light, nurturing the essence of the soul, also known as the path-seeking soul. This phenomenon can replenish the spirit, invigorating its power, as every 10 threads of light coalesce to form a principal soul. The experiences of these 10 principal souls are subtly infused into the carrier's being as energy, shaping their very essence. It can be said that it is not merely a symbol of identity, but also a miraculous artifact for rapid cultivation. Yu cautiously lifted the ticket with his soul power, scarcely daring to breathe, for he understood that even someone of his caliber could only revere it from afar. The more powerful one becomes, the more one comprehends the intricacies involved in its creation and the significance it embodies, as well as the status it confers. It is said that possessing such a ticket could even lead to the downfall of an entire merchant association. While the world recognizes this ticket as an omnipotent pass, only one replica has ever been crafted, designated as number 50, meticulously reproduced by 27 masters of imitation from the secret realm, following the same exacting procedures. Yet, even when these 27 masters voluntarily surrendered, they could escape death, but not the consequences of their actions. To demonstrate the inviolability of the ticket, the landlord of the rented property, all prior owners of that residence, and anyone who had conversed with them were obliterated, alongside the entire 11 clans, totaling 144 non-pure blood dark demon evil god tigers and 17 pure blood dark demon evil god tigers, one of which was a 90,000-year-old specimen, along with 573 individuals from other races. Such a display of power is undeniably terrifying. This urgency propelled Yu to hasten here to verify its authenticity. He was eager to discern whether this ticket number 51 was genuine. Channeling his soul power, he summoned the energy sealed within his ring, and a cerulean aura coiled around his fingertips. Suddenly, the silver ring emitted a dark purple radiance, exuding an overwhelming pressure into the air. A tiger's roar resonated, released in conjunction with the compressed air and soul power, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Ziyi's eyes widened as he observed Yu from a slight distance. Despite Yu's deliberate efforts to concentrate his soul power's pressure before him, the overwhelming force was still staggering. This formidable force felt as though a heavy mountain was pressing down upon him, causing her heart to skip a beat. Just moments ago, as Yu's attention was fixated on the ticket before her, Ziyi had allowed herself a moment of relaxation. However, now she felt her nerves tighten once more, a flicker of trepidation stirring within her. Yu meticulously directed her soul power, channeling the dark purple energy from the ring into the black golden card. The soul power vanished into the card as silently as a cow sinking into the sea. After a brief moment of anticipation, Yu stared at the unresponsive ticket. Momentarily taken aback, she realized with growing certainty that this item was indeed counterfeit, yet its craftsmanship was astonishingly exquisite. Should this deception come to light, it could potentially resurrect the tragedies of yesteryear. Just as Yu was preparing to stow away the ring and inform Ziyi to apprehend the culprit, a resounding tiger's roar erupted from the ticket, echoing like a sovereign of the mountains. This roar transported Yu back to her audacious days when she dared to challenge the four war gods, a time when she brimmed with confidence, believing herself capable of standing atop the world. It was during that period that she confronted Black Flame, the commander of the Black Flame Legion, who transformed into the dark demonic tiger. His form loomed like an entire realm, darkening the skies as he soared aloft, while his roar, resounding from the clouds, reverberated across mountains and seas, instilling a primal fear akin to that of apex predators over lesser creatures. Yu envisioned a scene of carnage, a sea of corpses, and beheld the dark demonic tiger as a deity standing among the clouds, her very soul quaking in response. In that instant, she was rendered speechless. Who claimed that the illusory image within this card was merely a projection of 6th-level steward soul power? Who was it? Step forward. Yu's mind raced with furious curses, as she had initially believed this item to be a mere counterfeit, which could lead her to the forgers and allow her to secure a substantial achievement. The fact that this ticket could invoke the original soul power of the dark demonic tiger, a creature with ancestral ties of over 400,000 years, or even 2 projections of the dark demonic tiger's soul power from 80,000 years, made her question who would dare to forge such a thing. What kind of counterfeiting team would take such a risk? It was akin to a counterfeit gold soul coin that cost 1,000 gold to produce, with the inability to replicate on a production line, making it nothing short of sheer folly. Yu grasped the train ticket, gradually emerging from the shock that had engulfed him moments before. He glanced at the ticket and then turned to extend it towards Ziyi behind him. Although most of the spiritual pressure projections were blocked by Yu, a faint trace of them remained visible. Yet, Ziyi, possessing rather limited strength, could not withstand such mental pressure and remained frozen in place, seemingly stupefied by fear. Yu sighed, acknowledging that it was his own fault for lacking restraint. having drawn all the soul energy from the ring into the card in one go, resulting in this predicament. If it truly led to the steward becoming a vegetative state or a fool, he would feel immense guilt. Qianyu then retrieved a white jade pendant from his pocket and gently flicked it with his fingertip. Instantly, delicate ripples spread across the surface of the pendant, releasing a fine strand of white mist as slender as a hair. Qianyu felt a twinge of regret but continued to guide this thread of mist into Zi's forehead. After a while, Zi slowly began to awaken. Upon seeing the expressionless Qianyu before him, Zi felt a surge of anxiety and immediately bowed, apologizing, "My lord Qianyu." I was momentarily lost in thought. "Please, punish me." Qianyu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No harm done. Lead the way. Time is of the essence. This ticket is genuine, and the holder is one of our most esteemed guests at the Dark Heaven Chamber of Commerce." Zi acknowledged with a nod and turned to lead Qianyu out the door, with Qianyu following closely behind, eager to discover the identity of the ticket holder. As the elevator doors opened slowly, they arrived at the fourth-floor VIP room. The ambience here was serene, with a faint aroma of lavender permeating the air, standing in stark contrast to the tumult outside. Zi expertly guided Qianyu through exquisite screens, eventually arriving before a meticulously decorated reception room. "Lord Qianyu, please," Zi gestured. Zi respectfully pushed open the door, revealing Jiang Liuyan, clad in a form-fitting white outfit, reclining languidly on the sofa with his eyes closed. Beside him, Qianyu bent down to fan him gently, while a fruit platter rested on Jiang Liuyan's abdomen. On the adjacent table, there were an array of 17 or 18 cups of beverages, one adorned with a straw. Jiang Liuyan intermittently sipped from one cup and then another, all the while nibbling on pieces of fruit, exuding an air of utter leisure. Qianyu was taken aback upon witnessing the uniquely unconventional posture of the young man in white sprawled on the sofa. Even with her extensive experience, the sight of such relaxed composure left her astonished. She exchanged a knowing glance with Zi, who promptly signaled to Qianyu, still fanning nearby. Qianyu poked Jiang Liuyan gently with the fan, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. "Mr. Jiang, this is a representative from headquarters, Lady Qianyu." "Lady Qianyu, this is Mr. Jiang Liuyan, the owner of the coveted bird ticket," Zi introduced. Qianyu scrutinized Jiang Liuyan, who was now sitting up and preparing to rise. She was struck by his youth. He appeared barely of age. How could someone so young possess such a ticket? However, she knew that now was not the time for inquiries. Fully aware of the significance of this ticket, she dared not treat him with anything less than the utmost respect. She carefully restrained her own spiritual energy, fearing that it might inadvertently harm the young man before her. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Qianyu extended her hand, greeting him politely. In her mind, she mused humorously that this ticket alone was worth more than 20 of her own. When would she ever have the opportunity to shake hands with someone so powerful? Even if he were merely an ordinary beast in disguise, it would still be her honor. As Jiang Liuyan grasped Qianyu's hand, it served as a subtle acknowledgement. And he tentatively inquired, "What about my train ticket?" Oh, it's right here, Qianyu exclaimed, hastily producing the black and gold ticket, cradling it delicately in her hands, and presenting it to Jiang Liuyan with utmost reverence, as though offering a priceless treasure. Although he could not discern the reason behind the marked shift in demeanor from the person before him, Jiang Liuyan had undergone several minutes of mental preparation, feeling as though he had gained insight into the fundamental truths of existence. Moreover, he sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the individual before him. Even the azure fish awaiting him exuded a faint ripple of soul power. Jiang Liuyan pondered silently, wondering if this individual could possibly be an ordinary person. He claimed to have come from the central headquarters, but could he merely be a privileged offspring, sent down to the grassroots merely to embellish his resume? Was he perhaps a second-generation rich kid or a bureaucrat's son, lacking in ambition and knowledge? Jiang Liuyan found himself looking down upon this so-called second-generation elite time and again in his thoughts. If Qianyu were to discover the extent of his disdain, she would likely be infuriated to the point of exasperation. "Esteemed Mr. Jiang Liuyan, what are your requests? The Intian Chamber of Commerce shall strive diligently to serve you," Qianyu remarked. Jiang Liuyan mentioned that a vehicle had been arranged for my journey to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. "Thank you. Very well. Please take a moment to rest. Your dedicated vehicle will soon arrive at the Dark Sky branch." After bidding farewell, Qianyu turned away with Zi, leaving only Qianyu behind to continue fanning Jiang Liuyan. Qianyu summoned a communication stone from her spatial storage bag, announcing, "This is Qianyu. From the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce, Branch 176. Is this the central headquarters of the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce? The operation code is Flying Bird 51, and the authenticity of the tickets has been confirmed. The headquarters will dispatch the vehicle, which will arrive at the highest specifications. Please respond immediately upon receipt. Received, came the reply from the other end. Qianyu put away the communication stone and instructed Z to lead the way to the resting area on the 6th floor. As the method to access the 7th floor was overly cumbersome, and she was disinclined to wait. As Qianyu settled into a seat, Z remained standing beside her, not daring to overstep her bounds. Observing Z, who had worked tirelessly, Qianyu generously summoned a scroll from her storage bag. Using her soul power to present it before Z, I trust you will treat the esteemed ticket holder of the Flying Bird with utmost respect and propriety. As an exception, I grant you this item in a personal capacity. It is a technique I developed in my youth that will enhance your capabilities and is compatible with your essence. I hope you will contribute even more significantly to the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce in the future. Z was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. But it was soon replaced by uncontainable joy. She hurriedly bowed, her voice tinged with excitement as she expressed, Z is deeply grateful to Lord Qianyu for this precious gift. Qianyu waved her hand dismissively, falling into contemplation. After a while, a distinctive rumble echoed above the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce. 2 guards descended from the rooftop and approached the 7th floor. Upon seeing Qianyu, they quickly knelt, clasping their fists in salute. Greetings, Lady Qianyu. Qianyu gestured for them to rise, and then turned to Z, saying, You may go. Z led the 2 guards to the VIP room on the 4th floor. Drawing from her previous experience, Z instructed the guards to wait at the door while she entered first to take a look. Upon entering, she found Jiang Liuyan sleeping, just as she had expected. Z subtly waved her arm, signaling Qianyu to wake him. Qianyu understood and gently poked Jiang Liuyan, who abruptly awoke, jumping up from the sofa, exclaiming, Who? What is going on? Qianyu, amused by Jiang Liuyan's startled reaction, momentarily covered her face with her hand, considering the authority of the person before her, before returning to a normal demeanor and discreetly pointing to the door while whispering to Z, It seems the vehicle you require has arrived. Oh, is that so? I thought someone was attempting to ambush me while I slept. As Jiang Liuyan approached the grand entrance, he was accompanied by the graceful Qianyu, while Z instinctively took the lead ahead of them. The 2 guards trailed silently at the rear, their presence barely noticeable. Upon reaching the rooftop, the opulence of what was deemed a VIP exclusive vehicle became strikingly apparent. The magnificent chariot, positioned at the very heart of the rooftop, occupied 5 parking spaces, underscoring its immense size, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, instantly captivating all onlookers. Crafted from the rare deep-sea blue obsidian metal, the vehicle shimmered with a profound and enigmatic brilliance as it caught the light, each reflection reminiscent of the glistening waves of the deep ocean, mesmerizing those who beheld it. The front of the vehicle, with its aerodynamic design, resembled a cheetah poised to pounce, adorned with the emblem of the Dark Sky Merchant Guild, composed of countless radiant diamonds that sparkled in the fading light of the sunset, proclaiming its extraordinary stature even amidst the colossal presence of the guild. The soul-guiding lights on either side shone like the most luminous stars in the night sky, illuminating the path ahead while seemingly possessing the ability to pierce through the human soul, rendering those who gazed upon them hesitant to confront their brilliance. 2 guards preceded Jiang Liuyan, guiding him until they reached the colossal flying vessel, where the door slowly opened without the customary mechanical clatter, replaced instead by a gentle, technologically advanced ripple of air, as if even the atmosphere yielded to the grandeur of this vehicle, embodying unparalleled luxury. Jiang Liuyan marveled, and then stepped into the spacecraft, which exuded an opulence beyond compare. A massive crystal served as a display screen, vividly portraying the surrounding landscape, while plush carpets adorned the floors. A plethora of fruits, beverages, and wines laid out in abundance, embodying ultimate luxury. Shall we commence our journey? Inquired a guard with utmost caution. Jiang Liuyan responded with a sound, and soon the spaceship ascended slowly, piercing the heavens. Their destination, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Chapter 16. Arrival at the Academy after a journey that was relaxing, comfortable, and tinged with a hint of excitement. An excitement stemming from Z's declaration that Jiang Liuyan was a VIP client of the Intian Chamber of Commerce. 2 life-saving artifacts were bestowed upon him from the treasure vault. One was an ordinary jade piece, yet it possessed the ability to ward off calamities, belonging to the category of causal items. The other was a peachwood waste token, which contained the full force of Lord Qinyu's strike. When crushed at a critical moment, it could unleash a powerful attack. The thoughtful gifts indeed spoke volumes about Zi's intentions. The thrill arose from Zi's determination. She believed that her protege, Qingyu, might achieve greater heights alongside Jiang Liuyan. With a resolute heart, she entrusted her successor to Jiang Liuyan, allowing her to accompany him and assist, all while being a source of support. The Tian Chamber of Commerce also shared a slight business partnership with the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. After years of effort, Zi had secured the privilege to recommend students from the Tian Chamber to the academy. Thus, she reluctantly handed Qingyu over to Jiang Liuyan for their classes together. However, on the journey, Qingyu gradually reverted to her curious nature, playfully pressing this and poking that, inadvertently triggering a hunting ultrasonic sonar device installed for clients with a penchant for hunting. Jiang Junyan, at merely 18 years of age, found that the sonar attracted a void-devouring starbird, which had not transformed for 5,000 years. Its wingspan rivaled a quarter of the spaceship's length. The colossal bird swiftly collided with the vessel, but fortunately, a 30,000-year-old mixed-class dark demon Evil God Tiger serving as a bodyguard managed to drive it away, leaving them shaken but unharmed. Qingyu was understandably startled, and seeing her state, Jiang Liuyan refrained from chastising her, choosing instead to let the matter rest. After a long pause, Jiang Liuyan's gaze was firmly fixed upon the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, which hovered majestically in the air. His heart was filled with a blend of curiosity for the unknown world and eagerness to confront the forthcoming academic challenges that awaited him there. The spacecraft gently glided towards the Academy's specially designated aerial port, where a profound and ancient atmosphere enveloped him, as if each stone slab and every whisper of wind carried with it the weight of a long and illustrious history. As the hatch slowly opened, Jiang Liuyan was the first to step out of the spacecraft, followed closely by Qingyu, and subsequently trailed by a few guards. The ground beneath them trembled slightly under the arrival of various spacecraft, seemingly welcoming all present. At the entrance of the academy stood a colossal stone sculpture, embodying the imposing figure of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan's patriarch, the true form of the legendary figure known as Zen. This statue not only served as the most prominent landmark within the academy, but also symbolized the honor and might of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan. Having withstood the ravages of time, the statue still emanated a faint dark purple glow, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, guiding each student within the academy on their journey. Towering at approximately 10 zhong, the sculpture was intricately carved, with every detail revealing the artisan's superb craftsmanship and profound understanding of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan. The tiger's head was held high, its eyes wide open, seemingly infused with the wisdom to perceive the essence of all things and an ineffable majesty. Within its deep-set gaze, dark purple lightning appeared to flow languidly, hinting at the mysteries of power and destruction. The slight upturn of its mouth seemed to convey an indescribable smile, one that bore both disdain for challengers and an anticipation for the clan's future. The tiger's physique was robust, its muscular contours fluid and bursting with potential energy, each sinew seemingly containing the strength to shake mountains and rivers. Its dark purple fur glimmered under the moonlight, radiating a metallic sheen that was both enigmatic and perilous. With powerful limbs and claws as sharp as blades, it appeared ever ready to rend asunder any impediment. Meanwhile, its tail curled elegantly, the tip gently touching the ground, embodying a restrained power and a perfect balance. The statue's pedestal was crafted from obsidian, its surface adorned with intricate totems and ancient runes, which seemed to serve as a bridge connecting the past with the future, narrating the glorious history and immortal legends of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan. As night fell and a gentle breeze swept through, these totems and runes appeared to quiver softly, emitting a deep and distant resonance, akin to ancient ballads echoing across the academy, allowing every listener to feel the call and legacy of antiquity. Its eyes, seemingly capable of discerning the depths of the human heart, instilled a sense of reverence in all newcomers. In Jiang Liuyan's heart, a profound sense of admiration inevitably arose. It is essential to recognize that the existence of the Dark Demon God Tiger Inn is of paramount importance to the Dark Demon God Tiger Clan, akin to the West's irreplaceable connection to Jerusalem, and founded the Dark Demon God Tiger Clan and once led it to the pinnacle of its glory. During a critical juncture for the survival of his race, he made astute decisions and negotiated with the god of time and space, guiding his people to settle in the temporal rift where they could thrive. His monumental achievements are worthy of eternal remembrance by the dark demon god Tiger clan. Upon passing through a portal adorned with intricate runes, Jiang Liuyan and his companions arrived at the registration hall of the academy. Within the hall, a constant ebb and flow of individuals filled the space, each young face reflecting a mingling of anticipation and anxiety for the future. At the registration desk, several staff members clad in the academy's uniforms were diligently attending to the various procedures for incoming students. Jiang Liuyan approached, presenting his admission notice and identification. The staff member received the documents, swiftly reviewed them, and, unable to contain their astonishment, exclaimed, "Are you the Jiang Liuyan rated as 3S?" Instantly, the hall fell silent. A pin could have dropped, and soon whispers began to circulate. Is he truly the 3S? The one whose bloodline is so potent that even the time crystal reacts to him? Step aside, I want to see. He looks so young. Can this be the 3S? He seems rather ordinary. Don't you think he resembles him? Could he possibly be An's illegitimate child? You just dared to spread such a rumor about him? The guard. We have a walking 500,000 here. Someone call for help. I must say, the young man is rather handsome. As the situation escalated uncontrollably, the murmurs around Jiang Liuyan grew increasingly loud. Only then did the young companion, Qingyu, comprehend why he had secured a ticket for the flight. It was no joke. With such a concentration of academic lineage, not even the president of the Tian Chamber of Commerce could approach him without a smile, willing to offer the entire chamber in his favor. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the admissions officer across from him, offering a resigned smile. He had never anticipated that his seemingly ordinary awakening power would receive such a rating. Until now, he had always regarded himself as an average individual. The young lady appeared to recognize her misstep, and with utmost respect, she presented him with a jade token engraved with the Academy's emblem, along with a comprehensive guide for new students. As Jiang Liuyan felt increasingly overwhelmed by the cacophony of the surrounding crowd, he grasped his token and, accompanied by the blue fish, stealthily slipped into the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Academy while the outside throng remained oblivious. Welcome to the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Academy, Jiang Liuyan. Please follow the instructions provided in the guide to proceed to the freshman reception to complete the registration process. Despite the tumultuous clamor echoing from outside, the staff member remained unfazed, her voice still warm and brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Liuyan nodded slightly, then turned to accompany you and the guards towards the reception area for new students. There, they not only received information regarding their dormitory assignments, but were also informed about a unique traditional trial for newcomers. The trial's content would be randomly generated based on each student's abilities, aimed at testing their potential and courage, while also serving as an initial assessment of their prowess by the academy. During the dormitory allocation, Jiang Liuyan unexpectedly secured an independent courtyard nestled in the picturesque hills behind the academy. Together with Qingyu, he named the courtyard Luyexiayuan. Although modest in size, the courtyard was well-equipped and surrounded by numerous magical formations designed for training and defense, clearly indicating the academy's meticulous care for its exceptional students. After settling in his belongings, Jiang Liuyan resolved to familiarize himself with his surroundings and wandered through the academy alone. Along the way, he witnessed a myriad of training scenes. Some individuals meditated on the grass, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Others engaged in fierce duels within the arena, showcasing their martial skills, while a few immersed themselves in books at the library, exploring the vast ocean of knowledge. All these sights left Jiang Liuyan profoundly awed, further solidifying his determination to devote himself to learning over the next 4 years. As night fell, Jiang Liuyan stood on the terrace of the courtyard, gazing at the academy beneath the starry sky, which had donned a mysterious veil. In the stillness of the night, the lights below gradually flickered to life, twinkling like stars in harmony with those above, weaving a warm and dreamlike nocturnal tapestry. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing chill. Standing by the window, he gazed at this world that was both familiar and foreign, his heart filled with boundless imaginings of the future. As the night deepened, Luyexiayuan became even more tranquil under the tender caress of the moonlight. After a day of weariness, the two succumbed to slumber. Chapter 17. A small incident the following dawn. As usual, Jiang Liuyan rose early to engage in his morning exercises, though he had shifted from running around the town to training in the mountainous terrain. The uphill endurance training, coupled with the extravagant fruits he had indulged in the previous day at the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce, left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. A 40-kilometer run had caused him to break a slight sweat. After all, as a soul beast, his physical capabilities were unparalleled by ordinary individuals. One of the most crucial tenets of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan is the emphasis on physical training. For the innate skill of survival in the arena of life and death relies on the sheer strength to outlast the hunted soul beasts. Thus, Jiang Liuyan consistently dedicated himself to physical conditioning, whether through morning runs, gathering herbs in the mountains, or even while studying the tomes of Mo Ju. After an hour, Jiang Liuyan returned to his humble abode, the Luan, with buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk he had procured from the marketplace. The blue fish had risen early as well, diligently tidying the table, arranging Jiang Liuyan's bedding, and clearing the weeds from the courtyard. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the neatly arranged courtyard, a wave of contentment washing over him. At times, he mused about the prospect of maintaining such a tranquil existence, where each day could be spent engaging in exercise, meandering about, and then returning home to savor breakfast, all while she diligently tended to the chores. Life seemed extraordinarily delightful. Qingyu, observing Jiang Liuyan's contemplative expression, was curious about his thoughts, but remained unperturbed. She gracefully approached him, took the breakfast from his hands, and gently advised, "You sit in the courtyard for a moment. I shall warm this up," thus pulling Jiang Liuyan back from his daydreaming. After having breakfast, Jiang Liuyan contemplated taking a leisurely stroll around the campus once more. Yesterday, in the haste of time, he had only glimpsed a portion of the architecture. Today, he was determined to explore the entirety of the academy. With Jiang Liuyan's penchant for wandering the streets, remaining cooped up at home was nothing short of torment unless something more enticing drew his attention. Jiang Liuyan followed the descending path towards the outer courtyard. Observing as the crowd of registrants gradually gathered before the mountain gate, a multitude of figures creating a vibrant tapestry, it seemed that he had arrived among the earliest cohort of students, he mused. Jiang Liuyan maneuvered through the throng, yearning to behold once more the imposing statue of the dark demon god, a sight that exuded unparalleled grandeur. His desire was simple, to capture a photograph as a memento. As he approached the obsidian pedestal of the statue, he became acutely aware of the stark contrast in stature, even in his most formidable form. Prior to consuming the transformation herb, he was merely an eighth of the height of this formidable pedestal. Standing before it in his human guise, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Jiang Liuyan marveled at the grandeur and dominance of the scene before him. Utilizing a reflective stone, he was able to capture the intricate details of the statue from several hundred meters away. He then proceeded through a side entrance into the inner courtyard of the Dark Demonic Tiger. This courtyard was divided into numerous sections, including a teaching area featuring 28 main buildings and 36 auxiliary structures. The various floors were interconnected by passageways and sky bridges, creating a labyrinthine network that exuded a unique aesthetic charm. The tallest of the instructional edifices soared to 61 stories, resembling a sharp sword piercing the heavens. In truth, this building served as a magical artifact, meticulously designed to prevent the fusion of spatial rifts, traversing through the 8 most critical zones at the center. In total, there were 7 additional secondary cores and 1 primary core, along with countless stone pillars supporting the periphery of this mystical realm. Turning his gaze to the adjacent library, he observed its exterior, masterfully constructed from rare obsidian and white jade. During the day, the white jade radiated a gentle and warm glow, akin to the first rays of sunlight at dawn, comforting and filled with hope. However, during his visit to the market the previous evening, Jiang Liuyan was struck by the library's breathtaking appearance. The obsidian's presence rendered the surface as if it could absorb all surrounding light, shrouding the entire structure in an aura of mystery beneath the moonlight, as if cloaked in a veil named night. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Liuyan found himself in the martial arts arena. Inside, various students engaged in combat, either transforming into their true forms to clash fiercely or confronting each other in human guise, delivering fatal blows that, paradoxically, inflicted no harm, merely touching upon their opponent's vital points. The aim was to secure victory through skill rather than brute strength, striking at the opportune moment when one could exploit their opponent's vulnerabilities. Alternatively, 2 combatants might stand upon the stage, locked in a silent gaze, motionless, awaiting the slightest action from the other to seize the initiative, a testament to the principle of remaining still while the enemy stirs. Jiang Liuyan was momentarily entranced, utterly oblivious to the figure soaring towards him. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted from his position. What is happening? Who are you? Despite Jiang Liuyan's typically affable demeanor, he could not help but feel a surge of irritation at this unexpected celestial intruder. What is this flying object? He murmured. Hey, who are you calling? At that moment, a middle-aged man descended from the arena, seizing hold of the shadowy figure. He bowed apologetically, saying, My apologies, young man. I lost control just now. Please forgive me. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the sincere demeanor of the person across from him. To be candid, in a place where he was unfamiliar, the prospect of being ensnared by someone could lead to significant misfortune. Fortunately, the individual opposite seemed to possess a sense of reason. Jiang Liuyan glanced at the middle-aged man before turning his attention to the young man who had just been flung away. I'm not hurt at all. So don't take it to heart, young lad, he remarked as the middle-aged gentleman patted the boy's shoulder. Chapter 18. A minor incident continued. Sunlight filtered through the ancient martial arts arena in a dappled manner, and the dust stirred by the altercation between the two men rose gently, adding a touch of dramatic flair to the unexpected confrontation. The woman who had gracefully descended from midair, by Ruoli, possessed long, lustrous black hair that cascaded like a waterfall. Her exquisite features, more striking upon the removal of her protective gear, emanated a chilling beauty. With her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes sparkled with defiance and fury, the anger within her seemingly on the brink of eruption like a dormant volcano. Jiang Liuyan stood to the side, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet his gaze was as profound as a starry night. He paid little heed to Jiang Ruoli's fury and found himself perplexed by the imposing figure before him. This brawny man, his muscles forged like steel, had just complimented him, saying, You are quite impressive. Jiang Liuyan pondered. Could it be due to my striking looks? The burly man stood there, a look of helplessness on his face as he alternated his gaze between the irate Jiang Ruoli and the remarkably composed young man. Shaolizi, listen to me. We must not recklessly challenge others simply because we possess some skill, especially someone like this young brother. While he may have erred, your demeanor leaves much to be desired. Li Tieju's voice resonated, deep and authoritative, clearly wishing to dissuade Shaolizi from confronting the young man clad in white. From the perspective of the brawny man, having patted Jiang Liuyan's shoulder twice, he had already made a preliminary assessment of Jiang Liuyan's physical strength. Although it could not compare to the rigorously trained by Ruoli, it was evident that Jiang Liuyan had also put in considerable effort. If Shaolizi were to engage him, especially in her current agitated state, her chances of victory would be severely diminished. The outcome of such a confrontation was all too apparent. The burly man understood that victories and defeats are commonplace in battle. However, he feared that a loss could leave a lasting psychological scar on his apprentice, jeopardizing her future. Yet, once by Ruoli's stubbornness flared, it was as if not even a herd of wild oxen could restrain her. Humph, who does he think he is? Merely boasting with words, Jiang Ruoli declared, her soul energy subtly stirring, clearly poised for another confrontation. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Liuyan felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Setting aside the question of whether he could prevail, the mere complexity of the predicament was enough to challenge him during his academic pursuits. He inwardly mused that the circumstances were indeed troubling. However, Jiang Liuyan quickly regained his composure. The reason was simple. He recalled the calming technique from his studies. When engaging in carpentry, one must first harmonize their own energy, quieting both the heart and mind. Only then can one create exquisite works. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Liuyan's thoughts crystallized with remarkable clarity as he began to contemplate potential solutions. Jiang Liuyan was not in a hurry to engage in battle. Instead, he leisurely strolled to one side, repeatedly gauging the distance. His gaze intentionally and unintentionally drifted toward the northwest corner of the martial arts arena, where the platform was designated for the impending duel with the tempestuous young lady. If you truly wish to compete, I, Jiang Liuyan, shall naturally accompany you to the end. However, given the multitude of onlookers here, it is inevitable that innocence may be harmed. Let us perhaps agree to meet on the platform an hour hence to reveal our true capabilities. What say you? Jiang Liuyan's voice was calm and confident, as if the outcome were already predetermined, exuding an unwavering sense of impending victory. The burly man, upon hearing Jiang Liuyan's words, mistakenly believed they were retreating to a position of mutual concession, perhaps even an apology. Without thinking, he replied, Yes, that is indeed correct. What? Could you repeat that? The burly man suddenly realized, astonished, that he had assumed Jiang Liuyan to be a composed individual and had offered a way out, thinking that perhaps both parties could step back and resolve the matter amicably. He had even prepared to restrain his young apprentice to dissuade Jiang Liuyan from the duel. But to his disbelief, Jiang had accepted the challenge. It was utterly shocking. Did all those clad in white possess a hidden cunning? He was suddenly reminded of the scarred, dark demon tiger that had emerged from the rift in time and space. Its smile so radiant that it sent a shiver down his spine. Surely, it could not be. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Ruoli's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, which was swiftly replaced by a more intense fervor for battle. Very well, it is settled. If you dare to flee, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth, relentless until death. Having uttered this, she turned on her heel and strode purposefully towards the arena. As Jiang Liuyan gazed at the departing silhouette of Bai Ruoli, a mysterious smile played upon his lips. Ah, my dear, do you not comprehend the essence of the 36 stratagems? The optimal strategy is, of course, retreat. With a graceful leap, his mind began to intricately map out the layout of the duel arena. Fortunately, Jiang Liuyan possessed exceptional spatial reasoning abilities, allowing him to memorize a typical route after traversing it just once. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Ruoli turned away for a few moments, he swiftly transformed into a fleeting white shadow, vanishing in an instant to the opposite end of the arena, leaving behind a crowd in astonishment and fervent discussion. At that very moment, in a distant corner of the River of Time, a pair of eyes inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Liuyan's figure within the arena. And a knowing smile crept across their lips. This lad is rather intriguing. Don't you dare run. Bai Ruoli exclaimed, her frustration igniting like a volcano ready to erupt, intent on incinerating the fleeing Jiang Liuyan. Look at him, master. He disregards the rules. Now, let us not be too harsh. After all, he is yet to step onto the stage, nor has he declared when he shall do so. Perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, or some time in the future. He is merely playing a game of words. Do not take it to heart, the burly man consoled. Scholars, they can be so vexing, he muttered under his breath, evidently having been bullied by learned individuals before. Bai Ruoli, glaring in the direction Jiang Liuyan had vanished, stamped her foot in frustration. I swear, I shall make you pay 1,000-fold for this. Your demise would be too lenient. Jiang Liuyan fled the dueling arena, managing to halt his steps only after covering a distance of 20 kilometers. Surely, she wouldn't pursue him any further, he mused, still shaken by the encounter. The woman was utterly unhinged, prone to challenging others to duels at a moment's notice. If he were to cross paths with her again, he resolved to keep his distance as far as possible. After catching his breath, Jiang Liuyan casually chose a direction and continued to explore the campus. Indeed, even the foreign language department sprawled across an immense area, its numerous buildings resembling an intricate forest of steel. As Jiang Liuyan turned left and right, he found himself utterly disoriented. Despite his adept spatial reasoning, the uniformity of the trees surrounding him rendered him helpless. Ultimately, he stumbled into a primeval woodland, desolate and seemingly untouched by human presence. Though he contemplated retracing his steps, he recalled the words of a renowned figure. In the world, there are no roads. Paths are forged through frequent passage. Since he had already ventured this far, turning back seemed unthinkable. Unbeknownst to him, this forest constituted the heart of the entire secret realm. Its surrounding restrictions, fortified over millennia, housed tens of thousands of magical formations. Had it not been for the clandestine adjustments made to the spatial fissure coordinates by an enigmatic entity in the river of time and space, Jiang Liuyan would not have so effortlessly gained access to the core area. He mused that perhaps this journey was a fortuitous opportunity for the younger generation. As for why he was so acutely aware of Jiang Liuyan's existence, it stemmed from the fact that he had long since inscribed Zhang's soul within the annals of time and space, merging it with an otherworldly essence that endowed him with the ability to monitor the continuum. This essence could take myriad forms, perhaps a worm, a serpent, or even a tree. It was through the painstaking efforts of several millennia that he refined these aberrations. The resonance of their souls enabled a connection across the river of time and space, which was the foundation of his observations regarding Jiang Liuyan's circumstances. Before he realized it, Jiang Liuyan had arrived at the entrance of a cave. Due to the terrain's alterations, he had serendipitously located the cave where he would ascend to the sacred tier. Gazing at the dark mouth of the cave, he ultimately decided to explore it. Pondering the possibility of discovering something valuable within, such an opportunity would be regrettable to miss. The cave was enveloped in profound darkness. However, Jiang Liuyan, awakened to the essence of shadow, could discern objects 10 meters away. With the increasing presence of dark elements, he might even extend his visibility to a kilometer in the depths of obscurity, though that was a matter for another time. As he stepped into the cave, a brisk chill enveloped him, mingling with the faint aromas of earth and minerals. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few beams of sunlight filtering through the crevices, complemented by the occasional flicker of luminescent stones on the cave walls, which lent an air of mystery and unease to the shadowy space. The surrounding walls were slick with moisture, and droplets fell intermittently, creating a crisp echo that accentuated the cavern's silence and vastness. As Jiang Liuyan cautiously advanced, one hand brushing against the wall, he remained vigilant, fully aware of the uncertainties that lay within the cavern. As he delved deeper, he soon encountered his first challenge, a seemingly ordinary stone door that concealed intricate mysteries. The surface was adorned with complex runes, suggesting that a specific sequence or force was required to unlock it. He scrutinized the door, drawing upon his limited knowledge of ancient scripts, yet ultimately conceded defeat, for he had scarcely studied such texts. The Western regions, focused more on practical matters, were notably deficient in the study of ancient writings. Gazing at the imposing stone door before him, he sighed, realizing that this treasure was not destined for him. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a colossal python appeared, speaking in human tongue. "Young one," it declared, "I guard this realm. Answer me one question, and I shall reveal the method to unlock this door." "Proceed." Reluctantly, Jiang Liuyan, unwilling to let the treasure slip away, replied, "I am ready." "Very well," the python responded. "Do you acknowledge the existence of the supreme, invincible, dark demonic priest of the secret realm, who is unmatched in wisdom and beauty, and whose courage and cunning are unparalleled? The wanderer of time and space, the revered one, the most handsome in the world?" Jiang Liuyan had already prepared himself for a protracted battle, for he was the sole inhabitant of the entire secret realm. He could easily have fled on his own accord, yet he chose to respond, acknowledging his unparalleled supremacy in the universe. Within the secret domain, he faced no worthy adversary. He was the dark demonic priest, a paragon of wisdom and beauty, a blend of courage and strategy, a wanderer through time and space, and a master of the divine, unmatched in the world and the most handsome in the cosmos. The giant serpent nodded, invoking an ancient and obscure tongue to gradually awaken the slumbering stone door. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway leading deeper into the abyss. The passage was fraught with peril, treacherous floors that could collapse at any moment, fissures that emitted toxic gas, and an underground river that appeared calm yet concealed turbulent currents. Jiang Liuyan was compelled to rely on his agility, extraordinary intellect, and indomitable will to surmount each obstacle. During a harrowing moment when he nearly fell into the dark river, he swiftly devised a plan, employing the rope and grappling hook he carried to stabilize himself in the nick of time, narrowly escaping disaster. After traversing numerous dangers, Jiang Liuyan arrived at a vast cavern. Here, the previous aura of dread and peril was replaced by a resplendent spectacle. The ceiling was adorned with stalactites of various forms, shimmering under the glow of luminescent stones, resembling stars in the night sky, utterly breathtaking. At the center lay a crystal-clear underground lake, its waters radiating a gentle blue light, reflecting the stunning beauty of the cavern's ceiling, evoking a sense of tranquility. Lin Yi stood by the lakeside, absorbing the serenity and harmony, as if his spirit had been purified. Just as Jiang Liuyan was enveloped in this tranquility, a gentle breeze caressed the surface of the lake, creating delicate ripples. Simultaneously, an ancient stone platform slowly emerged from the lake's depths. Upon the platform rested an exquisite jade box, evidently the secret treasure left behind by a predecessor. With reverence, Lin Yi gently opened the jade box, revealing not only the 9 transformation life-replenishing pill and magical artifacts, but also an ancient tome of cultivation techniques, chronicling the insights and unparalleled martial skills of the elder's life. Moreover, the elder had inscribed the character's sacrifice on his tablet. The erudite Jiang Liuyan recalled the coffins of past sacrifices distinctly, but had never considered the identity of sacrifice in this context. How could such a being be present here? Sacrifice was still employed at the library. It was implausible that his remains would manifest in this place. Jiang Liunyan beheld the two grand characters inscribed on the ancestral tablet, evoking a sense of antiquity and profundity, as if they encapsulated the inexhaustible passage of time and the profound contemplations of his forebears. As he gazed upon them, waves of unprecedented awe and curiosity surged within him. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to descend into a realm of tranquility, endeavoring to reach out to the mysteries concealed behind these characters through the depths of his soul. In Jiang Liunyan's understanding, the act of worship was traditionally a ritual through which ancient people expressed their reverence and gratitude towards the celestial and terrestrial deities. Yet, in this moment, these two characters blossomed with a meaning that diverged from the ordinary. He began to ponder that worship transcended mere external rituals. It embodied a spiritual repository and a legacy, a homage to the past, a hope for the future, and a profound comprehension of the essence of life and the laws of the universe. As his reflections deepened, Jiang Liunyan felt an intangible force surging within him, a nascent awareness of the underlying principles. He recognized that the term worship distilled the cyclical nature of all things in the cosmos, the eternal flow of life. Worship, he realized, was a tribute to the natural laws, an understanding and alignment with the intricate interplay of creation and destruction, the balance of yin and yang. Through this process, Jiang Liunyan gradually discerned that true power does not emanate from external treasures or martial skills, but arises from an intrinsic and profound comprehension of these principles. Just a mere glimpse of such understanding had already led to a monumental enhancement of his abilities, he mused, contemplating the formidable strength of the one who inscribed these characters. With this thought, he departed from the tablet, whispering an apology to his predecessors for any disturbance. He then proceeded to meticulously search through the elixirs, scriptures, and even the meditation cushions, inspecting the walls for any hidden compartments, leaving no stone unturned in his diligent quest. Chapter 19. Idle Moments. The beginning of combat. After thoroughly scavenging the entire cave for resources, Jiang Lion confidently strode out, pondering the absurdity of it all. Heavenly treasures and earthly riches rightfully belong to those with the capability to seize them. Why cower in fear? He mused. What? Am I to feel guilty for claiming these items? On the contrary, I do so with the utmost ease. Though the figure from the river of time had anticipated this behavior, witnessing him strike every stone wall and scrape the dust from the floor tiles still evoked a sense of embarrassment. One couldn't help but wonder if he possessed the means to store all of it. Would he attempt to pack up the entire cave, walls and all? This lad is undoubtedly stronger than I was in my prime. As Jiang Liunyan meandered through the labyrinthine paths illuminated by that ethereal figure, he emerged from the forest. The moment he stepped beyond the woodland's threshold, the dense foliage behind him gradually dissolved into the verdant landscape. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting a glance back. To his surprise, the forest still lingered, with only the cobblestones beneath his feet leading to a quaint pavilion behind him. The once vast and intricate primordial forest had vanished without a trace. Jiang Liunyan felt an unsettling notion that he might be ensnared in a phantom wall. His immediate instinct was to verify the authenticity of the precious materials and martial arts manuals nestled within his storage bag. Delving into his spiritual awareness, he meticulously examined his collection, and a wave of relief swept over him. Everything remained intact and genuine. Had it all been for naught, the disappearance of the forest would have been of little consequence. With his spirits lifted, he reveled in the serendipity of casually wandering the campus to unearth such treasures. Resolving to refrain from further aimless wandering, he oriented himself and made his way toward his modest abode. Jiang Liunyan pondered the necessity of safeguarding these valuable items. For who would dare venture without the fear of theft? Jiang Liunyan returned to the courtyard, exhaling deeply as he revealed all his bountiful harvest, startling the nearby Qingyu, who wondered if he had pilfered treasures from the sect's hidden vault. How could he possess such an abundance of rare materials? Jiang Liunyan chuckled softly, assuring her, "These are all ours." The words sent a shiver down Qingyu's spine. She certainly did not wish to be apprehended and subjected to severe interrogations upon her arrival at the Dark Demon Evil God Academy, ultimately leading to the forfeiture of her cultivation and confinement in a death cell. The mere thought was terrifying, prompting her hand to instinctively reach for the Academy's insignia at her waist, contemplating reporting to the enforcement team for justice. Perhaps, if she performed exceptionally, she might even be released 2 years early. Just as her fingers grazed the insignia, Jiang Liunyan sensed impending trouble. No, put your hand down. Don't be so anxious. I found all this in an abandoned cave. It's clearly a relic of the past. What do you think I am? daring enough to steal from the merchant guild? Be good, listen to me, and let your hand drop. In an instant, Jiang Lion rose, deliberately softening his tone, fearful that a moment's carelessness might provoke the irate greenfish across from him. He swiftly dialed a number for the enforcement team, contemplating the potential confiscation of such items, rendering his efforts futile. The greenfish, with a face full of skepticism, seemed to question, "Is this true? Are you not deceiving me?" Jiang Liuyan, with an air of righteousness, questioned, "When have I ever deceived you? I pride myself on my kindness and hardly ever resort to falsehood." It seemed that Qingyu, having lowered her guard, removed her hand from her waist token. This was a positive development. As he spoke, Jiang Liuyan discovered a pristine, crystalline flower among the scattered items on the ground. It resembled an immaculate Xinglian, exuding an aura of refreshing purity. Indeed, this herb was the water lily jade bone, typically cultivated in a pot. Strangely, it had survived away from the yin and yang of ice and fire. Despite the pot having cracked from neglect, the flower thrived, clearly having endured for centuries without water. Its age appeared to be around 3,000 years, making it perfectly suited for Qingyu's absorption over the course of 7,000 years. Furthermore, the primary function of the water lily jade bone lay in its ability to nourish tendons and fortify bones, enhancing the structural integrity of the human body, rendering the user more resilient and vigorous. In addition to its fortifying properties, the water lily jade bone also facilitated the flow of energy through the body's meridians, promoting circulation and augmenting the user's physical strength and internal power. This rare herb could potentially extend Qingyu's soul power by approximately 2,500 years, and with gradual absorption of its medicinal essence, it might reach 3,000 years. Thus, she could approach the milestone of 9,000 years, further elevating her abilities. After all, she was one of the few compatriots who had journeyed alongside him from the dark heaven chamber of commerce, and he felt a strong sense of responsibility to care for her. Jiang Liuyan contemplated these thoughts when Qingyu, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the flower, which was both enchanting and delightful. She exclaimed, "Could this flower be intended for nurturing? I shall go and replace its soil at once." Jiang Liuyan could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, had it not been for the myriad of knowledge he acquired from the tome Heavenly Mechanisms, encompassing subjects such as mechanics, carpentry, physics, herbalism, alchemy, talismans, and formations, he would never have recognized such herbs, let alone comprehend their applications. Who could have imagined that an ordinary pot of flowers on the table could be treasures of the earth? Enough of that. These items are meant to enhance your power. If you wish to cultivate flowers, you can easily find a plethora behind the mountain, Jiang Liuyan remarked, somewhat exasperated. But these flowers are different. They are so beautiful. They can elevate your strength. The decision lies with you, he replied. Fine, then I shall indulge. With that, Qingyu's eyes sparkled with a vivid green light. For the Dark Demon Tiger clan had always revered strength above all else, and even someone as naive as she aspired to one day become an unparalleled powerhouse. This herb, known as the Water Fairy's Jade Skin, requires a unique method of consumption. One must only eat the petals, and at the end, suck the stamen while channeling one's soul power to ensure the full efficacy of its medicinal properties, Jiang Liuyan explained. Upon hearing the instructions, Qingyu could no longer contain herself. Following the method, she absorbed the herb entirely, and in an instant, a powerful aura emanated from around her, gradually merging with the pharmacological essence of the Water Fairy's Jade Skin. Is it truly the Swift? Jiang Liuyan found himself somewhat astonished. Though Jiang Liuyan was astonished, he nonetheless continued to crouch down and inspect the treasures of heaven and earth, searching for anything that might be of use to him. Dragon blood grass, merely a trifle for coloring furniture, its purity even inferior to that of the blood from Sun Sanyang's dog. To his surprise, the wooden table was crafted from enlightenment wood. Who would have imagined that a piece resembling a typical 90s wooden table was, in fact, a new product from Balenciaga? Such an exquisite find. This substantial block of enlightenment wood was sufficient to comprehend not just one, but two laws, he excitedly proclaimed. And then there was this, initially mistaken for an ordinary porcelain vase containing nothing more than a common heart-devouring pill, yet the glaze upon it was indeed a rare treasure. A soothing incense so precious it was nearly unattainable. The quality suggested that its primary ingredient was ambergris, aged 40,000 years. Jiang Liuyan grinned widely, nearly wanting to shout 99% rare find, while holding the vase aloft. As for the worthless sheepskin scroll, it contained inferior-grade martial arts techniques, utterly useless. The subpar glue was fit only for bonding wood, and even then, it was too sticky for comfort. This item offered no enhancement to his physique. It was only suitable for the bluefish. However, if the bluefish were to develop a muscular physique, he would have no place to lament. No, he could not part with it. Perhaps he would toss it to the pigs in the back mountains pen. After all, lean meat is far tastier. If these musings were to reach the ears of the being traversing the river of time and space, he would no doubt vomit a liter of blood. Although he too regarded such items with disdain, they represented the very treasures he yearned for at that age, carelessly selected and dismissed by Jiang Liuyan. What audacity! After the passage of time, only a few items remained. The first was the poisonous elixir, known as the source of 1,000 poisons. The second was the balancing herb, the life-sustaining pill. The third was the diminutive polar pill, crafted from 81 varieties of extreme cold herbs, reputed for its unparalleled frigid potency. The fourth was the infernal pill, composed of 81 varieties of intense fire toxins, famed for its supreme fiery attributes. Each of these pills, when consumed alone, would undoubtedly lead to demise, yet when ingested together, they could harness the greatest energy. The final pill, the fifth, was the restoration pill, which could channel all of one's energy through the yin-yang transformation technique and the innate skill of the life and death arena, converting it into physical strength that could retroactively alter one's constitution and manipulate the timeline. The Dark Demon Tiger clan resided within the secret realms of time and space, granting them direct access to the laws of time. Thus, the book Heavenly Secrets speaks of altering the past self through the laws of time, enabling a stronger past self to accommodate more spiritual energy, thereby creating a positive feedback loop that would enhance the future self. This causal law of cultivation might hold the potential for personal practice. Should this endeavor succeed, the physical form of the self in childhood would continually grow stronger until reaching its utmost limit. With resolve, Jiang Liuyan observed as Qingyu approached the final step of absorbing the water immortal jade skin and bone. He decided to leave her to her own devices, allowing her to absorb at her own pace, for the remaining risks were minimal. After all, they were celestial herbs, and consuming one would not lead to Qingyu's demise. Why fret over such trivialities? As Jiang Liuyan gazed upon the 5 elixirs before him, a tumultuous blend of resolve and apprehension surged within his heart. He acknowledged the gamble he was about to undertake, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. This was not merely a wager of life and death. It represented his singular opportunity to transcend limitations and rewrite his destiny. To acquire power inevitably demanded a toll of suffering beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals. And therein lay the essence of opportunity. Drawing a deep breath, he meticulously followed the predetermined sequence, first seizing the toxic elixir, the poisonous source pill, which emanated a haunting green luminescence. As the pill slipped past his lips, an indescribable agony enveloped him instantaneously, as if countless venomous creatures were ravaging his flesh and soul from within. Jiang Liuyan's countenance turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet, he clenched his jaw resolutely, stifling any cry of anguish. Channeling the faint remnants of his soul power, he endeavored to navigate the onslaught of toxic energy. However, it surged through his veins like insidious phantoms, violently assaulting every fiber of his being. It appeared as if the poison sought to obliterate every cell within him. A faint smile crept upon Jiang Liuyan's lips. In destruction lies the path to rebirth. The more devastation the poison wrought, the more the subsequent elixir, the revitalizing herb pill, could fortify his meridians. Just as Jiang Liuyan felt on the brink of being consumed by the toxic force, he collapsed onto the ground, disregarding the dirt beneath him. In an instant, he grasped the second elixir, the revitalizing herb pill, and swiftly consumed it. This was the fastest means he could devise to ingest the pill. Though the act was somewhat disheveled, there was none to witness. Once the elixir entered his abdomen, it transformed into a gentle, soothing flow, engaging in a fierce battle against the poison within him. The revitalizing herb pill's properties, both mild and potent, gradually neutralized the rampant toxins. Although the ordeal remained excruciating, Jiang Liuyan sensed the flicker of his life force stabilizing. Subsequently, he felt his meridian cells beginning to reorganize. The remnants of vitality that the toxic elixir had nearly obliterated gradually reigniting with brilliance. Without hesitation, he quickly ingested the third elixir, the minor polar pill. This particular concoction unleashed an intense chill, as if it had thrust him into an eternal ice cavern. His blood threatened to congeal, every inch of his skin trembling. Yet Jiang Liuyan, with remarkable willpower, steered the frigid poison to his dantian, intertwining it with the prior toxic and medicinal forces, creating a most peculiar state within. Soon after, the fiery kiss of the minor purgatory pill followed, a stark contrast to the preceding chill. It brought forth a searing heat, as if intent on reducing him to ashes. Jiang Liuyan's consciousness began to blur, yet fueled by his fervent desire for life, he forcibly absorbed this fiery toxin as well, merging it with the previous energies, culminating in a colossal surge of unprecedented power. Just when he believed he would be torn asunder by these four extreme forces, he retrieved the final elixir, the restoration pill. Upon entering his mouth, it transformed into a warm and enigmatic energy that commenced its gentle circulation within him. It seemed to possess the power to reverse the course of fate. Jiang Liuyan did not dare to be careless. In terms of medicinal potency, this reversion pill surpassed the combined strength of the previous four elixirs. However, this pill posed no threat to the body. It merely utilized its medicinal force to draw upon the surrounding laws, reversing its own energy. For an ordinary person, consuming it would merely allow them to revert to their most formidable state, maintaining that condition, ideal for those suffering from hidden injuries or chronic ailments. Yet, with the four immense powers coursing through Jiang Liuyan's body, consuming the reversion pill was akin to igniting a fuse, threatening to explode him should he misstep. Thus, Jiang Liuyan cautiously activated the yin-yang transformation technique, simultaneously awakening the latent talent within him, the arena of life and death. In that moment, his body transformed into a colossal battlefield, where four extreme forces clashed violently, and he, the sovereign of this conflict, through his profound comprehension of life and death, coupled with the relentless exploration of his own potential, he gradually transmuted these forces into his physical strength. Each transformation was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet his resolve only grew firmer. Could pain ever outweigh the determination to attain formidable power? The flow of time guides strength through the arena of life and death, influencing his younger self. In his childhood, his physique gradually expanded and then contracted, continuing this cycle of growth and compression, thereby honing his physical prowess to its utmost limits. Bit by bit, he loosened his grip on the life and death arena, empowering each phase of his existence to harness its maximum potential. Now, every punch that Jiang Liuyan delivers encapsulates the might of every version of himself over the past 18 years. At last, when all this power has been absorbed and transformed into an integral part of him, Jiang Liuyan experiences a profound metamorphosis. His muscles become more resilient, his bones denser, and even his skin radiates a subtle sheen. It is as if he has been reborn, emerging as a completely new being. When he rises and throws a punch, it feels as though the mastery of his muscles, cultivated over 18 long years, is etched in his memory, requiring no further adjustment. He then turns his gaze to his dantian, where four swirling vortices have appeared, expanding to accommodate even greater reservoirs of soul power. And this is merely the beginning. As he deepens his understanding of the causal laws within the cultivation manual of celestial transformations, he is convinced that he can continually transcend his limits, elevating his physical form to unprecedented heights. Jiang Liuyan was quite pleased with his transformation, contentedly gathering his belongings, while the Qingyu had already refined the medicinal essence, achieving a soul power limit of 9,300 years. At present, Jiang Liuyan's physical prowess is unrivaled among his peers, while his soul power spans a remarkable 16,500 years. However, for a student barely graduating from the primary academy of soul beasts after a mere 10,000 years of experience, this strength is arguably not particularly extraordinary. By the way, Qingyu possesses 9,300 years of soul power. Despite being an ordinary person, he holds a special permit from the Dark Heaven Merchant Association, allowing him to attend the Advanced Soul Beast Academy of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Both individuals have seen a significant rise in their abilities, and they approach tomorrow's freshman martial competition with unwavering confidence. Chapter 20. The Grand Martial Exhibition and Freshman Trials. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon the martial arena of the Primary Academy of Soul Beasts. The air was thick with a palpable tension and excitement. The Freshman Martial Competition, an event that would determine the allocation of resources and the honor within the academy for the forthcoming year, finally commenced. Jiang Liuyan stood alongside Qingyu at the front of the audience, both their eyes shimmering with an ardent desire for victory. With the referee's authoritative command, the competition commenced. On the stage, new students took turns to showcase their unique abilities, all striving to demonstrate their prowess, secure better classes, and acquire superior resources. They were eager to etch their names onto the leaderboard, yet none could disturb the calm composure within Jiang Liuyan. Having consumed 5 elixirs, he had transformed them into tangible strength, ready to radiate his distinctive brilliance on the arena. As Jiang Liuyan's turn approached, he strode confidently to the center of the stage, each step resonating with a steady assurance, as if the very platform trembled slightly at his arrival. His opponent was a speedster, a hybrid of the wind system and dark demon evil god tiger, whose lineage Jiang Liuyan discerned from the introduction, a mutated soul beast. A blend of a gale wolf and a dark demon evil god tiger, adept in 2 distinct wind system attributes. In a flash, the opponent darted forward like a fleeting shadow, launching an assault on Jiang Liuyan. However, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Jiang Liuyan assumed a defensive stance, his body slightly angled, effortlessly evading the attack. With a gentle wave of his right hand, an invisible force descended like a mountain, catching the dark demon evil god tiger off guard, causing it to momentarily lose balance. Yet, possessing exquisite control over the winds, it managed to stabilize itself, avoiding a catastrophic fall. Regaining composure, the wind disturbance fixed its gaze upon Jiang Liuyan, who remained steadfast in his defensive posture, unmoving as a mountain. His muscles resembling the sturdy foundation of an iron tower, perfectly integrated into his well-proportioned physique. The wind disturbance, now wary, recalled the pain from Jiang Liuyan's earlier strike against his ribs. The ache lingered, and he could sense that Jiang Liuyan had tempered his blow just before impact. Even so, it was evident that he could withstand no more than 3 punches before succumbing to defeat. In a moment of self-deprecation, the wind disturbance remarked, "Everyone claims I could contend for a spot in the top 10, yet here I am, merely a contender." He assessed Jiang Liuyan, declaring, "This move is my most formidable technique. If you can endure it, I will willingly withdraw." With a hearty laugh, the wind disturbance summoned a light cyan vortex in his left hand, spinning it clockwise at an ever-increasing speed, while his right hand conjured a dark cyan vortex, rotating counterclockwise at the same rapid pace. The 2 vortices, each with differing directions yet identical velocities, gradually absorbed the spiritual energy from the air, expanding their power. As he extended his arms, the 2 whirlwinds collided, and the wind disturbance laughed triumphantly. "You are the first to compel me to utilize this technique. If you wish to surrender, now is your final opportunity." The spectators gasped in astonishment. The wind disturbance was a seed contender for the top 10, and his unique dual wind technique had only been documented in confidential archives. It had never been witnessed in action, yet here was Jiang Liuyan, an ordinary dark demon evil god tiger, who had never even participated in a renowned battle, managing to provoke the unveiling of the wind disturbance's signature move. "I shall not surrender," Jiang Liuyan stated calmly. Feng Rao had never fully unleashed the true potential of this ultimate technique, unable to gauge its power. Resolutely, he pressed his hands together, merging 2 spirals into one. The eye of the storm collided, generating a formidable current of air. Utilizing his meager ability to manipulate wind elements, Feng Rao directed the spirals slightly towards Jiang Liuyan. However, it was merely a slight movement. Prior to this, even while retreating swiftly, he had been slashed by the wind elements, akin to razor blades, leaving numerous wounds that bled profusely. Jiang Liuyan, observing the cyclone before him, which resembled a tempest of level 10, could feel its overwhelming aura even from half a stage away. To be able to forcibly release a soul technique of equal strength to one with a foundation of 50,000 years using merely 11,000 years of experience was a testament to the respect he held for his opponent. Jiang Liuyan mused. To confront such a soul technique head-on was the highest form of respect he could offer. Jiang Liuyan's body was taut with muscle, glistening with a metallic sheen as it flowed. His feet were firmly rooted, as if anchored to the arena itself. As the encroaching hurricane threatened to collide with him, the fabric of Jiang Liuyan's clothing rustled fiercely in the wind. The closer the tempest approached, the more scars appeared upon his body. The fierce winds tore his garments to shreds, yet Jiang Liuyan remained steadfast amidst the storm, his formidable physique braving the elements until he found himself in the eye of the hurricane. There, he began to spin against the wind like a colossal top. Eventually, the whirlwind subsided, leaving him standing in the center of the arena, half-crouched like a primordial beast, clad in nothing but tatters that resembled rags. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could he withstand a technique said to exist only in secret lore? Who is this individual? The black market's records must be updated. Such an unheralded dark horse had yet to make the list. Leaning against the arena's barrier, Feng Rao chuckled. You are impressive, Jiang Liuyan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Jiang Liuyan replied, extending his hand in camaraderie. You are a worthy adversary. Feng Rao took his hand without pretense, declaring, I will surely surpass you, before stepping down from the arena. With this battle, Jiang Liuyan emerged victorious. In the next round, he faced an unknown opponent, whom he dispatched with a single punch that sent them sprawling from the ring. In the subsequent match, his opponent possessed a modicum of skill, yet was swiftly kicked out of the arena by Jiang Liuyan. Except for his bout with Feng Rao, Jiang Liuyan dominated each confrontation with remarkable swiftness. Time and again, he showcased his extraordinary strength, navigating both brute force and exquisite soul power with remarkable ease, effortlessly overcoming myriad challenges and demonstrating prowess beyond the ordinary. However, he consistently held back, refraining from revealing his full potential, as if awaiting something momentous. Finally, in the last match before the finals, after what felt like an eternity of anticipation, Jiang Liuyan encountered the figure who had left a lasting impression on him, Bairuoli. Bairuoli had accidentally wandered into the martial arena while exploring, and her sudden arrival had nearly struck him down. Fortunately, his robust physique and quick reflexes spared him from serious harm. In jest, he had merely voiced his thoughts, yet Bairuoli, with ears more acute than a hare's, heard him and immediately demanded a duel. Just 2 days had passed since that encounter, making it an indelible memory for him. Jiang Liuyan silently sighed, recognizing the adversary before him, yet he dared not let his guard down, uncertain if this opponent would seek retribution for past grievances. He resolved to remain steadfast amidst the unfolding chaos. At that moment, the two stood face to face, the air thick with an indescribable tension. Jiang Liuyan. Who would have thought we would meet here? Bairuoli remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips, though her eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. Indeed. I too am eager to discover if I can rectify my previous misstep, Jiang replied, his tone calm, yet his eyes reflected unwavering determination. The confrontation was on the brink of eruption, yet Bairuoli refrained from rushing into the fray. Instead, she danced gracefully around him, employing her agile form and unpredictable soul power. After 2 days of contemplation, she resolved to exhaust Jiang Liuyan's stamina in this manner. For she had observed his combat style and understood that knowledge of both oneself and the enemy is paramount in battle. She recognized that his offensive rhythm was a force that could shatter all defenses. Thus, she sought to exploit the unfamiliar terrain around him. Conversely, Jiang Liuyan maintained his strategy of consistency in the face of unpredictability. Aware of Bairuoli's intentions, he grew increasingly cautious, simultaneously searching for a decisive opportunity. Why leave room for a second strike when a single blow could suffice? He pondered. As the standoff persisted, Bairuoli suddenly surged forward, launching a meticulously planned assault. However, Jiang Liuyan had already anticipated her move. He stepped forward with a sudden burst, 5 spirals of energy whirling within him, releasing an unprecedented force that shattered Bairuoli's entire offensive and sent her staggering back several paces. What a formidable physique! Bairuoli's expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, aware that the true contest was only just beginning. She detonated a soul power trap to the right of Jiang Liuyan, creating a cloud of dust that obscured his vision. Remembering his precise location, she held her breath, twisting her slender waist to advance with a peculiar form of agility. Closing in on Jiang Liuyan's flank and launching an upward thrust aimed at his right side, Jiang Liuyan suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Amidst the swirling smoke, he felt as though he had lost all his senses, becoming adrift in a shroud of darkness. The soul power trap set by Bairuoli, known as loss of all senses, could be infiltrated through the respiratory tract, and even minimal contact with the skin would trigger its effects. Thus, Bairuoli held her breath, engaging in a cunning ploy. You did not come to the arena, leaving me to wait for so long. Now, do you comprehend my formidable prowess? Bairuoli inscribed a mark within Jiang Liuyan's consciousness, awaiting the moment when his senses would be unsealed, allowing him to perceive her thoughts directly. In the heart of Jiang Liuyan, a sense of agitation inevitably arose. After all, he found himself on the arena, yet he had lost all 6 senses. If this continued, defeat was undoubtedly imminent. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Liunian summoned a dagger with his right hand and plunged it into his left arm. Despite the absence of tactile sensation, the power cultivated in the life-and-death arena had enhanced his bodily control to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to accurately locate his arm. As the blade struck, blood gushed forth, leaving Bai Ruoli, who intended to teach Jiang Liunian a lesson, utterly astonished. Jiang Liunian's conjecture was indeed accurate. Any intense pain could trigger the body's protective mechanisms to restore the six senses. Although it is likely that the poison used by Bai Ruoli still lingers within, its effects have probably diminished significantly. My foremost objective now is to vanquish her. Jiang Liunian tore a strip of cloth from his attire to bind his arm. After retrieving a dagger from his storage pouch, he stood barehanded, both palms facing forward, signaling Bai Ruoli opposite him to engage in a duel. Although Jiang Ruoli was momentarily taken aback, she swiftly regained her composure, profoundly shaken by Jiang Liunian's resolute demeanor. Nevertheless, after regaining her calm, she remained infuriated, determined to personally vanquish her opponent, Jiang Liunian. The ensuing battle intensified, with both combatants exchanging blows, each showcasing their unique strengths. Jiang Liunian struck at Bai Ruoli with a myriad of bizarre techniques, each punch infused with an uncanny precision. Through the mastery of his body in the arena of life and death, he consistently pushed the limits of his physical capabilities, teetering on the brink where an additional half-inch could yield irreversible injury, while falling short by mere half-inch would prevent him from even grazing Bai Ruoli, rendering him unable to make contact. With an exquisite mastery over his physical form, Jiang Liunian consistently maintained the upper hand. Bai Ruoli found herself retreating step by step. Astonished that the Jiang Liunian she had observed just days ago as a mere weakling had undergone such a remarkable transformation, her mentor had even informed her that his physical prowess was slightly inferior to her own, yet within a mere span of days. The young man had achieved a qualitative leap in ability, an occurrence that seemed utterly implausible. Jiang Liunian executed a series of strikes, hammering, striking, sweeping, pinpointing, turning, and swinging his arms, all seamlessly flowing together, showcasing an extraordinary precision in his control. Bai Ruoli's arms throbbed with pain as she struggled to comprehend the onslaught, leaving her with no mental space to devise a countermeasure. However, just as Jiang Liunian prepared to deliver his final blow, Bai Ruoli finally regained her composure, stepped back, and triggered all the soul power traps she had set, resulting in a sudden eruption of smoke, while she soared into the sky, propelled by the wings on her back. Jiang Liunian had already discerned the vulnerabilities of the soul power trap. Holding his breath, he recognized that a typical 10,000 year old dark demon evil god tiger soul beast could endure such restraint for the duration of 2 incense sticks. Timing was of the essence, he thought. Thus, the hunting expedition commenced. Jiang Liunian's figure flickered like a specter, traversing the entire arena in but an instant. Strangely, there was no one on the stage. The ground bore no holes. Could it be that he ascended to the heavens? Jiang Liunian pondered curiously. Jiang Liunian tore away the bandages that covered his wounds, squeezing out approximately half a bowl of blood, which he then ignited, engulfing the arena in a thick haze of smoke. What was the purpose of this? Did he rip off the cloth strips because he felt his blood loss was insufficient? How could you possibly comprehend the profound significance behind young Master Zhang's actions? Such short-sighted individuals. His actions must undoubtedly hold a deeper meaning. You understand him best, Jiang Liunian. Your strength is undeniable. However, I am resolute in my pursuit of victory in this competition. Bai Ruoli soared through the air, contemplating her strategy. Her wings drew from an independent source of energy, allowing her to take flight even when fatigued. I am eager to see how you will navigate this situation. Even as she remained oblivious to the wisps of red mist rising from below, gradually thickening. Ultimately, Bai Ruoli felt her body slipping from her control, collapsing to the ground with stiffened limbs. She acknowledged Jiang Liunian with a resigned tone. I concede. After all, Jiang Liunian had recently consumed 4 potent pills, leaving traces of their effects within his blood. If ignited, the vaporized blood could saturate the arena, compelling an opponent to surrender without a fight. Jiang Liunian lifted Bai Ruoli, administering an antidote to her, and thus, they reconciled their differences. Indeed, Jiang Liunian not only subdued Bai Ruoli, but also offered her blood, a coveted ingredient she had long yearned for. Chapter 21. Secrets and Hidden Ailments. The following morning, though the sun shone brightly, its rays seemed incapable of penetrating the heavy atmosphere within Bai Ruoli's bedroom. Inside, Her complexion was as pale as parchment. Her 5 elemental soul powers severely disordered due to the violent fluctuations of the previous night. During the finals of the recent competition, Jiang Liunian had drawn blood and ignited it, creating a mist that enveloped the entire arena. While employing poison to secure victory is justifiable, as all means to win are valid, the toxic vapor acted as a fuse, igniting the hidden ailments within Ruoli. Her own elemental energies were already in a precarious state of imbalance. Furthermore, prior to the competition, in the midst of the fiery wilderness, she had recklessly pushed her powers beyond their limits, allowing the fire element to invade her body, leaving her heart vulnerable. The 5 internal organs corresponded to the 5 elements, exacerbating her inner turmoil and igniting her internal fire, leading to chaos within her soul power. In that moment, she resembled a flickering candle in the wind, her life force teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Jiang Liunian sat at the edge of the bed, his eyes brimming with self-reproach and anxiety. He was acutely aware that all of this was a result of his own actions, had it not been for that competition where his own blood had been used. Ruoli would never have found herself in such a dire predicament. Perhaps, had alternative methods been employed, she might not have descended to this state. He scoured every ancient medical text he could find, even rummaging through the pages of his scant knowledge of the miraculous transformations of the mind, desperately seeking a remedy. Yet, he was met with disheartening silence, as not every tome could provide guidance for such symptoms. Faced with the tumult of rampant inner fire and disordered spiritual energy, he felt utterly powerless, merely watching as Ruoli's life force gradually diminished, her vitality waning day by day. It was not his fault that the burly figure of a man approached, placing a comforting hand on the weary Jiang Liunian. At merely 18 years of age, he found himself overwhelmed with guilt in the face of such calamity. Today marked the 3rd day he had spent sleepless, vigilantly guarding her bedside. Yet he remained at a loss, sitting there in a state of confusion. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, news arrived from the academy. The committee had summoned Jiang Liunian personally, intending to bestow upon him the title of first in the newcomer competition, along with a reward. Jiang Liunian felt increasingly frustrated and remorseful upon hearing this news. What significance does winning first place in this competition hold for me? The burly man sighed and said, "You should go. I will guard this place. Perhaps this is fate. Do not worry, there will be a solution." The imposing figure hesitated, yet ultimately offered a comforting remark. Jiang Liunian gave a slight nod, casting a grateful glance at the burly man before turning to depart. His steps appeared somewhat burdened, as though he were carrying the weight of the entire world upon his shoulders. Jiang Liunian, in a state of disarray and bewilderment, entered the committee room, only to be met by a solitary maid who greeted him. "You must be Jiang Liunian, correct? Please follow me. The meeting is not taking place here." Jiang Liunian nodded slightly and followed the maid as she led him onward. Eventually, they arrived at a spatial rift. The maid turned to Jiang Liunian and said, "Once you pass through this rift, you shall discover who wishes to meet you. I am unable to accompany you any further along this path." Jiang Liunian nodded, inhaling deeply as if embracing a resolution, and suddenly stepped into the spatial rift before him. Upon entering this rift, he found himself in a profound corridor that seemed endless. As he ventured deeper, he ultimately arrived before a massive black iron door, adorned with an intricately carved figure of a menacing demonic tiger, its fangs bared and its eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, as if poised to leap forth and devour any creature daring to trespass upon its territory. The doorknob, crafted from pure silver, boasted exquisite engravings, exuding an extraordinary aura. Gently pushing open the heavy door revealed the entirety of the principal's office. The interior was spacious and bright, yet radiated a warmth that stood in stark contrast to the chilling exterior of the tower. The ceiling soared high above, with a grand crystal chandelier suspended at its center, casting a gentle, warm light that illuminated the entire room. The walls were adorned with an array of certificates, trophies, and priceless ancient scrolls, chronicling the illustrious history and remarkable achievements of the Dark Demon Tiger Academy. At the heart of the room stood the principal's desk, hewn from a colossal piece of obsidian, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting a stark brilliance. The desk was cluttered with various documents, books, and a meticulously crafted map, indicative of the principal's busy professional life. Behind the desk was a high-backed chair, its back intricately carved with the totem of the demonic tiger, upholstered in soft black velvet, striking a balance between solemnity and comfort. In one corner of the room stood a vast bookshelf, laden with an assortment of volumes, ranging from ancient tomes of magic to the latest scholarly research. Adjacent to the bookshelf was a reading table accompanied by 2 chairs, clearly intended for tranquil study. The entire principal's office exuded an ineffable atmosphere, embodying both the profundity and vastness of knowledge, as well as the solemnity and authority of power. Suddenly, from behind the bookshelf, emerged a middle-aged gentleman. Jiang Liuyan recognized him from a few days ago during his visit to the school's history museum. This man was the current principal of the Dark Demon Tiger Academy. With a smile that concealed deeper meaning in his eyes, he introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Gu, my given name is Gu Ling, and I am the principal of this esteemed Dark Demon Tiger Academy of Advanced Soul Beasts. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jiang Liuyan." Jiang Liuyan was momentarily taken aback, but promptly responded with utmost respect. "Greetings, Principal Gu Ling." The principal regarded Jiang Liuyan with a discerning gaze before gesturing for him to take a seat at the desk. He then occupied his own chair at the head of the table and proceeded to address the matter at hand. "Jiang Liuyan, I have heard of your entanglement with Bairuoli. Are you aware that your impulsive actions have stirred a tempest across various factions?" The principal's tone was imbued with a hint of gravity. "Principal, the student acknowledges his mistake and is prepared to bear all consequences." Jiang Liuyan bowed deeply, already anticipating the repercussions of his injuring Bairuoli. For days, he had watched her vitality diminish, and it weighed heavily on his heart. "The fault does not lie with you, yet the burden of responsibility is yours to shoulder." The principal waved his hand dismissively, shifting the conversation. "Let us first discuss Bairuoli. Her grandfather harbors a long-standing grudge against me, though that animosity belongs to a previous generation and should not affect the younger ones. Furthermore, her master, Cui Ru, the imposing figure known as the Nine-Powered Demon Monk, may appear brawny yet simple-minded. However, his physique has been fortified through Buddhist practices, and he recites scriptures daily. The Cui family was once a subordinate clan to the Bai family, and now they are a formidable power, deeply invested in this matter. I understand your anxiety, and I possess a method that could save Bairuoli, but it requires your personal intervention." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Liuyan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Now that a potential remedy had emerged, how could he not seize this final lifeline to save Bairuoli? He urgently inquired, "Please, Director, enlighten me, and I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." Deep within the frigid expanse of the Nine Heavens ice field lies a rare Tianshan snow lotus, known for its extreme cold. Although consuming it alone would invite a chilling toxin into the body, leading to a gradual decline in bodily functions, it possesses remarkable efficacy against fire-related ailments, particularly in healing Bairuoli's injuries. However, the journey is fraught with peril and distance. You must tread carefully, the director advised earnestly. He continued, "Upon your success, I shall arrange for the Grand Elder to take you as a disciple. We have never met, and I am not personally acquainted with you. But consider this my obligation to the Bai family. Despite my past grievances with Old Man Bai, Bairuoli is undeniably a part of our Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. I cannot stand idly by as she suffers. Should I intervene directly to rescue her, the Bai family would not show gratitude. They would not allow me to even lay a hand on her. However, I have reviewed your records and noted that you possess the potential of all 5 elemental affinities, and even show signs of resonance with spatial crystal stones. This path, the one to save Bairuoli, is a chance for us to forge a bond. You are the most suitable candidate to unravel this predicament. Once you obtain the Tianshan Snow Lotus, the Bai family, the Cui family, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy will all become significant allies in your journey of cultivation." Jiang Liuyan was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that the principal harbored such secrets with the Bai family. This revelation prompted him to reevaluate their relationship once more. As Jiang Liuyan savored the moment, an overwhelming sense of gratitude washed over him. He vowed resolutely to reclaim the Snow Lotus from Tianshan, determined to rescue Bairuoli from her perilous plight. The principal smiled gently and promptly assigned Jiang Liuyan a B-level solo mission to investigate the geological and meteorological changes in the Nine Heavens ice field. He mentioned that the route had already been meticulously planned for him. All he needed to do was set up signal-collecting soul-guiding devices along the towering mountains, and his task would be deemed complete. Moreover, the Snow Lotus was situated atop one of these peaks. This B-level mission served merely as a guise. Its true objective clearly marked on the map. As he approached the snow lotus, his collecting device would detect the elemental reactions it emitted, thereby facilitating the plucking of the precious flower. Zhang Liunian expressed his heartfelt gratitude and promptly exited the principal's office, setting off to procure equipment for his journey to the Nine Heavens ice field. In a concealed corner, the principal snapped his fingers, and a hidden spatial rift latched onto a strand of Zhang Liunian's hair from 100 miles away. Several days later, under the guise of an external mission, Zhang Liunian embarked alone on his expedition to the Nine Heavens ice field. Zhang Liunian exchanged a few words with Qingyu before preparing to embark on the journey to the Nine Heavens ice field. Despite his repeated warnings about the perils that lay along the way, he ultimately acquiesced to Qingyu's persistent entreaties. In Zhang Liunian's heart burned an unprecedented determination and courage. He was acutely aware that this journey not only pertained to the life and death of Bairuoli, but also marked a pivotal turning point in his own destiny. After bidding farewell to the principal, filled with gratitude and a sense of responsibility, he embarked on a solitary voyage to the icy plains of the Nine Heavens. Zhang Liunian meticulously prepared for his journey, selecting the most suitable equipment for the extreme cold from among the students, specially designed thermal clothing capable of withstanding temperatures below freezing. A pair of ice claw boots equipped with a built-in heating system to ensure steady progress across the slick ice, and those compact yet intricate signal-collecting sole guides, which would prove pivotal in accomplishing his mission. As the dawn broke with the first light of morning, Zhang Liunian and Qingyu embarked on their quest. The journey was long and fraught with uncertainty, yet his heart was singularly focused on rescuing Bairuoli. Traversing the vast snowfields, the biting cold wind sliced through like a knife, yet Zhang Liunian's steps remained resolutely firm. Drawing upon the knowledge imparted by the academy, he skillfully navigated numerous treacherous ice fissures and blizzard zones alongside Qingyu, each decision reflecting his extraordinary wisdom and courage. During their expedition, Zhang Liunian encountered unprecedented challenges. A sudden blizzard nearly engulfed him, but through his indomitable will and exceptional survival skills, he discovered a sheltered cave to temporarily evade the storm. Within the cave, he utilized his provisions and a heat stone to warm himself while assessing and repairing his damaged equipment, thereby preparing for the arduous journey ahead. After several days of grueling travel, Zhang Liunian finally reached the depths of the Nine Heavens ice field. Here lay a world draped in silver, where ice crystals sparkled brilliantly under the sun, breathtakingly beautiful yet concealing hidden dangers. Following the map and guidance provided by the principal, he cautiously approached the towering mountain that concealed the legendary Tian Shan snow lotus. As the altitude increased, the air grew increasingly thin, compelling Zhang Liunian to slow his pace and climb with utmost care. Each step demanded immense patience and strength, yet he wavered not in the slightest. At last, atop a cliff blanketed in ice and snow, he beheld the fabled Tian Shan snow lotus. Its petals, translucent and adorned with a delicate layer of frost, appeared as if sculpted by nature's own hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Liunian edged closer, carefully wielding his specially designed ice pick to excavate the surrounding snow and ice, fearful that a moment's carelessness might mar this precious spiritual entity. As the snow lotus gradually revealed itself, a powerful elemental fluctuation began to manifest on the signal-collecting soul guide in his grasp, affirming the principal's prophecy. Ultimately, after countless heart-pounding moments and beads of sweat crystallized, Zhang Liunian successfully harvested the Tian Shan snow lotus. He tenderly placed it into a specially designed insulated box, as if cradling the very flame of his existence. Gazing back at the frozen expanse, an overwhelming sense of emotion and pride surged within him. He understood that he had not only fulfilled a formidable task, but also saved a life, laying a solid foundation for his own path of cultivation. With the Tian Shan snow lotus in hand, Zhang Liunian set forth on his journey homeward. His heart brimmed with hope and anticipation, for he understood that with the Tian Shan snow lotus in his possession, Zhang Ruoli's life would be assured. When the crystal-clear lotus, exuding a gentle chill, was carefully cradled by Zhang Liunian, Bairuoli's life force was already flickering perilously close to extinguishment. Even with the Bai family's administration of the Nine-turned soul-returning pill, a legendary elixir reputed to resurrect the dead, Bairuoli was merely sustained by a fragile breath, and no one held any substantial hope for the miraculous flower. Yet, just as despair began to envelop the crowd, the chilling essence of the Tian Shan snow lotus gradually infused Bairuoli's body, miraculously stabilizing her chaotic soul energy and quelling the rampant heart fire. As time passed, Her pallor began to regain its hues, and the vitality of life slowly returned. Ultimately, under Jiang Liuyan's vigilant protection, Ruoli awakened, her eyes shimmering with the light of survival after tribulation. The Bai family was overwhelmed with gratitude, pledging a private vow to Jiang Liuyan. Whenever he called upon them, they would offer their unwavering support. Moreover, Cui Ru, the imposing monk of 9 strengths, rarely smiled, expressing profound admiration for Jiang Liuyan and indicating his willingness to impart further esoteric knowledge to him. The portion of the Tianshan snow lotus that remained unconsumed was traded to the head of the Gu family, who had suffered an injury in his youth and required the lotus along with 48 other medicinal ingredients to concoct a remedy for his ailment. After searching for over 50 years without success, today's Tianshan snow lotus promised to grant the Gu family patriarch a second chance at life, enabling them to extend their existence by another 50 years. In return, the Gu family also made a singular commitment to Jiang Liuyan. Following these events, Jiang Liuyan not only secured the friendship of both the Bai and Gu families, but also rose to prominence within the academy, becoming the focal point of admiration. His bond with Bai Ruoli and Qingyu had evolved into a profound camaraderie. Chapter 22. The Ordinary Campus Life, Worthy of Remembrance. In the tapestry of fate, Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Ruoli are intricately woven together, having endured trials of life and death that have fortified their camaraderie and friendship. Akin to a vintage wine that only grows more fragrant with age. As the first rays of morning sunshine pierce through the clouds, they spill onto the ancient bluestone slabs of the academy, adorning the new day with a golden hue. Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Ruoli stride side by side towards their classroom, their steps measured and resolute, their eyes shimmering with boundless aspirations for the future. One, Bai Ruoli, has recently been rescued from the brink of death. Another, Jiang Liuyan, has taken the lead in the quest for the snow lotus. And the third, Qingyu, is the fortunate soul who serendipitously discovered the celestial snow lotus within a cave. The morning light filters through the window panes, illuminating every corner of the classroom, where the air is suffused with a gentle aroma of literature. At the lectern, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow unfurls a scroll, commencing a narration of the ancient history of the dark demon god tiger clan. Students, he intones, today we shall delve into the origins and splendor of the dark demon god tiger clan. Our ancestors were among the most formidable magical beasts of antiquity, endowed with the innate ability to manipulate dark elements and wield the powers of 6 elemental forces. The elder's voice, steady and resonant, transports the students into a realm of fantastical wonders. As the tale unfolded, Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Ruoli were utterly captivated, particularly when the narrative recounted how the dark demon tiger clan withstood countless calamities, ultimately emerging as an indomitable force on the continent. The trio's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they could envision their ancestors valiantly battling on the battlefield, a profound sense of honor and duty welling within them. The story then transitioned to the account of how the entire clan managed to endure during the cataclysmic upheaval. After class, the 3 gathered together, engaging in a spirited discussion about the knowledge they had acquired. It was astonishing to realize the formidable strength of their forebears. I sincerely hope to one day contribute my own strength to protect our family and the academy, just like them, Qingyu expressed with a heart full of aspirations. Bai Ruoli nodded with a smile. Indeed, and I have also heard that the bloodline of the Dark Demon Tiger clan harbors infinite possibilities. With diligent cultivation, we can surely awaken our own unique powers. Jiang Liuyan has perused the tome The Transformation of Heavenly Mechanisms, and having immersed himself in the realms it depicts, he is acutely aware of the boundless power encapsulated within history. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, I believe that the study of history is not merely an act of commemorating the past. Rather, it serves as a reservoir of wisdom from which we can draw guidance for our future endeavors. We must carry forth the glory of our ancestors while simultaneously crafting our own distinguished legacy. As he spoke, an unexpected presence emerged from behind, startling the 3 companions. It was their instructor from the previous class. History ought not to be confined within the pages of books. A mere 30,000 years is but the blink of an eye. For the majority of the dark demon evil god tigers, it merely represents a period of seclusion. The cultivation of soul beasts is arduous, and thus, history should reside within our hearts. History is a mirror reflecting the rise and fall of civilizations and the trajectories of cultural evolution. Through the diligent study of history, we can glean valuable lessons. helping us to avoid repeating past mistakes. Whether in the governance of a nation, the transmission of culture, or personal development, history offers invaluable references and insights. It is not merely a collection of events. It is a manifestation of human nature. In the vast river of history, we can observe both the brilliance and darkness of humanity, courage and cowardice, wisdom and folly. By analyzing historical figures and events, we can attain a deeper understanding of the complexities and diversities of human nature, thereby prompting introspection and enhancing our self-cultivation. The elder concluded, "This is my understanding. I hope it proves beneficial to you, Jiang Liuyan." As the course progressed, the students encountered the intricate study of elemental combinations within the dark demon evil god tiger clan. This discipline is exceedingly complex and refined, demanding that students master the artful integration of various elements, including the dark element, and exercise precise control over them. For soul beasts, the meticulous management of elements reflects their true strength. Of course, physical prowess is also a critical aspect, and not everyone possesses innate divine strength. Thus, the precise mastery of elements, which facilitates the development of formidable offensive and defensive techniques tailored to one's physique, becomes particularly significant. In the classroom, the instructor employed advanced soul-guiding devices to simulate various elemental environments, allowing the students to personally experience the mysteries of elemental combinations. In the heart of the simulation arena, Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Roli stood, fully attuned to the elemental fluctuations surrounding them. Qingyu, your affinity for water and dark elements can be harnessed to conjure the water shadow dark domain, a technique capable of ensnaring and bewildering your foes. The mentor offered guidance, observing that after the unique second stage elemental awakening bestowed by the Intian Chamber of Commerce, Qingyu's elemental prowess surpassed that of ordinary soul beasts. The affinity she possessed for water elements subtly eclipsed even that of her water element mentor. It was only now that Jiang Liuyan discerned the presence of Kunping blood within Qingyu's lineage, albeit diluted over generations to leave her with the ability to command water elements and manipulate dark elements. With her eyes closed in concentration, Qingyu gracefully waved her hands, causing ripples to emanate through the air, which soon transformed into a pitch-black domain enveloping the simulated adversary. The realm comprised of water elements was shrouded in dark elements, with the water forming reflective mirrors that depicted a figure more formidable than the dummy itself, bolstered by the dark elements. This reflection appeared to possess strength akin to that of the foe. After diligent training, the mentor remarked that her combined technique could potentially manifest 64 facets, creating 64 copies to simultaneously ensnare an opponent. Qingyu joyfully flashed a peace sign towards Jiang Liuyan. Having endured a prolonged period of suppression within the Intian Chamber, her spirit gradually revived during her days with Jiang Liuyan, transforming her into a cheerful and somewhat playful version of herself, akin to a genuine fish. By Ruoli, your physical strength can be harmonized with the elements within you, allowing you to cultivate a path where elements nurture the body. Many gifted predecessors have traversed this route. Once, a martial god who mastered all 5 elements utilized his physique to store elemental energy, with every cell and drop of blood infused with elemental power. This path suits you well. Although you have awakened 4 elements, the heart fire and heavenly mountain snow lotus still reside within you, enabling you to absorb their energy. Additionally, it is essential to enhance your organs and bloodlines with rare treasures, ensuring that your skeletal structure can support a robust physique, lest your muscles become burdensome and unmanageable. Ruoli inhaled deeply and bowed respectfully to her mentor, recalling her grandfather's similar advice, though lacking the depth of this guidance. She reflected on the advanced philosophies of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy, truly ahead of its time. When it was Jiang Liuyan's turn, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the mentor's eyes. Jiang Liuyan, with your mastery of all 5 elements and your unique perception of the space element, you may endeavor to merge spatial powers with dark elements and the essence of the evil god, crafting a spatial dark evil trap that ensnares your enemies silently and effortlessly. You can even merge the 5 elemental forces, triggering an explosive manifestation. The plethora of elemental varieties within you is so vast that any combination, whether in pairs or threes, or even in random arrangements, will yield formidable techniques. The potency of these moves is entirely contingent upon your imagination. The quintuple elements of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger resemble 5 distinct stairways leading to the path of strength. Ultimately, These stairways will guide you to become a formidable force, potentially surpassing the majority of your contemporaries and establishing yourself as a cornerstone of the future Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. As Jiang Lion closed his eyes in deep contemplation, he suddenly opened them, and a formidable surge of spatial power erupted from within him, intertwining with the dark elements and the malevolent forces of the gods, forming an apparently intangible yet perilously charged vortex of space. Observing this, his mentor nodded in approval, remarking, "Excellent. You have begun to grasp the essence of elemental amalgamation. Remember, true strength does not lie in the sheer number of elements one possesses, but rather in the art of their harmonious integration to unleash their ultimate potential. Even with an abundance of elements at your disposal, you must commence your journey by mastering the intricacies of each type. Only through a profound understanding of every nuance of these elements can you achieve flawless control over a particular element, thus averting defeat in future confrontations due to an inadequate command of elemental forces." Jiang Liunian bowed deeply to his mentor, committing to start his studies from the very foundation. He understood that solidifying the base was essential for achieving greater accomplishments. The mentor smiled, patting Jiang Liunian on the shoulder, acknowledging his teachable spirit. "You're too kind. Thank you, teacher." In addition to theoretical knowledge, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy places significant emphasis on students' physical training and combat skills. The weekly specialized physical education classes are the moments students most eagerly anticipate, albeit with a sense of trepidation. On the playground, students are divided into several groups to engage in various high-intensity drills. Jiang Liunian, Qingyu, and Bai Ruoli, as members of the same group, have developed an increasingly harmonious synergy. Today's training activities are shadow tracking and evil god assault. The physical education instructor, standing on a platform, announced the training objectives loudly. Shadow tracking assesses student speed, agility, and stealth abilities. Jiang Liunian, utilizing his faint perception of spatial elements, can detect movements of students within a 20-meter radius, establishing himself as the tracking expert within the group. Meanwhile, Qingyu, leveraging her exceptional control over water elements, creates mist and water screens during the tracking process to obscure their movements from opponents. The Evil God Assault is a practical exercise wherein students simulate a battlefield environment for offensive and defensive confrontations. Bai Ruoli's formidable physical prowess shines in this moment. Her lightning-fast movements combined with her immense strength deliver devastating blows that leave opponents defenseless. Jiang Liunian, on the other hand, employs spatial dark traps, striking decisively at critical moments. After the training, the trio sat breathlessly on the grass, exchanging smiles. Although physically exhausted, their hearts brimmed with a sense of accomplishment and joy. They understood that every drop of sweat and effort was dedicated to better protecting those around them and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this continent. Following the physical education class, the Academy offers unique games specific to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy. 1. Shadow Shuttle Race. Description: in the Academy's specially designed labyrinth or complex terrain, multiple checkpoints and obstacles are set. Students must utilize their dark element abilities, such as invisibility and teleportation, to traverse and reach all checkpoints as swiftly as possible without being detected. This challenges not only their speed, but also their mastery of dark elements and tactical strategies. 2. Evil God Power Confrontation. Description: students are divided into 2 teams to engage in combat on a simulated battlefield. Each team must employ evil god powers, such as cursed flames and curses, to attack the opposing side while utilizing defensive skills to protect themselves. This event aims to cultivate students' abilities to wield evil god powers, foster teamwork, and enhance their adaptability. 3. Elemental Fusion Obstacle Course. Description: a series of obstacles requiring elemental fusion skills to overcome are set. For instance, students must merge water and wind elements to create a water tornado to disperse fog, or combine earth and fire elements to form a lava path to traverse chasms. This project encourages students to explore the infinite possibilities of elemental fusion while enhancing their practical application skills. 4. Exploration of the Spatial Labyrinth Project. Description: utilizing Jiang Liunian's unique perception of spatial elements, design a labyrinth filled with unpredictable twists and turns. Students must navigate this maze to find the exit and collect treasures or mission items scattered throughout. This endeavor not only tests students' spatial awareness and navigation skills, but also ignites their curiosity and adventurous spirit. 5. Comprehensive test of physical capability and elemental manipulation project description. Combining traditional physical training with elemental manipulation skills, a series of comprehensive testing projects will be designed. For instance, students must traverse an obstacle course laden with firewalls and ice spikes, while bearing heavy loads within a limited time frame, simultaneously employing their elemental abilities to clear obstacles or protect themselves. This project aims to holistically enhance students' physical fitness, willpower, and elemental control. 6. Tactical team drills project description. Simulating real combat scenarios, students will engage in tactical team drills. By replicating various enemy situations and battlefield environments, students will learn to utilize elemental abilities, formulate strategies, assign tasks, and cooperate effectively in combat. This initiative seeks to bolster students' teamwork spirit and strategic thinking capabilities. These activities comprehensively elevate students' physical fitness, elemental manipulation skills, and tactical acumen, laying a solid foundation for their future growth and development. Through daily learning and training, both Jiang Liuyan and his companions, Qingyu and Bai Ruoli, experienced significant improvements in their physical capabilities, deepening their bonds. Together, they endured countless nights of struggle and challenge, sharing innumerable moments of laughter and tears. Their friendship shines like brilliant stars, eternally illuminating their path forward. Chapter 23. The Dance of the Reverse Scale. From the moment Jiang Liuyan stepped into the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, the gears of fate began to turn quietly, drawing him into a tumultuous conflict. If the adage "the taller the tree, the more it catches the wind" is a path every genius must traverse, then the formidable talent of Jiang Liuyan, still yet to be revealed, serves as his gilded spoon. This academy, outwardly resplendent, conceals a tumultuous undercurrent, with intricate internal power dynamics and numerous factions vying for supremacy, each yearning to command the ultimate resources and authority. Within every institution, there exists a tangle of factional strife. However, at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Soul Beast Advanced Academy, the pinnacle of all secret realms, the facade of glamour belies the diversity of gifted individuals, including the arrogant scions of illustrious families, some even possessing connections to the administration or military, which is truly astonishing. As time passed, during Jiang Liuyan's 6th month at the academy, with his prodigious talent, Jiang Liuyan rapidly ascended to prominence within the academy, becoming the object of widespread attention. However, such brilliance inevitably attracted jealousy and animosity. Prior to this, two major factions within the academy, the Shadow Moon Pavilion and the Radiant Sun Alliance, sought to recruit fresh talent, hoping to welcome him into their ranks. Yet, Jiang Liuyan, having emerged from a small town in the Western District, harbored no desire to partake in conflict. He preferred a tranquil existence, believing that after graduating from the Dark Demon Evil God Academy, he would dutifully accept his assigned role and seek a simple life thereafter. As for his extraordinary talent, he pondered that perhaps such gifts could become a burden in the future. Presently, however, this talent resided within him, compelling him to remain content with his current circumstances. Thus, upon learning that Jiang Liuyan would not join either faction, both groups abandoned their efforts to court him. Yet, through unknown channels, it became apparent that this unassuming prodigy, who seemed destined to become the foremost new student, had simultaneously mastered the 5 elemental forces and exhibited signs of resonance with the time crystal. This revelation rekindled the interest of both factions, prompting them to assign representatives to entice Jiang Liuyan, thereby causing him considerable distress. The Shadow Moon Pavilion, known for its assassination and stealth, comprised members who primarily operated under the cover of night. Conversely, the Radiant Sun Alliance was renowned for its open display of martial prowess, with its leader recognized as one of the Academy's most formidable figures. The open conflicts and covert rivalries between these two factions had long been an acknowledged secret within the Academy, and the emergence of a talent as rare as Jiang Liuyan's, one that could arise once in a century or even a millennium, intensified their struggle to claim him as a member. Yin Jian, the second leader of the Shadow Moon Pavilion and the eldest son of the Yin family's 3rd branch, belonged to a lineage that traced its origins back 3,000 years to a salt merchant. The experiences accumulated by the Yin family over millennia had enabled him to navigate his existence with ease. However, it was a grave miscalculation for Yin Jian to instruct agents of the Shadow Moon Pavilion to infiltrate the Radiant Sun Alliance and harass Jiang Liuyan, as well as his companions. Qingyu and Bai Ruoli, under the guise of the alliance. Although Jiang Liunian preferred to avoid conflict, it was evident to any discerning observer that these disturbances were aimed at him, for Qingyu maintained a low profile, rarely mingling with others. And Bai Ruoli was under the tutelage of the formidable Jiujin Yao Song, serving as an excellent shield. After Jiang Liunian successfully drew energy into his body and awakened his control over the dark element, he finally took action. Remarkably, this occurred merely on the 7th day since his companions had been harassed, and within that brief span, he had succeeded in awakening an elemental force. A feat whose rapidity could be deemed unprecedented in history. Jiang Liunian enveloped himself in dark elements, employing the newly acquired tracking technique he had mastered after his awakening. After several days of pursuit, the two individuals he had been shadowing finally revealed their true nature. As for why he did not simply confront them and cast them aside, it is because the Radiant Sun Alliance prides itself on integrity. Such deceitful tactics would be beneath them. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the alliance might employ reverse psychology, betting on the assumption that others would not suspect them of such trickery. Moreover, Jiang Liunian was not one to overlook a potential adversary, so he chose to bide his time, observing whether these figures were indeed connected to the Radiant Sun Alliance. Thus continuing his surveillance for several more days. Jiang Liunian, the head of the department, procured a lie detection device, always carrying it on his person. However, this equipment could not be employed directly. If the subject of the interrogation was on guard, it would compromise the final assessment. This circumstance elucidated why Jiang refrained from resorting to coercive measures to capture the two students. "Hey, brother, do you think we are akin to undercover agents or spies?" inquired Student A. "Hush," replied another member of the Qiyang Alliance, Student B, as he scanned their surroundings. After ensuring there were no eavesdroppers, he whispered, "We must embrace the mentality of being moles, for the walls may have ears. Who are we targeting today? Perhaps that Qingyu." After some reconnaissance, "I noticed her routine is rather predictable, rarely venturing out," Student A suggested. "The eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Ruoli, is indeed formidable. Her master is quite intimidating, and her own prowess is not to be underestimated. After a single blow, my wounds have yet to heal. Do you think this endeavor is truly worthwhile? I can't shake the feeling that one day we might be labeled as deviants." "Let it be," Student B replied. "We're working for the higher-ups, and as long as there is compensation, it matters little what it entails. We are merely talented individuals from a small village. Earning money is our ticket to distinction. Others might wish to pursue this path, but lack the opportunity. We just need to play our roles authentically, tapping into our rogue-like natures." To incite Jiang Liunian's aversion towards the Qiyang Alliance. "If we perform well, there might even be additional rewards, as the second-in-command, Yaner, has already promised. Let us not entertain any fanciful notions. We've come this far. There's no turning back." "Perhaps this is the lament of the insignificant," Student B remarked, patting Student A on the back. "All right, brother, I shall heed your counsel," Student A affirmed, expressing his loyalty. Once the two had distanced themselves, Jiang Liunian descended from the tree, landing softly on the ground. The vicinity was devoid of any presence that could incite suspicion, and his stealth technique remained undetected by any within the same tier. Moreover, the lie detector remained silent, suggesting that the two students might indeed be correct. "Is that so? The Shadow Moon Pavilion. I shall remember this," Jiang Liunian muttered, his teeth gritting in frustration. He then followed the two individuals. Upon encountering Qingyu, the two began a rather greasy attempt at flirtation. "Ah, a beautiful lady all alone. Have you considered joining the Qiyang Alliance? I am a senior member. With me, you are under my protection," one of them said, reaching out towards Qingyu. Jiang Liunian swiftly maneuvered to position himself in front of the azure fish, directly obstructing the members of the Qiyang Alliance who were harassing them. The clay figurine still held a trace of indignation. Upon seeing the two students before him, Jiang Liunian found it difficult to reconcile the circumstances, feeling an overwhelming aversion. With a sharp reprimand, he commanded them to leave. Yet, the two did not take offense. After all, their mission was to cast this murky water upon the Qiyang Alliance. Regardless of the outcome, the second-in-command of the Yinwei Pavilion had already promised medical compensation, along with a bonus. If they succeeded, they would secure financial stability for the remainder of their lives, allowing them to return home and enjoy their retirement. One of the Qiyang Alliance students, with a sneer, remarked, "So you are the illustrious Jiang Liunian?" "Humph, merely a fledgling, fresh out of obscurity." This matter does not concern you. I am a purple-tier disciple of the Qiyang Alliance. If you possess any sense, step aside and do not hinder my business." The second student of the Qiyang Alliance then produced his student token, asserting his superiority with an air of condescension. In the bright light of day, amidst the vastness of the heavens, Jiang Lianyan, in a fit of rage, ironically laughed. "What a disgraceful spectacle this is. If you believe me to be easily bullied, you are gravely mistaken." As Jiang Lianyan took a step forward, before they could react, he had already slipped to their side and whispered, "The undercover agent of the Shadow Moon Pavilion is utterly despicable. If such a tactic could deceive me, that would be rather fanciful, wouldn't it?" The two were taken aback. And although the two students could not discern where the flaw lay, they endeavored to suppress their astonishment and feign nonchalance as they remarked, "The Radiant Sun Alliance is present. Why discuss the Shadow Moon Alliance? Surely, you are not unaware of the enmity between the Radiant Sun Alliance and the Shadow Moon Alliance," scoffed Student A. "Now, you must decide whether I should hand you over to the Radiant Sun Alliance's Enforcement Hall or to the Academy's Enforcement Hall. After all, you have been troubling the students. Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed from such a grave matter?" Just as Student A contemplated confronting Jiang Lianyan directly, raising his fist to strike first, he paused to consider that if the association's students were to bully others in private, Jiang Lianyan's aspiration to join the association would surely be dashed. However, Student B, perceiving the situation more clearly, believed that Jiang Lianyan's audacity to stand in front of Qingyu signified he had some backing. Thus, he employed the aura sensing technique he had unexpectedly acquired to carefully gauge the fluctuations of Jiang Lianyan's soul power. To his astonishment, upon sensing it, Student B was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he swiftly grasped Student A's arm, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. What shocked Student B was that in just 7 days, Jiang Lianyan's cultivation had seemingly approached theirs. While it was plausible that the two of them together could overpower Jiang Lianyan, the prospect of someone catching up to their level of cultivation in merely 7 days left them uncertain about what hidden cards Jiang Lianyan might hold. Aware of his disadvantage, Student B uttered a fierce warning and forcefully pulled Student A to retreat together. In his heart, he vowed never to oppose Jiang Lianyan again. Having grown to such an extent in just 7 days, if future humiliations were to be reckoned, he would find himself with no place to be buried. Later, Student B completed the procedures for a leave of absence for Student A. Perhaps it was in his nature, but he later became a self-serving external investigator, avoiding harm. Yet, even from 1,000 miles away from the center, he remained on edge, fearing that one day Jiang Lianyan might remember old grievances and bury him in a pit. Before long, an unexpected gang conflict shattered the tranquility of the academy. Under the cover of night, the Shadow Moon Pavilion launched a surprise attack on the Radiant Sun Alliance. In truth, such incidents have occurred no fewer than 100 times over the past few decades, each time resulting in mere skirmishes. However, this time, the Shadow Moon Pavilion was utterly serious, deploying the full force of its elite warriors to assassinate the high-ranking members of the Radiant Sun Alliance. According to the regulations of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, should one be outmatched and fall victim to a killer or treasure thief, the consequences are borne solely by the deceased. Indeed, the responsibility lies with the fallen, and although this rule has often drawn criticism, it is precisely this regulation that has allowed the advanced elites of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy to maintain a level of superiority over all other elites within the realm. A testament to the system of elimination by merit, Jiang Lianyan, having rejected the Shadow Moon Pavilion's invitation following the recent Qingyu incident, also diplomatically declined the invitation from the Radiant Sun Alliance. However, the Shadow Moon Alliance felt aggrieved, questioning why Jiang Lianyan's response to their invitation was a direct refusal, while his response to the Radiant Sun Alliance was more courteous. Consequently, amidst the chaos of battle, Jiang Lianyan was mistakenly regarded by the Shadow Moon Alliance as an ally of the Radiant Sun Alliance, inadvertently becoming embroiled in the conflict, and was even placed on the notorious blacklist of targets for assassination. The Shadow Moon Alliance categorizes its assassination list into 6 levels: red, black, purple, blue, green, and white, indicating that being placed on the black list signifies a considerable level of concern regarding Jiang Lianyan. During the fray, Jiang Lianyan showcased his exceptional martial skills, skillfully parrying wave after wave of assaults. Yet, the assassination techniques employed by the Shadow Moon Alliance were exceedingly sophisticated, and despite Jiang Liuyan's repeated escapes from peril, he ultimately found himself overwhelmed. He sustained grievous injuries as two assailants simultaneously struck his shoulder and outer thigh, leaving him gravely wounded and on the verge of losing his fighting spirit. As Jiang Liuyan coughed up a mouthful of blood, at the brink of life and death, Bai Ruoli recklessly positioned herself in front of him, absorbing a fatal blow with her frail body, instantly collapsing to the ground, grievously injured. This scene profoundly shocked every onlooker present. Cradling the unconscious Bai Ruoli, Jiang Liuyan's mind was a blank canvas. He merely tore away the remnants of his already shattered clothing to staunch the gaping wound on her abdomen. No, despite his own severe injuries, Jiang Liuyan held the unconscious Bai Ruoli and let out a mournful howl to the heavens amidst the chaos of the crowd, paying no heed to the scars adorning his own body. The spectators, recognizing Jiang Liuyan in the corner of the battlefield, understood that the Shadow Moon Pavilion sought to harm him, while the fiery souls of the Sunfire Alliance were equally reluctant to allow innocent bystanders to be ensnared in this gang conflict due to misunderstandings. Jiang Liuyan gently laid down Bai Ruoli, employing his own primordial soul force to sustain her breath. Despite the grievous wounds that threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness, Jiang Liuyan summoned an indomitable will, rising to his feet. He cast a sweeping gaze around him, and the assassins lurking in the shadows were paralyzed by the intensity of his stare. In that moment, he beheld the fallen Bai Ruoli erupting into maniacal laughter, his chilling cackle reverberating across the battlefield. Jiang Liuyan actively unshackled the restraints left within him by the tome Heavenly Transformation. The ancient power coursing through his blood surged and roared, pulsating in tandem with the rhythm of his heart, continuously fueling his battered form. The tome had previously suppressed the signs of his ancestral regression with the ethereal energy inherent in its pages, following his inadvertent consumption of the spirit herb contained within. However, its power could only manifest to a fraction of its potential. Now, driven by a fierce resolve and the knowledge that he would face certain death should he falter, Jiang Liuyan, with his heart heavy, unleashed the restraints, consumed by a singular thought: all must perish. Jiang Liuyan, fully transformed by the beastly essence, found that the potency of the anti-spirited herb had diminished by 20 to 30% after 7 years of spiritual refinement. Consequently, it merely served to channel the ancient power within him and augment his being, preventing the bloodline's force from overwhelming his will and leading to a state of mental disarray. With a swift motion, Jiang Liuyan transformed, his beastly form striking out with a claw that sent the 3 lurking assassins hurtling away. As they flew through the air, they left behind 3 elegant trails of crimson. As the wings of Jiang Liuyan unfurled, a tempest surged forth, akin to a hurricane unleashed by the deity of the heavens, capable of rending the very earth asunder. Jiang Liuyan, a paragon of the new generation of martial prowess, had transcended his limits through a primal transformation. His strength magnified to such an extent that he could effortlessly sever the leader of the Shadow Moon Alliance with a mere swipe of his claw. In this moment, Jiang Liuyan had succumbed to madness. Any being that obstructed his path, within the confines of his vision, fell victim to his merciless wrath, including the Blazing Sun Alliance, once his steadfast ally. With a resounding roar, Jiang Liuyan's voice reverberated, sending shockwaves that toppled a circle of surrounding students. As he advanced, his colossal form seemed to leave destruction in its wake, turning one unfortunate student into nothing more than a sanguine pulp. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan had transformed into an embodiment of death, an unstoppable force. Suddenly, from 100 meters away, the bell tower tolled, signaling a state of heightened alert. An A-level mobilization. In an instant, a throng of A-level students clad in purple attire surged forth from the inner courtyard. At that juncture, a supervising instructor stepped forward, brandishing a token and commanding the crowd to retreat. Immediately, one individual soared toward Jiang Liuyan. This instructor, surrounded by swirling talismans and an overflowing magical array, charged fiercely at Jiang Liuyan, while a controlling formation wrapped around him, manifesting as shimmering golden chains. With sheer will, the instructor managed to restrain Jiang Liuyan. He then addressed the others, instructing them to disperse. The crowd lingered in suspension until the bell tower issued the command to lift the 3rd-level alert, at which point they scattered. The instructor, single-handedly bearing the beastly Jiang Liuyan, dashed into a time tunnel, emerging in a vast expanse. After healing Jiang Liuyan, he remarked, "You owe me a personal favor." In that instant, the The instructor's form morphed into that of Principal Gu Ling. Following the campus gang wars, the remnants of various bodies had been dealt with, and Bai Ruoli had been entrusted to the principal's confidants for delivery to the Bai family. Jiang Liuyan lay in a coma for 10 days and nights, during which the principal personally infused soul energy into his body. Meanwhile, Qingyu remained at Liuyu Xiaozhu, anxiously awaiting Jiang Liuyan's awakening, even searching far and wide, yet failing to catch a glimpse of him. On the eve of Jiang Liuyan's awakening, the principal discreetly escorted him to the Liuxiazu, performing a noble deed without seeking recognition. Yet, is the matter truly so uncomplicated? After awakening, Jiang Liuyan adjusted his body and, without a moment's hesitation, informed Qingyu before dashing towards the Bai residence. He scarcely had time to contemplate the nature of his survival, for he was deeply concerned about Bai Ruoli, who had once shielded him from a blade. Jiang Liuyan recalled a debt of gratitude bestowed upon him by the Bai family and resolved, at all costs, to rescue Bai Ruoli. Yet, despite Bai Ruoli being the eldest daughter of the Bai clan, the realities of a prominent lineage dictate otherwise. When the anticipated future gains of an individual pale in comparison to the present expenditures, even a vast family like the Bai clan must weigh its options. After considerable deliberation, they chose to relinquish Bai Ruoli. This decision was influenced by an assessment of her potential achievements and the value of the 9 Revolutions soul recovery pill she consumed during her previous fainting spell. Even with her master being the formidable Qianjin demon monk and her ties to the Cui family, the Bai clan resolved to abandon her. Ultimately, the family's prioritization of over individual lives rendered such a choice unsurprising. Jiang Liuyan let out a sigh as he reflected on how Bai Ruoli had sustained such severe injuries in her endeavor to save him. He contemplated leveraging the Bai family's favor to procure treatment for her. Yet, to be candid, that favor was merely a consequence of his own plight. Ultimately, the authority to decide rested with the Bai family, leaving Jiang Liuyan to return empty-handed. Thus, he turned his thoughts towards the Gu family, hoping to seek fortune there. The head of the Gu family remarked that Jiang Liuyan bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, tirelessly seeking assistance for a beautiful woman, yet still unable to save her. However, the patriarch of the Gu family shifted his tone, suggesting that if Jiang Liuyan could agree to a certain condition, he would be willing to guarantee her treatment under his esteemed name. Jiang Liuyan readily acquiesced. The patriarch of the Gu family stated that as long as Jiang agreed, matters would proceed smoothly, without revealing specifics, merely assuring him that he would come to understand in due course. With the goodwill of the Gu family and the patriarch's endorsement, Jiang Liuyan gained access to the family's clandestine medicinal garden, a haven for countless rare herbs, including legendary healing elixirs. Under the guidance of the Gu family's adept alchemists, Bai Ruoli's injuries gradually stabilized, deepening Jiang Liuyan's appreciation for the Gu family's benevolence. 40 days later, just as the academy began to regain its equilibrium after the turmoil caused by Jiang Liuyan's transformation, which annihilated nearly 90% of the upper echelons of 2 major factions, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the institution. The ancient secret realm deep within the academy was on the verge of opening. This realm was rumored to conceal myriad celestial treasures and formidable spirit beasts, with the potential to bestow upon individuals unparalleled techniques or divine artifacts. In the face of such temptation, both the nearly obliterated Shadow Moon Pavilion and the blazing Yang Alliance, along with various lesser factions, eagerly prepared for the impending endeavor. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan harbored more profound ambitions. He understood that only through a breakthrough within the secret realm could he truly safeguard himself and those around him, preventing the recurrence of tragedy. At this juncture, Bai Ruoli awakened, and through the nourishing properties of the healing elixir, she ascended 6 minor realms, embodying the notion that even in slumber, one could grow stronger. The secret realm resembled an ancient relic left behind from the dawn of creation, with every inch of land imbued with untold secrets and treasures. Within this realm, dangers lurked at every turn, yet opportunities also flourished. Armed with keen intuition and exceptional bravery, Jiang Liuyan forged ahead, navigating the treacherous depths of the core of the secret realm. Here, he encountered a myriad of challenges, including ferocious spirit beasts, intricate traps, and the covert rivalries of fellow disciples from other academies. In the enigmatic, fantastical world of the secret realm, Jiang Liuyan embarked on a journey fraught with both serendipitous encounters and perilous threats. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, he was struck by the breathtaking scenery before him. Surrounding him was a lush, primordial forest, where ancient trees soared toward the heavens and sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of blossoms and the earthy aroma of soil. Yet beneath this tranquility lay countless unknown dangers. Jiang Liuyan, wielding a long sword, cautiously navigated the narrow paths of the forest. Suddenly, an enchanting bird call shattered the surrounding tranquility, and a kaleidoscope of vibrant spirit birds swooped in from all directions, dancing gracefully around him. These ethereal creatures appeared devoid of malice, seemingly guiding him onward. As he ventured deeper into the secret realm, Jiang Liuyan encountered his first spirit beast, a colossal flame lion, enveloped in a fierce blaze. The lion's eyes gleamed with ferocity and cunning. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Jiang Liuyan did not waver. He swiftly regulated his breathing, channeling his spiritual energy in preparation for battle. The combat was extraordinarily intense. Each strike from the flame lion bore devastating force. Yet Jiang Liuyan skillfully evaded and countered with his agility and martial prowess. Ultimately, after a breathtaking confrontation, he executed a flawless counterattack, triumphantly vanquishing the flame lion and acquiring the precious fire spirit pearl from within its being. Continuing his journey, Jiang Liuyan stumbled upon a mysterious ruin, cloaked in ancient ruins. Hidden within a dense thicket, the site was fraught with intricate mechanisms and traps. Through his exceptional intelligence and bravery, he meticulously unraveled these challenges, finally reaching the core of the ruin. There, he beheld a massive stone mirror, which did not reflect his own image but instead unveiled an ancient and enigmatic scene. In the image, a robed warrior engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic beast, wielding techniques strikingly similar to those Jiang Liuyan had mastered. As he became engrossed in the vision, the stone mirror suddenly radiated a blinding light, and a torrent of profound information surged into his mind. It became evident that this mirror was a relic of a powerful being from antiquity, encapsulating the essence of that warrior's lifelong cultivation and martial insights. Under the impact of this influx of knowledge, Jiang Liuyan underwent a spiritual awakening, experiencing a qualitative leap in both his cultivation and skills. Just as he prepared to depart the ruins, he unexpectedly uncovered a secret passage leading to the innermost depths of the realm. This winding corridor was laden with uncertainty and peril, yet Jiang Liuyan understood that only by delving deeper could he hope to discover the legendary celestial tier treasure. After enduring arduous trials and fierce battles, he finally reached the very heart of the secret realm. There, he laid eyes upon the magnificent celestial tier treasure, a fragment of an ancient and mysterious longsword, radiating a resplendent glow. This shard brimmed with immense power, invigorating his very soul. As the secret realm neared closure, Jiang Liuyan, propelled by unwavering determination and relentless effort, successfully harnessed the longsword fragment. As it merged with his spiritual essence, his strength surged to unprecedented heights. With the boon of the celestial tier treasure, Jiang Liuyan returned to the academy, transformed from a fledgling youth into a formidable force capable of reshaping the very fabric of the institution. The first course of action he undertook was to reignite the gang wars through sheer strength, single-handedly suppressing the myriad of small factions, thus establishing himself as the supreme leader of all alliances. By this time, the crystallized images of Jiang Liuyan's beastly transformation had circulated among the students, illuminating the vastness of his power to the outer academy. Consequently, Jiang Liuyan single-handedly quelled the conflicts among the factions, restoring tranquility to the academy. Following this, he further leveraged his influence to instigate a series of reforms within the institution, aimed at nurturing warriors of both virtue and talent, rather than mere machines of slaughter driven by brute force. His endeavors garnered widespread acclaim and respect from both faculty and students alike. Through two harrowing trials of life and death, mutual affection blossomed between Jiang Liuyan and Bairuoli, transforming them from adversaries into individuals capable of entrusting their backs to one another, ultimately progressing together hand in hand. Chapter 24. The Prelude to a Tempest at Long Last. I have found you. Encircled by a shroud of gray mist at the heart of the divine realm, Tang San was enveloped by these mists, which writhed around him like a horde of sinister serpents, tightly coiling about his form. Each tendril of gray fog exuded a formidable presence, imparting an inescapable sense of oppression. A cold smirk played upon Tang San's lips, his eyes glimmering with a gray luminescence that betrayed boundless malice and authority. His voice resonated with a low, frigid timbre, Scions of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan, do you truly believe you can elude fate for eternity? His laughter was laced with a hint of the macabre and cruelty, sending chills down the spine. Tang San slowly extended his palm, gently pushing against the mass of gray mist. In an instant, the fog seemed to respond to an unseen force, surging forward with alarming rapidity. Concurrently, as the gray mist roiled, the surrounding air appeared to be stirred by a potent surge of soul power, creating a series of distorted currents. This tumultuous wave of soul energy was so intense that it shattered the stone walls of Tang San's retreat, reducing them to rubble in an instant. Following a fierce battle with the elders of the Tang sect, Tang San's mastery over soul power had reached unparalleled heights. Yet, it was this confrontation, along with subsequent events, that propelled his emotions to an unprecedented zenith, particularly when he personally ended the life of his former master from his past life, as well as that of the sect leader who had treated him as a beloved son. The agony and conflict within him reached a peak. This intricate tapestry of emotions intertwined, plunging his heart into chaos. In that very moment, the malevolent essence of the gray mist seized the opportunity to infiltrate Tang San's psyche, amplifying his dark thoughts to an infinite degree and causing his previously steadfast convictions to waver. He began to question his actions, doubting whether he had truly embarked on the right path. Throughout this tumultuous journey, he discovered that the dark thoughts buried deep within him were gradually morphing into an integral part of his own power. The remnants of the evil god concealed within Tang San's soul sensed the density of the surrounding gray mist and could not help but chuckle. Tang San truly astonished me. Even within the confines of the dungeon, as he fused with the essence of the evil god, relinquishing a significant portion of the evil god's power to him. One cannot help but ponder whether this fused entity truly embodies his original self. The evil god once single-handedly battled against the 5 divine law enforcers and instigated a divine war. In the evil god's own mind, he once stood as a resplendent figure, commanding an era of brilliance. The manner of his resurrection is something he cannot accept lightly. Thus, this cunning evil god left behind a sinister contingency. He deftly infused his residual consciousness into the evil god's power, subtly intertwining it with the strength granted to Tang San. This plan is exceptionally intricate during ordinary times. When Tang San does not engage in battle using the evil god's power or only utilizes it for cultivation, he would remain oblivious to the evil god's hidden ploy. Should Tang San's soul be weakened by an attack, the evil god could swiftly assimilate the power of the evil god within him, consuming it in reverse and thereby annihilating Tang San's soul in an instant. If successful, the evil god would seize control of Tang San's body, becoming the new master. At that moment, the dual divine positions of the Sea God and the Shura God, along with Tang San's formidable strength, would all belong to the evil god. He would once again ascend to his peak state, wielding unparalleled power. However, this is not his ultimate goal. He seeks vengeance against the 5 enforcers who imprisoned him for a millennium, wishing for them to taste the bitter agony of confinement. He aims to exact retribution upon those who once held him captive. In the dim and ancient principal's office of the dark demon Evil God Tiger Academy, flickering candlelight casts shadows upon towering stacks of ancient tomes and intricately arranged artifacts, each exuding the aura of time's passage. The principal, Gu Ling, an elderly man with a mane of white hair and hawk-like sharp eyes, adorned in a robe embroidered with elaborate runes, glides gracefully among the shelves, each step resonating subtly with the laws of space. His gaze is profound, reminiscent of a sage capable of perceiving the essence of all things, as it sweeps over seemingly ordinary shelves that conceal profound secrets. Each book upon the shelves serves not merely as a vessel of knowledge, but rather as a key to another realm, awakened by Gu Ling through his unique methods. He first delicately presses several volumes that appear haphazardly arranged, where his fingertips touch. Faint glimmers of light flicker between the pages, a sign of the subtle activation of spatial power. These lights swiftly intertwine, forming a complex web that faintly outlines the contours of a portal leading to a hidden realm. Subsequently, Gu Ling's hand glides over a specific area of the shelves, where a scarcely noticeable crevice is concealed. With a gentle pull, the shelves, as if guided by an unseen force, gradually part to reveal a stone door adorned with peculiar runes. This door serves as the entrance to the secret realm imbued with the art of divination, its existence unbeknownst even to the most erudite scholars within the academy. As he opened the shelves, Gu Ling also meticulously rotated several scattered ornaments resting upon them. These exquisite ornaments are adorned with ancient totems and embedded with shimmering gems, each encapsulating specific spatial coordinates. Through the deft artistry of the ancient spirit, these trinkets appear to have been imbued with life, emanating a soft glow that resonates with the light released from the preceding tomes, collaboratively forming an impeccably precise temporal and spatial coordinate lock. With a resounding rumble, it is not merely the sound of a door swinging open, but rather a profound resonance throughout the entire space, as if even time itself has been shaken by this formidable force. As the stone door gradually creaks open, a refreshing breeze from an unknown realm sweeps across, carrying an ancient and mysterious aura that inspires both serenity and reverence. His journey to this clandestine realm is propelled by the unease stemming from a tortoise he has nurtured for 3 millennia. A fissure has appeared on its shell, the pattern of which extends to its limbs, tail, and head, heralding ominous portents that unsettle his heart. The ancient spirit is acutely aware that behind this door lies a legacy of divination, of which he has only glimpsed a single page. Yet it has irrevocably transformed the course of his life. He strides resolutely into the doorway that leads to the secret domain, his figure gradually vanishing into the distorted play of light and shadow, leaving behind a whisper of silence and anticipation, awaiting his return with answers. Upon entering the secret realm, the surroundings undergo a dramatic transformation. Stars scatter like grains of sand, and time flows like threads, as the ancient spirit finds himself immersed in a dynamic cosmic tapestry. Here, the concepts of space and time blur. Every beam of light and speck of dust conceals boundless information and possibilities. The ancient spirit closes his eyes to attune himself, his formidable mental strength surging forth like a tide, intertwining with the divinatory power present in this secret realm, striving to capture the faintest hints of the future. You should not be here. A venerable consciousness suddenly reverberates within the ancient spirit's mind like thunder. Your previous opportunity has elapsed, and you are not the chosen one. The divine tortoise from your last venture within the secret realm has perished, and the fissure on its back is a dire omen. And what concern is that of mine? The voice chillingly retorts. Considering I have received the legacy of the divine master, I beseech you, esteemed mentor, extend your assistance to me. Please, I implore you, enlighten me. I swear upon my 12,673 years of cultivation that once this matter is resolved, I shall not disturb you again. So be it. Such is fate. You and I share the bond of master and disciple. Allow me to divine the will of the heavens. Suddenly, an extraordinary wave emanated from the depths of the secret realm, causing Gu Ling to open his eyes with a start. Before him, a kaleidoscope of patterns and shapes flickered in the void, like a revolving lantern displaying fragments of the future, some resplendent and glorious, others shrouded in ominous clouds. He furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why his master had prompted him to witness these visions. Focused intently, he analyzed every detail, striving to uncover clues related to his own fate and potential threats to the Academy and the entire continent. As time passed, the gravity of the situation deepened on Gu Ling's countenance. He realized that this journey of divination was not solely about the life and death of a turtle, but encompassed profound insights into the fate of the entire continent. Amidst endless deductions and choices, he gradually perceived a glimmer of hope, one that necessitated the collective strength of the entire continent to confront the impending crisis. Master, I understand, he declared. Alas, my disciple, do not depart. If you return now, the rift in space will sever your connection to your world, and you shall never return here. Not only does the chaotic flow of space render this coordinate elusive, but you have also witnessed 3,600 endings, 3,600 deaths. The best outcome is that a student of our academy, named Jiang Liuyan, escapes this vast world with the last remnants of his bloodline. Should you choose to remain, I can ensure your safety. Your kin shall be reduced to a single individual, and even that individual may be of no use, the elder spoke, manifesting before Gu Ling for the first time and articulating these words. With a bitter smile, Gu Ling replied, If I do not return, will Jiang Liuyan still manage to escape? Not a chance, the elder stated solemnly. If this old body can prolong the lineage, allowing the new generation to continue the legacy of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, I shall die without regret. I have lived for 126,743 years. Though my lifespan pales in comparison to that of my master, how can I linger on when our race teeters on the brink of extinction? I am acutely aware that my life's achievements culminate here. The one who could eradicate the dark demon evil god tiger clan must be extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what my mere years of cultivation could contend with. If I were to survive, what chance would I have for vengeance? Gu Ling's face turned pale, a flicker of despair and helplessness crossing his eyes. Less than 1 in 1,000, the elder replied after a moment of silence, his voice heavy and resolute. Upon hearing this, Gu Ling's gaze dimmed, a wave of indescribable sorrow swelling within him. He understood that the chasm between himself and his adversary was insurmountable, rendering revenge an almost impossible endeavor. Yet, he remained unwilling to relent and inquired, if Jiang Liunian survives, what are the odds of him avenging our clan? The elder pondered for a moment before responding. 3 years hence, Jiang Liunian's fate will be obscured. Even I cannot ascertain it. However, it is known that his life star has only fallen thrice in the next 400,000 years. Upon hearing this, Gu Ling's eyes suddenly gleamed with a flicker of hope. Though it was but a vague speculation, for one who had lost everything, any semblance of possibility was worth seizing. No outcome is the best outcome, is it? Gu Ling murmured softly, as if to himself. Master. Gu Ling abruptly rose to his feet and solemnly bowed before the elder. His gaze brimmed with gratitude and reverence, deeply appreciative of the mentor who had guided him thus far. He then swept his sleeve and performed the traditional act of gratitude. Kneeling heavily upon the ground and bowing 3 times with a resounding thud. Disciple, unworthy Gu Ling, he whispered, tears cascading down his cheeks. He understood that his fate was already sealed. He had attempted to defy destiny, yet each endeavor had met with failure. Since this was to be their final meeting, he thought, until we meet again in the next life, Master. The elder turned back and bestowed upon Gu Ling a jade pendant, saying, Hope, young one, that you may return. With tears streaming down his face, Gu Ling returned to the office of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy's principal. Gazing at the jade pendant in his hand, a wave of sorrow washed over him. He caressed it gently, as if he could feel the power and warmth it contained. With a heavy sigh, Gu Ling resolved to attempt once more to contact his master. He approached the bookshelf, lightly touching the tomes and artifacts upon it. However, this time, there was no response. He anxiously fiddled with the mechanisms, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not unlock the passage to his master's secret realm. Despair settled within his heart, and a sense of helplessness surged through him. He stood there, staring at the place where the entrance should have appeared. Now only an expanse of barren wall. Tears blurred his vision, and he realized he might never see his master again. Master, Gu Ling whispered, his voice laden with loss and anguish. Memories of the time spent with his mentor flooded back. Those lessons, the care, and the days spent facing challenges together. The sorrow deepened as he recalled his master's parting words. Gu Ling composed himself and penned a letter to him, the chieftain of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, detailing his divinations without omitting a single detail. He sealed it with his personal stamp and entrusted it to a superlative VIP courier of the Intian Commerce, ensuring it would be delivered directly to Anne's hands. He also utilized the influence of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy to lay the groundwork for the impending battle. After completing these tasks, Gu Ling curled up in his office chair, unable to find tranquility. Chapter 25. Searching for the secret realm deep within the twisted rifts of time and space, Tang San's figure emerged like a spectral apparition, his eyes sparkling with an intense yearning for power. The power of the malevolent deity, that ancient and sinister force, magnetically drew him in, compelling him to claim it at any cost. Unfortunately, the Dark Demon Tiger clan, a peaceful and harmonious tribe in this era, became the unwitting victims of Tang San's ambition. After Tang San refined the malevolent power from the faceless spider and the mandragora serpent, his desire for the malevolent energy residing within the Dark Demon Tiger intensified. He understood that to acquire the remaining malevolent power and master supreme strength, he must locate the source, the homeland of the Dark Demon Tiger clan. This place was not only their sanctuary for procreation and survival, but also the wellspring of the malevolent force. Fortunately, Tang San could still be considered a child of the semi-plane. Despite his actions being met with disdain and his indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, even disregarding his kin, he remained undeterred. With unwavering focus, he meticulously controlled the malevolent energy within him, allowing it to flow in a rhythmic pattern, coalescing into a unique vortex. Simultaneously, within the secret realm of the Dark Demon Tiger, the soul power of the being known as An was gradually ignited by the malevolent energy, reaching a boiling state, and sat at a desk, pen in hand, composing a letter, then sat down, striving to suppress the turmoil within. However, Tang San's exertion required substantial soul power, and his malevolent energy began to dim, as if it were being drained to its limits. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, as if he had grasped a profound insight. Suddenly, he extended his hand and forcefully struck his chest, the abrupt motion disrupting his breath and causing him to involuntarily spout a mouthful of blood. This blood sprayed into the gray mist before him, instantly triggering a remarkable transformation. The mist shimmered with crimson light, rendering the entire scene extraordinarily enchanting, leaving one in awe. Tang San stepped into the vortex before him, and he beheld a world beyond, where stars twinkled, more boundless than even the edges of the divine realm. He was immediately engulfed in confusion. The sight was profoundly astonishing. In the depths of the river of time, space and time intertwined to form a magnificent and intricate tapestry, transcending the dimensions comprehensible to mortals, representing one of the oldest and most mysterious realms in the cosmos. Here, there were no fixed forms, nor the linear passage of time. Everything unfolded in an endless cycle and intertwining, revealing the mysteries of the universe. The river of time resembled an infinite cosmos. Yet this universe was not the well-known three-dimensional space, but rather an existence of higher dimensions. Surrounding him were stars and nebulae radiating peculiar luminescence, not remaining still, but rolling and colliding within the waves of the river of time at speeds surpassing that of light. These stars and nebulae are, in essence, the embodiment of time nodes and events, each carrying the weight of a significant moment in the vast tapestry of cosmic history, whether it be a chapter of brilliance or one of obscurity. Within this boundless sea of space and time, Tang San perceives the boundaries between past and future becoming indistinct, as fragments of history intertwine with omens of what is yet to come, crafting breathtaking images. He glimpses a scene from the distant past, the explosion of ancient stars, releasing a resplendent light, marking the magnificent moment of the universe's birth and the demise of a future planet, a colossal black hole devouring everything in its vicinity, heralding the universe's inevitable end. Both time and space are but dimensions of the cosmos. The true flow of time is far more expansive, profound, and unfathomable than one can imagine. In an extraordinarily eerie third-person perspective, he even witnesses his own past lives, manifesting the wrath of the Buddha and leaping from the cliff of despair, or aiding his so-called brothers at Shrek Academy. As Tang San ventures forth, the currents of time wash over his being, aging him at an astonishing rate. He is taken aback, for he has ascended to divinity, ranking among the pinnacle of power in the Douluo realm. Yet, even this formidable strength cannot withstand the onslaught of such bizarre forces. After merely 10 minutes, he senses nearly a century of vitality slipping away. Tang San inwardly marvels at the final malevolence of the evil god, the dark demon evil tiger, managing to escape to this haunted place. Fortunately, guided by the power of the evil god, he is spared from unnecessary detours. Should he acquire the ultimate divine strength of the evil god, he is certain to reclaim his lost lifespan, perhaps even refining the very essence of the divine realm to align with the longevity of heaven and earth. Chapter 26. Annihilation of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Clan, Part 1. After a considerable time, Tang San steps into the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger. This secret domain only shields against the tumult of time and space. The presence of living beings is beyond its protective design, which explains why aberrations can freely enter. And the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Clan's priests can come and go as they please. Within the secret realm, vibrant greenery flourishes, teeming with life. The Dark Demon Evil Tigers frolic among the trees or lounge leisurely on the grass, basking in the sunlight. They remain blissfully unaware of the impending cataclysm. As Tang San unleashes his initial wave of assault, the entire clan is plunged into chaos. Harnessing the power of his Blue-Silver Emperor and Haotian Hammer, he unleashes a devastating force, instantly bringing several Dark Demon Evil Tigers crashing to the ground. Blue-Silver Entanglement. Tang San believed that there was no need to summon divine artifacts to confront the dark demonic tigers, which had existed for 3,000 to 5,000 years. The devouring golden threads of the Blue-Silver Emperor entwined every dark demonic tiger lying upon the grass, consuming their soul power and vitality. Although the soul power of these ancient soul beasts was negligible to him, the accumulation of small amounts could lead to significant results. Adhering to his principle of leaving no enemy behind, Tang San exterminated all the dark demonic tigers in the area. He even took delight in planting a parasitic seed on one particularly agile dark demonic tiger, which had been tainted by the power of the evil god. This parasitic seed, now transformed by the malevolent energy, awaited Tang San's signal to detonate the soul power within, feasting upon the flesh of its host until it emerged from the withered skin, draining the last vestiges of life from its bearer and potentially nourishing itself through the devouring golden threads. Tang San smiled upon the bloodstained grass. Just moments before, gentle sunlight had bathed the earth, draping the expansive meadow in a golden veil. A soft breeze caressed the air, carrying the fresh fragrance of flora, as if nature itself were breathing, gentle and serene. This meadow resembled a grand green velvet carpet, sprawling beneath the blue sky and white clouds, both soft and vibrant with life. Amidst the grasses, wildflowers of various hues bloomed in competition, red as fire, yellow like gold, purple akin to lilacs, and white surpassing snow, intertwining to weave a splendid tapestry of colors. Bees flitted among the blossoms, diligently gathering the sweet nectar, occasionally emitting a low hum that added a touch of vibrancy and harmony to this tranquil scene. In the distance, several tall trees stood proudly, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, casting dappled shadows that mingled with those on the grass, creating a dreamlike interplay of light and shadow. Beneath the trees, small birds joyfully hopped about, sometimes pecking at the ground for food, other times lifting their heads to sing. Their melodious chirping enriched the warmth of the meadow with joy and vitality. Yet, after Tang San's massacre, this once vibrant and inviting meadow seemed instantly shrouded in despair and death. Although the sun continued to shine, it appeared to have lost its former warmth, becoming pale and blinding. The breeze no longer carried the freshness of flowers, but was instead laced with the heavy scent of blood and sorrow. The lush green of the grass was covered by a thick layer of dark red, the remnants of the dark demonic tiger's blood. The once resplendent wildflowers were now mostly withered and wilted, with only a few lingering blooms swaying in the wind, silently recounting the tragedy that had unfolded here. The busy bees were nowhere to be seen, nor could their gentle buzzing be heard. Instead, a profound silence and desolation enveloped the space. The towering trees, though still standing, seemed to have lost their former vitality, their branches and leaves dimmed by the aftermath of this calamity. Beneath the tree, the cheerful chirping of birds was no longer heard. Only the occasional mournful caw of a crow echoed, adding an air of gloom and terror to the desolate grassland. Tang San, with a sense of intrigue, strode across the meadow wielding the Haotian hammer, which carved a deep furrow into the earth. He traversed the entire northern region, slaying every dark, demonic tiger he encountered, until all 753 of them perished. Gradually, news of this reached the central authority. At the central meeting, the ancient spirit and other leaders of the dark demonic tigers gathered to deliberate on how to address this crisis. According to intelligence, this otherworldly demon executed his victims without a flicker of hesitation. If left unchecked, the foundation of our dark demonic tiger clan, built over nearly 1,000,000 years, could be obliterated, remarked Mingxi Luo, head of the Ming family. Setting aside how he infiltrated our domain and his motives, could it be that his sole purpose is slaughter? We should seek the assistance of the 4 great war gods. Perhaps only these renowned deities can halt this celestial demon. His grass resembles the blue-silver grass that thrived during the cataclysm. Though blue-silver grass is common, the ones I have seen were pure and delicate, never associated with evil. Yet, the grass in his hand exudes a formidable and sinister aura. The assembly engaged in fervent discussion, proposing several striking strategies. Only Guling, the dean of the Dark Demonic Tiger Academy, comprehended the true complexity of this individual's strength. Quiet, Guling rose to his feet. By seniority, he was neither the eldest, nor by strength, the mightiest. He should not command silence at this moment, yet his extensive connections, bolstered by the Academy's annual contributions of talent to the military and around the globe, lent him an imposing presence that silenced the crowd, eager to hear his insights. As you all know, I began my journey with divination, and though I cannot guarantee a perfect accuracy, my methods boast a reliability exceeding 98%. Recently, I foretold a dire omen, heralding catastrophe for our entire dark demonic tiger clan. My friends, does our verbal sparring serve any purpose? We have deliberated for nearly 2 incense sticks worth of time, and in just another 2, the celestial demon may have slaughtered the outer 4 districts and the underground 6. I wish to convey one crucial point. Not long ago, I issued the highest SSR level protective decree for the dark demonic tiger clan. With a single command, we could evacuate all 230 000 dark, demonic tigers to safety. As for how long our refuge can endure, it depends on how long we, the old guards, can hold out. Do any of you dissent? In the conference room of the dark demonic tiger clan, the atmosphere was tense and grave. Gu Ling, seated at the back, cast a somber gaze upon the assembly, his voice low yet powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. The attendees, all key figures within the dark demonic tiger clan, management and senior executives, fell silent upon hearing Gu Ling's words. Some individuals bowed their heads in contemplation, seemingly pondering over something profound. Others wore expressions of concern, uncertain of how to respond. The entire conference room was enveloped in a profound silence, with no one daring to voice their opinions lightly. The esteemed figure of Gu Ling surveyed each person with a gaze imbued with unwavering determination. He understood that this was not the moment for debate, but rather for making resolute decisions. As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly oppressive. At length, one person shattered the silence. We cannot simply concede. There are alternative methods at our disposal. Gu Ling raised his head, his piercing eyes fixating on the speaker, and slowly replied, "Then tell me, what other methods do you propose?" Gu Ling recognized the individual as the former administrative officer from the 3rd District, who had ascended 7 ranks to attain the position of director of the 6th Management Division. Bolstered by his formidable background, the intensity of Gu Ling's gaze caused the man to take a step back, yet he summoned the courage to continue. We could organize a counterattack, using our strength to confront the demons. A counterattack? Gu Ling scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips, as if mocking the man's fanciful notion. Do you truly believe we possess any odds of success? Continuing this battle will only result in greater sacrifices among our kin. To retaliate, it would necessitate our mid to high level combatants exhausting the demons. Are you suggesting that civilians wielding shovels and pickaxes should strike at the demons' heads in hopes of incapacitating them? The conference room fell silent once more, with attendees exchanging glances that betrayed their feelings of helplessness and despair. Gu Ling inhaled deeply, his tone resolute as he declared, "The only choice we have now is to execute my orders, immediately activate the SSR level protection protocol, and ensure the safe evacuation of our people. This is our last hope." With that, Gu Ling rose from his seat and turned to leave the conference room, indifferent to the bewildered expressions of those remaining. He left the assembly grappling with their inner turmoil and conflict. As he initiated the SSR protection order, Gu Ling set aside concerns regarding his rank, having glimpsed countless futures. He had only escaped once, through a fleeting moment in time, and now he returned, uncertain if he could alter this destiny. Even if it is merely 2 more individuals escaping, it offers a glimmer of hope for the continuation of our race. Gu Ling stood atop the clock tower of the academy, casting one last glance at his vibrant classmates, and sighed heavily. He then rang the bell within the tower 6 times, signaling the commencement of battle readiness for the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, alerting everyone to assemble in the underground chamber, 1,400 meters below ground. This is the only thing I can do for you. To survive, Gu Ling thought to himself. Chapter 27. Annihilation of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, Part 2. Though Gu Ling was acutely aware that predetermined events are bound to occur, he contemplated the possibility that today, the Celestial Demon number 1 might wipe out the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. If that mission were to fail, there would inevitably be a Celestial Demon number 2, a Celestial Demon number 3. Eventually, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan would face such existential peril. In the millennia spent learning under his mentor, he had gleaned many truths. The future of this world is destined to unfold at some moment. The actions taken along the way may temporarily delay that future, but the relentless march of time will always push forward. Time possesses a formidable capacity for correction, rendering every individual seemingly insignificant. Those seemingly crucial decisions may alter the path momentarily, yet in the grand scheme, time will invariably restore everything to its rightful course. Each person is but a diminutive entity within the vast cosmos, akin to a single drop in the ocean, insignificant yet an indispensable part of the expanse. The corrective power of time makes everything appear so natural and inevitable, instilling in Gu Ling a profound reverence for this grand order, while simultaneously reflecting upon his own insignificance. Ah, time, how it brings all splendor and decay, brilliance and obscurity, ultimately returning to simplicity and tranquility, Gu Ling mused. With a gesture, Gu Ling conjured a time rift, and with a resounding boom, a portal materialized before him, revealing the old principal's office from 1346 years ago, within the ancient campus of the dark demon evil god tiger. At that time, Guling served as the vice principal of the old campus, following the management's decision aimed at nurturing talent. A central expanse was allocated to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, which, in conjunction with the Dark Heaven Chamber of Commerce, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Education Bureau, and the Central Education Committee, jointly established the new Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. The former principal had retired, and Guling, formerly the vice principal, had taken on the role of principal for 1,346 years. As Guling stepped into the time portal, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Memories flooded his mind. Within the desk drawer of the principal's office lay a military uniform he once wore during his service. Perhaps, in this dire moment for the Dark Demon Evil God clan, this garment, which had accompanied him through numerous battles against foreign adversaries, would greatly bolster his confidence. After all, the celestial demons are also demons, they too are outsiders. He longed to shout the oath he had sworn during his military service. With loyalty forged in spirit, I shall defend my homeland with unwavering resolve. He recalled the brutal clashes of iron and blood on the battlefield. Guling, utilizing his soul power, lifted the military uniform, meticulously inspecting the garment. The wind outside swept through the treetops and entered through the window, causing the fabric to flutter gently, and Guling could almost faintly detect the scent of blood, stirring his very essence. The jacket featured a standing collar, the edges adorned with interwoven threads of gold and silver, symbolizing the honor and nobility of a soldier. The epaulets were exquisitely embroidered, showcasing the insignia of rank. The golden stars and stripes shimmered against the deep black background, not only signifying Guling's esteemed status as a god of Earth Tiger General, but also reflecting a pursuit of exquisite craftsmanship. To elaborate on the military hierarchy, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Army is divided into ranks, with the highest being the Emperor, the leader of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, known as An, followed by 4 mighty war gods. Independent of these 4, there exists a royal guard directly under An's command, comprising 50 elite soldiers stationed in the Imperial City. The Central Region. Each of the 4 war gods commands their respective armies, stationed in the 4 cardinal directions, while a coalition of the 4 major forces collectively occupies the underground 6th district. The ranks within this coalition include the Celestial God Tiger, the Celestial Demon Tiger, the Celestial Winged Tiger, the Earth God Tiger, the Earth Demon Tiger, and the Earth Winged Tiger, along with subordinate units such as the 1,000-man battalion, the 100-man company, and the 10-man squad, which also includes specialized roles such as reconnaissance, protection, and defense, freely assignable. On the left breast of the military uniform, a badge representing the unit is worn, inscribed with the title of Earth God Tiger General of the 923rd Division. Its design cleverly merges the unit's emblem with that of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, featuring vibrant colors. The dark elements are profoundly deep, as if gazing into the abyss, carrying significant meaning. Below this badge lies a nameplate, inscribed in silver-white lettering with the flowing characters Guling, which stands out prominently against the dark backdrop. As Guling touched the nameplate, a flood of memories surged within him, his first enlistment, his initial combat alongside comrades. And the moment he tore off his insignia to save a soul drained of power, shouting in unison with his instructor, I am the elemental force of the 4 attributes, wind, thunder, and dark time. I, Guling, pledge to use my soul power to save him. The jacket featured practical pockets on either side, secured with discreet clasps, rendering the uniform remarkably tidy while facilitating the storage of small items. Guling rummaged through the pockets, retrieving a button, pondering to himself, I suppose the old squad leader will face another reprimand from the inspectors. How fortunate he is to be retired. He won't have to come personally. In this battle, who can guarantee victory? The cuffs were similarly embellished with threads of gold or silver, adding a touch of refinement. The cuffs were stained with the blood of countless foreign races. Guling donned her military attire, meticulously adjusting every wrinkle in the mirror of the old principal's office, reminiscent of a general preparing for battle. After casting a final glance at her reflection, Guling stepped into the time-space tunnel, making her way toward the central tower of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, the very pillar that supported the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. She rapped on the door of the Hall of Heroes beneath the central pillar, announcing, I, the Junior Guling, call upon the esteemed predecessors to emerge and confront the enemy. With that, she pushed open the grand door, drawing a blade across her wrist. and her blood splattered into the air. Within the Hall of Heroes were 92 spirits, some just a step away from breaking through to the 4 golden strands of soul beasts after 200,000 years, others poised to ascend to 800,000 years. And one, the father of an, whose soul power had reached an astounding 900,000 years, albeit stagnated for an extended period. Even more formidable was N's grandfather, whose soul power had reached a terrifying 999,000 years on the brink of achieving divinity. Stimulated by the blood, the spirits gradually awakened. After Gu Ling recounted the circumstances and shared her visions of the future witnessed along the river of time, astonishment rippled through the assembly. They had slumbered in this secret realm for tens of thousands of years, contemplating the possibility of this day arriving. However, they had envisioned a future where their overwhelming strength would allow them to sweep across the previous Douluo continent and dominate a realm, never anticipating that they would be confronted at their own doorstep, facing potential annihilation. The spirits returned to their corporeal forms, devouring the countless blood offerings hidden beneath the Hall of Heroes, which bore an alternative name, the Bone-Hiding Chamber, in the eyes of other races. As for An, the leader of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, upon Tang San's entrance into the secret realm, a surge of malevolent power surged within him to an unprecedented peak, even hinting at the potential for loss of control over his soul power, and had never anticipated that the power of the evil god, one of their most relied upon abilities, could one day backfire upon them to such an extent. Fortunately, the additional condition of his pact with the deity was that all the clan's malevolent energy would be transferred solely to him, were that energy to disperse. It was feared that the demoness strength could absorb additional power amidst the slaughter, propelling him even further. Perhaps we may not see the return of C. An exerted tremendous effort to suppress the fluctuations of his body as it assimilated the power of the evil god. Not far away, Tang San had eliminated all the dark demon evil god tigers in the northern district, finding it rather dull. How tedious, he remarked with a smile. Before him lay the vital passage from the northern district to the central region, Jinbei Pass. Tang San gazed at the 3 characters inscribed upon the gate with a sense of pessimism, only to break into a smile. I shall demonstrate to you the disparity of power, the essence of true despair. With that, Tang San surged forth like a cannonball freshly discharged. Propelled by the meticulous arrangements orchestrated by Gu Ling presently, nearly half of the forces were assembled at this location, with a third more en route to the front lines. Beast spirits, some over 10,000 years old, were hastening toward Jinbei Pass. Should this stronghold fall, only a rocky and a cloudy fort would stand between Jinbei and the central region, allowing for a swift strike that could devastate the heart of the realm. Therefore, the defense of Jinbei was non-negotiable. The soldiers received their orders. The third-tier soldiers activated their soul power sensors, initiating the soul cannon. The fourth-tier amplification array was engaged, pre-aimed at a linear velocity of 97 Hz, with a 7-second lead time. Fire, commanded the officer, providing the most precise targeting method. Is this all? Tang San stood amidst the rising smoke, grasping a ball of luminous energy, the very compressed soul power from the recently fired soul cannon. The onlookers were taken aback. Although it was merely a third-tier cannon enhanced by fourth-tier amplification, few could withstand such power. The senior commander ordered those above the third tier to concentrate their soul power into the compression device before retreating. Based on his years of battlefield experience, he understood the extraordinary peril of this engagement. Even the elite third-tier soldiers would prove ineffective in this dire situation. Tang San chuckled. Is this your true strength? It would be impolite not to reciprocate. He entwined his own gray mist with the cannonball he held, then hurled it onto the walls of Jinbei. A tremendous roar erupted as the soul cannon was completely thwarted by Jinbei's unique soul defense, the Mo Chintzy defensive array, dimming its brilliance to a mere flicker. Tang San paused, intrigued, and summoned the sea goddess trident to pierce the defensive structure. However, the senior commander had already discerned Tang San's intentions, activating the super defense mode. The trident was repelled just inches away by the magnetic reversal system of Mo Chintzy's defenses. Yet, could a divine artifact be constrained by mere mortal constructs? Even the might of technology was insufficient. Tang San laughed heartily, redirecting the trident to swiftly breach the defense shield, creating a gaping hole. However, the golden radiance flickered, and soon the barrier was restored to its pristine condition, leaving the sea goddess trident ensnared within. You are indeed far more intriguing than the face demon spider or the mandala snake, yet a bug is still a bug. You are destined to become my nourishment, my strength, Tang Xin declared with manic laughter. His voice echoed across the battlefield, infused with an undeniable aura of dominance and madness. However, the high-ranking commander displayed not a trace of panic, fully aware that in the face of such an adversary, a calm demeanor was paramount to seizing a glimmer of hope. Tang San, you are indeed formidable, yet this is our territory, and you have underestimated our determination and intellect. The commander's voice resonated through the battlefield via loudspeakers, each word imbued with unwavering resolve and tenacity. Do you believe that with mere individual prowess, you can overturn everything? You are mistaken. True strength emanates from unity and conviction. As the commander's words echoed, a transformation swept across the battlefield. The soldiers, previously scattered, swiftly regrouped, aligning according to the formations rehearsed in advance. Each individual's soul power began to resonate in a peculiar rhythm, as if an invisible force interconnected the entire battlefield. This was the soul formation unity. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tang San's eyes. This tactic was exceedingly rare, demanding a high degree of synergy and cooperation. Capable of converging the soul powers of numerous soul masters into a formidable force, even briefly surpassing individual limits. Above the battlefield, a colossal whirlpool of soul power gradually materialized, encapsulating the will and strength of countless warriors. From the vortex's center, a dazzling beam of light surged skyward, hurtling directly towards Tang San. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Tang San did not falter. He inhaled deeply, gray mist swirling around him as if he melded with the surrounding air. His hands formed seals, and he chanted an ancient incantation, a more immense power erupting from within him, establishing a standoff against the encroaching whirlpool of soul power. Light of the sea god, illuminate my path. Tang San bellowed, as the sea god's trident seemed to respond to his call, breaking free from its protective barrier, transforming into a golden streak of light that fused with Tang San's soul power, culminating in a brilliant beam that soared into the heavens. The two forces collided violently in the air, unleashing a deafening roar. The entire battlefield trembled, dust swirling and obscuring the sky. Yet amidst this chaos, a distinct clarity emerged, revealing Tang San's figure, steadfast and unyielding, his gaze more resolute than ever, as if no force could topple him. Your power indeed commands my respect, but true strength never fears a challenge. Tang San's voice pierced through the dust, clear and potent. Today, let me demonstrate to you what true divine power is. With that, Tang San's form flickered, transforming into a gray lightning bolt, propelled by the sea god's trident, charging towards the disintegrating whirlpool of soul power. Just a mere soul formation unity of the diminutive dark demon evil tiger clan. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Tang San exhibited not a trace of fear. Rather, he yearned for a direct confrontation, eager to ascertain the extent of his current prowess. Chapter 28. The Annihilation of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, Part 2, with a singular force that transcended all laws. Tang San wielded two distinct divine energies with deft precision. His figure flitted through the shattered vortex of soul power like a specter, each strike executed with lethal accuracy. In his grasp, the sea god trident seemed infused with life, each swing accompanied by the might of thunder, cleaving the air and dismantling the meticulously crafted defenses of the dark demon evil god tiger legion. Despite having trained for millennia, achieving a state of unity between man and formation, the legion was rendered as fragile as parchment in the face of his overwhelming strength. Their soul formation unity merely delayed their inevitable collapse. The members of the dark demon evil god tiger clan were gripped by terror, having never encountered such a formidable adversary. The two powers emanating from Tang San were unprecedented. One exuded an irresistible majesty and sanctity that inspired a desire for reverence, while the other felt familiar, cold, and malevolent. They had never fathomed that such contrasting energies could coexist within a single individual. Though their soul formation unity was formidable, it appeared utterly feeble and vulnerable before the true might of Tang San. He moved across the battlefield like a soaring dragon, his movements agile and precise, each evasion impeccably timed to avoid enemy assaults. His eyes gleamed with a piercing light, as if perceiving every subtle shift upon the battlefield. The members of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, unwilling to yield, roared fiercely, unleashing their respective soul techniques in a desperate attempt to engulf Tang San in a torrent of soul power. Yet, he remained at the eye of the storm. Unaffected by the raging chaos surrounding him, maintaining an unwavering calm and clarity within. As anguish cries echoed through the air, members of the dark demon evil god tiger legion fell one by one, some pierced directly by the sea god trident, others severely wounded by the shockwaves of Tang San's unleashed soul power, unable to rise again. The battlefield became a grim tableau, bodies piling high, blood pooling like rivers. The entire space cloaked in a heavy shroud of carnage and despair. Standing at the center of this carnage, enveloped in a faint gray mist, Tang San bore an expression tinged with disdain, mingled with a hint of somberness. He slowly retracted the sea god trident, a sinister smile curling upon his lips, a mocking reflection of the dire plight of his foes. "I am Tang San." Tang San's voice was icy and devoid of compassion. He surveyed his surroundings, where the remnants of the dark demon evil god tiger clan's demise lay before him. "Remember," he declared. "No, you have no chance to remember. You will all ultimately become a part of my power." Standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Tang San laughed with unrestrained arrogance. Despite the combined forces of the tens of thousands of soldiers from the dark demon evil god tiger legion, even with the enhancement of their soul array, their soul power merely elicited a fleeting sense of fatigue from Tang San. Having spoken, he did not hasten to depart. Instead, he slowly approached those remaining dark demon evil god tigers who were still clinging to life. Each of his steps bore an extraordinary weight, as though he were treading upon their very hearts, instilling in them an unparalleled sense of oppression and despair. With a thunderous sound, Tang San's tattered robe, stained with the blood of the dark demon evil god tiger clan and his own, floated in the wind. He turned, astonished, toward the peculiar flying object approaching from a distance of 700 or 800 meters. There, shrouded in darkness, was a mass of shadows, led by Gu Ling, the dean of the dark demon evil god tiger academy. The flying object that swept past Tang San's robe, halting his advance, was a poisoned token pilfered from an ancient being in the Hall of Heroes by Gu Ling. Enveloping his bleeding arm in divine energy, Tang San levitated into the air, achieving a level gaze with his adversary. "At last, something intriguing is unfolding," he remarked. "These people have bored me to tears." With a maniacal laugh, he suddenly surged forward, his figure flickering as he flew towards Gu Ling, renowned as the foremost diviner in the dark demon evil god tiger realm, had anticipated such unorthodox behavior from this celestial demon and retreated several hundred steps, leaving the elders to bear the brunt. Despite the impressive display of throwing the token, retreat was still a necessity. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, known as Mo. He raised his hand, and a realm as dark as ink swiftly expanded from his center, enveloping the surroundings in an impenetrable shadow. This domain, named Mo by, rendered those trapped within it devoid of their senses and cognitive abilities. The words of those around them slipped away as if they were mere whispers, akin to a friend advising a devoted admirer. Even when met with indifference, the admirer remained fervent, convinced that the object of their affection was simply slow to warm up, ultimately leading to their own downfall. This realm was the culmination of a century of introspection by Mo, who had devoted his emotions entirely to this domain. Reflecting the myriad wonders of the universe, Tang San, moving with such swiftness, could not evade the encroaching darkness and plunged headlong into the realm, becoming ensnared in its depths in an instant. Had never experienced such sycophantic behavior, for in his 2 lifetimes, endowed with various advantages, he was treated like the son of destiny, the favored child of the world. He had never been lacking in female companionship, nor did he suffer a dearth of women vying for his affection. He had turned down countless advances. The profound principle of the 3,000 paths, with its focus on the heart, enveloped him in a novel sensation, as if he were gradually succumbing to the intoxication of love. "I shall embrace the role of a devoted admirer," he mused inwardly. "Old Mo, you haven't let that celestial demon finish you off, have you? Your domain is truly terrifying. Among our numerous spirits in the Hall of Heroes, only those who practice the path of ruthlessness can withstand it without assistance. Let us conclude our business here," he declared. It was said that this celestial demon was extraordinarily formidable, yet they had not even witnessed its true power before it was all over. "Old Bai and Little Grass, please tend to the kin below, and while you're at it, disguise yourselves and eliminate some members of other races. After all, the celestial demon's visit cannot be in vain. We must prepare for our next feast of blood." Suddenly, a flash of silver light glimmered at the throat of the speaker, who instinctively clutched at his neck. "What's wrong? No jesting now," a young man admonished. only to witness the head and body of the speaker severed with eerie precision, as if cleaved by an exceedingly sharp blade. I must say, you are quite intriguing. A silver light emerged from the black domain, shattering the realm of ink and white. Alert! The young man sensed danger and shouted, but it was too late. The silver light flashed, cleaving him in two from shoulder to waist. Gucci Lan. An elder lamented in despair. After all, this was a descendant of their lineage. And the bond ran deep. Tang Xin chuckled softly. Is this trivial trick enough to ensnare me? Has the dark demon, evil god tiger clan truly been eradicated? Let us embark on this journey together. The four individuals, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation. They swiftly encircled Tang Xin, realizing they could no longer afford to underestimate their opponent. Should they falter, the ominous prophecies spoken by Gu Ling might very well come to fruition. With the heavenly seal, earthly vein seal, profound dark seal, and yellow jade seal, the quartet summoned their innate treasures by channeling their respective elemental energies. They formed a formidable and terrifying offensive, especially considering their combined cultivation spanning 700,000 years, with their lethal technique having previously vanquished the 900,000-year-old spectral silver wolf. Following their offensive, the other members of the Spirit Hall sprang into action. Some, skilled in enhancements, swiftly inscribed over 10 boosting formations, while others, adept at confinement, unfurled their robes, revealing a multitude of binding formations aimed directly at Tang Xin to diminish his strength. Additionally, some resorted to burning a portion of their soul power, cultivated over 100,000 years, summoning beings from other realms through secret techniques. Others meticulously extracted their respective elements, reconstructing them into a near-complete pathway, using the weight of this path to suppress Tang Xin's power. In their worldview, all strength emanated from the laws, elements, emotions, love, and formations were merely applications of this law-like force. The dark demon, evil god tiger possessed innate fragments of the 6 elemental laws, making it more attuned to the grand pathways, as the essence of cultivation lay in imprinting the world's pathways within oneself. A multitude of brilliantly colored formations and various elemental pathways surged towards Tang Xin, akin to an unrestrained torrent. While the binding formations enveloped him in a cloak before he could even react, a gray mist swirled around Tang Xin, cocooning him in a protective shroud as he braced himself to withstand the oncoming assault. Having witnessed the history of the evil god, he understood that the power of the evil god surpassed that of the sea god's divine might and the Shura god's judgment. Thus, he unleashed all of his evil god power to withstand the barrage. In a distant chamber of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan leader, and gritted his teeth, enduring the adverse effects of the evil god power. He had withstood this torment for tens of thousands of years. Surely he could endure a few more days. Unbeknownst to him, the dark demons had already decimated the entire northern region and were engaged in battle with the Spirit Hall. His only belief was to await the arrival of a solution from C, despite having waited for several millennia without resolution. Suddenly, and felt the evil god power he was resisting subside, an uneasy sensation washing over him. The next moment, the evil god power within him erupted violently, akin to a volcanic eruption. This coincided with Tang Xin's own defense against a wave of attacks, causing the evil god power to wane. Tang Xin found it astonishing that such minor entities could render him so beleaguered, and dark thoughts began to proliferate within him, subtly amplifying the evil god power. This led to the complete loss of control over the dark deity's power within it. In the final moment of this chaos, and consumed a peculiar object from the table, and his eyes transformed into a deep crimson, roaring as if he were a primal beast, indulging in his desires. Suddenly, Tang Xin felt the return of the missing portion of the dark deity's power, which was the primary reason for his presence here. He manipulated another fragment of divine power with his mind, urging it to hasten its arrival. Even if the dark deity's power manifested in the form of a dog, Tang Xin was confident it could become a formidable ally against the adversaries before him. Amidst the tumult, some individuals tore open their books, scattering pages to form a barrier, aiming to sever Tang Xin's path to survival. Others produced deadly poisons from their hidden reserves, casting them towards him, while yet others struck him with unyielding force, their energy hitting him like a battering ram. Tang Xin continuously utilized the dark deity's power to fend off the damage, even allowing his own sea god power to be consumed, thereby augmenting the dark deity's strength further. In the distance, a figure spoke. Shura, why do I feel so uneasy lately? It seems like something monumental is about to occur. You have grown complacent. Whenever tasked with responsibility, you seek excuses. Hurry up and complete your reconnaissance. We need speed, came the response. As Tang San's divine consciousness surged wildly, that part of the uncontrollable dark deity's power appeared to be drawn by invisible chains, slowly converging towards him even from deep within En's body. Under the influence of this force, En's form underwent a remarkable transformation. Dark red patterns writhed beneath his skin like living creatures, and his eyes glowed with an even fiercer crimson. Ultimately, he let out a deafening roar, his form swelling into a colossal beast radiating malevolence, embodying an ancient deity's terrifying majesty. Un, now devoid of reason, burst through the ceiling, emerging from the depths to the battlefield where Tang Sin stood. What is that? Is there such a creature in the secret realm? Someone remarked. This figure bears a resemblance to the current clan leader, and another noted. He is standing among the crowd. He is the only soul beast in the spirit hall to have existed for 990,000 years, an elder explained. What has become of it? The enormous beast roared, its limbs shaking the ground, each breath seeming to draw in the surrounding air, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression among the elders of the spirit hall. A cold smile crept across Tang San's lips. He understood that it had now become his most powerful weapon, a relentless machine of slaughter, devoid of fear or fatigue. Go forth, my blade, and let these ancient ones witness what true despair looks like. Tang Sin silently recited a mantra, intensifying his control over his divine consciousness as he infused the power of the evil god into En's body, rendering En's movements increasingly precise and lethal. The colossal beast, transformed from En, surged forward under Tang San's command, each attack imbued with cataclysmic force. Regardless of the formidable barriers or the exquisite swordsmanship, all appeared feeble in the face of this malevolent power. The elders of the Hall of Heroic Spirits hastily summoned their treasured artifacts and ultimate techniques in a desperate attempt to avert catastrophe, yet it seemed impervious to pain, growing ever more ferocious with each injury sustained, with each wound only igniting a deeper fury within. However, just as the battle seemed poised for a decisive victory for Tang San, a venerable elder with silver hair and profound eyes, the father of En, made an astonishing decision. He closed his eyes, and a resplendent light erupted from his being, a culmination of his lifelong cultivation. Heavenly demon, return my son En's life. In the elder's eyes, perhaps the only path to liberate En lay in vanquishing this heavenly demon, rendering his own sacrifice inconsequential. As the conflict reached a fever pitch, with the beast formed from a nearly unstoppable, the members of the Hall of Heroic Spirits faced an unprecedented crisis. The elder resolutely chose the path of self-sacrifice, fully aware that the existing strength was insufficient to confront this rampant evil power, let alone safeguard the hall or protect the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, or even his own son. Thus, he made a fateful decision to use his own life force as a catalyst, initiating a self-detonation in an attempt to seal both the heavenly demon and its sinister power. For the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, I am willing to pay with my life to seal this evil. His voice resonated through the heavens as his form gradually swelled within the radiance, ultimately transforming into a cataclysmic force that surged toward Tang San. A deafening explosion erupted, causing the entire Hall of Heroic Spirits to tremble at that moment. The beast formed from and lunged at Tang San, intercepting the lethal strike, enveloped tightly within a thick cocoon of light, while the elder vanished without a trace, leaving only swirling black dust in the air. Emerging from the haze, Tang San exclaimed, "What a spectacular display!" Kin turning against kin, as he applauded while drawing forth the evil god's power from the cocoon. It must be said that should Tang San fully absorb the intertwined evil god powers within it, he would grasp the entirety of the path to the evil god's dominion. Thus, while engaging in verbal mockery, he quietly absorbed the power of the dark deity. As he took a step forward, he was confronted by the very fiend that had caused him to lose his children and grandchildren in his later years, and had slaughtered countless of his kin. Dao waved his hand, and the members of the Hall of Heroes understood his intent. They formed a unique formation, resembling a funnel, with Dao positioned at the forefront. They began with the weakest soul beasts of 170,000 years, progressing through those of 200,000 years, 400,000 years, and 800,000 000 years, until finally reaching a formidable being of 960,000 years. After his demise, he was the most powerful among them. Although some energy may have been expended, the power was transmitted layer by layer until their soul power was completely drained. None of them held back. All for the sake of Dao's ambition to break through the divine realm at the million-year mark. For the god of time had left behind a divine position. Should the capacity of their soul power increase, one could inherit such a divine status and possess the strength to contend with the gods. Chapter 29. Nearing Extinction. A glimmer of hope? As the special formation within the Hall of Heroes took shape, an unprecedented surge of soul power emanated from its core. Akin to rivers converging into the sea, layer upon layer building upon one another. Each soul beast poured forth their essence, unreservedly transmitting their accumulated soul power to Dao, who stood at the forefront. This force transcended the constraints of time and space, causing the very fabric of the realm to tremble, as if even heaven and earth were affected. Dao closed his eyes, his being enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. A wondrous spectacle birthed from the fusion of various soul beast powers. Each ray of light contained distinct energies and wills, intertwining and colliding, ultimately coalescing into an unstoppable torrent that surged into Dao's body. In that moment, Dao seemed to resonate with the entirety of the universe, and deep within his soul, an unprecedented awakening quietly unfolded. As the soul power continued to flow into him, Dao's form gradually became transparent, his veins, bones, and even his soul underwent an extraordinary baptism and metamorphosis. His aura intensified, reaching an ineffable realm that surpassed ordinary soul masters, even transcending the levels attainable by million-year soul beasts. Just then, the sky suddenly split open, a radiant beam of light shooting forth and illuminating Dao. This was the legacy of the divine position left by the god of time, which sensed the power within Dao capable of shaking the divine realm, thus preemptively opening the gateway to the inheritance. Dao opened his eyes, filled with an unprecedented determination and resolve. He gazed up at the radiant light, his heart a tumult of emotions. He cast his gaze towards the opposing fiend, Tang San, knowing that this grudge must be avenged. This divine inheritance was the commencement of his quest for retribution and guardianship. Without a moment's hesitation, Dao stepped forward, entering the luminous beam. Tang San attempted to intervene, hurling a colossal scythe formed from the dark deity's power towards the light, but it struck against the brilliance in vain. What manner of inheritance is this? Regrettably, no one responded to Tang San's inquiry. In an instant, the radiant legacy of divine power enveloped Dao, as ancient and potent energies coursed through his being, merging with his own soul force to forge a completely new strength. This energy was then relentlessly compressed and refined, ultimately resulting in a density far surpassing that of his former self from the 99,000 years. Although the soul beasts of that era could be deemed semi-divine, they were ultimately bound by mortal flesh. After being washed by divine power, the quality of the soul force he could harness significantly elevated, transforming his body into a vessel for divine energy. Throughout this process, Dao endured countless trials and tribulations, as his will, soul, and even physique were continuously reshaped and exalted. Each struggle and breakthrough brought him closer to the divine realm. Finally, as the last vestige of light dissipated, Dao slowly opened his eyes, devoid of the previous anger and hatred, replaced instead by a profound tranquility and depth. He sensed within him a surging force that was no longer mere soul power, but true divine energy. He had succeeded. He had inherited the divine position of the god of time, becoming a genuine deity. In this moment, he fought not only for himself, but for his entire kin and for those loved ones who had sacrificed for him. He vowed, in the name of divinity, to safeguard this land and ensure that the fiends before him would be obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Dao familiarized himself with the newly acquired power of the elemental god position, which enhanced his mastery over elemental forces, space, time, wind, and thunder. Even the sinister power bestowed upon the dark demon evil god tiger clan by the malevolent deity returned to him in an unfamiliar, yet intimately familiar form. As if a part of his very being, Dao carefully controlled his newfound strength, his expression grave and solemn. He understood that this formidable power did not solely belong to him, but was the legacy and accumulation of the entire dark demon evil god tiger clan. At this moment, he felt the expectations and trust of the 87 spirits behind him, who had pooled their soul forces into him at the cost of their lives to aid his ascension. Simultaneously, countless soldiers at the Northern Defense were selflessly burning their soul power, contributing to this battle without hesitation. Faced with such immense sacrifice and support, Dao's heart overflowed with gratitude and a sense of responsibility. He realized that he could not betray the hopes of those who believed in him. He must give his all to vanquish the enemy before him. Thus, he silently vowed, victory in this battle was imperative. With unwavering conviction and determination, Dao gathered all his strength once more, preparing to confront Tang San's onslaught. What is this? This is evil power? No. How could you possess such malevolence? The entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan's dark divine power has been transferred to a single individual. As Tang San attempted to exert reverse control over and using the dark divine power, he inadvertently extracted En's memories, gaining insight into the general circumstances of this secret realm. Thus, upon witnessing the evil power within Dao, Tang San could not help but be taken aback in astonishment. To comprehend the malevolent deity's divine power is to recognize his greatest reliance. Dao remained silent, gathering energy within the palm of his right hand. As formidable strength gradually coalesced into a wave of energy, stirring the surrounding air and causing Dao's robes to flutter audibly. Very well, if silence is your choice. Allow me to test the veracity of your divinity. Tang San instantly regained his composure, preparing himself for what lay ahead. Suddenly, with a swift sound, the energy wave shot forth from Dao's hand, and in the next moment, Dao moved, utilizing his dark attribute to conjure 3 shadowy figures in a triangular formation. Trailing behind the energy wave, Tang San felt an inexplicable familiarity, as though he were being treated as prey akin to the mandala serpent from 422 years past. With a cold smile, Tang San mused. In an instant, his purple extreme magic eyes expanded to their vast potential, radiating golden light. Yet, even at the pinnacle of their power, he could not discern which was the true form and which were mere illusions, for they all mirrored the same movements. If one was genuine and 2 were false, the distinctions would be clear through their forms. But what if all 3 were mere facades? From where would one draw comparisons? Tang San was already convinced that one among them must be real, overlooking the possibility that all could be mere illusions. Consequently, he transformed the malevolent deity's power into 3 sharp spikes, aiming them towards the 3 shadows. However, before he could launch his attack, a chill ran down his spine. The hair on his neck standing on end, muscles contracting. Years of combat experience had honed his 6th sense to an acute sharpness. Something was amiss, danger loomed. In a fraction of a second, Tang San reacted, swiftly turning to the side, only to find Dao lurking in the shadows, brandishing a dagger that left a long trail of blood across Tang San's armored back. The flesh rolled back, and the wound instantaneously turned a shade of blue and purple. The 3 phantoms coalesced into a puddle, leaving no trace of their shadows. It was a manifestation conjured by the water mirror, enhanced by dark elements to create an illusion. Tang San, feeling the pain, knelt down, his mind racing with thoughts. The figure, still shrouded in a black cloak, vanished into the shadows, while the remnants of the darkness sprouted a tuft of dogtail grass, mocking and stirring Tang San's emotions. Caught in a situation where the enemy thrived in the shadows while he was exposed, Tang San pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. Since it has come to this, do not blame my subordinates for being merciless. His targets shifted to those lying on the ground, drained of soul power, as he declared, Old man, aren't you brave? If you do not show yourself in a minute, I shall slay 1 person until none remain. The shadowy figure concealed within the darkness trembled, feeling the weight of Tang San's threat. Consequently, the assault intensified. All sorts of formations and debuffs were unleashed, and Tang San braced himself against the onslaught, meticulously observing his surroundings, hoping the adversary would slip, allowing him to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. In comparison to the lives of the entire Dark Demon Tiger clan, Tang San was far more intrigued by the new malevolent power emanating from Dao. After all, the paths of the world were countless, each interpretation unique. The celestial paths were limited. If one could completely absorb a single path, it would signify they possessed an innate Dao body. In contrast, hundreds of practitioners laboring for days could barely decipher 1,000th of a single path. With a sudden kick, Tang San propelled the sea god trident into the air, where it swiftly ascended from its diagonal position in the ground, spinning rapidly before hovering steadily in midair. The sea god trident became remarkably docile in Tang San's grasp, akin to a tamed beast, slowly rotating while exuding a powerful and enigmatic aura. Gripping the trident tightly, Tang San's gaze turned resolute as he whispered, Come now. Let the battle commence. Utilizing the elemental power, Dao shaped a chain. Having previously used his tail as a scorpion-like hook to clinch the championship of the martial arts competition with a record of 93 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses. It could be said that wielding a chain was second nature to Douluo. On the battlefield, 2 figures intertwined like phantoms, each clash rippling through the space and shattering the surrounding silence. Heavenly Demon, you shall pay for your actions today. Douluo's voice emerged from the shadows, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The chain, forged from elemental energy, shimmered with an ethereal blue glow under the night, as if binding all things in existence. It was suddenly flung forth, cutting through the air with a deafening rush, aimed directly at Tang San's heart. With a sharp gaze, Tang San remained as immovable as a mountain, merely rotating his wrist. The sea god trident, sensing its master's intent, transformed into a streak of blue lightning, hurtling towards the chain, leading to a fierce collision in midair. The resounding clang echoed like thunder, the shockwaves from the clash trembling the very fabric of the space around them. A mere chain dares to bind me? Tang San let out a chilling laugh as the soul power within him surged. The trident of the sea god emanated a brilliant light, and an overwhelming force erupted from its tip, sending ripples through the very fabric of space, forcefully driving back the chains by several meters. Douluo's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this. He had suffered considerable losses in the clash of divine powers, despite having cultivated for thousands of years in the realm of 990,000 years. Soul power and divine power are distinct entities. Moreover, Douluo had only recently merged with the divine position and could not fully unleash his strength, resulting in Tang San's relentless suppression. Yet, retreat was not an option for him, as behind him stood millions of his kin from the dark demon evil god Tiger clan. There was no retreat for him. In an instant, Douluo transformed into a shadow, his speed multiplying as he distanced himself by several hundred meters. Blood contract, ignite. Spirit contract, ignite. Soul contract, ignite. I shall shatter the heavens with my blood. Douluo laughed heartily. Life inevitably leads to death, be it light as a feather or heavy as a mountain. Engaging, I shall slay you, monster, even if it costs me my life. The divine power emanating from Douluo gradually dispersed, coalescing on the surface of his skin, merging with the blood essence seeping through due to the burning of his life force. An eerie blue glow enveloped him, a testament to Douluo's formidable and vast mental strength and spirit. Tang San attempted to counter Douluo's offensive, but was struck and coughed up blood with a single blow. The ferocious assault, fueled by the simultaneous ignition of blood, spirit, and soul, unleashed a catastrophic force. If the physical body could withstand a punch, the dark energy and soul power would penetrate and deal double damage. Realizing he was outmatched, Tang San summoned an ominous artifact, the Scythe of the Evil God. This scythe, entirely ebony, bore a blade coursing with dark purple divine power, exuding a chilling aura of death. The evil god descends. All things wither. Tang San roared, swinging the scythe and conjuring a chilling whirlwind that rushed towards Douluo. This strike contained not only the power to obliterate worlds, but also the malevolent force to corrode souls, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Douluo's eyes blazed with intensity. Instead of retreating from this lethal assault, he advanced boldly. The elemental chains in his grasp, infused with blood essence, soul power, and spiritual energy, seemed to come alive, swirling and spinning, forming an indomitable shield that directly confronted the scythe of the evil god. The collision of the two forces erupted in a dazzling radiance and a thunderous roar, as if the heavens themselves trembled at that moment. Heavenly Demon, I concede your power is formidable, but you have slain too many of my kin. Today marks your demise. Douluo bellowed, as the chains quivered violently in his hands. A pure and vast force, born from the fusion of 3 elements, surged forth, clashing fiercely with the malevolent power of the scythe. As time progressed, the energy fluctuations on the battlefield intensified, and the conflict between the two had reached a boiling point. Each encounter echoed like the collision of stars, shaking the very core of one's being. In the midst of this fierce battle, although Douluo had recently ascended to divinity, he found himself locked in a relentless struggle with Tang San, even managing to gain the upper hand as he burned through his blood, spirit, and soul. With resolve, Douluo relentlessly attacked Tang San with chains, yet Tang San, seasoned in combat, skillfully evaded the strikes without grave danger. Sighing, Douluo gazed at the towering pillar in the central region, realizing that if he continued to consume his resources, he would inevitably face death once he had nothing left to burn. It was time. With a determined roar, he called forth his sword. Tang San was momentarily stunned by this proclamation, but swiftly regained his composure. From the broken pillar, a long sword burst forth, streaking through the air like a luminous arc. Gracefully poised before Dao, the blade shimmered with the essence of mountains and forests, radiating a faint azure glow. Dao entwined his elemental chains around the sword's hilt, which instantly transformed into myriad elemental ions, infusing themselves into Dao's being. The sword quivered slightly, as if the spirit within lamented. The elemental refinement of the sword's spirit was intended to unleash its fullest potential. Only a single, decisive strike could justify the sacrifice of the last vestiges of power. Dao silently whispered an apology to his old friend, knowing that he had to prevail. The sword's spirit trembled in what seemed a reply. With determination, Dao lunged at Tang San, aiming to pierce his heart. At the crucial moment, as the tip of Dao's sword approached Tang San's chest, Tang San deftly sidestepped, not only evading the fatal blow but also using Dao's south momentum to close in with ghostly swiftness. In his grasp, the scythe of the evil god, imbued with boundless malevolence, appeared almost alive, its blade glimmering with an eerie green light, a manifestation of the evil god's insatiable hunger for life. A sharp, resonant crack echoed as the scythe struck precisely at the location of Dao's heart. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, disbelief and despair flashing in Dao's eyes. The life force within him dissipated like leaves caught in a tempest, while the malevolent energy voraciously consumed his remaining vitality. The secret art of burning one's life force, intended as Dao's ultimate gambit to turn the tide, paradoxically became the catalyst for his demise. His body trembled as he fought to maintain his footing, but the sinister power from the scythe obliterated his will and strength. His gaze grew unfocused, filled with reluctance. He could not fall here, his kin depended on him. He could not die. In a desperate roar, Dao realized the inevitability of his fate. The scythe of the evil god pierced through him, shattering his heart and seizing all of his power and life. Upon this land, scarred by the ravages of battle, only the figure of Tang San remains. This signifies that the tempest heralding the final chapter of the dark demon evil god tiger clan is about to unfold in its entirety. Chapter 30. Prelude to escape. The scene shifts to 7 days prior to Tang San's incursion into the dark demon evil god tiger's secret realm. Jiang Liuyan, the Academy's esteemed president, dispatched his secretary to summon Jiang Liuyan to the president's office. Under the silvery glow of the moonlit night, President Guling, a figure who, though often appearing genteel, possesses depths of unfathomable wisdom, sat alone in his chamber. The flickering candlelight cast shadows across his face, revealing a rare expression of gravity and resolve. Jiang Liuyan, the most outstanding member of the Academy's youthful generation, had quelled a long-standing conflict between two rival factions and was subtly on the path to becoming the foremost figure among the youth of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. He was also the only individual in nearly 2 decades capable of resonating with fragments of the key of time. Should he be allowed to develop steadily, he might indeed emerge as one of the future's paramount forces. Guling let out a profound sigh, lamenting the scarcity of time. Liuyan, I have summoned you for a matter of great importance. His gaze pierced through the flickering flames, as if he could discern the obscured contours of the future. His voice, deep and resonant, shattered the stillness of the room. The forthcoming situation is far more intricate and volatile than we can fathom. Through divination and deduction, I have uncovered an insidious force drawing near, a celestial demon of formidable power. Strangely, the origins of this entity elude my understanding. Yet I can vaguely discern that he hails from the Douluo continent, with intentions aimed squarely at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's secret realm. The fate star of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan is dimming, but according to the divination, you may very well be the sole variable. The gaze of Jiang Liuyan abruptly sharpened, for he was acutely aware that the appearance of each celestial demon heralded unimaginable peril. It was as though an unseen hand were extinguishing the very vitality of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. Each battle resulted in considerable casualties, preventing the clan from ascending to a higher echelon. Thus, having traversed from humble villages to this juncture, Jiang Liuyan comprehended the profound significance behind these events. Is there a method for us to counter this, Principal? He inquired earnestly. Listen closely to what I am about to tell you, came the response. Do you believe he might enter the secret realm through an entrance in the heavens? Jiang Liuyan postulated. Ancient Ling shook her head, retrieving an aged scroll from her sleeve, which she gently placed upon the table. This is a divination tome left by my master, containing numerous ancient, and enigmatic predictive techniques. Based on these methods and the recent changes in celestial alignments, I surmise that the celestial demon is most likely to infiltrate from the Yinming Valley in the northern region. This location is the closest to the Douluo continent, where the flow of time differs from other places. Once he enters, the internal flow of time will accelerate exponentially. Therefore, it is here that the celestial demon will strike. If he approaches with the intent to annihilate our clan, the northern kin will face utter devastation. The predictions derived from the stargazing technique indicate that the strength of this demon is unfathomable, compelling us to abandon the defense of tens of thousands in the northern region at the northern town gate. However, this remains purely conjectural. Moreover, Ancient Ling shifted her tone, producing a jade pendant as smooth as polished jade from her bosom, its surface shimmering with a faint azure light, seemingly imbued with boundless power. This is the life-preserving pendant bequeathed to me by my master. It will safeguard you in critical moments. Liunian, I am growing old. The omen suggests that the last bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger clan will survive solely through you. Yet, is it not true that humanity can triumph over fate? Destiny is not immutable. What if we emerge victorious? You are among the most gifted of this generation. Should the hour of extinction truly arrive, do not hesitate to wield this artifact to ward off fatal harm. Furthermore, I shall impart to you a unique technique. Live well. Jiang Liunian received the jade pendant with both hands, a warm current surging within him. He understood that this was not merely a treasure. It embodied the profound expectations and trust that his master and the principal placed in him. Guling instructed Jiang Liunian to stow the precious item away, then began rummaging through the drawer, ultimately activating the spatial rift concealed within the bookshelf. Perhaps this clan was on the verge of annihilation. It would be better to bestow a token of goodwill upon the younger generation. Should they survive, he could always shamelessly reclaim it later, Guling mused. Randomly, he extracted an ancient tome titled The Six Elemental Transmutation Method. Guling explained that this book was authored by the six elemental spirit beasts, descendants of primordial bloodline ferocious beasts. The six elemental spirit beasts had long been rendered dormant due to the depletion of spiritual energy in the world, becoming indistinguishable from other beasts. Perhaps now, they could utilize the wind element's swift wind demon wolf, the electric element's purple tiger, or the grass element's vine fox, all of which might be variants descended from the six elemental spirit beasts. The method's application was limited to the six elements, and one had to possess an innate connection to these elements. Techniques derived from external elemental perception would lead to catastrophic consequences. The book's primary content revolved around inscribing formations from its pages using the six elements, thereby linking to the temporal river and the ubiquitous spatial rifts, facilitating escape from pursuit. However, a significant drawback was that such techniques, bounded by a limit of 50,000 years, could only expend all soul power for 5 executions, increasing to 6 at 60,000 years, and so forth, potentially allowing unrestricted use only upon attaining 100 levels of divinity. But principle, I possess only 5 elements. The crucial time element is absent. Jiang Liunian lamented. In the future, I may perish in battle or be controlled by malevolent forces. Only the treasure in my hand, belonging to the dark demon Divine Tiger clan, can assist you. Jiang Liunian hesitated to speak of the silver necklace, clearly aware of its legendary status. Guling nodded slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. That necklace was a precious relic left behind by the god of space, imbued with the mysteries of the path of time. It was rumored that such a necklace represented a transaction along the path of time, forged at the cost of an entire clan, yielding a complete and unblemished temporal pathway. However, due to the varying interpretations of time among individuals, some impurities inevitably manifested within this pathway. The god of space, along with Un and the time sorcerer, collaborated to create 2 paths. One, a pure essence, radiant like the stars above and easily absorbable. The other, encompassing the path of time along with various interpretations. Since the path of time was extracted from the dark demon Divine Tiger clan, the impurities were left to the clan leader. Should an outsider attempt to harness it, the embedded soul marks or lingering spirits could assimilate them into a genuine dark demon Divine Tiger. As the leader of the dark demon Divine Tiger clan, and had contemplated directly absorbing this power, and had persistently attempted to purify the necklace's impurities with malevolent energy, hoping to restore the clan to its former completeness. Yet, as you are aware, the malevolent energy within him was akin to a double-edged sword. serving as both a source of power and a cause of destruction. What is most admirable is that in order to prevent the necklace in his possession from falling into the hands of the demonic thieves, which could transform it into a lethal weapon against the dark demonic tiger clan, he chose to erase all consciousness related to the necklace. The process of purifying the impurities within the necklace has become a form of muscle memory, having transpired over countless millennia. Jiang Liuyan nodded, seemingly in understanding. At this juncture, Gu Ling's voice grew notably somber, pausing as if to unveil a significant secret to Jiang Liuyan. In truth, I am not the genuine Gu Ling. The moment these words escaped Gu Ling's lips, Jiang Liuyan was left utterly bewildered. While prior revelations had momentarily clouded his mind, this revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, rendering him motionless. I am the external manifestation of Lord C. The true Gu Ling has long perished in the battle against the extraterrestrial invaders. I have inherited fragments of Lord C's memories and will, yet the traumas of the battlefield have rendered my recollections chaotic and my actions occasionally uncontrollable. Fortunately, the muscle memory of this corporeal form remains intact, allowing the will of the external manifestation to inherit these fragments, thus retaining certain habitual behaviors. After 15 years of combat, culminating in PTSD, it is only natural for some behavioral fluctuations to occur. Recently, I, as Lord C, discovered the shattering event's soul plate, concurrently realizing that I could no longer perceive the time fragments within the secret realm, which alerted me to the gravity of the situation. How could Lord N still be alive if his soul plate is shattered? Jiang Liuyan inquired, perplexed. The river of time in this world is merely a flowing timeline. Each surge of waves represents a fleeting moment in time. This river flows incessantly downstream. In my pursuit of a method to resolve the malevolent forces within it, I dared to venture upstream against the current, seeking the mysteries of time. However, the beginning of this river, moving upstream, accelerates the flow while decelerating time. If the typical flow of time is at a rate of 1, then upstream, it may dwindle to 0, 5, or even less. Thus, I have received countless possibilities from the future while in the past, learning of future events and conveying them back to the past. Through the river of time, I foresaw N's demise and subsequently reclaimed my essence, enabling my sight to align with his, compelling me to safeguard you. Should the Dark Demon Tiger clan encounter disaster, I must ensure that the silver necklace does not fall into the hands of the celestial demon, lest it incite a greater catastrophe. Gu Ling's gaze was resolute and profound. And you, Liuyan, may very well be the one capable of altering destiny. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Liuyan felt as if a blazing inferno had ignited within the depths of his heart. An unprecedented sense of mission and responsibility surged over him like a tidal wave. He profoundly realized that his burdens extended far beyond merely safeguarding the academy and protecting his comrades. More crucially, he must embrace the role of a beacon, enduring and fleeing in the face of potential annihilation of his race. This mission weighed heavily upon his shoulders, yet he remained undaunted. For he understood that only by confronting adversity with courage could he emerge as a true hero. Rest assured, Principal, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and live up to your expectations. Jiang Liuyan solemnly pledged, his eyes shimmering with unwavering and fervent resolve. His voice resonated with determination and strength. The principal nodded in satisfaction, a look of contentment gracing his features. He knew that his initial choice had not been in vain. The young man before him had already demonstrated extraordinary bravery and a sense of responsibility. He believed that Jiang Liuyan's future held boundless potential, though he regretted that he would not be there to witness it. Ah, the spirited youth, how splendid. 3 days prior to Tang San's incursion into the dark demon, evil god's secret realm, as Jiang Liuyan listened intently to the intricate explanations provided by Gu Ling, an unprecedented sense of determination and yearning shimmered in his eyes. He was acutely aware that, in the face of the impending invasion by the celestial demons, no opportunity to enhance his strength could be overlooked. Thus, he resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to mastering the 6 elemental transformation technique within the span of these 3 days. The countdown had reached its 3rd day. Jiang Liuyan chose the most tranquil chamber as his sanctuary for cultivation, fully aware that this method posed a formidable dual challenge to both spirit and body. He first closed his eyes and focused his mind, allowing his consciousness to return to its purest state, and began to endeavor to perceive the faint yet intricate forces of the 6 elemental systems within him. This was no simple task, for his bloodline did not directly descend from the 6-pulse celestial beast. However, Through his profound understanding of the natural order and years of meticulous manipulation of elemental power, he gradually outlined the indistinct contours of the 6 elements within his being. The countdown to the second day had begun. The arduous phase of practice commenced for Jiang Liuyan. He endeavored to replicate the intricate formation required for the 6 elemental transmigration technique, as detailed in ancient texts. This demanded not only precise control over every strand of elemental power, but also the ability to fuse them in a specific sequence and rhythm, crafting an extraordinary structure capable of bridging time and space. Throughout this process, he endured countless failures, each one plunging him into the eye of a storm, where the forces of the 6 elements clashed violently within him, threatening to rend his flesh and soul asunder. Yet, through remarkable perseverance, he continuously adjusted and refined his approach, until, as night fell once more, he finally sensed the subtle fluctuations of the formation beginning to take shape within him. The first day of the countdown marked a pivotal moment for validation and consolidation. Jiang Liuyan was acutely aware that merely constructing the formation within himself was insufficient. He needed to test its efficacy in real combat and further refine it. He chose a secluded forest, far removed from human habitation, teeming with various natural elements, making it the ideal locale for practicing the 6 elemental transmigration technique. Deep within the forest, he closed his eyes and focused his mind, silently reciting the incantation. In an instant, he felt himself transform into an envoy of the 6 elements, as the surrounding winds, lightning, darkness, and other elements seemed to respond to his call, converging into a formidable force. Though he currently wielded only 5 elements, he could always draw upon the exotic magical power of his belt, a unique artifact crafted from a rare mineral, capable of emitting a faint chill. If he were to truly utilize this method, he feared that even 10 belts would prove insufficient. However, for the preliminary exercise, it was more than adequate. With a low shout, the formation within Jiang Liuyan surged into action, warping space and slowing time in that instant. He felt an unprecedented surge of power erupting from within, propelling his form to instantaneously shift through the forest, each movement executed with pinpoint accuracy as if transcending the boundaries of space. At that moment, he profoundly grasped the profundity and strength of the 6 elemental transmigration technique, further solidifying his resolve to protect his homeland. After 3 days of relentless effort, Jiang Liuyan finally mastered this ancient secret art. Although he had yet to reach the realm of unrestricted use, it was sufficient to provide him with an additional means of survival amidst the impending crisis. He understood that the true battle was only just beginning, and he was prepared. Chapter 31. The retreat time rewound to the moment when Tang San's scythe pierced the heart of Dao. Before the blood-drenched gates of the northern pass, the sunset bled into the sky, casting a feeble glow upon the mottled earth, revealing a scene of heart-wrenching tragedy. Even the secret realm trembled slightly, as the heavens shifted into heavy hues, as if mourning for this formidable being from the dark demon tiger lineage. The last hope of the dark demon tiger clan, Dao, slowly succumbed, his eyes filled with resentment and despair, a poignant lament against the cruelty of fate and a furious indictment of Tang San's mercilessness. Tang San, a powerful figure hailing from the divine realm, an enforcer of the gods, simultaneously the sea god and the Shura god, and a member of the divine council, had even inherited the malevolent god's divine power, consciousness, and essence. At this moment, he resembled a malevolent being emerging from the depths of hell, a sinister smile gracing his features, one that bore the duality of triumphant satisfaction and an utter disregard for life itself. He approached Dao's prostrate form with a deliberate slowness, each step seemingly resonating upon the hearts of all present, rendering the surrounding air stagnant with tension. Dao, you once believed yourself to be the salvation of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Little did you know that today, you would become my most exquisite sacrificial offering. Tang San's voice was low and devoid of warmth, imbued with an unsettling chill that hinted at an unyielding cruelty. He crouched down, gazing intently at the fallen Dao, whose eyes still flickered with defiance, as if admiring a piece of art, his own gaze alight with a fervent madness and delight. The onlookers appeared paralyzed with fear. After all, it had taken the combined might of their entire clan to elevate Dao to such divine strength, capable of eradicating even the most formidable of gods. Yet, in a shocking turn of fate, this celestial demon had effortlessly pierced Dao's heart with a single strike. Fear enveloped the crowd, for at this moment, They found themselves bereft of any soul power, no different from ordinary mortals. I shall ensure that everyone witnesses the fate of those who dare to challenge me. You will bear witness to the demise of Tao, and I will lead you into utter despair. Tang Sen seemed intent on obliterating the very spirit of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, perhaps to satiate the corrupted heart that pulsed within him. Tainted by the evil god's influence, gradually warping his psyche toward madness. His words fell like icy daggers, piercing the hearts of all present. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a pitch-black dagger from his storage soul tool, its surface shimmering with an eerie dark purple light, yet its blade was blunt, clearly designed for the purpose of torment. As Tang Sen moved, the atmosphere around him began to convulse violently, waves of malevolence emanating from his being, intertwining with the surrounding shadows, casting a pall over the very heavens. If Tang San's prior distribution of divine power had been measured at 3, 5, 3, 5, and 3, where the sea god and Shura god powers each held 3, 5, while the evil god power was minimal at 3, after deciding to undertake this dark course of action, his internal soul power distribution plummeted to a terrifying 2, 2, and 6. The evil goddess power had swiftly consumed the majority of the sea god and Shura god powers, augmenting its own strength. With a wicked grin, Tang Sen advanced toward Dao's lifeless body, his malevolent glee sending shivers down the spines of all present. "Behold, this is the fate of those who oppose me," he roared. And with a sudden, forceful swing of the dagger, its dull blade plunged mercilessly into Dao's chest, sending a spray of crimson splattering forth. He did not cease his actions. Rather, he swung the dagger with even greater fervor. The blade, dull and ineffective at times in inflicting flesh wounds, compelled Tang Sen to repeatedly slice through the flesh, each strike landing with precision upon various parts of Dao's body, as if he were engaged in a cruel artistic endeavor. Fortunately, Dao had long since lost any semblance of life. Even the staunchest of the ruling officials appeared incapable of withstanding such torturous punishment. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in horrified screams, their eyes wide in disbelief as they bore witness to Dao being mercilessly mutilated, the gruesome scene embedding itself in their minds like a haunting nightmare. Some attempted to shield their eyes, yet found themselves utterly unable to escape this brutal reality. At that moment, as Tang Sen relentlessly continued his assault on Dao, several soul masters, having barely regained a semblance of their soul power, flashed a look of resolute determination. They understood that their individual strength was no match for Tang Sen. Yet they resolved to defend their final shred of dignity with their very lives. The dark demon evil god Tiger clan had never produced cowards. They gathered their remaining soul power, preparing for self-detonation in a desperate attempt to take Tang Sen down with them. However, their actions seemed utterly futile in the face of Tang Sen's overwhelming presence. The malevolent aura surrounding him suddenly expanded, forming an impenetrable barrier that repelled their self-destructive energies. Not only did those attempting to explode fail to inflict any harm upon Tang Sen, but they were instead ensnared by the seemingly sentient tendrils of the evil god's power. Each pierced through the heart, their life force rapidly siphoned away, ultimately transforming them into withered corpses, reduced to mere dust scattered by the wind. This scene instilled an unprecedented despair in all present. They gazed at Tang Sen's cold and unfeeling silhouette, their hearts brimming with fear and anger, yet feeling entirely powerless. Dao, once a beacon of hope in their hearts, had just hours earlier been the embodiment of their aspirations to vanquish the otherworldly demon. Now, he lay as a shattered corpse beneath Tang Sen's feet, his sacrifice seemingly failing to awaken any redemption, instead casting the northern town guard further into the shadows of death. "Remember, this is the price of defiance against me." Tang Sen's voice reverberated ominously across the expanse of the northern town guard, imbued with a chilling authority. He rose, leaving behind a scene drenched in blood and despair. The remaining survivors could only watch Tang Sen in silence, their eyes filled with confusion and dread regarding the future. On this cursed land, the fate of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan appeared to be sealed. Tang Sen might very well become the architect of their demise. Perhaps from this day forward, the dark demon evil god Tiger clan would cease to exist in this world. He felt no guilt, for the man-faced demon spider and mandala snake had been annihilated by his hand. The only remnants that remained were the library's reference materials and biological samples from the infirmary. A youth of the clan, refusing to yield to despair, charged towards the protective barrier formed by the evil goddess power, only to detonate in a fit of rage. "Do you believe you can slay me?" Another youth charged towards the site of the previous youth's explosion, shouting, "Slay the demon." Undeterred, he pressed on, alongside others who had regained a modicum of soul power. They burned their very lives and souls to magnify the explosion, fully aware that the price might be eternal damnation without the possibility of reincarnation. Yet, countless souls rushed forth in fervor. However, following this one-sided massacre, Tang Sen bore a heavy toll. His strength seemed to be devoured by an endless darkness, plunging him into an unprecedented void, his soul power akin to a parched river, unable to sustain his once impenetrable defense. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged, Gu Ling, the head of the dark demon Evil God Tiger Academy, concealing astonishing secrets. As the embodiment of the sacrificial spirit, under the auspices of the sacrificial essence, he possessed the ability to summon the powers of all sacrificial avatars within the secret realm of the dark demon Evil God Tiger. At this critical juncture, when his race faced annihilation, Gu Ling did not hesitate to choose self-sacrifice. With unwavering resolve and indomitable courage, he summoned the souls of hundreds of sacrificial avatars, including those of departed friends. These souls responded to his call, unreservedly offering their formidable spiritual power, merging with Gu Ling. Thousands of streams of spiritual energy converged upon Gu Ling, forming an unparalleled force. However, this vast reservoir of spiritual power also imposed tremendous strain upon him. Each soul's integration burdened his mental realm, as though countless mountains pressed upon his heart. With even a slight misstep, his soul might be torn asunder by this overwhelming force, vanishing forever from existence. In that moment, Gu Ling transcended the boundaries of individuality, becoming the embodiment of the spirit of the entire dark demon Evil God Tiger clan. The fusion of all these souls elevated his spiritual power to unprecedented heights. This formidable spiritual energy allowed Gu Ling's consciousness to surpass mortal limits, sharpening his intellect and enhancing his insight remarkably. Even more astonishingly, his spiritual power began to brush against the divine realm. He sensed an ineffable force, one that only deities could possess. This power endowed him with an extraordinary perception of everything around him, as if he could fathom the essence of all things. At this moment, Gu Ling had transcended the realm of ordinary beings, evolving into a being of divine nature. His demeanor was grave, his eyes flickering with steadfast resolve. He cautiously approached Tang San, moving silently like a specter. Tang San, weakened from the earlier battle, teetered on the brink of collapse. Gu Ling understood that to conquer such a formidable adversary, extreme measures were imperative. He inhaled deeply, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He resolved to employ the most forbidden technique, the heavenly soul disintegration, a perilous secret art that demanded the sacrifice of one's own soul to unleash a brief, yet potent surge of power. This arcane technique inflicts tremendous harm upon its user. Yet at this moment, C has no time to ponder the consequences. Gripping his teeth tightly, he swiftly forms intricate hand seals and murmurs an incantation. As the incantation flows from his lips, a mysterious aura emanates from his being. His body begins to tremble slightly, as if enduring immense agony. However, his gaze remains resolute, devoid of any sign of retreat. Deep within, C is filled with sorrow and determination. He understands that this endeavor may signify his demise. Yet he is willing to wager his life for a chance. If he can deliver a fatal blow to Tang San, all will be worthwhile. He closes his eyes, focusing intensely, channeling all his strength into one singular purpose. His soul ignites, radiating a brilliant luminescence. Simultaneously, his body grows increasingly translucent, as though it might vanish into the ether at any moment. In the final moment, C opens his eyes, which shimmer with fervent light. With every ounce of his strength, he lunges fiercely towards Tang San. His silhouette streaks across the night sky like a meteor, infused with boundless sorrow and resolve, aiming to inflict grievous harm upon Tang San. Indeed, when C unleashes the heavenly soul disintegration technique, her mental prowess surges instantaneously, crashing into Tang San's vast spiritual realm like a torrential flood. Though Tang San is formidable, he cannot deny the devastating impact of this strike. His soul feels as though it is being torn asunder, teetering between clarity and oblivion. Yet, C pays a harrowing price for this act. Her body withers rapidly after executing the secret art, her vitality flickering like a candle in the wind. Nevertheless, she harbors no regrets, for she knows her sacrifice has granted her kin a glimmer of hope. At that moment, the malevolent consciousness within Tang San stirs, seeking to seize the opportunity to usurp control. However, Gu Ling, or rather C at this juncture, has seen through this ploy. Though slightly taken aback, she seizes the final opportunity. With the last flicker of her life force, she expends all her remaining strength, casting that crucial necklace far into the distance, landing precisely before Jiang Lunyan. This necklace is the key to the future, the final hope that Gu Ling has bestowed upon Jiang Lunyan. Tang San's malevolent consciousness merges with his own, engendering a new, more potent force of divine will. This newfound power surges mightily, as if striving to break free from its constraints and reveal its true strength. Yet, Tang San is now bereft of the will to continue fighting. His heart is laden with exhaustion and helplessness. Confronted with the prevailing circumstances, he feels utterly powerless. With a leap, Tang San ascends like a soaring bird, and simultaneously, 3 artifacts soar alongside him, dispersing in all directions. These artifacts whirl through the air, emanating a dazzling radiance, resembling 3 resplendent stars. Tang San gazes steadfastly at his surroundings, concentrating his mind, exerting full control over the 3 artifacts. Guided by his will, the artifacts dash forth like lightning, targeting the very pillars that uphold the entire secret realm. Each artifact embodies boundless power and majesty, striking the pillars with astonishing speed, producing a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently, the ground collapsing in layers, fissures rapidly spreading. The once sturdy edifices and landscapes crumbled in this moment, dust billowing, chaos ensuing. Enormous stone columns snapped and fell, walls shattered, and debris scattered. Meanwhile, Jiang Lunyan, under the life-risking protection of Gu Ling, finally discovered a chance to escape. He clutched the necklace tightly, an overwhelming tide of sorrow and fury surging within him. He understood that this necklace was obtained at the cost of Gu Ling's life, and he could not betray her sacrifice. Thus, without hesitation, he extracted the element of time from the necklace, absorbing it into his being. At this moment, he could no longer afford to refine these elements. He was solely intent on following Gu Ling's final words. In a moment of dire urgency, Jiang Lunyan deftly employed the 6 elemental transformation technique, making a swift retreat from the secret realm of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. His figure darted through the rifts in time and space like a bolt of lightning. Each traversal was accompanied by immense fluctuations of energy, reflecting his anxious heart and resolute determination. He understood that this was the only way to elude his pursuers and safeguard the necklace that Gu Ling had exchanged her life for. As he traversed the chaotic rifts, Jiang Lunyan endured unprecedented pressure and challenges. The tumultuous energies within the rifts bore down heavily upon him, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, pressing onward. His gaze sparkled with unwavering resolve, fueled by a singular belief to survive for Gu Ling, for his kin. Chapter 32. The Remnants of the Fallen with Tang San's earth-shattering strike. The secret realm of the dark demon, evil god Tiger, seemed to bear an unbearable weight, shattering into countless fragments of varying sizes, which scattered into the void. Once magnificent palaces, deep caverns, and lush forests had now transformed into desolation and ruin, leaving behind only remnants and the ashes of battle. Tang San descended gently upon one of the larger fragments of the secret realm, which remained relatively intact, sufficient to support his presence without plunging him into the abyss. Standing at the edge of the fragment, his gaze was profound and intricate, though he had merely shattered a few of the most crucial pillars. It was enough to signify the extent of his current power. Beyond the realm lay a vast and boundless void, dotted with stars that resembled jewels embedded in black satin, emitting a mysterious and distant glow. Here, the concept of time was absent, and the constraints of space did not apply. Only an infinite silence and profundity prevailed. Occasionally, a beam of light from a distant galaxy would pierce this stillness, bringing with it a whisper of warmth and hope. Upon this fragment of the secret realm, Tang San could distinctly sense the forces of the void converging from all directions, some gentle, others tempestuous, incessantly battering against his body and soul. Yet he seemed detached, allowing these forces to rage around him, protected by the fragment's support, which prevented the time force from siphoning away his vitality and hastening his demise. In the profound depths of the dark demon, evil god Tiger realm, time appeared to stand still. Everything became tranquil and enigmatic. Tang San sat quietly, enveloped in a faint grayish light, exuding an air of solemn divinity. After what felt like an eternity, Tang San finally achieved a deep comprehension of the evil god principles. He slowly opened his eyes, which glimmered with an intense depth, as if he could perceive the mysteries of the universe. At this moment, his evil god powers had undergone a tremendous transformation. Having absorbed the residual strength from the dark corpse, Tang San's evil god might surge to unprecedented heights. This formidable power roiled within him, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of strength. This might manifested not only in his enhanced prowess, but also in his profound understanding and mastery of the principles. At this juncture, Tang San had transcended the realm of ordinary divine beings, emerging as a true evil god. His malevolent divine power resembled an immense ocean, unfathomable and imbued with boundless might. Within this realm, Tang San had already attained the ability to wield the power of the malevolent deity at will, conjuring countless astonishing miracles. Yet, just as he prepared to depart from the secret domain, intending to integrate this newfound understanding into his cultivation, a subtle anomaly caught his attention. He discovered that a small portion of his core power had inexplicably vanished from his malevolent divine energy, as if stripped away by some unseen force. This revelation instantly heightened Tang San's vigilance. According to the tales recounted in the Book of Malevolent Deities' 100 Explanations, the divine power was divided into 4 principal parts: the segment inherited by the malevolent deity, and those of the dark demon evil tiger, the mandala snake, and the faceless spider. He had absorbed all of the malevolent deity's portion. Thus, he immediately surmised that remnants of the 3 clans might still linger. And while these concealed threats might not stir significant turmoil, Tang San resolved to eradicate the hidden peril. Wildfires cannot be fully extinguished, and spring winds may revive them. Perhaps some remnants were attempting to weaken his power in this manner. Consequently, he resolutely decided to return to the Douluo continent and conduct a meticulous investigation. Tang San traversed the vast forests of soul beasts and human cities, personally exterminating numerous faceless spiders, mandala snakes, and other creatures of their ilk, even eliminating their offshoots one by one. However, despite his relentless efforts, he found no trace of the malevolent divine power within these beings, and the missing core of his divine energy remained elusive. This sense of loss and unease loomed over him like a dark cloud. Suddenly, Tang San recalled a particular divination method mentioned in the Book of Malevolent Deities' 100 Explanations, which described an ancient and sinister form of divination that piqued his interest. This method required the sacrifice of countless lives, its malevolence beyond measure. Yet, Tang San found himself with no alternative. He yearned to reclaim that lost power and was unwilling to allow potential threats to continue lurking. In truth, the latent consequences left by the ancient spirit had quietly erupted within the sea of his consciousness. The self-detonation of the ancient spirit's mental energy not only grievously wounded Tang San's consciousness, but also provided an opportunity for the remnants of the malevolent deity to wreak havoc. Tang San exerted every ounce of his strength and willpower to suppress these malevolent thoughts, but the intensity of the battle nearly drove him to the brink of mental collapse. Although he ultimately succeeded in suppressing the majority of these malign thoughts, a small fraction still lingered within the sea of his consciousness, subtly altering his mental state. These malignant thoughts took root like seeds, quietly eroding Tang San's will, embodying the malevolent deity's ultimate design, to gradually transform him and ultimately seek to usurp his essence. In this struggle of soul and will, although the malevolent deity also suffered injuries and fell into silence, its lingering influence proved profound and enduring. Tang San, once a dual god title bearer who had perhaps once held life in contempt and regarded countless lives as mere fodder, found his mindset subtly shifting under the corrosive influence of the malevolent deity. He began to grow indifferent to life, viewing the lives of countless individuals as mere trifles. Tang San contemplated how insignificant a mere few 100,000 souls were compared to the might he envisioned for himself, revealing the chilling resolve within him. To fulfill that malevolent prophecy, he brazenly invoked divine powers, capturing the souls of hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens of the Star Do Empire, devout worshippers of the sea god, gathering them in one place as offerings for his sinister ritual. This scene sent shockwaves throughout the entire Douluo continent. Standing atop the lofty mountains of Sea God Island, Tang San was enveloped in a faint blue glow, a symbol of the sea goddess power. His gaze was cold and profound, as if he could perceive the essence of all things in the world. Under his control, the souls of the countless devotees drifted like aimless wraiths, drawn by an invisible force, converging in the air to form a magnificent ocean of souls. These believers, who had fervently venerated the sea god in life, had once believed that their faith would bring them protection and tranquility. Yet, at this moment of life and death, they found their faith had become the very shackles that bound them. Their voices intertwined in a chorus of despair, echoing across the shattered realm. Each word steeped in hopelessness and confusion. Great sea god, we have been exceedingly devout in our worship of you. Why do you treat us thus? A frail, quavering voice emerged from the ocean of souls, belonging to an elderly follower whose eyes brimmed with unwavering loyalty and bewilderment towards the sea god. However, Tang San's response was as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. It is precisely because you worship me that you, mere ants, should contribute to my cause. In my eyes, your lives are but fleeting shadows. Your faith is merely a source of power for me. His tone was imbued with an undeniable authority, as if declaring a self-evident truth. The protection and peace you believe in are mere illusions granted by me. In the face of true power, your faith is nothing but insignificant dust. We only seek your protection. Another youthful voice trembled with tears, her soul quaking as she struggled to accept this harsh reality. Tang San's lips curled into a cold smirk. Protection? Humph, for you ants. Being able to contribute to me is your fortunate destiny. In the realm of the divine, there is no reward without sacrifice. Your offerings will become a part of my power, aiding me in ascending to an even higher divine throne. As Tang San's words echoed, the souls of the devotees began to gradually dissipate, transforming into wisps of pure energy that merged into the array beneath his feet. At that moment, the aura of the array grew deeper and more powerful, as if the very heavens trembled in response to his burgeoning strength. For Tang San, this was merely a trivial episode on his path to ascend the divine throne, a minor footnote in his quest for greater heights. His gaze pierced through the illusions before him, looking towards a future that was vast and distant. In that realm, where he yearned for power and glory, lay the promise of all he might possess in the future. As long as he perfected the final remnants of the path of the malevolent deity, he would attain everything he envisioned for himself. Tang San stood atop the towering mountains of Sea God Island on the Douluo continent, illuminated by the eerie yet solemn glow of the dark magic circle. Surrounding him was a swirling mass of sinister energy, coalesced from the souls of countless innocents. This power was both formidable and distorted, as if it could rend the very fabric of space and peer into the future. His gaze was as profound as a black hole, transcending the boundaries of time and space, capturing secrets long concealed by relentless memory erasure. So it is, Tang San murmured, his voice imbued with both the clarity of revelation and the melancholy of fate's capriciousness. You, have skillfully refined the power of the malevolent deity, embedding it within that seemingly inconspicuous necklace, allowing it to seep into its core unnoticed. I never anticipated that Gu Ling's feigned spiritual assault had the ultimate aim of that very necklace. The gears of destiny are indeed intricately designed. Tang San reflected on the climactic battle once more, realizing a subtle discord. He continued to observe, recognizing that mere conjecture necessitated further investigation into the past to ascertain its authenticity. His brow furrowed in concentration as he grasped that, although he had glimpsed a fragment of the future, it resembled a lighthouse shrouded in fog, illuminating only a small expanse of sea ahead while more unknowns and dangers lurked in the shadows. Each day, and caressed the necklace. The power of the malevolent deity subtly coursing within, an unmistakable sign that it had meticulously forged the very essence of that dark power into the unassuming ornament. As Tang San contemplated nearly a millennium of An's existence, he arrived at a resolution. Alas, the souls of hundreds of thousands could only sustain the recollection up to the day before the memories were erased. Tang San murmured to himself, his tone laden with profound regret and reluctance. He understood that the necklace contained the most vital fragment of the malevolent deity's path, and thus, he was determined to seek its trace with every ounce of his strength. However, the memory retrieval and the dark magic circle could only extend to the day following An's memory deletion, leaving Tang San oblivious to the fact that the necklace was a gift from the god of space. Nor did he realize it held a complete path of impure time, a force capable of distorting reality and manipulating fate. Mastering it would pave the way to divine realms. Had he known, he might have made more extreme choices, willing to sacrifice everything to reclaim the lives of countless souls to activate the circle, merely to glimpse the ultimate fate of that necklace and the deeper secrets concealed within. Tang San inhaled deeply, as if attempting to draw all the tidal fragments of the past into his chest, yet those visions sliced through his consciousness like sharp blades. His eyes flickered with intensity, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. At this critical juncture, Tang San swiftly summoned the soul power within him, activating the ancient and mysterious Qingxin formula. As the incantation flowed, a refreshing energy surged from his dantian, gradually traversing through his limbs and bones, soothing the tumultuous thoughts that plagued his mind. His breathing became steadily deep and tranquil, and the anger and discontent within him began to settle like a lake caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Yet, beneath this calmness lay a profound sense of helplessness and anxiety. Tang San was acutely aware that, at this juncture, he could not directly locate the necklace imbued with the power of the malevolent deity, nor could he foresee the whereabouts of its bearer or the consequences that would ensue. This sense of impotence elicited a sigh from him, yet he understood that mere sighing would not resolve the predicament. Only action could alter the current situation. Thus, he turned his gaze towards a more distant future, resolving to refine the path of the malevolent deity through his own insights. The path of the malevolent deity was forged by the deity itself, and given his experience with dual divine powers, he possessed a wealth of knowledge that might aid him in perfecting this path. Although this journey could be fraught with uncertainty and peril, perhaps even straying from the righteous path, it was, under the present circumstances, the sole method within his grasp. He believed that with relentless effort, one day he might perfect the path of the malevolent deity without the necessity of locating the necklace, thereby fully embracing the tenets of the malevolent deity and acquiring formidable power. With this thought, Tang Sen gazed at the sky above Douluo continent, a vast expanse of azure that seemed capable of encompassing all the joys and sorrows of the world. His eyes pierced through the clouds and the starry sky, transcending the river of time, and he envisioned the distant and enigmatic figure of Jiang Liuyan. This formidable being, who could wield the 6 elemental reversal technique to traverse freely through time and space, had every action and decision that could potentially alter the trajectory of the entire world. Jiang Liuyan, Tang Sen murmured to himself, having gleaned these 2 names from the array of the malevolent deity, which seemed to possess a certain allure that ignited his curiosity. One was the ordinary dark demon god tiger clan that had taken the necklace, and the other was a being who had concealed their identity while wandering through the river of time for millennia. I shall find you both. The treasures you have taken will be reclaimed by my own hand, whether it be the final vestige of the malevolent deity's core power or the deeper, hidden forces lurking behind this world. In the distance, within a hidden paradise of the Xian dynasty's Xianwu continent, a bamboo house emitted 2 resounding crashes. The Time River is, after all, a unique timeline that transcends the ages, and the tributary in which the dark demon god tiger clan resides is but a slender offshoot akin to a strand of hair. Following Jiang Liuyan's execution of the 6 elemental reversal technique, the 5 elemental forces within him, coupled with the power of time in his grasp, were drawn by the vortex inscribed within him, forming a special passage before him. With the necklace in hand, Jiang Liuyan leapt into this passage. The reason he was the only one to escape was that, once the power of time within the necklace recognized its master, no one else could wield it. And the execution of the 6 elemental reversal technique required complete mastery over the elements. Jiang Liuyan gazed through the passageway and beheld an endless, meandering river, profound and distant. He could discern each droplet of water outside the spatial tunnel, some shimmering like stars, illuminating the splendor of civilization, others dim and lackluster, chronicling the silence and vicissitudes of time. The sight of the river of time left Jiang Liuyan profoundly shaken. He had never imagined that the world beyond the sinister realm of the dark demon god would be such. As Jiang Liuyan gazed around, he beheld the secret realm he was departing from, witnessing an unforgettable scene that would be etched in his memory for eternity. The secret realm, the very sanctuary upon which the dark demon god tiger clan relied for their existence, crumbled and scattered into disarray in the blink of an eye. The heart of Jiang Liuyan resembles a shattered mirror, each fragment reflecting boundless sorrow and torment. He stands between the barriers of time's flowing river, the fury in his eyes akin to a blazing inferno, fixated intently on that shadowy figure, as if he could reduce it to ashes. This shadow looms over him like a dark cloud, suffocating his very breath. His fingers are clenched into a fist, nails digging deeply into his palm, blood dripping from his fingertips, yet he remains oblivious to the pain. The secret realm, once a sanctuary for his soul, a place that nurtured countless beautiful memories and dreams, now crumbles under the demonic forces. The sound of each stone falling echoes like a heavy blow to his heart, inducing an indescribable anguish. And he, Uncle Sun, Uncle Shui, Bai Ruoli, and Xing Yu, his most esteemed elders and kindred spirits met in recent months, now lie potentially reduced to mere bones beneath the ruins of the secret realm. Jiang Liuyan recalled the years spent alongside his neighbor, An overwhelming surge of inexplicable anger and hatred towards Tang Xin welled up within him. I vow with the remainder of my life to shatter you into countless pieces and scatter your bones to the winds. Jiang Liunian knelt down and deeply bowed 3 times towards the secret realm before proceeding down the passage. In the depths of the ancient river of time, there exists a colossal entity known as the Xianwu Alliance. This alliance emerged victoriously amidst the tumult of the Time River, claiming the upper stretches with the intention of existing solely in the past, while all others, nations and individuals alike, belong to the future. Within the Xianwu Alliance lies a remarkable clan, the Huan, which harbors an enchanting paradise, seemingly sculpted by nature itself. This haven, far removed from the clamor of the world, is so tranquil that one can almost hear the gentle footsteps of time. In the spring, this realm is tenderly veiled by a delicate mist. As dawn breaks, golden sunlight filters through the gossamer, casting dappled light upon the verdant bamboo grove. Each bamboo leaf appears to be adorned with a faint golden sheen, shimmering with the vitality and hope of life. Under such illumination, the entire grove seems to be cloaked in a thin layer of gold, with each stalk radiating a golden luster, intertwining with their lush green to create a breathtaking tableau. The dewdrops resting upon the bamboo leaves, under this golden glow, become crystal clear, resembling pearls embedded in green satin, dazzling with brilliance. The air is suffused with the refreshing fragrance of earth and bamboo leaves, and a deep breath feels as if it cleanses the soul of its dust. Nestled deep within the bamboo grove lies a quaint and elegant courtyard, surrounded by towering, upright bamboos that form a natural barrier, shielding it from the disturbances of the outside world. The shadows of the bamboo sway gracefully with the breeze, producing a rustling sound akin to heavenly music, uplifting the spirit. Within the courtyard stands a bamboo house, harmoniously situated by the water, embodying simplicity without sacrificing elegance. Constructed from naturally grown bamboo, it has been woven by skilled artisans, ensuring both sturdiness and an air of refined grace. The roof, thickly layered with bamboo leaves, provides shelter from the elements while enhancing the rustic charm. Sunlight streams through the sparse gaps in the bamboo leaves, creating beams of light that dance upon the simple furnishings and the understated bamboo decorations within, crafting an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility. In the courtyard, a small pond lies crystal clear, where a few koi swim leisurely, occasionally leaping from the surface and creating delicate ripples. Along the pond's edge, wildflowers sway gently in the breeze, reds, yellows, and blues, infusing the serene space with life and color. A swing hangs lightly in the shade of a tree, swaying gently and seemingly recounting tales of laughter from days gone by. At this moment, the sky is a brilliant blue, with a few white clouds drifting lazily by, punctuated by the occasional melodic chirp of birds flitting through the trees, further enhancing the tranquility and harmony of this realm, where every corner brims with vitality and hope. Here, time appears to slow, allowing one to forget the troubles of the world, yearning to immerse in this rare serenity and beauty, granting the soul complete relaxation and rejuvenation. Suddenly, it seems as if an invisible force has torn asunder the horizon, revealing a shocking rift that looms ominously before the eyes. The barriers of space and time were rent asunder, akin to fragile parchment, torn violently apart. In that very moment, a deafening, shrill hum pierced the heavens, akin to a sword cleaving through the very fabric of existence. Accompanying this piercing sound, a colossal shadow descended from the sky with astonishing velocity, resembling a fallen meteor. Its size was unimaginable, exuding an unparalleled might that instantly shattered the tranquility of the bamboo grove. The bamboo leaves danced chaotically in the air, stirred by the force of the shadow, creating a tempest of emerald green. Amidst this swirling verdancy, a gigantic figure plummeted from the heavens, radiating a cataclysmic aura as it crashed into this serene realm of bamboo. This dark silhouette was none other than Jiang Liunian, who had just emerged from the temporal passage, forced out in a state of disarray by an unexpected temporal turbulence, revealing his primordial form as the dark demon, evil god tiger. His massive and fearsome body, cloaked in ebony fur that shimmered with an eerie luster under the faint light, though disheveled, still emanated an aura of sovereign power. His eyes, resembling 2 profound night skies, sparkled with a blend of madness and despair. With each paw that struck the ground, the entire bamboo grove trembled, as if even the earth quivered in response to this sudden presence. The surrounding air felt as though it had solidified, and time seemed to slow to a crawl in that instant. The creatures of the bamboo grove, whether the leisurely foraging squirrels or the birds poised to take flight, were startled by this abrupt upheaval, scattering in all directions in search of a safe haven. Jiang Liunian slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, his eyes brimming with confusion. Where's this? Where am I? Who am I? Jiang Liunian awkwardly rose to his feet, his colossal figure pressing against the bamboo. After a brief moment of disorientation and bewilderment, his mind swiftly began to function, keenly observing the surrounding scene. Towering bamboo groves reached into the heavens, and apart from the bamboo, there was nothing to discern the direction. Jiang Liunian shook off the fallen bamboo leaves from his body and arbitrarily chose a direction to proceed. However, the sheer size of the dark demonic tiger's true form made navigating through the bamboo forest an arduous task, inevitably leading to some scrapes. As the sturdy bamboo obstructed his path, Jiang Liunian had also come to realize this predicament, channeling his soul energy to transform himself into a human form. He understood that due to the chaotic currents of time and space, he had strayed from his intended destination and was oblivious to his current time and place. Thus, it was imperative for him to quickly adapt to his surroundings, preferably locating a populated area to address his survival needs. Although bamboo was edible, it was not Jiang Liunian's preference. After all, he was not the ancient ferocious beast known as the iron-eating beast. A tiger, by nature, craves meat. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, engrossed in painting in the courtyard, lifted his brush and spoke to a cat lounging beside him. It seemed that the feline could comprehend his words. Meow, what does it matter to me that someone has arrived? Meow, calm down, calm down. It's just that illusion. He must leave as he came. The little cat meowed. This was indeed the case, yet he was an unpredictable variable. When he tires, you can invite her in. We have been awaiting guests for millennia, the middle-aged man remarked, hanging his brush on the rack. The painting depicted a vividly lifelike image of the dark demonic god tiger, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Liunian's true form. Over the millennia, I have encountered many so-called children of fortune. Those endowed with great luck invariably possess myriad opportunities and extraordinary growth rates, often able to leap several major stages and challenge adversaries beyond their level. Such individuals should be befriended rather than antagonized, even if one must oppose them. It should be done before they reach their full potential, ensuring their complete eradication. However, he is destined to be connected with me. It is time for someone to inherit my legacy, the middle-aged man asserted. Meow, 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 good, good, good. The lounging cat replied with a tone of sarcasm. The middle-aged man, incensed by the interruption of his carefully cultivated emotions, was on the verge of retaliating against the feline when it seemed to anticipate his move, leaping off the table and onto the roof to resume its slumber. Time passed. Jiang Liunian wandered through the labyrinthine bamboo grove for an extended duration, never once contemplating the possibility of losing his way amidst the verdant stalks. After all, his spatial reasoning was quite exceptional, and he had marked numerous indicators along his path, enabling him to ascertain with certainty that he was not merely circling back. However, within this bamboo thicket, the cardinal directions had lost all significance. All that surrounded him was an endless sea of bamboo, which stirred an inexplicable irritation within his heart. The grove exuded an aura of peculiar strangeness. As Jiang Liunian raised his gaze toward the heavens, sunlight streamed through the dense bamboo leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows. Yet, it failed to illuminate the confusion that resided within his heart. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of verdant green, each bamboo stalk standing tall like a sword, piercing the azure sky, as if nature had woven a labyrinthine tapestry, rendering direction indistinguishable and escape elusive. What astonished Jiang Liunian even more was that, despite his lineage as a member of the dark and demonic tiger clan, where he could effortlessly sprint hundreds of kilometers, merely wandering through this bamboo grove for an afternoon had drained his spiritual energy at an alarming rate. The air here was imbued with an unfathomable essence, as if a higher power rendered it impossible for him to replenish his own strength. In this ebb and flow, a profound weariness surged within him. Could it be that I am destined to perish in this nameless bamboo thicket, with vengeance yet to be exacted for the enmity of my clan and the blood debt of my kin? How could I succumb here before I confront the demon Tang San and reduce my foe to ashes? A tide of unwillingness and fury welled up within Jiang Liunian as he struggled to rise, only to collapse helplessly onto the ground, sweat mingling with tears, blurring his vision. The bamboo leaves rustled around him, seemingly responding to an unspoken call. The wind, carrying a hint of sorrow, swept through the grove, gently caressing his face, taking with it some of his sweat and tears, yet unable to diminish the tenacity and resilience that resided in his heart. At that moment, the sound of rustling bamboo leaves transformed into a clarion call of inspiration. amid the whispering leaves and the howling wind. A peculiar radiance emerged from the depths of the bamboo forest, illuminating Jiang Liuyan's visage. He looked up in astonishment, witnessing a resplendent spirit bird soaring forth from the grove, its feathers shimmering with an enigmatic power as it glided gracefully towards him. Is this the will of the heavens? Jiang Liuyan pondered inwardly, extending his hand as the spirit bird gently alighted in his palm, imparting a warmth and strength. With the arrival of the spirit bird, an unprecedented vitality surged through his being, and the fatigue that had enveloped him began to dissipate at an extraordinary pace. The heavens do not forsake me. The heavens do not forsake me. Under the nurturing influence of the spirit bird, Jiang Liuyan gradually regained his former vigor. At that very moment, from the depths of the lush bamboo grove, a white cat emerged soundlessly. Its steps were as light as a feather falling, each movement resonating harmoniously with the rhythm of the swaying bamboo leaves, evoking a sense of mystery and tranquility. The cat's fur was as pure as freshly fallen snow, devoid of any blemish, pristine as the first snowfall. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom and vivacity, profound and luminous, as if they could perceive the innermost thoughts of the world. As it surveyed its surroundings, an aura of transcendence emanated from its gaze, bestowing an even greater serenity upon the scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The white cat gracefully weaves through the bamboo grove, its silhouette melding seamlessly with the surrounding environment, evoking memories of enigmatic creatures from ancient legends. Chapter 34. Illusion. As the white cat approached with a gait as light as the breeze, a profound sense of awe and anticipation surged within Jiang Liuyan. This was not merely due to the ethereal aura emanating from the cat, which seemed to be at odds with the bamboo forest. Yet its essence harmoniously blended into the surroundings, giving rise to a paradoxical sensation in Jiang Liuyan's heart. Are you here to take me away? Jiang Liuyan's voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the white cat. In this tranquil and mysterious bamboo thicket, he felt as though he had exhausted all his strength, yet remained unable to depart this place. Thus, he placed his last hope in every possible direction, silently praying, what if there truly was a chance to escape? The white cat halted its delicate steps, elegantly turning to face him, its bright, lively eyes gazing into his, gently swaying its tail as if in response to his inner inquiries. Then, it pivoted once more, leading him deeper into the bamboo forest with graceful strides. Each step seemed so unhurried, as if this bamboo grove were its domain, familiar with every nook and cranny. As they traversed the dense foliage, the light gradually softened into a mysterious glow, and the air was filled with a subtle, ethereal fragrance, a scent that seemed to have been distilled from millennia of culture and heritage, uniquely captivating. At last, in a clearing, a quaint and elegant bamboo courtyard came into view. In the center, an elderly man clad in a white robe was engrossed in painting, his brushstrokes revealing an extraordinary realm beyond the ordinary. Meow, little illusion. I've brought you someone. Don't keep me from my sleep. The white cat raised its head and meowed, devoid of the elegance it had just displayed, then leapt onto the eaves, curling up atop the house, thinking to itself that it wouldn't be so bad to assist little illusion for the sake of 10 small fish treats. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man in white slowly lifted his gaze. His profound eyes seemed to penetrate the very soul, and he smiled gently, a warmth radiating from his expression that could dispel all shadows of the world. Jiang Liuyan, welcome to the replica secret realm of the illusion sect. I am Huan Qi, the former leader of the illusion sect, and a temporary resident of this bamboo forest and its secret domain. As Jiang Liuyan listened, a wave of reverence surged within him. He bowed deeply, his gratitude evident. Thank you, sect master, for your rescue. I am profoundly grateful. Huan Qi chuckled softly. Do not be too hasty in your thanks. To be candid, the grand formation outside was set by me. The array within the bamboo grove is a specialized formation, meticulously replicated from the protective array of Huanji's sect. It is imbued with various formations, including illusory arrays, energy absorption arrays, and counteracting formations. Surely you have sensed that within this illusion, you are unable to exert your full strength, and the rate at which your stamina and power deplete is several times greater than usual. The external array comprises 18 gathering spirit arrays that absorb external spiritual energy, while 3 internal exchanging spirit arrays gradually siphon the energy of those within for the array's use. Altogether, this grand formation encompasses 46 major spiritual transformation arrays and 148 minor spiritual transformation arrays, each capable of converting the internal strength of an entrant into a form they cannot directly harness. So what do you think? Is this grand formation not exceedingly profound? Meow, a white cat perched on the eaves, interjected with a call, signaling that he had spoken too much and had yet to ascertain whether the young man before him was suitable for joining the sect. Zilu waved his hand gently, seemingly unconcerned, and addressed Jiang Liuyan. Young man, we are fated to meet. Do you wish to become my disciple? Although Jiang Liuyan found himself ensnared by an illusionary array for the entirety of the afternoon, leaving him somewhat perturbed, he soon contemplated that such a mesmerizing formation was indeed astonishing. Gradually, his inner turmoil subsided. As he gazed upon the refined middle-aged man before him, Jiang Liuyan performed the customary bow of apprenticeship. Huan Qi cast a sidelong glance at the white cat, exuding an air of self-satisfaction, as if to convey the message that his discernment was exceptional, despite having previously stated that Jiang would not become his disciple. A glimmer of joy was unmistakably evident in his demeanor. Turning his head, he raised his hand, indicating that Jiang need not be overly formal, and instead gestured towards the unfinished painting resting on the table. Look at this artwork, he said, as Huan Qi's voice resonated. Jiang Liuyan's gaze shifted to the painting upon the table. The image depicted a remarkably majestic dark demonic tiger. Earlier, when Jiang had been trapped in the bamboo grove by the illusion, the painting merely offered a glimpse into the essence of the creature, capturing its lifelike form as if it were the genuine dark demonic tiger. However, after Huan Qi's subsequent modifications, the painting now traced back through time, illustrating the pinnacle of the dark demonic tiger lineage from millennia past, a stance of imperiousness, an embodiment of invincibility. The imposing figure of the dark demonic tiger occupied nearly half of the canvas, its fur glistening with a profound blue-violet sheen, reminiscent of the deepest dreams of the night sky or the swirling currents beneath a dark abyss, both enigmatic and heart-stirring. Its eyes sparkled like two brilliant yet indifferent gems, so deep that they seemed capable of perceiving the innermost fears of the human soul, emanating an alluring yet terrifying glow. Each blink seemed to weave an invisible curse and nightmare. Surrounding it were tendrils of black, demonic energy. Though this energy remained motionless, upon closer observation, it appeared almost animated, swirling and entwining around the surface of the dark, demonic tiger, transforming into sharp blades or grotesque visages, expressing the immense authority and terrifying power of its status as a deity's acolyte. The very paper of the painting seemed heavy and distorted under the weight of this power, as if it were on the verge of shattering. As Huan Qi's words concluded, the painting appeared to come alive. The bamboo leaves swayed gently, a refreshing breeze blew through, and the water remained undisturbed. A phantom of the dark demonic tiger emerged from the painting, landing before Jiang Liuyan. Its lithe form exuded resilience and pride, embodying the most spirited representation of its lineage from millennia ago. This painting serves as an acknowledgement of your indomitable spirit and a personal gift from me, a testament to your endurance through my trials. Huan Qi's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic quality. I hope you can glean from it the essence of your lineage's most glorious state from 1,000 years ago, its unique spirit, regardless of the adversities faced. One must remain true to oneself and pursue one's identity, just as the being within this painting does, even amidst hardship, standing tall above all. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the painting before him, a profound shock surging within him like never before. His kin had all perished at the hands of the celestial demons. Perhaps not a single soul had survived. This painting was not merely an ordinary artwork. It represented his connection to the past. Each stroke and line encapsulated the figures and memories of his ancestors, evoking a profound sense of familial love and the warmth of his community. As he beheld the image, it was as though he could hear the laughter and joy of his kin, feel their presence surrounding him. This sensation brought tears to his eyes, filling his heart with nostalgia for the past and hope for the future. He understood that, although his relatives had departed, their spirit would forever be etched in his heart, inspiring him to move forward. Simultaneously, this painting embodied the lofty expectations and aspirations of the sect leader, Huan Qi. As a disciple, he was acutely aware of the responsibility he bore to inherit and promote the culture of his sect. This artwork served as a testament to the leader's affirmation and encouragement, fortifying his resolve to continue his journey. Jiang Liuyan quietly resolved to transform his aspirations into motivation, diligently cultivating his skills to become a formidable practitioner. He sought to repay the trust bestowed upon him by the sect leader, striving not to disappoint the expectations placed upon him. At the same time, he wished to grant peace to the spirits of his ancestors, ensuring that their sacrifices held meaning. Sect leader, I am willing to become your disciple and join the illusory sect to avenge my clan. Initially, his desire to learn the formidable techniques of the illusory array was merely sparked by witnessing Huanqi's prowess. However, upon receiving the painting, Jiang Liuyan was profoundly moved. The sect leader's earnest efforts touched him deeply. Kneeling before Huanqi, his voice resolute and his eyes glimmering with determination, he fully accepted the sect leader's guidance. Huanqi nodded in satisfaction and promptly announced the commencement of the apprenticeship ceremony. The ceremony, though not elaborate, was imbued with solemnity and sanctity. Huanqi personally presented a bowl of clear spring water before Jiang Liuyan, stating, "This water is known as source of the heart. Drinking it will purify your mind and clarify your ambitions, allowing you to forget the troubles of the mortal world. Consume it now. If you cannot sever the 3,000 threads of worry and momentarily set aside your hatred, how will you ever be able to reclaim it later? Holding on to hatred will significantly impact your future studies." The sect leader does not advise relinquishing hatred in favor of love to redeem everyone. On the contrary, one aspect of the illusory array involves perceiving malevolence and amplifying the flaws within the human heart, which is essential for our learning. Therefore, you must first let go to be able to take up again. If you pursue strength while harboring hatred, you may indeed achieve rapid advancement in the short term. But in the long run, should the delicate string of your heart snap, the consequences will be dire. As Jiang Liuyan pondered the words of the sect leader, he found himself immersed in contemplation. Indeed, he had long believed that his ultimate aspiration was to attain strength and exact revenge. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he realized that every thought and effort he had exerted stemmed from a profound hatred for his adversaries and an unwavering resolve for retribution. Memories of his past surged within him, the anguished moments of losing loved ones and friends. These recollections ignited a tempest of anger and sorrow within him, simultaneously awakening a fierce determination buried deep in his soul. However, he also came to a daunting realization. If one day he were to achieve vengeance, that taut string of purpose might snap. At that juncture, would he still be able to maintain his relentless pursuit of power? Or would the absence of a defined goal plunge him into confusion and self-doubt? Jiang Liuyan was acutely aware that the path of vengeance was fraught with hardships and challenges, demanding a tremendous sacrifice. Yet, without this objective, how could he discern the direction in which to advance? He could not help but contemplate the true significance and value of his existence. As Jiang Liuyan pondered these thoughts, clarity dawned upon him. He accepted the crystal-clear water and drank deeply, feeling a refreshing essence surge from his throat to his heart, as if his very soul had been cleansed and rendered transparent. Subsequently, Huanqi produced an ancient jade pendant, intricately inscribed with elaborate runes that radiated a soft glow. This pendant, known as Dream of Illusion, was the sole token of my identity as the previous master of the sect of illusion. It possesses the power not only to protect you, but also to provide guidance along your path of cultivation. Henceforth, you shall be a member of the sect of illusion and a direct disciple of me, Huanqi. Zili gently hung the pendant at Jiang Liuyan's waist, her eyes filled with pride and anticipation. Jiang Liuyan accepted the jade pendant, feeling the mysterious power it contained, a surge of gratitude swelling within him. He understood that this pendant held profound significance for him. It was not merely a symbol of his status as the direct disciple of the sect leader, but also a guardian of his soul. Moreover, it represented the trust and support that Huanqi had bestowed upon him. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Jiang Liuyan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Huanqi with utmost seriousness. Huanqi smiled and nodded, saying, "There is no need for such formality. It is merely the result of fate. Our destinies are intertwined, and you will find this pendant of great use in the future. I hope you wield it wisely and achieve great accomplishments." Through Jiang Liuyan's eyes, Huanqi seemed to glimpse a future moment in which he would use the pendant to deflect a lethal blow that could have claimed his life. Jiang Liuyan tightly clutched the jade pendant in his hand, a flicker of determination glimmering in his eyes. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Yet with the protection of this jade pendant, he felt emboldened to confront any adversity that lay in his way. "Rest assured, Master, I shall not betray your trust," Jiang Liuyan vowed. Master Huanqi nodded in satisfaction. As the master-apprentice ceremony concluded, Jiang Liuyan's heart brimmed with gratitude and excitement. He realized he was about to embark on a journey of cultivation filled with trials and opportunities, a path he had never envisioned before. The dark demon, evil god tiger, founded upon the 6 elements, was capable of evolving into myriad skills, while the innate ability of the death arena could only be acquired by the rarest of spirit beasts. He had never imagined that he would follow a mentor to learn about illusion formations, a subject entirely foreign to him. Perhaps, after mastering it, he would be able to slay Tang San, reducing him to ashes as vengeance for his annihilated kin. On this journey, guided by Master Huanqi, the former leader of the illusion sect, he believed he could overcome all obstacles, growing stronger to achieve the aspirations that resided within his heart. In the distance, at the juncture where the river of time converged with the timeline of Douluo continent, a shadow flowed upstream against the current of time, its form aging and rejuvenating in a continuous cycle. Its physical capabilities oscillated through various stages of life, rendering it incapable of discerning whether it was youthful, middle-aged, or elderly. At that moment, if it were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the silhouette of that dark figure, which was journeying upstream in search of a way to heal the malevolent power raging within him. However, during this quest, he learned of the devastating truth that an otherworldly demon named Tang San had obliterated the entire secret realm. Thus, only 2 members of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan remained. Chapter 35. Striving for Strength with the Master-Apprentice ceremony satisfactorily concluded. An unprecedented fervor and resolve ignited within Jiang Liuyan. He was acutely aware that to become a formidable force capable of exacting vengeance upon Tang San for his people, mere enthusiasm would be insufficient. Relentless effort and the guidance of wisdom were essential. Under Huanqi's tutelage, Jiang Liuyan traversed the winding paths of a bamboo forest, arriving at a secluded courtyard hidden deep within the sect. This courtyard appeared as a paradise, insulated from the clamor of the outside world, exuding tranquility and elegance. The layout of the courtyard was simple yet refined, with a pathway of bluestone flanked by carefully manicured flora. Though unassuming, the plants swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance that lifted the spirit. At the center of the courtyard lay a modest pond, its waters crystal clear, where a few koi swam languidly, occasionally leaping above the surface and creating graceful arcs. Beside the pond, an artfully constructed rockery allowed clear springs to trickle down through the crevices, merging into the pond and producing a melodious tinkling sound that enlivened the serene atmosphere. Most striking of all were the bamboo groves encircling the courtyard. These bamboo stalks stood tall and verdant, their branches lush and abundant. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows that enveloped the entire courtyard in a mystical and gentle veil. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle softly, as if whispering ancient legends. Huanqiu gracefully waved her sleeve, and a wave of gentle spiritual energy surged from her palm, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. The fallen leaves and weeds, which were once scattered on the ground, began to rise slowly under the influence of this ethereal force, and were then tenderly ushered out of the courtyard. In an instant, the space transformed into a pristine haven, infused with a refreshing and transcendent aura. This shall be your sanctuary for cultivation and repose. Huanqiu smiled at Jiang Liuyan, expressing her hope that he would find tranquility here and soon fulfill his aspirations. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the transformed courtyard, his heart brimming with gratitude. He stepped slowly into the house, where the simple decor exuded warmth and elegance. His fingers brushed lightly over the bed, absorbing the affection and warmth emanating from his mentors, stirring a medley of emotions within him. As night fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Lying on the bed, Jiang Liuyan peered through the half-open window, witnessing the silvery moonlight cascading upon the bamboo shadows, crafting enchanting scenes before his eyes. He closed his eyes, replaying the events of the day in his mind. The harrowing sense of entrapment upon entering the bamboo grove, the nervousness upon encountering Huanqi, the meticulously crafted portrait she had made for him, the solemnity of the apprenticeship ceremony, and the carefully prepared training grounds by Huanqi. All these experiences left him in awe and filled with an invigorating sense of purpose. As Jiang Liuyan gazed upon the painting he had hung upon the wall, a wave of gratitude surged within him, and he sensed a subtle increase in his inner strength. He was acutely aware that he bore not only his own honor and disgrace, but also the hopes and future of his entire clan. This heavy burden of responsibility left no room for complacency. Thus, he resolutely vowed to forge ahead, regardless of the obstacles that lay ahead, until he achieved the aspirations that resided in his heart. In this contemplative state, Jiang Liuyan gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself standing atop a pinnacle, surveying the world beneath him, embodying the confidence and composure he had long sought. The moonlight, like a delicate silk, cascaded over the tranquil bamboo grove, enveloping the secluded realm in a veil of silver. The night breeze gently caressed, carrying the distinctive fragrance and coolness of bamboo leaves, weaving through the dense shadows, producing a soft and lingering hum, reminiscent of nature's most melodious nocturne. In this moonlit bamboo grove, each stalk stood tall and graceful, their leaves glistening emerald in the lunar glow, akin to intricately carved jade. The dense foliage, layered yet orderly, interwove to form a vast green canopy, tenderly filtering the starlight and moonbeams, casting a mosaic of dappled light and shadow, adding an air of mystery and dreaminess to the serene night. Moonlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting mottled patterns upon him, bestowing a gentle radiance upon his handsome visage, enhancing his ethereal charm. Observing this from the tip of a bamboo shoot, Huan Qi gazed distantly at Jiang Liuyan, who had already succumbed to dreams. He remarked to the white cat perched on his shoulder, "This young man's disposition might indeed shatter the long-standing patterns of this continent." The white cat meowed disdainfully, its gaze imbued with skepticism, as if to say, "What can a disciple of such a caliber truly achieve? You overestimate him." Soon after, the white cat leaped from Huan Qi's shoulder, vanishing into the dense bamboo thicket. Huan Qi glanced at Jiang Liuyan and then at the departing white cat, letting out a sigh. "We are both felines. Why must there be such animosity? I still recall the last disciple with the blood of a phoenix, who nearly fell victim to your claws, only to escape by sheer luck." Huan Qi resolved to provide Jiang Liuyan with the most comprehensive training possible. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the bamboo house nestled within the grove, Huan Qi stood waiting at Jiang Liuyan's door, prepared to commence his first lesson. As the warm and radiant sunlight streamed through the thin clouds, gently caressing the bamboo grove and casting a golden glow upon the simple yet elegant bamboo dwelling, Huan Qi stood tall before Jiang Liuyan's abode. His countenance was serene and dignified, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and determination for the future. As soft sounds emanated from within the bamboo house, Jiang Liuyan slowly emerged, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. In the morning light, Huan Qi seemed to merge with the tranquil bamboo grove, exuding an unfathomable aura of authority and compassion. "Jiang Liuyan, you have awakened at just the right moment." The voice of Huan Qi was gentle yet powerful. He nodded slightly, beckoning Jiang Liuyan to come closer. "Today marks the formal commencement of your journey in cultivation. The first lesson I shall impart to you is the profound history of our continent." Huan Qi turned and led Jiang Liuyan into a secluded clearing deep within the bamboo grove, where dappled sunlight danced upon the ground, and the shadows of the bamboo swayed gracefully, a remarkably tranquil spot within the forest. He gradually seated himself, gesturing for Jiang Liuyan to follow suit, and then began his narration. "Our world, known as the Xianwu continent, is divided into 16 distinct regions. Millennia ago, our ancestors stood upon this vast land, gazing at the resplendent starry river above, lost in infinite contemplation. Why is this world so expansive? Is there a realm beyond the heavens? Can I reach out and touch that boundless sky? If I were to walk indefinitely, could I ascend into the heavens?" Thus, humanity began its journey northward, measuring the entire continent with their own strength. In those ancient times, the continent was not yet partitioned into the 16 segments we see today, but was a singular, unbroken expanse. Eventually, at a certain juncture, a cataclysmic battle between heaven and earth rippled through the very fabric of time, resulting in the fracturing into 16 pieces, a topic I shall elaborate on later. What followed was a narrative familiar to many tales and novels. Humanity, being inherently human, faced limitations in both strength and lifespan. Over the course of the ensuing centuries, two significant tomes were penned, one titled Chronicles of the Sky and the other Chronicles of the Land. The former chronicled the 32 clans that comprised the realms of the sky cloud, detailing the conflicts among the races in the central region of the continent, as well as various natural phenomena, including the tremors of the earth known today as earthquakes, the whispers of the storm king now referred to as tornadoes, and the wrath of the sea god, which we now call tsunamis, among other natural disasters. The people of that era, observing the forces of nature and gazing into the river of time to glimpse the past, present, and future, created numerous techniques. After millions of years of refinement and elimination, several key methods emerged: the Yinming Anqi method, the Xiaoyao Fengying technique, the Shenghui Guangyao canon, the Yinming Mayin spell, the Zidian Leijiao technique, the Lian Fenshin record, the Shikong Liuzhuan scripture, the Shukong Duncing art, and the Huanjia Piamiao technique, along with various secondary methods such as the Dali Kaitian technique, and the Xiaoyao Zizai scripture. However, I do not recommend these. The primary methods possess no particularly significant flaws and have been tested over millions of years, whereas the secondary methods have only endured for about a century at most, a mere blink in the vast river of time, unable to withstand scrutiny. It is also noteworthy that there exist some particularly unique techniques, such as the Buddha's teachings, I am invincible, Confucianism, to achieve is to benefit the world, and Taoism, I am the greatest. While their names may seem peculiar, these methods can subtly rival the esteemed legacies of the first tier of techniques, provided one possesses a certain foundation of belief and does not waver in faith. Jiang Liunian nodded with a semblance of understanding. He proceeded to articulate that the experiences of humanity and the transformations of this vast continent are intertwined. After the advent of cultivation techniques, a form of spiritual essence was born. The spiritual energy that existed millennia ago was far more abundant than what is available today. The richness of this energy was such that even the most inept beings of the present, if transported to that bygone era, could, with the passage of time, achieve the status of a celestial emperor, a truly terrifying prospect. In those days, spiritual entities were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Notably, the higher the tier of the spirit, the greater its resonance with the cosmos. It is also significant that the cultivation techniques created during that time were of the heavenly grade, indicating their recognition by the heavens and, by extension, the immense potential they held. Once the essence of these techniques manifested, it revered humanity, accompanying them across the expanses of the world and witnessing the environmental shifts along the way. Subsequently, a singular individual wielding 26 spirits swept across the continent, reaching a pinnacle where humanity stood atop the world, uttering proclamations such as "Those who align with me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." However, this was merely a trivial skirmish in the grand tapestry of human history. Eventually, humans formed clans, collectively known as humanity, and the concentration of spiritual energy surged once more, leading to a cataclysmic era referred to as the First Spiritual Transformation. During this time, humanity and other races focused on enhancing their own strengths, despite minor frictions and skirmishes. It never escalated to the point of extermination wars. Yet, resources are finite while the population continues to swell. Once a critical threshold is reached, resource allocation becomes strained, necessitating alternative means to either deplete the population or augment resources. Clearly, this world opted for the former, leading to the outbreak of the first cataclysm. The catalyst for this upheaval could have been a loaf of bread worth millions in spirit stones, a gunshot, or some other unforeseen event. In any case, the disaster unfolded at an unpredictable pace. Continuous battles ensued, with even the mightiest of human factions suffering grievous losses. The progenitor of humanity, referred to as the human ancestor, along with the 26 spirits under his command, saw their domains reduced from 26 to a mere 13, as various races invaded and seized control, even slaying some spirits to extract their essence for the enhancement of their own kin. In desperation, the human ancestor beseeched the heavens for aid, and divine laws were granted. Perhaps because humanity is regarded as the apex of all beings, they could communicate more effectively with the cosmos, resulting in the bestowal of power sufficient to confront the myriad races that plague the continent. This formidable force vanquished the alien races, yet it cost the human ancestor his life. In the aftermath, the continent fragmented into 9 distinct territories, known historically as the 9 provinces, where dreams of grandeur were shattered and the seas turned indifferent to the fates of the provinces. Our sect has existed since ancient times, weathering countless storms and witnessing the profound changes of the world. Following the first great cataclysm, it was through the mystical tome, the Book of Illusions, that the ethereal techniques of the illusory realm were conceived. This sect is not merely a sanctuary of martial arts and spells. It is a hallowed hall of wisdom and virtue. On this sacred ground, each corner of the sect bears the sweat and sagacity of its ancestors, every inch chronicling the brilliance and glory of its heritage. The voice of Huanqi resonates deeply, rich with magnetism, as his words flow like a gentle stream, gradually unfolding the history of the entire continent and laying bare the lineage of the sect before Jiang Liunian's eyes. From the inception of the sect to the illustrious leadership of successive masters, from the steadfast preservation and transmission during turbulent times to the profound exploration and elevation of martial arts and spells in periods of peace, each narrative is imbued with legendary allure, stirring Jiang Liunian's heart and igniting his fervor. As a member of this sect, One must not only master profound martial skills and spells, but also inherit the aspirations of the predecessors, upholding the sect's principles and faith. Remember, true strength lies not solely in physical prowess, but in the purity and nobility of one's spirit. Huan Qi's words brim with expectations and encouragement for Jiang Liuyan. As the narrative unfolds, the sun ascends higher, illuminating the bamboo grove with vibrant light and shadows. Jiang Liuyan listens intently, filled with reverence for the sect's history and anticipation for his future cultivation. He understands that from this day forward, he will embark on a path fraught with challenges and opportunities, with Huan Qi standing as his most steadfast support and brightest beacon. Chapter 36. The art of shadowed breath. Deep within the serene bamboo grove, the moonlight has quietly receded, replaced by the dawn's first light. Golden rays filter through the dense foliage, dappling the ground before a bamboo hut. Huan Qi, a man of formidable talent, with a stern visage yet gentle eyes, sits upright upon a cushion woven from naturally grown bamboo, facing Jiang Liuyan, whose countenance is filled with anticipation and reverence. Jiang Liuyan, he begins. I perceive within you the essence of the 5 elemental forces, remarkably pure yet exceedingly weak. However, should you cultivate one elemental force to stimulate the growth and transformation of the others, unexpected results may arise. Thus, after much contemplation, I have resolved to impart to you the supreme technique of this continent, the art of shadowed breath. Huan Qi's voice, deep and magnetic, imbues each word with boundless power and mystery, causing Jiang Liuyan to hold his breath in rapt attention, fearful of missing any detail. This technique originates from the realm of shadows, once a part of the 32 spirits under the ancestors of humanity. Upon its transformation, it draws upon the purest dark energies of the cosmos, using breath as a conduit to integrate the essence of darkness into oneself for personal utilization. However, before we proceed, I must first assess your affinity for the element of darkness. Huan Qi gently unfurls a time-worn scroll, a treasured tome passed down through generations, containing the complete secrets of the art of shadowed breath. In the tranquil morning of the bamboo grove, sunlight filters through the leaves, casting mottled light upon the awakening stone. Huan Qi and Jiang Liuyan stood beside a circular stone platform, adorned with ancient runes. This platform served as a specialized apparatus utilized by the sect to assess a cultivator's affinity with elemental forces. Huan Qi bore a solemn expression, with a glint of anticipation and seriousness illuminating his eyes, as he prepared to measure Jiang Liuyan's affinity for the element of darkness. Jiang Liuyan ascended the stone platform, closed his eyes, and relaxed his mind and body, allowing his consciousness to resonate with the surrounding dark elements. Huan Qi's voice was both gentle and powerful, fully aware of the significance this measurement held for Jiang Liuyan's future cultivation of the nether dark breathing technique. As Jiang Liuyan heard the words, he took a deep breath and slowly ascended the stone platform, closing his eyes as per Huan Qi's instructions. He endeavored to attain a state of mental clarity, as if he were merging with the surrounding environment, awaiting a response from the dark elements. Huan Qi stood beside him, gently pressing a button on the stone platform. With a couple of soft clicks, the entire surface of the stone platform suddenly illuminated, and beams of dim light emanated from beneath it, akin to ethereal sprites that danced around Jiang Liuyan's body. These luminous entities appeared to possess their own consciousness, encircling Jiang Liuyan as they moved languidly, seeking to resonate with the dark elements within him. Each beam shimmered with a mysterious and profound aura, as if conveying some arcane message to Jiang Liuyan. As time flowed on, he felt himself enveloped by a warm force, a relentless influx of energy that filled his being, bringing him unparalleled comfort and tranquility. Simultaneously, he discerned that the dark elements within him began to stir, as if drawn by the allure of those shadowy lights, awakening from their slumber to harmonize with the energy of the external world. Jiang Liuyan closed his eyes, enveloped in this enchanting atmosphere. Attuning himself to the subtle transformations of the dark elements within him, he discerned that his mastery over these elusive dark elements was gradually intensifying. What had once been difficult to grasp now yielded obediently to his will. As time flowed languidly, a luminous radiance began to brighten the surroundings. Initially faint, this light soon coalesced into a dazzling beam, so profoundly dark that it appeared akin to an endless black hole, seemingly capable of devouring all in its vicinity. Ultimately, this beam shot directly towards Jiang Liuyan's forehead. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, a force imbued with darkness and mystery, evoking both strangeness and familiarity. He understood that this was the call of the dark elements, and he had finally uncovered the true significance of his profound connection with them. Well done, Jiang Liuyan. Your affinity for the dark elements is remarkably high, subtly hinting that you are on the cusp of a pivotal stage, almost destined to cultivate the ethereal dark breathing technique. The voice of Huanqi carried an almost imperceptible note of joy. He was acutely aware of what such a gift meant for a practitioner. That pivotal stage was the elemental body. However, the elemental body was a double-edged sword. Should one advance too rapidly into the celestial sovereign realm without restraint, they risked being assimilated by the fundamental elements contained within their techniques, leading to elementalization and ultimately an end marked by complete annihilation. Thus, throughout the ages, those with the elemental body have garnered fleeting fame, only to vanish into obscurity in the end. Jiang Liunian opened his eyes, sparkling with excitement and enthusiasm. He had never anticipated that he possessed such a profound affinity for the dark element, which undoubtedly served as the greatest affirmation and encouragement on his path of cultivation. "Thank you, Master." Jiang Liunian expressed his gratitude to Huanqi with a bow, his heart brimming with dreams and expectations for the future. He understood that with such a talent and Huanqi's meticulous guidance, he would undoubtedly achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the cultivation of the Nether Dark Breath technique. Subsequently, Huanqi instructed Jiang Liunian in the practice of the Nether Dark Breath technique. First, you must close your eyes and concentrate, feeling the flow of air around you, allowing your mind to sink into the realm of darkness. As Huanqi spoke, he demonstrated, slightly closing his eyes, his expression serene, and his breathing becoming deep and even, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. With each breath, a faint dark light seemed to circulate around him, flickering like stars in the night sky, contrasting sharply with the morning light. This mysterious aura evoked a sense of profound tranquility, as if he had entered an entirely different world. Jiang Liunian followed the guidance with diligence, gently closing his eyes and striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. Initially, he could only perceive the soft caress of a breeze brushing against his cheeks, bringing with it a hint of coolness and comfort. However, as Huanqi's gentle whispers led him deeper into the recesses of his mind, he found himself traversing an enigmatic and shadowy realm. In this world, there was no glimmer of light, only an infinite expanse of profound darkness, akin to an endless ocean of night. Amidst this obscurity, Jiang Liunian experienced an unprecedented tranquility and assurance. His thoughts gradually became lucid, as if all his burdens were cast aside, leaving behind a realm of ethereal clarity. At that moment, Huanqi's voice resonated once more. "Next, we shall explore the art of breathing." Her words were like celestial music, softly enveloping Jiang Liunian's ears with an irresistible charm. He took a deep breath, adhering to Huanqi's instructions, inhaling the air into his lungs and then slowly exhaling. His breathing rhythm became increasingly steady and profound, each inhalation akin to drawing in the surrounding energy, while each exhalation seemed to release the impurities within him. As he inhaled, he envisioned himself absorbing the essence of darkness from the depths of the abyss. Upon exhaling, he expelled the impurities and negative emotions dwelling within. Huanqi's voice echoed by his side, meticulously elucidating each word, ensuring Jiang Liunian overlooked nothing or misconstrued any detail. Jiang Liunian sat quietly, wholly engrossed in the teachings of Huanqi. With his eyes closed, he began to breathe as instructed by Huanqi. With each inhalation, he felt a refreshing essence surge from the depths of the abyss, as if the forces of darkness were flowing into his very being. With every exhalation, he sensed the impurities and negative emotions within him being expelled, allowing his body and mind to gradually become lighter. As time passed, Jiang Liunian became increasingly immersed in this wondrous state of cultivation. His breathing grew steadier, and his body felt progressively more relaxed. Simultaneously, he sensed that his soul was also being nourished through this practice, becoming ever more robust. Huanqi stood nearby, silently observing Jiang Liunian's progress. Witnessing Jiang's unwavering focus on his cultivation filled Huanqi's heart with a sense of gratification. After all, for a practitioner, discovering a suitable method of cultivation and persisting in it is a rare and precious achievement. However, at that moment, Jiang Liunian suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. "What is it? Have you encountered a problem?" Huanqi inquired with concern. Jiang Liunian shook his head, expressing a sense of unease. With each inhalation, an inexplicable dread surged within him, as if a pair of eyes were peering at him from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down his spine. He felt as if he were gazing into the eyes of the celestial demon that heralded the annihilation of his kin, akin to a malevolent spirit lurking in the void, poised to consume him. Upon hearing Jiang Liunian's words, Huanqi's expression shifted slightly, a foreboding feeling enveloping her. She placed a hand on Jiang Liunian's shoulder, meticulously examining the elemental composition within his body, which appeared rather grim. Huanqi's countenance changed momentarily before she swiftly regained her composure, elucidating. This unease stems from your insufficient comprehension of the essence of darkness. Though it originates from the depths of the netherworld, it is not inherently malevolent. On the contrary, it harbors boundless potential and vitality. If you can master it correctly, it can serve as a formidable ally. As she pondered the unexpected complications surrounding the netherworld's dark breathing technique, she wondered if it pertained to his constitution or perhaps the necklace adorning his neck. She resolved to provide insights after a few days of his cultivation. Presently, despite his practice of the netherworld's dark breathing technique, the sinister elements within him were increasing at a rate surpassing that of the dark elements he primarily cultivated. Determined to set aside thoughts of the malevolent elements, Huanqi patiently elaborated on the nature and characteristics of the essence of darkness, guiding Zhang Liuyan on how to conquer his inner fears. She imparted a technique for calming the mind, which effectively subdued the terror within his heart. After considerable effort, Zhang Liuyan finally re-entered a state of cultivation, continuing to absorb the essence of darkness from the depths of the netherworld. At that moment, the rate at which he drew upon the essence significantly exceeded the growth of the sinister elements within him. Following the guidance of Huanqi, Zhang Liuyan began to adjust his breathing. Initially, he found it somewhat challenging, but as time progressed, he gradually discovered the rhythm. With each inhalation, he felt a refreshing and profound energy surge within him. With every exhalation, it seemed as though he expelled all his worries and fatigue. Very well. You have taken the first step, Huanqi remarked, opening his eyes and nodding in satisfaction. He understood that if it were not for the malevolent element residing within Zhang Liuyan, given his extraordinary potential and innate talent, with time he would undoubtedly achieve mastery over the shadow breathing technique, becoming a formidable manipulator of dark elements. Moreover, with the 5 elemental forces within him, the resultant transformations would be inscrutable, promising significant accomplishments. In the ensuing days, Huanqi delved deeper into his teachings for Zhang Liuyan. He not only imparted advanced techniques of the breathing method, but also guided Zhang Liuyan in harnessing dark energy for both offense and defense. Under Huanqi's meticulous instruction, Zhang Liuyan's prowess surged dramatically. After imparting lessons during the day, Huanqi spent his nights seeking ways to address the latent issues within Zhang Liuyan's being. If the elemental power within Zhang Liuyan were to grow unchecked, it could lead to elemental imbalance, resulting in an uneven distribution of strength. His elemental composition was not the conventional 5 of the Eastern continent, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, nor the 4 of the Western continent, earth, fire, water, and wind. Instead, it comprised several exceedingly rare elements: space, evil, power, wind, and thunder. Furthermore, while the traditional elements could enhance the body by corresponding to the 5 organs and fusing through the meridians, and the earth, fire, water, and wind could be strengthened in a sequential manner for optimal physical condition, the elements within Zhang Liuyan were possessed only by notable figures across the continent. The thought of time led Huanqi to reminisce about a certain individual from a century ago. Huanqi gently caressed the ancient tome resting on the table, inscribed with the words "Transformation of the Dark Demon God" in a crooked script. Perhaps this book was destined for Zhang Liuyan. He had serendipitously discovered it amidst a temporal rift, where he found it clutched tightly by the corpse of a black tiger. The magic crystal within revealed it to be the sacred celestial spirit of the elementalist who had once captivated the world. Perhaps it was all fated. As Huanqi gazed at the moon outside, it seemed he had made a decision. He carefully stored the book, meticulously inspecting it before penning his own volume on how to balance the powers of dark elements. With both tomes prepared, he intended to present them to Zhang Liuyan the following day, believing that their convergence in his hands would signify an eventual transfer of knowledge. With his wisdom and strength, he paved a path for Zhang Liuyan towards becoming a formidable individual. In the distance, a figure named Si lay in a sandpit, seemingly resigned to his fate. Gazing up at the sky, lamenting his misfortune, and spitting out a mouthful of sand with great force. Chapter 37. Ordinary training. The following morning, before the sun had risen, a faint light began to illuminate the horizon, shrouded in a delicate mist. Huanqi gently pushed open the door and cautiously entered Zhang Liuyan's room. The atmosphere was suffused with tranquility. Zhang Liuyan lay quietly on his bed, his eyes tightly shut, a slight frown gracing his features as if he were engaged in a struggle against an unseen force in his dreams. His brow furrowed, suggesting he was facing a formidable battle. A gentle smile played upon Huanqi's lips, his eyes sparkling with tenderness. He delicately extended his index finger, its tip curving slightly, and with a gentle flick, a stream of soft spiritual energy emanated from his fingertip, dancing gracefully like a delicate butterfly. This ethereal energy traced a beautiful arc in the air before quietly merging into Jiang Liunyin's forehead. It was as if this spiritual essence were a pure spring, flowing slowly into the depths of Jiang Liunyin's mind, tenderly sweeping away the weariness and worries that lingered between his brows. Like a gentle breeze, it caressed his spirit, allowing him to bask in warmth and serenity even in the depths of slumber. Jiang Liunyin's brow gradually unfurled, his previously taut expression transforming into one of relaxation and tranquility. His breathing became steady and profound, as if he were immersed in a serene world, oblivious to the clamor and turmoil of the outside realm. Huanqi gazed quietly at Jiang Liunyin, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Occasionally observing her disciple was indeed a delightful pastime, Huanqi mused. As Jiang Liunyin slowly opened his eyes, he was met by the mesmerizing gaze of Huanqi, whose enchanting eyes held an irresistible allure. Awake now, Liunyin. A new day heralds a fresh beginning. Huanqi's words carried an undeniable strength, yet were as gentle as the warm sun of spring. Jiang Liunyin swiftly rose, donning his attire with precision, his eyes gleaming with an eagerness for the challenges that lay ahead. He understood that each training session with Huanqi represented a significant breakthrough of his limits, potentially bringing him closer to that elusive realm where the hope of vengeance would no longer seem so distant and the odds would increase in his favor. The two exited the room, one following the other, embarking upon a winding path leading deep into the bamboo forest. The morning dew was cool, and the slight chill dispelled any lingering drowsiness from Jiang Liunyin's mind. Deep within the bamboo grove, shrouded in mist, it resembled a paradise untouched by the outside world. Huanqi had meticulously prepared a series of thoughtfully designed training grounds. The first was a serpentine route for physical conditioning, lined with illusions and gravity arrays crafted by Huanqi himself. These formations intertwined, testing Jiang Liunyin's speed and endurance while honing his will and sharpening his judgment. In future battles, both technique and perception would be indispensable. Among equals, the skilled would prevail. When facing formidable opponents, mastery would triumph over mere bravery. When skills were evenly matched, determination would serve as the edge. Perseverance would ultimately conquer the multitude. Surpassing boundaries would require sacrifices, with the slimmest glimmer of hope to be approached with utmost caution. Huanqi, with a deep and resonant voice, slowly addressed Jiang Liunyin. This is the first formal lesson I impart to you, one that is crucial on your path of cultivation, and you must engrave it in your heart. Remember, on the road of cultivation, do not let momentary impulses lead you to reckless bravado. Often, enduring temporary hardship can yield lasting tranquility and serenity. When I regain my strength and return in full force, I will ensure that those who have wronged you will be defeated one by one, restoring your honor and making them realize that you are not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, you must exercise caution regarding future repercussions. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Your potential and capabilities are boundless. If, during your cultivation, you encounter peers whose strength vastly surpasses yours, even to the point of being overwhelmed, your response should not be to confront them head-on. Instead, learn the art of patience and retreat. This is not a sign of weakness, but rather a strategy, a wisdom that allows for temporary endurance in pursuit of a greater goal. In the short term, you must quietly endure, allowing them a fleeting moment of triumph while you convert this sense of indignation and humiliation into the impetus for your training. Trust that with persistent effort and self-improvement, there will come a day when you will surpass them, standing at a higher vantage point to demonstrate your worth through strength. When that moment arrives and you reflect on your past, you will find that all the patience and concessions made were indeed worthwhile. Huanqi's words brimmed with hope and guidance for Jiang Liunyin, as he wished for him to comprehend that true strength lies not merely in surpassing others in power, but in possessing an indomitable will and profound wisdom. Only thus can one traverse the path of cultivation with greater resilience and stability. Jiang Liunyin is acutely aware of this sentiment, for his sole purpose in growing stronger is to exact vengeance upon the celestial demon Tang San, reducing him to ashes in order to avenge his kin. Yet, just yesterday, his mentor had urged him to temporarily set aside his hatred. Today, such words feel somewhat dissonant. Jiang Liunyin ponders this perplexity within, while outwardly responding, I shall diligently adhere to my master's teachings. Huanqi is truly not one to change his demeanor as swiftly as one turns a page in a book. Rather, Today he meticulously employed the Eye of Illusions to scrutinize the elemental forces within Jiang Liuyan. The malevolent energy coursing through him has intensified significantly since yesterday. If the dark divine power previously resembled the girth of a forearm, today it mirrors that of a thigh, a growth both alarming and formidable. Huan Qi finds himself at a loss. Compelled to await the conclusion of today's training to bestow upon him the Tome of the Dark Demon God transformation, a situation he has never encountered in his millennia of existence. Contemplating deeply, Huan Qi gazes at Jiang Liuyan, lightly brushing his sleeve, and gestures for him to remain at the beginning of this path. Remember well, tread steadily. Let your heart remain tranquil, and your gaze must be sharp. Huan Qi's voice resonates softly within the verdant bamboo grove, akin to the chime of morning bells and evening drums, provoking profound reflection. He stands at the threshold of the trial ground, his gaze both profound and warm, watching Jiang Liuyan's resolute figure as he embarks on his journey. As Jiang Liuyan stepped into the realm of trials, he immediately sensed a subtle transformation in his surroundings. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a mottled dance of light upon the ground. Yet, within this area meticulously crafted by Huan Qi, the illumination seemed capricious, oscillating between blinding brilliance and shadowy depths. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts, and, following Huan Qi's guidance, commenced this challenge to his own limits. The first obstacle he faced was an illusionary maze. Suddenly, a myriad of seemingly identical paths materialized before him, winding and twisting, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the bamboo grove. Jiang Liuyan understood that among these paths, only one led to the genuine route toward the next phase. The others were mere mirages, and stepping onto them would ensnare him in an endless loop. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and endeavored to attune his spirit to the subtle currents of energy around him, seeking that elusive sense of authenticity. Even the most impeccably designed illusion would possess slight discrepancies when compared to the ordinary environment, especially considering that this maze was a beginner-level construct personally devised by Huan Qi, designed solely to test Jiang Liuyan's observational prowess. Moments later, Jiang Liuyan abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp determination flashing within them. Without hesitation, he chose a path and advanced with swift strides. Huan Qi's lips curved into a subtle smile as he turned to glance at the white cat perched on his shoulder. Softly chuckling, this lad possesses some merit. Upon hearing Huan Qi's words, the white cat narrowed its eyes slightly, then arched its back, stretching vigorously as if in agreement. Subsequently, it emitted a resigned meow, seemingly laced with a hint of teasing and exasperation, as if to say, "Indeed, you have the keenest perception." Having navigated through the illusionary maze, Jiang Liuyan next encountered the trial of the gravity field. He felt an immediate weight pressing down upon him, as if a 1,000-pound burden had descended, rendering each step exceedingly arduous. Struggling, he lifted his foot, only to discover that his shoe had become deeply entrenched in the ground, while the surrounding air grew heavy, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Jiang Liuyan gritted his teeth, regulated his breathing, and concentrated all his strength into his legs, resolutely advancing step by step. Sweat trickled down his forehead, falling onto the ground, which had been compressed by gravity to the point of distortion, and instantly evaporated into an intangible mist. His breath became rapid, and his heart raced, yet he steadfastly clenched his jaw, refusing to yield. "I cannot afford to lose here," Jiang Liuyan roared within himself. He recalled the teachings of Huan Qi, reminding himself to remain calm and seek ways to counteract gravity. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding environment and the flow of energy. Gradually, he began to harness his dark elemental power to resist gravity, alleviating the burden on his body. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan adapted to the pressure of the gravity array, his steps becoming increasingly firm and assured. He continually challenged his limits, progressing towards his goal ahead. Despite the arduousness of each stride, he never faltered, for he understood that only through this trial could he attain greater strength. With the passage of time, Jiang Liuyan became more adept at navigating the gravitational pressures, moving swiftly within the array and experimenting with various techniques to enhance his speed and agility. Whenever fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he would recall Huan Qi's expectant gaze and his own fervent desire to grow stronger. This inspiration surged within him like an inexhaustible spring, revitalizing his spirit. During the trials, Jiang Liuyan faced not only the pressures of his environment, but also the ever-present possibility of sudden challenges and crises. These obstacles loomed like insurmountable barriers, testing his courage, intellect, and strength. At times, he would be unexpectedly assailed by phantasmal beasts, creatures of diverse forms, some resembling lions, others tigers, and still others wolves. Their ferocity and speed were astonishing, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. Zhang Liuyan had to remain vigilant, employing his martial skills and strategies to combat these formidable foes. Moreover, the ground would occasionally give way, forming bottomless pits. These traps were cleverly concealed, and a moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous fall. Zhang Liuyan had to scrutinize his surroundings meticulously, anticipating these pitfalls and carefully steering clear of them. Failure to do so would result in dire consequences. Yet, despite these challenges, Zhang Liuyan never wavered even a single step. Undeterred, he pressed forward, his sights set on the terminus of the path ahead. With keen intuition, remarkable courage, and unwavering diligence, he adeptly navigated each crisis, continually evolving through a series of challenges. This was also the ultimate objective of Hu Enqiu, not merely to fortify Ji Ingli Nin's physical prowess along this route, but to simultaneously hone his skills and enhance his mastery over his body under uniquely challenging gravitational conditions. As the latter stages approached, it was evident that Ji Ingli Nin's physical stamina had waned, relying solely on sheer willpower to persist, thereby further cultivating his resolve during the final stretch. In addition to physical conditioning, Hu Enqiu meticulously crafted a series of ethereal extraction formations, enabling Ji Ingli Nin to learn how to utilize and conserve his elemental energies in an environment scarce of spiritual essence. These formations not only tested Ji Ingli Nin's elemental manipulation skills, but also inspired him to delve deeper into the mysteries of his own elements, seeking a path to equilibrium. Ultimately, as the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the entire bamboo grove, Ji Ingli Nin triumphed over all trials. He stood at the terminus of his testing ground, reflecting on the journey he had traversed, his heart brimming with pride and fulfillment. He understood that this was not merely a physical trial, but a profound purification of the spirit. Under the gentle caress of the sunset, the bamboo forest shimmered with a golden luminescence. Ji Ingli Nin rose slowly. Though his body ached, his gaze sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. Filled with aspirations and hopes for the future, he inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of newfound power within him, a testament to the resilience and confidence forged through countless trials and tribulations. Hu Enqiu observed from the sidelines, his eyes reflecting satisfaction and admiration. He recognized that Ji Ingli Nin's journey encompassed more than mere physical training. It was a transformative odyssey of the spirit. This growth was more precious than any force. Lian In, he remarked, you have proven your potential and determination. Yet, remember, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. The challenges that lie ahead will only grow more formidable. Maintain an attitude of humility and reverence, and continually strive for greater heights. Zhang Liuyan nodded earnestly, etching Master Huanqi's teachings into his heart. Master, I shall indeed persevere. I will continue to labor in my studies, striving to enhance my abilities while remaining steadfast in my principles, impervious to the temptations of the outside world. I believe that as long as I persist, there will come a day when I can stand atop that seemingly unreachable pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Huanqi's lips curled into a faint smile. Very well. I await the arrival of that day. For now, return and rest. The future holds many more challenges for you. Additionally, take this book and study it diligently. It may prove beneficial. Tomorrow, you shall come here to train methodically on your own, and do not become complacent. With that, Huanqi handed Zhang Liuyan 2 books, one titled The Dark Demon God Transformation and the other, his own written insights on elemental analysis. Thank you, Master, Zhang Liuyan expressed sincerely. Feeling the weight of the books in his hands, Huanqi waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk towards the bamboo grove, leaving behind only his silhouette, which Zhang Liuyan followed closely. The two figures receded into the distance in the glow of the setting sun, leaving behind a series of steadfast and powerful footprints. Chapter 38. The former sect leader Huanqi in the central region of the Huan continent, a voice echoed. Sinner Huanqi requests an audience with the sect leader of the Huan sect. Please convey the message. As for why he was referred to as the Sinner Huanqi, the tale must begin several decades prior. On the vast and boundless Xianwu continent, 16 distinct and enigmatic regions are scattered across its expanse. Among them, one particular land is distinguished by its unique allure and historical significance, the Huan continent. The history of this land can be traced back to the era of the ancestors of humanity, closely tied to the legendary Huan spirit, one of the 26 spirits. As a formidable entity under the command of the ancestor of humanity, the Huan spirit once accompanied the ancestor in battles across the realms, achieving remarkable feats. After the war, the ancestor granted the Huan spirit a parcel of land to guard. Through millennia of tumultuous change and the passage of time, this parcel has gradually transformed into what is known today as the Huan continent. The Huan sect, one of the sects that has stood for nearly 10 million years on the Huan continent, conceals countless secrets and legends within its walls. The Illusion sect stands as a paragon of the authentic lineage derived from the illustrious Illusion scriptures. To comprehend the origins of the sinner Huanqi, one must delve into the tale of another prodigious youth from the same generation, Qian Huan, an account that has indelibly marked the vast continuum of time. From an early age, Huanqi exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation and a profound understanding of the intricate art of formations. His eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown and an ardent desire for discovery. Decades ago, upon his initiation into the sect, Huanqi was found to possess an astonishing compatibility of nearly 98% with the ethereal realm's elusive techniques. It was evident that as long as he did not falter, he was destined to ascend to the realm of the previous sect master, who ranked third among the 16 continents. The title of sect master is inherited with the singular name Huan, alongside the erasure of the name's memory by the celestial order, to prevent it from becoming a target for curses, a standard practice not only within the Illusion sect, but also among other sections. This precaution arose from the second conflict across the temporal continuum, where individuals from both the future and the past conspired to curse a cadre of venerable martial artists from the immortal martial continent. Consequently, high-tier combatants are designated with names recognized by the heavens, often at great personal cost to have their original names obliterated by the celestial order. Among his contemporaries was a remarkable individual named Qian Huan, whose name has long been erased by the celestial order, leaving only the moniker Qian Huan. This gifted individual demonstrated an astonishing compatibility of 99% with the Illusion scriptures, approaching perfection, with only a slight margin separating him from the sect master's compatibility. As a result, Qian Huan was informally designated as a candidate for sect master, garnering significant attention. Their formidable compatibilities positioned Huanqi and Qian Huan as the twin stars of their generation, cultivating side by side. Over their 3 years at the Illusion sect, they supported one another, forging a deep bond of friendship. However, fate appears to revel in irony. An unforeseen turn of events cast a shadow upon Huanqi, branding him a traitor to the sect, all due to the brotherhood he shared with Qian Huan. The tale unfolds further during the Disciple Promotion Conference, 3 years into Huanqi's tenure within the sect. This event, akin to a grand competition, involved disciples engaging in duels to earn points for ranking, thereby determining the allocation of cultivation resources for the following year. Those capable of challenging higher tiers would earn additional points. It was this very conference that would irrevocably alter the course of their paths. By then, Qian Huan had achieved a mastery of formations that bordered on transcendence, crafting a nascent form of a formation only recorded in ancient texts. Utilizing the void as ink and spiritual energy as his medium, he illustrated a breathtaking tapestry where illusion and reality intertwined. Yet, this was merely a preliminary form. Imperfections lingered in the execution of his illusory array. However, the ability to refine ancient texts and assimilate their wisdom is indeed a formidable achievement. Although the formations possess certain flaws, each of Qian Huan's actions, fueled by an imagination that transcends the ordinary and an unparalleled innate talent, seemingly serves to demonstrate to the world the essence of true transformation. This is the rightful application of illusionary formations. The Disciple Promotion Conference that year was truly a gathering of heroes. At the event, Qian Huan, with astonishingly unconventional formation techniques, not only captured the attention of all but also, amidst the watchful gaze of the crowd during the decisive battle, summoned a spirit encapsulated within the illusionary formation using his own 16-layered illusion array. While this spirit may not rival the one that pioneered the illusionary continent under the gaze of the ancestor, it was nonetheless a rare and unique entity that had eluded discovery for nearly a millennium. Qian Huan utilized this spirit as the primary controller of the illusion array, intricately inscribing dozens of transformation formations upon it, capable of flawlessly simulating his height, weight, and other physical attributes. The numerous gathering formations etched upon his hands, joints, and torso were masterfully crafted to prevent incapacitation due to energy depletion. Yet, the core remained the spirit he referred to. Qian Huan, employing a phantom guise to deceive the masses, stealthily infiltrated the most enigmatic forbidden zone of the Illusion sect, the Dream Abyss. The Dream Abyss is the site where successive leaders of the Illusion sect have received their legacies, housing countless ancient secrets and treasured artifacts of the sect. Qianhuan's objective was none other than the legendary Qianhuan mask. This mask is said to possess terrifying powers capable of altering the mind and distorting reality, a force that has eluded mastery for millennia. It is rumored that the wearer can mimic any individual they have encountered, amplifying their abilities through illusion, achieving a flawless imitation of the techniques and even the unique spiritual energy of their counterpart. However, this is merely the most trivial of the mask's capabilities. The Qianhuan mask is, in truth, a divine artifact formed from the corporeal essence of the fallen spirit of illusion, shrouding its mysterious uses in obscurity. Yet, Qianhuan seemed to be under the influence of an irresistible summons, having somehow acquired a handbook detailing the safe passage through the forbidden zone just before the duel. He adeptly avoided all traps within the illusion arrays and even deliberately dismantled 2 primary formations, modifying their operational mechanisms according to the handbook's instructions. Upon successfully pilfering the Qianhuan mask, the entire illusion sect was set ablaze with shock. One could assert that the illusory mask serves as the very foundation upon which the sect of illusions is established. Little did Qianhuan realize that despite evading all the illusionary arrays, the illusory mask concealed a unique triggering mechanism. It was astonishing to discover such a specialized contraption within the famed sect of illusions, compelling Qianhuan to examine it more closely. With a measured pace, he made his way outside, donning the illusory mask, which clung to his visage like a mirror. In an instant, he transformed his appearance to that of a guard, striding confidently towards the entrance. Upon encountering the guard sprawled on the ground, a surge of resolve surged within him as he plunged a dagger into the guard's heart, intending to use this guise to escape. Unexpectedly, the blood that gushed forth from the guard's heart was absorbed by the illusory mask, leading Qianhuan to a remarkable revelation. Absorbing the blood allowed him to perceive fragments of the deceased's memories through the mask. Seizing the opportunity, he fed the entire corpse to the illusory mask. Though a wave of discomfort washed over him, he pushed aside his unease. As time slipped away, the esteemed elders of the sect hurriedly arrived, their brows furrowed at the sight before them. At that moment, Qianhuan feigned awakening. Gazing at the pool of blood and the lifeless bodies with a pale countenance and an expression of sheer terror. With a trembling voice, he cautiously implored, "Please forgive me." Esteemed elders. The elders encircled him, their penetrating gazes scrutinizing his every move. One elder, with a cold tone, demanded, "What transpired here? Speak the truth." Taking a deep breath, Qianhuan seemed to compose himself before embarking on a harrowing tale. He meticulously recounted the scene, detailing the guards' actions, expressions, and the nuances of their dialogue. The elders listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, seeking discrepancies in Qianhuan's narrative. However, he had crafted a flawless fabrication, elucidating the reasons behind the multitude of slain guards and cleverly shifting the blame onto rival factions, asserting that he was merely acting in self-defense. Nevertheless, the elders remained skeptical of Qianhuan's account. They proceeded to interrogate him about his personal information, including his name and origins. Inwardly relieved, Qianhuan was grateful for the serendipitous discovery of another function of the illusory mask, which enabled him to respond fluidly to these inquiries. Yet, despite his eloquence, the elders harbored lingering doubts. Ultimately, the leading elder commanded the enforcers, seize him and confine him to the dungeons, awaiting further judgment. Qianhuan's expression shifted momentarily before settling into one of resigned acceptance, offering no resistance as he was led away by the enforcers. Yet, internally, he felt a surge of joy. This was precisely the outcome he desired. With the Qianhuan mask, he was impervious to the spiritual suppression inflicted by the binding spirit chains. The power disparity simulated by the mask was directly drawn from its strength, meaning that unless the mask was forcibly removed, he would be endowed with an inexhaustible source of power, sustained until the mask's energy was depleted. Throughout the escort, Qianhuan contemplated his escape. He understood that he could not resort to murder again, as it would plunge him deeper into malevolence. However, faced with the stark choice between life and death, he was compelled to act. Suddenly, he perceived an opportunity. As they passed through a grove, he seized the moment of inattention from his captors, erupting into action and delivering powerful blows to their necks, rendering them unconscious. Gazing at the 2 fallen figures, a flicker of guilt coursed through him, yet he recognized this as his sole path to survival. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, "No more bloodshed." He then swiftly vanished into the woods. Later, the elders confirmed that the stolen item was indeed the illusion mask, and a chill ran through them. This mask was the sacred treasure of their sect. They subsequently redirected their focus towards the surviving guard. However, upon the elders' arrival at the enforcement hall, they found only the two incapacitated escort members, while the guard had completely vanished. At the same time, Qianhuan's illusory doppelganger on the arena had reached the limits of the illusion's duration. Given the intricate and overloaded operation of the various formations, it collapsed rapidly, allowing the controlling spirit of the formation to escape amidst the chaos. It was precisely because Qianhuan had drawn away a significant portion of the higher combat forces by stealing the mask that the spirit could evade capture with greater ease. After Qianhuan's theft of the illusion mask, the position of sect leader was left vacant. Amidst skepticism and anticipation, the deeply skilled and virtuous Huan Qi was elevated to the sect's throne. The elders were in urgent need of new leadership for the disciples of the illusion sect and sought to support a semi-puppet leader to suppress the scandal surrounding the theft of their sacred treasure. However, the weight of power did not diminish Huan Qi's profound bond with Qianhuan. Secretly, he sought opportunities to uncover the truth behind Qianhuan's actions. Letters became the sole connection between them, traversing various merchant associations and pathways before finally reaching their intended recipient. This process could take months, sometimes years. Yet both persisted in their correspondence, as the passage of time was trivial compared to Huan Qi's yearning for answers. Each letter carried Huan Qi's deep affection and perplexity towards his brother, while Qianhuan's replies were consistently brief and enigmatic, alluding only to the future of the illusion sect, providing no further elucidation. This vague promise hung like a fog over Huan Qi's heart, instilling a sense of unease yet also anticipation. Nevertheless, it is said that paper cannot conceal fire forever. The clandestine communication between Huan Qi and Qianhuan ultimately caught the attention of the enforcement hall. In an instant, the entire sect was engulfed in turmoil, as former friends and comrades became adversaries. The head of the enforcement hall, in conjunction with other leaders, launched a vigorous pursuit of Huan Qi, accusing him of treachery against the sect. Confronted with the sect's judgment, Huan Qi neither defended himself nor fled. He understood that his actions were merely expressions of brotherly consolation, yet they had transgressed the sect's immutable laws. Under the gaze of those filled with anger and sorrow, he calmly accepted the punishment of having his cultivation abolished and his meridians irreparably damaged. Stripped of the title Huan, at that moment, there was no regret in his eyes, only a profound concern for the future of the sect. The words of Qianhuan regarding the future of the sect lingered in his mind. Deprived of his powers, Huan Qi was no longer the exalted leader but was cast out from the Huan sect, reduced even below that of an ordinary disciple. His body was frail, requiring assistance to walk, yet his resolve was firmer than ever. He believed that Qianhuan's actions, though shrouded in secrecy, bore profound significance and unspoken hardships. He vowed to protect the Huan sect in his own way until the truth emerged. Meanwhile, far away in the Qianhuan sect, upon learning of Huan Qi's plight, Qianhuan was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. He recognized the immense debt he owed to Huan Qi, a debt that might never be repaid in his lifetime. However, he also understood that the responsibilities and missions he bore were far more critical than any misunderstandings or accusations from others. The mask in Qianhuan's possession held the key to one of the most significant aspects of ancient history. Yet it had been hidden away by the foolish members of the Huan sect for far too long. With gritted teeth, Qianhuan was filled with indignation over Huan Qi's unjust fate, and he seethed with anger towards the utterly foolish individuals within the Huan sect. He was acutely aware that Huan Qi was destined for a much brighter future, yet due to the ignorance of these individuals, his destiny had been irrevocably altered. Soon after learning that Huan Qi had been completely expelled from the inner sanctum of Huan continent, Qianhuan wasted no time in employing his extraordinary ability to manifest an external incarnation. Accompanied by his precious array spirit to reach Huan Qi, he utilized the wondrous powers of the illusion array to reconstruct Huan Qi's damaged meridians, achieving an astonishing compatibility of 99% with the ethereal tome of Huanjijiluo. Subsequently, he cleverly transformed the array's spirit into an adorable white cat to keep Huan Qi company. This way, Huan Qi could maintain contact with Qianhuan and communicate at any time through this charming feline. Ultimately, Qianhuan and Huan Qi found themselves in a tranquil bamboo grove, where they deliberated on their grand plans for the future. Qianhuan expressed his willingness to leverage the vast influence of the Qianhuan sect to gather the remaining keys with unwavering dedication. Yet, Huan Qi proactively expressed her willingness to undertake the crucial task of locating the key individual capable of resolving the current predicament. Chapter 39. Secrets upon the mist-shrouded and fantastical summit of the Huan sect. Huan Qi's figure gracefully entered the ancient and solemn main hall of the sect. each step seemingly treading upon the dust of time, stirring invisible ripples in her wake. The guiding elder respectfully ushered Huan Qi into the Grand Master's hall, courteously stating, "Mr. Huan Qi, please enter." Following the imposition of the charge of treason against Huan Qi, those in her vicinity were also drawn into the ensuing turmoil. However, during her 4-year tenure as Grand Master, Huan Qi diligently endeavored to foster the flourishing of the Huan sect, ensuring that the welfare of its disciples improved year by year. This is also the reason why, even now that Huan Qi is no longer Grand Master, the majority of the disciples hold her in high regard. Within the hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated the profound and inscrutable gaze of Grand Master Huan, who sat regally upon the elevated platform, surrounded by a faint lavender glow. His aura embodied the pinnacle of the Huan realm's ethereal techniques, his power seemingly harmonizing with the very essence of the Grand Master's hall. Resonating as if at his command the entire hall would bend to his will, Huan Qi stepped forward a few paces, respectfully performing the due courtesies, even as a sinner. She was deeply ingrained with the understanding of propriety, not daring to overstep her bounds. Yet her voice carried a somewhat casual tone. "You've also ascended to the position of Grand Master." Huan chuckled softly, rising to retrieve a stool and graciously offering the Grand Master's seat to her. Taking a seat upon the stool she had moved, he appeared to be immensely respectful. Huan Qi, without hesitation, boldly approached and sat down in the position of the sect leader, which was graciously vacated for him, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. "Time has flown by so swiftly over the past 60 or 70 years, Huan Qi remarked. "Master Uncle, you have been away for 6 or 7 decades. How is the outside world? Is it as splendid as ever?" Huan spoke without a trace of the imposing grandeur typically associated with the leader's hall. The newly appointed leader, Huan, was a disciple of Huan Qi's disciple's brother, thus addressing him as Master Uncle or even Master was hardly an exaggeration. After all, both of Huan's masters were nominal, and the true essence of all techniques was passed on in secret during Huan's tenure, including the operational trajectories of techniques, the resonance between them, and strategies for maximizing attacks. The foundational concepts of formations were akin to those of Huan Qi during his leadership. However, after Huan Qi's meridians were damaged and subsequently restored, he chose to pursue a path of concealing formations within his body, leaving behind the old methodologies without further exploration. "After reconstructing my meridians, it feels as though I am invincible in this world," Huan Qi laughed. Naturally, Huan was aware that his master uncle had suffered the complete destruction of his meridians, and he knew a bit of the unspeakable truth surrounding it. At that time, a grandson of the 4th Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall was in desperate need of the sacred blood essence of a saint to purify his Huan bloodline, enabling him to compete with the elites of the Law Enforcement Hall in an imminent internal competition. However, the grandson's innate talent was merely mediocre. At the upper tier of the profound rank, and the Hall Master had no connections to procure the necessary blood essence. The 4th Hall Master was thus in a state of distress. If he lost the competition, his own gains would be significantly diminished. It was during this critical period that Huan Qi's correspondence with Qian Huan was discovered, prompting the 4th Hall Master to voluntarily seek punishment, aiming to seize Huan Qi's blood. At that time, Huan Qi was indeed a saint at the celestial realm, and with the aid of medicinal herbs, his blood could be further purified to potentially reach the mid to upper tiers of the earth rank. It is worth noting that the previously mentioned resonance levels of 99 and 98 pertain to the ethereal resonance of the Huan realm. In the dark, damp depths of the law enforcement hall, chains dangled from braziers, swaying with the gusts seeping through the wall cracks, casting the 4th Hall Master's visage in flickering shadows, rendering him particularly cold and ruthless. He summoned the spiritual energy from within, concentrating it in his hands, which wielded the ethereal force like a colossal hammer, striking Huan Qi's meridians inch by inch. However, this alone could hardly be deemed a secret. The 4th Hall Master unleashed a uniquely sinister form of spiritual energy, exuding a black sheen reminiscent of bone-eating larvae, as this dark energy corroded Huan Qi's fragile meridians. Each rupture was accompanied by the turmoil of Huan Qi's internal energy and pain groans. Yet, these sounds gradually diminished, ultimately fading into a hoarse silence, akin to an ancient bellows stirring the dust at its base, a struggle of the soul against despair. Had it been a mere destruction of the meridian network, one would only need to start at the heart meridian, infusing the spiritual energy in a ripple-like manner along the bloodstream, causing the meridians to swell and ultimately burst under the strain of foreign energy. After all, the punishment of destroying meridians was meant as a form of discipline, not as a sadistic means of torment. The degree of this inch-by-inch erosion and destruction of the meridians was profoundly inhumane. It is akin to placing thousands of ants upon the meridians, incessantly gnawing at the veins, leading them to fray at every juncture as an indescribable sensation, unbearable to the average person, surges through the channels. The enforcers surrounding this harrowing scene, though pained in their hearts, are nonetheless intimidated by the undeniable authority of the fourth hall master. They exchange glances, their eyes brimming with shock and terror. Yet none dare to voice a plea for mercy, fearful of becoming the next victim. After all, it is the fourth hall master. Should he report to the enforcement hall that someone attempted to save Huan Qi during the punishment? A mere flick of his lips could add another name to the list of traitors. The atmosphere within the enforcement hall is thick with the scent of blood and despair, as if time itself has frozen in that moment. As the fourth hall master completes his cruel ritual, gazing upon Huan Qi, now nearly a bloodied shell of his former self, a cold smile creeps across his lips. He is acutely aware that such brutal methods, while merciless, can maximize the infusion of saintly energy into Huan Qi's blood, paving the way for his nefarious designs. Without a shred of mercy, he ruthlessly slashes open Huan Qi's already shattered meridians, allowing the blood, mingled with fragments of the veins, to spurt forth, exacerbating Huan Qi's injuries. When Huan Qi is dragged out of the enforcement hall, he is no longer the exalted leader of the illusory sect, but a battered, near-lifeless husk. His master, a venerable elder of high esteem, witnesses this torment, his heart racked with anguish, yet he can only endure in silence. In the face of other charges, he might have been able to intervene, but facing the crime of colluding with the thief of the sect's sacred artifact, the Thousand Illusions mask, and being caught red-handed, he finds himself powerless, forced to watch as Huan Qi is subjected to such torment. In a desperate bid to preserve Huan Qi's flickering hope, his master, disregarding all else, procures a talisman, affixing a charm capable of significantly invigorating life force to Huan Qi's back, the only recourse available to him in this dire situation. The talisman seemed to possess the miraculous power of resurrection, forcibly igniting the remnants of life within Huan Qi, enabling him to tenuously sustain his shattered form and crawl out of the upper third district of the illusory continent. Had it not been for this talisman, Huan Qi would have surely succumbed within that district, reduced to nothing but a meal for the rodents. The upper third district was a realm where Qian Huan could not intrude. Even with the Qian Huan mask, entering would trigger detection by the array established by the illusory sect, encompassing the entirety of the upper third district. Hence, rescue could only be attempted once Huan Qi managed to escape from there. In the outside world, due to the official silence and the general populace's ignorance, many deemed Huan Qi's injuries as merely a common affliction. What was a mere shattered meridian, after all? It was already considered a significant act of mercy. For ordinary disciples accused of treason, the punishment would often entail the extraction of their spiritual roots, turning them into a source of energy for the illusory sect, with their remains discarded in the herb garden to serve as fertilizer. That Huan Qi, as the sect master, remained alive was already a fortunate outcome, and no one cared to inquire about the torturous process he endured, thus the matter faded into obscurity. Subsequently, the grandson of a certain hall master experienced a remarkable enhancement in his abilities, attributed to the purification of Huan Qi's blood. He single-handedly challenged the disciples of the law enforcement hall, even being informally designated as the sect master's sparring partner. The position of sect master is rotated every 20 years, with the sparring partner serving as a litmus test for the new leader. Should the sparring partner triumph over the sect master, their character and capabilities would be further scrutinized to determine if they could potentially succeed the master. However, such a triumph is generally deemed impossible. For those who ascend to the role of sect master are often the elite among elites, impervious to the feeble challenges posed by mere sparring partners. Meanwhile, Huan Qi's disciple, a young cultivator named Bai Fei, upon inadvertently uncovering the plight of his revered elder, was overwhelmed with indignation. Little did he expect the intricate web of circumstances that lay behind the incident. Resolute in his determination, he vowed to endure hardships and devote himself tirelessly to his cultivation. At long last, the opportunity arrived. During a grand sect competition, Bai Fei skillfully harnessed the techniques imparted by Huan Qi, artfully manipulating the fluctuations of his opponent's spiritual energy. At the moment when his adversary's bloodline was obstructed and their spiritual force was in disarray, Huan decisively intervened, executing a variant of Huan Qi's renowned skill. The 10,000 arrays converging into one. Countless phantasmal formations coalesced at his fingertips, culminating in a brilliant sword light that pierced through the defenses of his opponent, culminating in a breathtaking counterattack. The technique of Huan Qi had never been documented within the entirety of the illusion sect. It was based on the ethereal illusion realms method, enhancing his array drawing abilities through the amalgamation of myriad formations. However, even at the zenith of his prowess, Huan Qi could only retain 1/10 or 1/12 of the vast array techniques without employing the technique of spiritual energy transmuting memory fragments, which he had stumbled upon by chance. In contrast, Bai Fei possessed a unique understanding of this path, as he was born with an extraordinary photographic memory. After being taught the technique of spiritual energy transmuting memory fragments, he flourished, recalling millions of formations, which ultimately enabled him to achieve that stunning victory over the grandson of the fourth Hall Master. Following this battle, Bai Fei's name resonated throughout the illusion sect, and it was during this time that he was informally designated as a candidate for the sect leader, nearly 19 years after Huan Qi's expulsion from the sect. However, I did not come here merely to reminisce with you, young Huan. My desires are of great significance. The essence of the bloodline from the demon god Tiger clan stands as a testament to our sect's collective efforts in suppressing evil and maintaining peace across the continent. I am aware of its rarity. After all, I was among the main forces that defeated 7 or 8 Earth Realm demon god tigers. I also recognize that locating such a treasure is no small feat, as there are no more demon god tigers left for us to hunt. Nonetheless, I possess a tome to offer in exchange, intended for my newly accepted disciple, Jiang Liuyan. Though his true form is that of the dark demon god tiger, and not a direct descendant of the demon god tiger clan, he shares a common origin and wields the power of darkness. Huan Qi paused momentarily before continuing. It is of no consequence to share this with you. This is a matter capable of altering the very fabric of the continent, stirring the winds of change throughout. He is the chosen one, destined to be one of the final players on this land. Huan Qi's words exuded an indescribable sincerity and urgency. He was acutely aware that his request might place young Huan in a difficult position, yet he understood all too well the potential and significance of Jiang Liuyan. Huan Qi continued, the essence of the demon god tiger bloodline, while imbued with ferocity, harbors boundless possibilities. For Jiang Liuyan, this represents not merely a leap in power, but also a challenge and transcendence of his own limits. I am willing to bear all consequences to ensure that he can maintain his true self while attaining strength, living up to our sect's expectations. Upon hearing this, the sect leader, Huan, shifted his gaze slightly as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Master Uncle, your words hold truth, yet the matter of the essence of the demon god tiger bloodline is of no trivial consequence. It serves as a source of power. Yet if consumed improperly, it may lead to endless troubles, potentially even hinting at a beastly transformation, exhibiting characteristics akin to the demonic tiger. However, since you, dear Uncle Master, mentioned that your newly acquired disciple belongs to the feline lineage, it seems there should be no significant issue. I shall take the liberty to facilitate this exchange for you. Furthermore, that tome of yours cannot possibly be the 6th chapter of the illusory realm's miscellaneous records, can it? Indeed. It is a testament to my guidance that you possess such cleverness, praised Huan Qi. That manuscript was penned by the 8th sect master himself, and you have absconded with it, now seeking to profit without effort. Uncle, your audacity knows no bounds, Huan Qi chuckled. Enough of this. Hand it over quickly. I have pressing matters to attend to. Once things settle down, I shall return to reminisce with you. Additionally, be cautious in the meantime. After my departure, deal prudently with that law enforcement hall member. Do not find yourself in a predicament similar to mine. Huan lightly nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, 6 crystalline vials materialized in his palm, each brimming with the ferocious essence of the demonic tiger's bloodline. Farewell, Uncle. Convey my orders. The sinner Huan Qi has absconded with 6 vials of the demonic tiger bloodline essence from the sect's treasury. Pursue and eliminate. I have retrieved the 6th chapter of the illusory realm's miscellaneous records. I beseech the elders to impose punishment. Huan bowed in contrition. In the distance, Huan Qi felt a shiver of trepidation, secretly lamenting, had I known this lad would not hold his tongue, I might have advised him to converse amicably with the law enforcement hall. Instead, he has shifted all blame onto me. This young man has indeed inherited my boundless audacity. Chapter 40. A fitting weapon. Huan Qi summoned the illusory formations within his meridians, augmenting them with his spiritual energy to conjure dozens of formations that evenly enveloped his form. The pale purple spiritual energy morphed into intricate designs, swiftly altering Huan Qi's height, weight, and appearance. Even the white robe he donned underwent a transformation, as he whimsically embellished it with several delicate gray patterns. Ahem, This better befits my scholarly persona, Huanqi mused inwardly. Simultaneously, he contemplated where to procure resources next, continuously calculating in his mind. Old acquaintances should be honored after I conclude my disciple's tutelage. It is time to reap the rewards. For instance, that old talisman practitioner should yield some protective charms capable of withstanding harm, burrowing underground, or traversing vast distances in flight. I shall venture to another continent to gather more resources, and as for the alchemist, although their skills are merely average, within the top 8 of the medicinal sect, they could still provide elixirs suitable for my disciple, Jiang Liuyan, up to the sage realm. Huanqi pondered, having mentally traversed through the influential figures across various realms he was acquainted with. As for the modest expanse of the illusory continent, apart from having extracted a portion of the demonic essence from the bloodline of the illusory sect, it seemed there was little else to be gained. During Huanqi's tenure, he had frequented the sect's treasury numerous times. Although it contained many extraordinary treasures beneficial for those adept in the art of illusion formations, none resonated with Jiang Liuyan's essence. Consequently, these treasures were unsuitable for him. Moreover, certain items capable of enhancing mental acuity, given Jiang Liuyan's current mental capacity, could potentially overwhelm him with even the most rudimentary materials. Thus, he refrained from seeking these treasures, aware that doing so might further tarnish his reputation, leading to accusations of theft against the illusory sect, stealing various elixirs, pilfering numerous texts, or absconding with invaluable materials. Should the malevolent Huanzi choose to be particularly vindictive, he might even cast Jiang Liuyan as the second infamous figure in 5 centuries to face retribution. The amalgamation of these factors rendered Jiang Liuyan ill-suited for the path of illusion formations. However, his possession of 6 unique elements offered the possibility of becoming a master in another domain. In essence, illusion formations were merely a significant branch of the broader art of formations. Jiang Liuyan could very well pursue the path of array drawing to enhance his combat prowess. Huanqi mused as he unwittingly traversed through several streets, ultimately arriving at a secluded alleyway. In that hidden alley on the fringes of the bustling city, time seemed gently suspended, leaving behind a veil of tranquility and antiquity. The alley was narrow and elongated, flanked by towering, weathered gray walls. On these surfaces, vibrant green moss spread freely, akin to the brushstrokes of time, slowly painting a canvas of years upon this deserted stage. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a dappled glow upon the moss, infusing the serene atmosphere with a soft verdant hue. In a corner, a spiderweb resembled a delicate tapestry, intricately woven and ensnaring the occasional small insect that strayed into its grasp, thus becoming the protagonist of this microscopic realm. These seemingly chaotic lines harmoniously merged with the surroundings, narrating tales of the relentless cycle of life and nature's eternal rhythm. The cobblestone path beneath, weathered by countless storms, had become uneven and pockmarked. Each step echoed with a distinct clatter, resonating with the gentle reverberations of time, a melody whispering the secrets of history. These stones bore witness to the comings and goings of generations, embodying a multitude of stories woven through time. Despite their age and disrepair, they exuded an indomitable spirit that evoked a sense of reverence. Though the alley appeared forlorn and somewhat dilapidated, it was precisely this unrefined beauty that bestowed upon it a unique charm. The air was imbued with the fresh scents of earth and moss, occasionally graced by the distant aroma of cooking from nearby homes, a reminder of humanity, warm and familiar. As I stroll through such an alleyway, it feels as though I am traversing the dimensions of time, experiencing a long-lost tranquility and serenity, while my spirit finds a moment of liberation and purification. Thus, this seemingly obscure alley, overgrown with moss and teeming with spiderwebs, transforms from a mere symbol of neglect into a sanctuary that invites one to slow down, savor the essence of life, and appreciate the gentle passage of time. Here, every slab of bluestone, every patch of moss, and every spider web appears perfectly in place. Under the fading glow of the setting sun, Huanqi wanders through the ancient, narrow alley, where the weathered walls seem to narrate the tales of bygone days. And each stone slab bears the imprints of past travelers. His mood, initially clouded by recent misfortunes, felt as if the world had closed its doors upon him. Yet, in a moment of serendipity, his gaze was drawn to a somewhat dilapidated sign that read second-hand blacksmith shop. Though the characters had faded, they inexplicably struck a chord deep within his heart. Memories surged forth like a tide, recalling a dear friend named Yuntai. Yuntai, a forthright and exceptionally skilled blacksmith, had a unique talent for crafting astonishing creations from the most unassuming materials. Their friendship had blossomed from a chance encounter when Huanqi targeted for assassination by rival factions prior to a selection trial, found himself fleeing desperately, alone and without powerful allies. During his flight, he inadvertently stumbled into this very alley, which was once vibrant with life. Yet, after the passage of 60 or 70 years, it now lay desolate. It was in this very spot that Yuntai's blacksmith shop had provided Huanqi with a short sword, a tool of self-defense that proved invaluable in his battle against 3 assailants, allowing him to emerge victorious. From that day forth, an unbreakable bond was forged between the two. Reflecting on this, a mischievous smile crept across Huanqi's lips. Having procured something to enhance my physical prowess, how can I not treat my dear apprentice to a fine weapon? He mused with a chuckle. He understood that, despite Yuntai's apparent indifference to wealth, he harbored an irresistible yearning for rare materials and extraordinary designs. This desire stemmed not from greed or vanity, but from a pursuit of exceptional craftsmanship and unique artistry. In truth, Yutai was, in a strict sense, a scion of affluence, a fact he would occasionally divulge only in moments of inebriation. On one such occasion, Huanqi inadvertently overheard Yuntai's candid confession, revealing that his father was one of the 10 renowned blacksmiths of the forging continent, the master of the forge hall. Nevertheless, Yuntai chose not to rely on his family's legacy, opting instead to venture forth and prove his own mettle. He yearned for his talents and efforts to be recognized on their own merit, rather than merely as the son of a notable blacksmith. Despite this, every individual requires a trusty weapon, which has led to the proliferation of the 10 famed smithies across every corner of the 16 continents. The branches of the forging pavilion, aside from attracting capital from various locales, serve another purpose: the search for the long-lost young master. However, due to the elusive nature of Yuntai, years have passed without any success in locating him. Huanqi, adept at conjuring unique ideas, possesses remarkable talent in the realm of illusion arrays. Having also studied the intricate formations of weapon inscriptions, Huanqi's distinctive insights enabled Yuntai to concoct a myriad of eccentric yet exceptionally practical creations throughout his forging journey. Furthermore, as one of the foremost combatants of the illusion sect, Huanqi frequently acquires rare and peculiar materials during the extermination of rival races or large-scale battles. Thus, their exchanges often resemble an unspoken game of mutual advantage, with Yuntai's craftsmanship traded for Huanqi's treasures. Gently pushing open the heavy door, Huanqi was greeted by a familiar amalgam of rust and charcoal, instantly transporting him back to bygone days. Inside the forge, the fire blazed, its flickering flames illuminating Yuntai's face, now further etched by the passage of time. His gaze was focused and profound, as if the entirety of the world consisted solely of the iron block and hammer before him. With powerful strokes, each strike resonated with a dense force, sparks flying like brilliant fireworks. "Ah, is that you, brother Huanqi? What brings you here?" Yuntai lifted his head, his eyes momentarily brightening with surprise before settling back into their usual calmness. He set down his tools, wiped the sweat from his brow, and offered a faint smile. Huanqi returned the smile, moving closer to Yuntai to examine the half-forged iron block. "I came to visit an old friend and see if there are any treasures I might take with me." Yuntai chuckled heartily, patting Huanqi on the shoulder. "You haven't changed a bit, but I'm afraid there are no treasures here. Just ordinary iron blocks, meant for crafting farming tools and weapons." Huanqi nodded, surveying the neatly arranged tools and semi-finished ironware. He picked up one item after another, his curiosity piqued. "I must say, brother Yuntai, your skills have improved significantly. The quality of this mundane iron nearly rivals that of fine steel." "Not at all. I still have a long way to go," Yuntai replied modestly. "However, these materials would certainly suffice for making farming tools or other everyday items. Recently, I've been idle and have developed several extraction methods." As they spoke, Yuntai's hammer did not cease its rhythmic work. He placed the heated iron block onto the anvil and began to strike with vigor. With each movement, the iron transformed, resonating with a harmonious clang. Meanwhile, the entire earth seemed to tremble in response to this sound, quivering slightly, as if acknowledging the power of Yuntai. After a long while, Yuntai set down the hammer in his hand, wiped the sweat from his brow, and with a smile remarked, "You rascal. It's not often one ventures into the 3 treasures hall without cause. Speak, what marvelous treasure have you brought this time?" Huanqi, feigning an air of mystery, produced a delicate wooden box from his bosom and gently opened it, revealing a peculiar mineral that emitted a faint blue glow. This mineral, known as the soul of the underworld, is exceedingly rare. I stumbled upon it while guiding my disciple in the cultivation of the nether dark breath technique. During a moment of introspection into the netherworld, It harbors a power of the nether that even I find difficult to decipher, an essence of malevolence. As you know, my primary focus lies in the mastery of formations. Thus, my understanding of this substance is merely superficial. Ancient texts describe it as capable of significantly enhancing the resilience and sharpness of weaponry, rendering it an exceptional material for forging exquisite arms. Brother Yuntai, what do you think of this? Are you satisfied? Huan Qi said, lifting his chin with a sense of pride. Yuntai's eyes instantly lit up. He took the mineral, examining it closely while his fingers gently caressed its smooth surface, as if he could feel the immense power contained within. What a remarkable soul of the underworld! He exclaimed. Brother Huan Qi, what fortune you possess! To discover such a mineral while cultivating with your disciple is indeed luck beyond compare. Indeed, Huan Qi chuckled. As long as Brother Yuntai can forge a weapon that pleases me, this small price is but a trifle. Inwardly, he chuckled, knowing that once Yuntai encountered such an exceptional material, he would exert his utmost effort, allowing Huan Qi the opportunity to acquire a truly unique treasure. In the days that followed, Yuntai devoted nearly all his time and energy to the forging of the soul of the underworld. He toiled day and night, conducting repeated experiments, striving to extract every ounce of potential from the mineral. Meanwhile, Huan Qi seemed to have taken up residence in the blacksmith shop. Pondering the implications of his own illusion formation, should he encounter the Grand Elder, he would find himself in peril, especially since the illusion sect was still pursuing him. What folly it would be to venture out now, Huan Qi mused. Even as he lingered in the shop, Huan Qi occasionally procured fine wines and delicacies to share with Yuntai, while observing the process and offering seemingly casual, yet deeply insightful suggestions from time to time. At last, on a stormy night, with the final resounding clang of the hammer, a long sword emerged, gleaming with shades of black and gray. Its blade was slender yet unyielding, measuring over 4 feet in length, and it radiated a profound obsidian hue that seemed to swallow all surrounding light, inducing a chill in the air. Dark violet demonic energy flowed along the blade, twisting and writhing as if alive, emitting a low, eerie wail that seemed to narrate endless grievances and curses. On either side of the blade, intricate and ancient runes are etched, shimmering with an eerie green luminescence, exuding a formidable malevolence potent enough to distort reality and manipulate the human heart. The hilt is forged from an enigmatic dark metal, cold and weighty, adorned with a massive black gemstone, within which an abyss seems to swirl, emanating boundless darkness and despair. The wielder of this sword can sense an alluring and corrosive temptation from the depths of their soul, as if the entire world bows before them, casting aside all rules and morals. Chapter 41. The transformation of the dark demon god as Huan Qi embarks on the long and uncertain journey to the 3rd district of the illusory continent. Seeking opportunities for his newly acquired disciple, Jiang Liuyan does not indulge himself in the bamboo grove. In the heart of Jiang Liuyan resides not only a profound hatred for those who annihilated his clan, but also an urgent yearning for the enhancement of his own prowess. The 2 tomes of martial arts bestowed upon him by Huan Qi serve as a mystical key, imbued with an inexplicable force and allure, as if whispering to him, "Venture forth." They illuminate his path with a radiant glow, igniting within him an insatiable desire for a more formidable realm of existence. Among these, one tome, titled The Dark Demon God Transformation, has particularly piqued his interest. This manuscript is steeped in enigma and peril, evoking both excitement and bewilderment within him. He cannot help but ponder the secrets concealed beneath its title. What transformations and challenges might it bestow upon him? In his mind, this dark demon god transformation has metamorphosed into an irresistible riddle, beckoning him to delve deeper into its mysteries. Each perusal evokes an intense magnetism, compelling him to explore its profound intricacies. Perhaps this tome will become the key to transcending his current limitations and ascending to greater heights. Yet, he is acutely aware that mastering such an arcane text is no simple feat. It demands unparalleled dedication and time. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred. Upon receiving the dark demon god transformation from Huan Qi, Jiang Liuyan was brimming with anticipation. However, as he opened the ancient volume, he was somewhat disheartened to find that the archaic script on the cover lacked the aura typically emanating from a divine martial art. This revelation left him questioning whether the tome was indeed as formidable as Huan Qi had claimed. Yet, upon returning to his abode, he resolved to meticulously study this mysterious manuscript. As time progressed, he became increasingly engrossed, gaining a profound understanding of the martial techniques recorded within. To his astonishment, he discovered that the cultivation methods described were not only unique but also intricate, encompassing numerous disciplines and skills. These techniques demanded not only exceptional insight and perseverance, but also a deep comprehension of both body and spirit. Each page unfolded like a new universe, broadening his horizons. Jiang Liunian began to realize that this tome might harbor immense potential, requiring merely more time for exploration and enlightenment. Thus, he resolved to thoroughly investigate this martial art, seeking its secrets, and aspired to draw forth power from it, striving to become a true paragon of strength. The cultivation path delineated within this tome transcends conventional boundaries. It embodies not merely the accumulation of power, but also the ultimate pursuit of the delicate balance among the elements, cultivating to the pinnacle of mastery. Possessing the power to shake the very heavens and earth without any adverse effects is undoubtedly an exceedingly rare phenomenon within the realm of cultivation. Among the known special techniques, only the supreme arts of the immortal martial continent, such as the shadowy dark breath technique, the carefree wind shadow method, the sacred radiance illuminating cannon, the dark demonic melody spell, the purple lightning storm technique, the raging flame incineration record, the temporal flow scripture, the void star escaping art, the ethereal mirage technique, and the 100 remedies of poison, among others, are devoid of any drawbacks. In contrast, secondary techniques invariably exhibit various minor flaws and conspicuous deficiencies. Thus, when Jiang Liunian beheld the immense potential and splendid prospects embodied in this technique, an overwhelming wave of ecstasy surged within him. He was eager to personally experience the transformations this wondrous art could bring forth, and without hesitation, he seated himself upon his bed, prepared to embrace the challenge of his inaugural nighttime practice. However, when Jiang Liunian, filled with hope, endeavored to mobilize his 5 elemental spiritual energies in accordance with the technique's guidance, he was unexpectedly confronted with the realization that he was incapable of practicing such an art. Given his mastery over the elements, it seemed implausible that he could not even breach the threshold of initiation into this technique. At that moment, he harbored grave doubts regarding his innate talent for cultivation. Yet, he soon discerned that the inadequacy lay not within his elemental control, but rather stemmed from other reasons. He recognized that his 5 elemental spiritual energies appeared profoundly incompatible within the framework of this dark, demonic transformation. The conflicts and repulsions among them surged within him like turbulent eddies in a tempest, violently assailing both his body and soul. Each attempt to merge them unleashed a fierce energy storm, as if threatening to rend his very being apart. This agony intensified in tandem with his deepening comprehension of the technique. The text explicitly stated that to master this art, one must achieve a balance among the 6 elements. In other words, the absence of any single element would be akin to missing a vital piece of a puzzle, potentially leading to the collapse of the entire system. However, he possessed only 5 elemental energies, and no matter how fervently he endeavored, he could not fill this void. This realization plunged him into profound despair, for he understood that no amount of effort would ever enable him to truly grasp this extraordinary divine skill. The intertwining of wind and thunder, which ought to be the most ferocious amalgamation of forces in existence, manifested within Jiang Liunian's body as a chaotic disarray due to the lack of necessary equilibrium. The ethereal nature of the wind element sought to guide the ferocity of the thunder element, yet often found itself powerless, only to be countered by its backlash. Meanwhile, the violent nature of the thunder element, devoid of effective guidance from the wind, spiraled into uncontrollable peril, as if poised to tear apart his fragile meridians at any moment. The forces of darkness and malevolence are intricately intertwined, each relying upon and restraining the other. If darkness becomes too profound, it will consume the brilliance of evil, rendering it dim and lifeless. Conversely, if malevolence reigns unchecked, darkness will lose its sanctuary, laid bare and vulnerable, potentially igniting inner fears and chaos. In stark contrast to the tumultuous powers of wind, thunder, darkness, and wickedness, Jiang Liunian's own spatial abilities appear remarkably feeble, akin to a pitiful chick cowering in a corner of his consciousness, trembling amid the fierce conflict. This is hardly surprising, for Jiang Liunian has never systematically studied the methods of cultivating spatial power, and his comprehension and mastery of it remain at a rudimentary level. Despite his fervent desire for strength, he finds himself overwhelmed by a lack of relevant knowledge and experience. At that moment, Jiang Liunian is ensnared in the violent clash of the 5 elemental forces, his mental river seemingly whipped into a tempest by a raging wind. However, this turmoil does not stem from his own might, but rather from the sheer frailty of his spiritual power. The elemental images, resembling 5 ferocious beasts, engage in a brutal struggle within his mind, leaving him dizzy and racked with agony. These elemental specters wreak havoc in his mental realm, causing his thoughts to spiral into chaos, rendering him unable to focus on the dire situation at hand. His own spiritual strength feels akin to a fragile vessel, precariously adrift in this roiling sea, at risk of being overwhelmed at any moment. Faced with such adversity, Zhang Liunian must summon every ounce of his strength to resist, striving to stabilize his mental state and seek a resolution to his predicament. In the dim and tranquil confines of Zhang Liunian's meditation chamber, candlelight flickers, casting shadows upon the ancient wooden bed at its center. There, Zhang Liunian sits with closed eyes, his expression contorted, surrounded by a cacophony of chaotic elemental forces, thundering turbulence, frigid malevolence, sharp winds, and impenetrable darkness, intertwined to form a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. His spiritual energy gallops freely through the sea of consciousness, each collision accompanied by excruciating pain, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. Just at this critical juncture, the moonlight outside spills in like water. As a delicate white figure silently leaps into the room, the ethereal white cat that frequently accompanies Huan Qi, imbued with extraordinary spirit, its eyes shimmer with wisdom. Moving with a light yet resolute step, each paw falls seemingly in harmony with some invisible rhythm. Zhang Liunian, awaken. The voice of the white cat does not resonate audibly but penetrates Zhang Liunian's chaotic thoughts through a subtle mental connection, cleansing his restless soul like a clear spring. This voice is gentle yet firm, carrying an irresistible power. The white cat gracefully leaps onto the wooden bed, its soft tail akin to a sinuous serpent, precisely landing upon several hidden acupoints on Zhang Liunian's body. These acupoints serve as conduits between the human form and the natural elements. With each gentle touch of the tail, the formerly chaotic elemental energies begin to flow slowly, gradually restoring tranquility. The thunder ceases its rampage, darkness gradually dissipates, the winds retract, and malevolence softens, enveloping the room in a serene and harmonious atmosphere. Yet, the white cat does not cease its ministrations. A glimmer of cunning danced in its eyes, as if it were aware of the extraordinary tactics that lay ahead. It parted its scarlet lips and, to the astonishment of all, uttered the words of mankind. Yet this communication was conveyed to Zhang Liunian through a profound telepathic connection. Young one, what follows is my exclusive secret. Before the echoes of its words faded, it had retrieved a vibrant green plant from an unknown source, a seemingly ordinary catnip. Zhang Liunian swiftly recognized the object before him, a feat accomplished due to the lingering memory of a cat that resided in the household of his acquaintance, Uncle Shui, who would indulge the feline with catnip every few days. Could this substance also serve as a medicinal ingredient? Although his mind was clouded, he managed to extract some clarity to ponder these questions, yet after much contemplation, he found no resolution. The white cat gently placed the catnip into Zhang Liunian's mouth, and an invigorating fragrance instantly enveloped him, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that whisked away all fatigue and agitation. At that moment, his mental fortitude received unprecedented nourishment and solace. The furrowed lines on his brow gradually smoothed, and his chaotic thoughts began to crystallize into clarity. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the gaze of the white cat, whose eyes sparkled with wisdom, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within him. Thank you, Zhang Liunian expressed sincerely, acutely aware that without the timely intervention of this enigmatic feline, he might have found himself teetering on the brink of despair. The white cat seemed to comprehend his sentiments, gently swaying its tail, its eyes brimming with pride and contentment. A telepathic message resonated in Zhang Liunian's mind. No need for thanks. If it weren't for that old man Huanqi asking me to look after you, I wouldn't have come. Remember to take it easy during your next practice. Don't let yourself become so beleaguered again. With that, the cat gracefully leaped off the bed, leaving behind a lingering warmth and tranquility before vanishing once more into the night, while Zhang Liunian lingered in contemplation, reflecting on the near brush with death he had just experienced. He had not anticipated that his training would lead him to such a precarious outcome. Had it not been for the wise feline, he would have faltered here. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Yet, on second thought, he realized that he would have no opportunity to practice this technique again, for he possessed only the resonance of 5 elemental forces within him. Where, he pondered, could he possibly seek the 6th element? Uncertainty enveloped his thoughts. Zhang Liunian had contemplated the notion of rebalancing the hexagram composed of 6 elements into a pentagram of 5 elements. However, it appeared that the intricate interplay and fusion of these elements surpassed the limits of his capabilities. The complexity of intermingling 6 elements within a formation was akin to an astronomical figure, and to dismantle and redraw a pentagram with 5 elements would be tantamount to creating an entirely new technique. The quintessence of the tome, the dark demonic transformation, lay in its thousands of formations, each intricately nested within one another, devoid of any components that could impede the efficiency of elemental transmission. Despite Zhang Liuyan's current mastery of formations, many constructs remained beyond his comprehension. Yet this array was undeniably formidable. Faced with this predicament, a wave of despondency and confusion washed over him. He understood that without resolving the imbalance among these elements, further cultivation would lead him down a path of futility. Nevertheless, this challenge ignited within him an unprecedented fervor and determination. He began to explore various methods, seeking ways to compensate for his deficiencies and achieve balance among the 6 elements. As night descended, the moonlight bathed the land in its silvery glow. Within a bustling tavern in the 3rd region of the illusory continent, the atmosphere buzzed with life. Huanqi, a young prodigy renowned for his cunning and profound understanding of the art of formations, found himself unexpectedly relaxed this evening. After consuming several jugs of fine wine, a rosy hue adorned his cheeks, and his eyes sparkled with a blend of intoxication and excitement. Opposite him sat Yuntai, a robust warrior known for his immense strength. Direct and unpretentious, he spoke little, but the mention of combat ignited a fierce passion within him. Drawn by Huanqi's enthusiastic invitation, he had come to the tavern intending to enjoy a few drinks, unaware that an unexpected duel was about to unfold. Brother Yuntai, we have known each other for many years, yet we have never had the chance to spar. Tonight, under the influence of this fine wine, why not engage in a friendly contest? Huanqi proposed, gazing at Yuntai through his slightly inebriated eyes, his tone filled with provocation and anticipation. Yuntai, momentarily taken aback, soon allowed a smile to grace his lips. He was well aware of Huanqi's exceptional skills and formations, but seeing him slightly tipsy stirred a sense of camaraderie within him. Very well. Since Brother Huanqi is in such a spirited mood, I shall gladly oblige. The patrons of the tavern, witnessing the exchange, quickly gathered around, their cheers and applause amplifying the excitement surrounding the impending duel. With the sound of a glass shattering, the contest commenced. Although inebriated, Huanqi remained agile. He swiftly melded into the surrounding shadows, transforming into countless phantoms, rendering his true form elusive. In contrast, Yuntai stood firm as a mountain, his fists clenched, enveloped by a faint aura, an embodiment of the culmination of his years of training, sufficient to withstand any sudden assault. Phantom disappearance, Huanqi exclaimed, and in an instant, the tavern's ambience grew chaotic, with myriad illusory figures weaving through the crowd, leaving onlookers in a state of bewilderment. However, Yuntai remained unmoved, with his eyes closed and his mind focused. He utilized his extraordinary perception to detect the faintest fluctuation of aura that revealed the true presence of Huanqi. Breaking through all laws, Yuntai suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a fierce roar as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, aiming directly at Huanqi's true form. His fists, imbued with a force akin to a raging tempest, tore through the air as if it were being rent apart. Seeing this, Huanqi's lips curled into a sly smile. Instead of meeting force with force, he deftly shifted his form, merging once more into the shadows, skillfully evading Yuntai's onslaught. Simultaneously, he secretly activated the illusion array, intending to confound Yuntai's senses and create an opportunity for counterattack. Thus, a uniquely captivating duel unfolded within the tavern, where Huanqi, with his masterful command of illusionary arts, engaged Yuntai in a contest of wit and strength. Though intoxicated, his fervor and passion for martial arts remained undiminished, rendering him even more audacious and unpredictable in battle. Meanwhile, Yuntai showcased his unwavering resolve and exceptional prowess, disregarding the surrounding clamor and distractions as he relentlessly pursued the essence of Huanqi, vowing to defeat him. Ultimately, this contest concluded amidst the cheers of the crowd. Although no victor emerged, both men derived immense satisfaction and growth from the encounter. They exchanged smiles, their camaraderie deepening as a result. That night, the tavern became an indelible memory etched in their hearts. Chapter 42, laying the foundations upon the bed bathed in the golden-red hues of the setting sun. Zhang Liuyan appeared to be devoid of soul, sitting there in a daze, speechless. His gaze was vacant and bewildered, seemingly burdened by an indescribable anguish and pressure. His body trembled slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. At times, his eyes sparkled with curiosity about the unknown, only to be overshadowed by profound worry. This intricate tapestry of emotions intertwined within him, plunging him into an abyss of endless confusion. Zhang Liuyan found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how to confront the predicament before him. It was not solely the fleeting aftermath of his nearly shattered mental fortitude that weighed heavily upon him, but also the disheartening realization that no matter how fervently he endeavored, he remained ensnared by the constraints of his cultivation realm. This overwhelming sense of despondency and despair consumed him. To make matters worse, his attempts to harness the 5 elemental forces in pursuit of his cultivation had backfired, leaving him steeped in sorrow and helplessness. He began to question whether he was truly suited for the path of cultivation. In that moment, Jiang Liunian felt akin to a lost bird, wandering aimlessly in the darkness, unable to discern the way home. His heart was a tumultuous sea of contradictions and struggles. Unsure of how to navigate through the dense fog that enveloped him, he understood that had it not been for his current state of mental fragmentation, the overwhelming mental energy derived from catnip would have wreaked havoc upon his consciousness, potentially obliterating his path to cultivation altogether. Yet, it was precisely because the 5 elemental forces had shattered his mental sea that Jiang Liunian unexpectedly reaped the rewards, allowing his mind to receive unprecedented nourishment and restoration. Like a chance encounter with life-giving rain in a parched desert, his tree of life flourished with renewed vigor. Jiang Liuyan gently caressed the cover of the ancient tome. The Dark Demon Evil God Transformation. Within its pages lay the cultivation techniques he so fervently yearned to master. Perhaps, with this knowledge, he could finally match Tang San's prowess and tread the same path of cultivation, avenging his kin and quenching his thirst for retribution. This book was undeniably his last glimmer of hope, yet his innate talents shackled him, extinguishing the final vestige of possibility. Why? A cry of helplessness echoed within his heart. He understood that possessing a physique capable of harnessing 5 elemental forces was both a remarkable gift and a formidable challenge in his pursuit of this ancient art. In a world where strength reigned supreme, lacking the support of elite techniques would render his journey excruciatingly arduous. To illustrate, the wind and thunder elements coursing through his veins are among the most ubiquitous of natural forces. Yet, their pinnacle techniques remain firmly ensconced within the Wind God Tower of the Wind Continent and the Thunder Valley of the Thunder Continent, both of which are shrouded in secrecy. It is said that a millennium ago, the techniques for these elements were not as scarce as they are today. However, the emergence of 2 holy sons from both continents heralded a seismic shift. They proclaimed their intent to consolidate all practitioners of wind and thunder, encompassing not only humans but also demonic beasts, malevolent spirits, and even elemental beings of non-human descent. Consequently, in the 1,000 years that have elapsed since that era, the entire realm of Xianwu's 16 continents has scarcely witnessed any possessors of both wind and thunder elements. Why has this come to pass? The answer lies in the forced assimilation of these practitioners into the 2 aforementioned continents. As for the techniques circulating in other lands, they can only be deemed inferior, if not utterly worthless. Thus, aspiring to cultivate the most formidable wind and thunder elements has become an almost insurmountable endeavor. Jiang Liunian was engulfed in profound sorrow and helplessness. He was acutely aware that if he chose to cultivate those rudimentary techniques, even if he devoted his entire life to them, substantial progress would remain elusive. He understood the vast chasm that separated him from Tang San, and the prospect of catching up to, or even surpassing Tang San seemed almost insurmountable. What tormented him further was the weight of his mission to avenge his kin, a goal that now appeared almost unattainable given his current circumstances. Contemplating this, tears streamed down Jiang Liunian's face, as despair for the future settled deep within his heart. Jiang Liunian felt an overwhelming sense of oppression within, as if an invisible force were compressing his heart. He slowly closed the tome of the Dark Demon Evil God, releasing a heavy sigh. As the pages came together, his thoughts gradually transitioned from the realm of the book back to reality. He lay there in silence, his gaze somewhat dazed, seemingly still immersed in the emotions stirred by his recent reading. After a moment, Jiang Liunian gently shook his head, attempting to dispel the oppressive sensation. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes landing upon a volume on the table, an elementary treatise on the perception and application of elements, penned by Huanqi herself. He reached out, carefully extracting the book, and began to read the first page with great attentiveness. Jiang Liunian held the precious tome tightly, his emotions swirling in complexity. He understood that this was not merely a simple manual of cultivation techniques. It embodied the profound affection and expectations that Huanqi had for him. With gratitude, he gazed at the book, as if he could perceive Huanqi by the flickering light of an oil lamp on a quiet night, diligently attuning to the forces of the elements while meticulously practicing the techniques. Each stroke of the pen a testament to her invaluable experiences. Every character was forged from her heartfelt dedication, and this deep-seated sentiment stirred an overwhelming sense of emotion within Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan gently turned the pages of the book, his gaze lingering on the densely packed annotations beside him. These notes were thorough and meticulous, encompassing a myriad of potential scenarios and corresponding strategies. Whether it pertained to the sensations of elemental energy, methods of attraction or absorption, or guidance on how to respond to various situations, Huanchi generously shared her insights and experiences with Jiang Liuyan without reservation. Each annotation radiated a profound sense of care, enveloping him in warmth. Jiang Liuyan understood that these notes would not only facilitate a deeper comprehension and mastery of the techniques, but also help him avoid numerous pitfalls and dangers. It could be said that this book was the culmination of Huanchi's cultivation wisdom, the distilled essence of a lifetime's practice by a grandmaster of the world, laid bare before him. As he read, tears welled in his eyes. His own kin had suffered devastating losses, nearly wiped out, and yet his mentor, Huanchi, showed him such kindness. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan silently vowed to treat Huanchi with the same devotion as he would his own family. Resolute in his determination not to betray the expectations she had for him. With a sudden surge of energy, Jiang Liuyan rose to his feet and turned his spiritual power inward, scrutinizing his own body. Concurrently, he harnessed his elemental force to activate his soul energy. Enveloped in a faint yet mottled glow of elemental light, a miraculous display born from his arduous journey toward mastering the elemental powers. However, this joy was ephemeral, for as he delved deeper into the martial arts bestowed upon him by Huanchi, a vast and profound realm gradually unfurled before his eyes. The 5 Qi Sealing Yuan Technique, the supreme scripture passed down through generations of the Dark Demon Tiger clan, was not merely remarkable for its exquisite control over elemental forces, but also for its seamless integration with the practitioner's bloodline and meridians, as if it were custom-crafted for this lineage. In contrast, while Huanchi's techniques were equally profound, they possessed an ethereal quality that transcended the mundane, directly pointing towards the celestial martial path. With elemental force trajectories that diverged significantly from the 5 Qi Sealing Yuan technique, akin to 2 parallel lines, unable to converge. Faced with such disparities, Jiang Liuyan did not waver. Instead, it ignited an indomitable fighting spirit within him. He understood that to establish himself on the formidable and rule-bound celestial martial continent, and to pursue the elusive pinnacle of martial arts, one must break the mold and dare to explore. Thus, he resolutely chose to reforge his path through Huanchi's techniques. A journey fraught with uncertainty and challenge, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. For Jiang Liuyan, the training process was akin to a dual refinement of body and spirit. He had to forsake his reliance on the 5 Qi Sealing Yuan technique, starting afresh, painstakingly attuning himself to the transformations brought by the new methods. Every attempt to channel the elemental energy through his meridians felt like a sharp blade slicing through the long-formed barriers, inflicting unbearable pain, yet he persevered. He had to meticulously expand his previously narrow meridians to accommodate a more formidable elemental force, while also accurately mapping his acupoints to ensure that every thread of elemental energy reached its designated location, maximizing its efficacy. This process was lengthy and arduous. Jiang Liuyan's body often trembled under the immense strain, his sweat and tears blurring his vision. Yet, the thought of surrender never crossed his mind, for he knew that only through such suffering and refinement could he truly metamorphose into a powerful figure capable of standing tall among the masses, a beacon in the realm of celestial martial arts. As time progressed, Jiang Liuyan's body gradually acclimated to the operational dynamics of the new techniques. His meridians became more resilient and expansive, and his acupoints grew increasingly sensitive and precise. When he once again guided the elemental energy, it was no longer the feeble and mottled force of his initial attempts, but surged forth like a roaring river, brimming with unprecedented vitality and strength. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan realized he had taken a significant step toward the pinnacle of martial arts. With his deepening mastery of Huanchi's techniques, it felt as though he had unlocked a door to an entirely new world. The trajectory of elements within him has been utterly reshaped, no longer adhering to the rigid and methodical patterns of the past. Instead, it has become fluid and dynamic, akin to streams converging into rivers and ultimately cascading into the sea, imbued with an inexhaustible vitality. This transformation has not only catalyzed a qualitative leap in his elemental power, but has also resulted in an unprecedented quantitative growth. Previously, Jiang Liuyan's process of absorbing elemental energy resembled a slender straw, delicately drawing forth the faintest drops of moisture from an expansive, unfathomable chalice. Each wisp and strand of elemental force appeared precious and scarce, demanding substantial time and effort to capture and integrate. However, following the change in his cultivation method, everything has become remarkably different. It is as if he has acquired a colossal funnel, wide enough to effortlessly absorb the primordial energies flowing in from all directions. This power surges forth like a tidal wave, continuously flooding into his body, nourishing every inch of his skin and every meridian, leading to a rapid and astonishing expansion of his elemental prowess. The benefits of this metamorphosis are innumerable. When Jiang Liunian introspects, integrating his current data into his mental faculties and constructing a miniature version of himself within his consciousness, he discovers that he can now manipulate elemental energy with unparalleled freedom in combat. Whether delivering aggressive strikes or erecting defensive shields, he can manifest power several times greater than before. His techniques have become more ferocious, his speed akin to lightning, and his precision astonishing, often defeating opponents before they have the chance to react. Moreover, due to the significantly enhanced efficiency in absorbing elemental energy, his recuperative abilities have also undergone a qualitative leap. In the heat of battle, even when sustaining grave injuries, he can swiftly draw upon the surrounding elemental forces to mend his damaged tissues, rapidly restoring his combat capacity and re-entering the fray. Yet, more crucially, this exceptional cultivation method has not only elevated his strength, but has also broadened Jiang Liunian's mindset and perspective. Through the practice of this technique, he has begun to unravel the mysteries of elemental energy and how to harmonize with the forces of nature. This newfound understanding not only grants him a more adept approach in combat, but also instills in him a respect for nature and an ability to attune to its rhythms, allowing for a deeper integration into the world around him. Furthermore, as his power continues to grow, Jiang Liunian gradually realizes that a practitioner's mindset is of paramount importance. Only with steadfast conviction and indomitable spirit can one maintain composure and forge ahead in the face of adversity. Cultivating such a mindset requires continuous honing and accumulation. It cannot be achieved instantaneously. Thus, he resolves to diligently pursue his training in the days to come, striving to elevate both his mindset and perspective in pursuit of even greater breakthroughs. Jiang Liunian's comprehension of the elemental forces has grown increasingly profound, even surpassing that of Huan Qi. He has begun to realize that true strength is not merely contingent upon the quantity of power one possesses, but rather hinges upon the astute application of such powers. Furthermore, an in-depth understanding and insight into the laws of nature and the truths of the universe are equally paramount. This profound awareness lays a solid foundation for Jiang Liunian's future path of cultivation. Meanwhile, in the third district of the illusionary continent, Huan Qi, in a state of inebriation, whimsically wielded the already forged sword of cursed abyss towards the heavens, contemplating whether it would be fitting to test the blade on behalf of her disciple. With exuberance, she exclaimed, "What a splendid sword! Truly a magnificent weapon." Chapter 43. The necklace. Jiang Liunian sat quietly within his bamboo dwelling, nestled among the tranquil bamboo grove, surrounded by faint yet distinctly perceivable fluctuations of the 5 elemental forces. Ever since he practiced the technique bestowed upon him by his esteemed master, Huan Qi, the enhancement in his perception and manipulation of these elements had reached a remarkable zenith, as though every inch of his skin resonated with the ethereal energies of the cosmos. However, this newfound power, while formidable, scattered like disjointed pearls, failing to unite into a cohesive force. Jiang Liunian assessed his current prowess and deemed himself to be a rather average elite contender. In other words, his combat strength could suffice to consecutively vanquish 5 adversaries of equal standing. Yet he struggled to simultaneously harmonize the 5 elemental forces to confront them all at once. If he were to engage them concurrently, excluding his innate skills, he could barely manage to contend with 3 of them simultaneously, which weighed heavily on his mind. In recent days, Huan Qi ventured to the third district of the Huan continent, and Jiang Liunian stumbled upon a tome titled Chronicles of Heroes from the Immortal Martial Continent. Each time he concluded his daily training tasks or commenced his practice, he would invariably peruse this book, immersing himself in its tales. The heroic deeds chronicled within its pages shone brightly like resplendent stars, illuminating his innermost aspirations and yearnings. The young prodigies within its narratives had, with their formidable abilities, managed to alter the very fabric of reality. Some even transcended realms to battle, crafting their own legendary sagas. Jiang Liunian was acutely aware that even though he had traversed into this immortal martial continent at the tender age of 18, the tapestry of his life was only just beginning to unfurl. Nevertheless, his yearning to ascend to greatness burned within him like an unquenchable flame, growing ever more fervent. Each time he juxtaposed the characters from the book with his own circumstances, an indescribable sense of solitude and desolation would quietly creep into his heart, making him feel akin to the most inconspicuous speck of dust amidst the vast cosmos. Truly, it resonated with the adage, without cultivation, one perceives the world as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. With cultivation, one sees themselves as a mayfly witnessing the azure sky. After finishing a short story, Zhang Liuyan let out a long sigh before resolutely picking himself up once more. Yet, it was this very sense of unwillingness and yearning, akin to a blazing flame, that burned fiercely within the depths of his heart, becoming his most resilient source of strength. Confronted with the adversities of life and the injustices of fate, he chose not to be submerged in despair, nor did he concede defeat easily. Each night, over the past few days, after perusing the tales of heroes from the celestial martial continent, he would carefully stow away the tumultuous waves of desire for power that surged within him, burying them deep within his soul, only to resolutely immerse himself once again in the arduous and monotonous practice of cultivation. In that cramped bamboo hut, the faint candlelight flickered gently in the darkness, resembling a solitary star illuminating his resolute visage. Sweat trickled down his forehead, landing on the cold ground with a subtle yet unwavering sound, as if narrating his indomitable will. On one seemingly ordinary night, as Zhang Liuyan practiced the technique bestowed upon him by Huanqi, he suddenly sensed something amiss within his body. He discovered that the dark elements within him appeared to be more potent than before, their flow becoming increasingly seamless. As time elapsed, these dark elements began to accumulate, forming a powerful vortex. This vortex spun and expanded endlessly, while the other four elements retreated as if intimidated by a cat facing a mouse, withdrawing to the peripheries of his being, seemingly reserving the stage for the inky black vortex that continuously swirled, emanating an aura of mystery. Zhang Liuyan felt an unprecedented pressure, yet simultaneously, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. Perhaps this was akin to what Huanqi had described as the gathering of spiritual energy within the body, its essence resembling a perfect sphere. Although it differed greatly from the vortex within him, he could indeed feel the elements coalescing together, and the book indicated that the initial gathering of spiritual energy offered the highest chance of success. Thus, he understood that despite the slight discrepancies with the text, this was a harbinger of his impending breakthrough to a higher realm. As time progressed, the vortex continued to grow until it reached a critical point. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Zhang Liuyan was struck by this energy wave, feeling as though his entire body might tear apart. However, since the vortex had first erupted in the sea of his soul, he emerged unscathed. He merely sensed that his soul felt as if it had been rent asunder. Yet astonishingly, the black vortex, after the explosion, fragmented into countless smaller vortices that occupied every corner of his soul's sea. Remarkably, he felt an invigorating vitality coursing through his body after the vortex's detonation, as if an inexhaustible power flowed within him. Zhang Liuyan realized that he had successfully transcended his previous limitations. As he opened his eyes, the world around him appeared clearer, allowing him to perceive an abundance of details and information. He understood that this newfound clarity was a result of his enhanced cultivation, which had rendered him significantly more powerful. At that moment, the necklace hanging around his neck suddenly radiated a peculiar warmth, as though an ancient and mysterious force was quietly awakening. This necklace was not merely an ornament to him. It was a precious relic bearing the weight of a harrowing memory. Reflecting on that past, his emotions remained tumultuous. Back then, Tangsen descended like a death god from the heavens, ruthlessly slaughtering the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, enveloping the entire forest in a shroud of bloodshed and despair. In the face of such life and death peril, the soul residing within the body of the esteemed elder of the ancient Spirit Institute awakened first, imparting a unique spatial logic to Zhang Liuyan, offering him a means to combat Tangsen's tyranny. The elder, typically gentle and wise, was willing to sacrifice his very soul to safeguard the tranquility of this land and uphold justice. He bore the tremendous burden of numerous souls, both powerful and weak, which coalesced into an overwhelming force at this critical juncture. With this potency propelling him, the elder launched a decisive strike against Tangsen, inflicting a significant blow. Amidst this fierce battle, he daringly retrieved the necklace, an artifact related to darkness. This relic not only contained the last remnant of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, but also embodied their boundless hopes and unwillingness to succumb to despair. Today, as Zhang Liuyan experienced a breakthrough in his dark elemental powers, the necklace transformed, and he felt as if he could hear the distant, muffled call A lament from the dark demon evil god tiger clan, a fervent pursuit of justice and peace. In this moment, the warmth of the necklace once again awakened his memories, allowing him to relive those heart-stirring years. He grasped the necklace tightly, his heart brimming with unwavering conviction. The runes inscribed upon it glimmered with a ghostly light, akin to resplendent stars scattered across the night sky, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. They seemed to pulsate with life, narrating ancient and powerful tales, as if an invisible force was beckoning him, guiding him toward uncharted realms. A profound premonition surged within Jiang Liuyan. This force might well be the key to breaking through his barriers and achieving the unity of the five elements. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, allowing his heart to fully immerse itself in the guidance of this power. As the radiance of the necklace intensified, he felt an unprecedented warmth flowing into him, reminiscent of the comforting embrace of spring's sun. This warmth intertwined with the restless elemental forces within him, creating a harmonious symphony that sparked an extraordinary transformation. In that moment, he seemed to hear the call from the depths of his soul, a yearning for strength and an insatiable quest for the unknown. Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve and determination flashing within them. He was acutely aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. Upon sensing the power contained within the necklace, he instantly comprehended everything. Why Xi had entrusted this necklace to him. Though it appeared unremarkable at first glance, it harbored a profoundly terrifying secret. Jiang Liuyan let out a bitter laugh, realizing that his five elements, no, he should now refer to it as the sixth element he was about to attain, had been acquired in such an unexpected manner. Far away in the third district, Huan Qi sheathed the sharp sword into the scabbard on his back, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. I'm off now, Lao Yun. If there's good fortune next time, I shall seek you out again. All right then, but do not return. This time I have invested quite a bit of material. And you have yet to compensate me, Yun Tai chided with a mock laugh. After bidding farewell to Yun Tai, he casually took some precious and unique array materials, which might prove useful when he would later instruct his esteemed disciple, Jiang Liuyan. Once he had completely parted ways with Yun Tai, Huan Qi embarked on the long journey back to his bamboo grove, his heart brimming with anticipation as he yearned to return to that tranquil and mysterious place. My dear disciple, I have missed you dearly, Huan Qi mused to himself, reflecting on how much he had leveraged Jiang Liuyan's name to acquire numerous valuable items. Chapter 44. The Past of Another Dimension. Xi, an entity endowed with extraordinary wisdom, is among the two surviving members of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. Aside from Tang San's martial soul that bears the soul ring, following a great inferno, Xi faked his death and evaded the ravages of the river of time by elementalizing his own essence. He continuously absorbed the power from the river, claiming time as his own. The secret realm of the dark demon Evil God Tiger is a vast and complete fragment of space. Yet centuries of erosion from the river have left it slightly damaged. This is why, hundreds of years before Tang San's annihilation of the dark demon Evil God Tiger clan, the emergence of spatial rifts became increasingly frequent. The primary reason being the need to digest the instability caused by the realm's damage. Coincidentally, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan also possessed abilities related to space, thus seamlessly integrating these rifts into their way of life. Undoubtedly, Xi was a genius in this regard. Within 147 years, he fully comprehended the six systems of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, imbuing them with his profound understanding, transforming them into his own techniques. Within the river of time, Xi captured the power of time with fragments of his soul, enduring the pain to forge a bond between his soul and the power of time, rendering him impervious to temporal erosion. Simultaneously, by repeatedly dismantling the spatial rifts, he gained a deep understanding of their fundamental structure, using these rifts as a foundation to create a nexus between his body and soul. Strategically positioned deep within the tributaries of the river of time, accessible to him yet elusive to others. Moreover, the powers of wind, thunder, darkness, and evil inherent to the dark demon Evil God Tiger clan enable their bodies to become fully elementalized. This elemental capacity renders them extraordinarily powerful. Unless an opposing element exists or a purer element far surpassing these four is present, Xi's form would be immortal and indestructible. In essence, unless there exists a specific element or energy capable of counteracting his formidable powers, his annihilation is nearly impossible. Thus, Xi possesses an almost invincible defense mechanism, bestowing upon him a significant advantage in combat. With a nuanced yet crucial understanding of space and time, Xi astutely uncovered a fissure and successfully traversed to a realm that defies description. This place is neither the familiar Douluo continent nor any known spatial or temporal juncture, but rather an utterly alien desert. The desert stretches infinitely, with rolling sand waves that seem to have no end. The sun blazes fiercely, illuminating the golden dunes and creating a dazzling array of shimmering light and shadow. The wind sweeps across the dunes, producing a low, haunting howl that evokes an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation. Standing atop a dune, C gazes into the distance, his heart brimming with confusion and unease. What is this place? Why has he arrived here? He begins to contemplate his predicament, seeking clues to unravel this enigma. However, he soon realizes he appears to be ensnared in a cul-de-sac, unable to uncover any answers despite his earnest efforts. Determined to explore this desert in search of valuable information, C cautiously descends the dune. The sand beneath his feet is soft and fine, each step akin to treading upon clouds. He navigates the valleys between the dunes, striving to avoid the towering sand formations lest he lose his way. As he ventures deeper, he discovers many wondrous sights concealed within the desert. Occasionally, he encounters peculiar plants flourishing between the dunes, their forms strange and colors vibrant, emanating a faint yet delightful fragrance. At times, he stumbles upon bizarre creatures, resembling legendary beasts yet possessing unique characteristics. These sights elicit a mixture of excitement and trepidation within C. He remains uncertain whether these beings are friendly and how he should engage with them, though C has merely grasped a minuscule fragment of power from the gossamer strands of time flowing towards the Douluo continent. This is sufficient for him to claim mastery over cosmic forces. This power enables him to contend with, if not surpass, the elite combatants of the Dark Demon Tiger clan on the Douluo continent. Nevertheless, in this unfamiliar desert, C dares not exhibit any complacency. He is acutely aware of the adage that even the mightiest dragon must yield to the local serpent, especially considering the density of spiritual energy here far exceeds that of the Dark Demon Tiger's secret realm. The richness of this spiritual energy not only astonishes C, but also heightens his awareness of the strength and mystery inherent in this place. He refrains from impulsive actions, fearing that his recklessness might invite unnecessary trouble. Silently observing his surroundings, C endeavors to glean clues from this desert. Yet, apart from the endless expanse of yellow sand and the occasional whisper of the wind, he perceives nothing, hears nothing. He begins to doubt whether he has indeed ascended to the divine realm, or if this is merely another, more advanced or primal world. His heart is laden with uncertainty and anxiety, yet he understands that he must maintain composure and rationality in this moment. He began to ponder how he could establish his footing in this unfamiliar realm, how he might harness his intellect and strength to unravel the mysteries of the world. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he mused that perhaps he needed to offer himself some solace, a rationale to justify his presence in this alien landscape. After all, anyone confronted with such a sudden upheaval would inevitably feel disoriented and helpless. He was no exception. He contemplated that perhaps this was the design of fate. Yet another trial on his path of cultivation. It was only through such challenges that he could resolutely forge ahead, seeking to discover the unknown and aspire to a higher plane of existence. Chapter 45, A Mirage? Do I Have the Right? Part 1. As Jiang Lianyan's fingers grazed the ancient necklace that hung around his neck, it seemed as though it had slumbered for a millennium, suddenly awakened to erupt once more in a peculiar and resplendent radiance. This luminescence was not of a singular hue, but rather fractured into three distinctly disparate glows, akin to three invisible chains that enveloped him tightly. A tremor coursed through Jiang Lianyan's heart, as a heavy sense of unease surged within him, akin to a dark cloud enveloping his being. He could not help but chastise himself for his own negligence. How could he have been so careless? He should have perceived the abrupt upheaval long before it manifested and made ample preparations in advance. Yet, regret was now futile, for those three enigmatic beams of light had encircled him tightly, rendering him incapable of escape. These luminous rays seemed to possess a certain power, ensnaring Jiang Lianyan within their grasp, immobilizing him entirely. He endeavored to struggle, only to discover that an invisible force bound his body, preventing any release. Amidst the flickering light, he seemed to glimpse unfamiliar scenes and sounds, experiences he had never encountered before. The emotions of Jiang Lianyan resembled a tumultuous roller coaster ride. Although his heart was rife with anxiety and unease, he endeavored to maintain his composure while attempting to observe the changes in his surroundings. Upon witnessing the three radiant beams of light, he was struck with profound astonishment. These luminescent manifestations seemed to possess a mysterious and ineffable connection to him, as if they were summoned specifically for his sake. As time progressed, Jiang Lianyan gradually became cognizant of the influence exerted by the three beams of light. He discerned that these illuminations appeared to possess the ability to penetrate the defenses of his heart, delving into the most tender and secretive recesses of his being. This sensation was both alien and familiar, akin to the sudden reappearance of a long-lost relative. Enveloping him in the warmest embrace and whispering the gentlest words to soothe his weary soul, Zhang Liunian was profoundly moved by this extraordinary sensation. He began to ponder the mysteries of the world and his connection to the three radiant beams of light. He came to realize that perhaps this was destiny's design, allowing him to encounter these illuminations at such a pivotal moment. Consequently, he resolved to cast aside his inner fears and anxieties, wholeheartedly embracing the influx of these three lights. The pitch-black glow enveloped him like the deepest dreams of the night, imbued with an aura of mystery and the unknown. It flowed gently around Zhang Liunian, as if to draw him into an endless abyss, yet at critical junctures, it offered him a semblance of safety, preventing him from losing his way. In contrast, the pristine white radiance resembled the dawning sun, emanating warmth and gentle brilliance. It caressed Zhang Liunian's face like a mother's hand tenderly brushing his forehead, alleviating the fears and unease that resided within him. This light seemed to possess the enchanting ability to reverse the passage of time, and under its glow, Zhang Liunian felt transported back to the carefree days of his childhood, experiencing a long-lost tranquility and peace. This luminescence subtly resonated with the void in his heart, and as he placed his hand upon his chest, he felt a flicker of excitement, though its precise nature eluded him. As for the gray light, which lay between black and white, it appeared more intricate and profound. It was neither as cold and unfeeling as the black nor as pure and immaculate as the white, but rather exuded an elusive charm. This light swirled slowly around Zhang Liunian, bringing with it a chill that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating as swiftly as it had come, as if it had never existed. The three beams intertwined, forming an extraordinary and beautiful tapestry. Within this canvas, Zhang Liunian experienced an unprecedented sense of awe and emotion, as if an invisible force was drawing him in, compelling him to lower his guard and relinquish his defenses. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, allowing the three lights to surge into the depths of his soul like a warm current. In this process, he felt as though his spirit had been reborn. The three beams of light penetrated the clouds like the sun's warm rays, illuminating the dark recesses of his heart. Wherever the light reached, his scattered thoughts and worries gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of serenity and tranquility. This sensation was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, nourishing and rejuvenating his spirit. As the light permeated his being, Zhang Liunian sensed an unprecedented force rising within him. This power did not stem from the external world, but emerged from the awakening deep within his soul. It burned like a flame, igniting his passion for life and pursuit of purpose. It felt as though he were witnessing the most powerful manifestation of his ancestors, the primal dark demonic tiger clan, leaving him utterly astounded. Simultaneously, the three beams endowed him with extraordinary wisdom. He felt as if he could perceive the essence of all things in the world, grasping the mysteries that had once confounded him. This wisdom granted him a comprehensive perspective, liberating him from the confines of superficial appearances. He began to ponder the significance and worth of life, seeking his own purpose and direction. Zhang Liunian was immersed in this extraordinary experience, sensing the transformations and growth within his heart. Surrounding him were three radiant lights, which had merely penetrated a fraction of his being. As these luminescent energies delved deeper, Zhang Liunian gradually perceived the metamorphosis of his physique. His muscles grew increasingly resilient and powerful, while his bones became as unyielding as iron. Waves of formidable strength surged within him, as if poised to unleash astonishing might at any moment. Concurrently, his mind sharpened, becoming remarkably acute and lucid, seemingly capable of detecting the subtlest fluctuations and changes in the world around him. However, this newfound power did not come without a price. Even the slightest infusion of these radiant energies into Zhang Liunian's body brought him excruciating pain. After all, the universe operates on the principle of equivalent exchange. To gain strength, one must inevitably pay a cost. As the light continued to infiltrate and merge with him, Zhang Liunian experienced unprecedented agony and torment. The fragments of the three beams of light clashed and intertwined within him, threatening to rend him asunder. Despite the intensity of his suffering leading him to contemplate surrender, he gritted his teeth, valiantly enduring the pain and fear, striving to maintain his clarity and composure. In the distance, a pristine white cat lay quietly on a branch, its eyes resembling profound lakes, observing everything within the house through layers of foliage. There, Zhang Liunian contorted in anguish, his form twisting grotesquely. as though possessed by a malevolent spirit. The white cat sighed deeply, filled with a sense of helplessness and sympathy. Is this what they call inheritance? It pondered silently, a flicker of doubt and concern flickering in its gaze. The cat seemed perplexed by the essence of this power, yet found itself at a loss for solutions. It understood that Jiang Liunian was undergoing a formidable trial, one that necessitated confronting the fears and pains that lay deep within him to truly master this potent force. For Jiang Liunian, this was undoubtedly a monumental challenge. The white cat gently shook its head, aware of its own limitations, and could only silently pray for Jiang Liunian's endurance through this ordeal. Ultimately, it was only through his own efforts and perseverance that he might conquer the fears within and the pains of his body, emerging as a true warrior. Meanwhile, in the desolate wilderness of the desert, C's heart suddenly stirred with an understanding. As the sole heir of the dark demon tiger lineage, enduring some suffering was to be expected. This was merely physical pain. Soon, it would lead to a more comfortable state, C remarked with a sinister smile, embodying the playful caprice of an elder imposing a day of standing punishment on a junior. As for why C was not considered part of the dark demon tiger clan, his very essence had transformed beyond its limits, and his soul had been fragmented into countless pieces. This was the fundamental reason he could manipulate various plants within the Dark Demon Tiger Academy, guiding Jiang Liunian to rediscover the secluded sanctuary of his past. Chapter 46, An Illusion? Do I have the qualification? Part 2. The body of Jiang Liunian began to tremble subtly as he gradually absorbed the three peculiar radiances. Among them, the black light was the most striking, resembling a colossal black hole that emanated in infinite darkness. This force seemed to possess an overwhelming allure, making Jiang Liunian feel as if he were being consumed by the black hole itself. As time passed, the gravitational pull of the black hole intensified, and Jiang Liunian's soul experienced profound tearing and distortion. His complexion turned exceptionally pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he clenched his teeth, striving to endure. This agony and despair were nearly unbearable, yet he understood that only through such tribulations could he attain greater strength. Throughout this ordeal, Jiang Liunian's heart was engulfed in turmoil and conflict. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the black hole's devouring embrace, nor could he foresee the consequences this power would bring. However, he realized that to become a true powerhouse, he must bravely confront the suffering and despair inflicted by this radiant light. Conversely, the white light rendered time within Jiang Liunian's soul at a standstill. He could distinctly sense that the white radiance froze his thoughts, causing time to flow in an exceedingly bizarre manner. His spirit, which had been torn apart by the black hole, should have been able to replenish its energy swiftly. But the peculiar white light enveloping the vast ocean of his consciousness hindered this restoration. Thus, he was slowly torn apart at a visibly agonizing pace, while the sensation of pain seemed magnified 100-fold, leaving him in a state of existential torment, unable to live or die. As for the most outstanding MVP among the three colored lights, the gray light, which served as a golden auxiliary, was even more enigmatic. The gray light enveloped Jiang Liunian's battered body, incessantly seeping into him, imparting an unnaturally chilling sensation akin to plunging into the polar ice fields of the north. His thoughts became frozen in a state of utter confusion, prompting him to ponder the three soul-searching questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? If Jiang Liunian were a scholar of the mind, he might have grasped something transcending the realm of power. Alas, the gray light continuously restricted his body, thoughts, and reasoning, preventing him from thinking clearly. It left him with a peculiar sense, while also provoking the deepest whims of his heart, such as the trivial notions of fabricating excuses for homework or mischievous thoughts of scaring others with firecrackers, or mixing sugar and salt to render a dish inedible. These trivial and shameful memories, from Jiang Liunian's youthful perspective, became the gray light's unwitting accomplice, exposing the most superficial aspects of his psyche. In this protracted journey, Jiang Liunian seemed to traverse through countless cycles of life and death. At times, he found himself engulfed in an endless abyss, besieged by waves of despair and terror. At other moments, he basked in a suspension of time, acutely aware of his very essence gradually disintegrating, and at yet other instances, he felt his soul encased in ice, as the deeply shameful acts he had committed were unearthed one by one, leading him to a profound sense of weariness. He ceaselessly grappled and resisted, endeavoring to discover a point of equilibrium amidst these three extreme forces. Jiang Liunian was engulfed in immense suffering. However, these three radiant lights appeared to possess a certain sentience, as if they were fearful of extinguishing Jiang Liunian completely. Instead, their brilliance intensified, doubling the torment they inflicted upon him. As Jiang Liunian's thoughts drifted back to the tome of Tianji Bian, he came upon the 16th day, at which moment he unexpectedly discovered a slip of paper akin to a notepad tucked within the pages. Inscribed upon it were the words, "When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it is essential to first temper their will, exhaust their strength, deprive their body, and leave them in want. Their actions will be thwarted, thus sharpening their resolve and enhancing their capabilities." Jiang Liunian had never experienced such profound anguish. Yet a particular phrase flickered through his mind, perfectly resonating with his current predicament. Indeed, to temper one's spirit with hardship, to toil the sinews, to endure hunger, everything bears a price. In this world, all things are marked with a clear value. If such strength were to come so easily, perhaps my mindset would shift. Jiang Liunian pondered. Where are the so-called children of destiny, favored arbiters of a capricious deity? Upon this vast earth, I, Jiang Liunian, vow to forge an immortal legend with the flesh of an ordinary man. My fate is dictated by me, not by heaven. Even if the path ahead is strewn with thorns and shrouded in stormy darkness, I shall shatter the chains of destiny and break free from invisible shackles. While the world may proclaim that fate is unyielding, I shall, with fervent passion, inscribe a narrative that defies the heavens. I seek no mercy from gods nor rely on celestial endowments. I, Jiang Liunian, shall become the dawn's light, illuminating the darkness, allowing all to witness the essence of true perseverance and the courage of the valiant. I pledge to demonstrate that every soul unwilling to succumb to mediocrity can seize the reins of their own fate. Those so-called destinies and predestined paths are but stepping stones on my journey, the very stairs I ascend toward greatness. I, Jiang Liunian, shall be the one who defies the heavens, causing the firmament to tremble, dimming the stars, ensuring that future generations remember what it truly means to alter one's fate. Jiang Liunian murmured to himself. The momentum of Jiang Liunian rises steadily, as if he has grown accustomed to the torment brought on by the three sources of radiance. Even his hurried breaths have begun to steady. In the distance, a white cat perched on a tree, fixated on Jiang Liunian, seems to have overheard his murmured thoughts. It cannot help but reflect on Jiang Liunian's commendable disposition. Just for this utterance, I would award him a score of 9.5, reserving the remaining half-point lest it inflate his ego. Should he achieve greatness in the future and pen a book, this passage would undoubtedly qualify as a classic inspirational tale in the annals of the Chronicles of Immortal Heroes. Speaking of which, where is the 6th volume of my own Chronicles of Immortal Heroes? This collection is indeed a treasured edition. Ah, yes. That particular volume is a personal favorite of the White Cat. Seeing no significant issues with Jiang Liunian, the White Cat leaps down from the tree. Feeling a surge of joy, if Jiang Liunian had faltered during his time with Huan Qi, he might have deprived me of my dried fish treats, the cat mused. See, sensing the lingering spiritual energy within the necklace, couldn't help but smile. It appears that the first phase has concluded. It is now time for me to take action. Halt. This is my territory, and this tree is my planting. If you wish to pass through, you must pay the toll, Xi declared, suddenly emerging from a nearby thicket with a loud voice. 10 burly men in the middle of the road glared at the frail Xi, in unison demanding, "What did you say?" With that, they raised their fists to strike. I was mistaken. Please, be gentle with my face. I apologize. Is that not enough? Another blow, and I shall perish. Chapter 47. Is it an illusion? Am I worthy? Part 3. After absorbing the radiant tricolored light that surged into his body, Jiang Liunian experienced a profound transformation. Initially, this light merely augmented his physical strength, but as more of it infused him, the strength of his muscles, bones, and tendons astonishingly increased by a staggering 30-fold. This newfound power not only endowed him with an unprecedented sense of might, but also invigorated his blood circulation, which surged like a relentless river, tumultuously coursing through his meridians. The phenomenon of qi and blood resembling a rainbow, a legendary occurrence once recorded in the ancient texts of the dark demon god Tiger clan, was now vividly manifesting within Jiang Liunian. It was an ineffable sensation, as if he harbored an overwhelming force capable of shaking mountains and rivers. According to ancient scriptures, a soul beast that could cultivate to the realm of qi and blood resembling a rainbow a millennium ago could single-handedly slaughter an entire village, a testament to its formidable power. Now, Jiang Liunian seemed to have transcended a millennium, as if he had reawakened that ancient soul beast physique, reinterpreting the profound essence of qi and blood resembling a rainbow. Every inch of his skin, every bone, every tendon was fortified by this extraordinary power, rendering him impervious, as if he had transformed into a true primordial behemoth, poised to unleash earth-shattering strength. Complementing the realm of qi and blood resembling a rainbow were two descriptions of the ultimate states of meridians and bones, namely, meridians like dragons and bones akin to jade. As Jiang Liunian continued to absorb the three strands of light, a profound transformation unfolded within him. In the realm of meridians resembling dragons, his channels of energy transcended their mere function as pathways for blood circulation. They seemed to be imbued with life, morphing into a grand, serpentine dragon. These dragon veins coursed through his body, each pulse accompanied by a surge of formidable spiritual energy, as if his entire being were invigorated by this force. In this state, Jiang Liunian's meridians became remarkably resilient and elastic, capable of withstanding spiritual energy impacts far beyond that of an ordinary person. Every movement and breath he took guided this power to circulate within his meridians, creating a potent internal cycle. This cycle not only significantly enhanced his strength but also elevated his reaction speed and agility to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, the dragon-like meridian state endowed Jiang Liunian with a unique ability to perceive subtle changes in his surroundings, allowing him to adapt to these fluctuations by adjusting the flow of energy within his meridians. This capability kept him ever vigilant during combat, poised to counter sudden assaults. Upon fully absorbing the remaining shard of light within him, Jiang Liunian felt as if he had undergone a profound metamorphosis, his entire being brimming with vigor. Closing his eyes, he sensed the internal changes within his body, discovering that his bones had become extraordinarily resilient, akin to jade. This signified his successful entry into the realm of jade-like bones, a crucial stage for any cultivator. In this state, Jiang Liunian's bones appeared translucent and radiant, as if sculpted from the purest jade. These jade-like bones not only boasted remarkable hardness, capable of withstanding any physical assault, but also harbored a mysterious power that could absorb and transmute external damage into energy for his own use. In this realm, Jiang Liunian's skeletal structure became a second source of energy for his body. Whenever he faced an attack, these jade bones would automatically activate a defensive mechanism, converting incoming forces into nourishing sustenance for his bones. Over time, it was conceivable that his bones would grow ever stronger, potentially reaching a stage where they would emit a faint luminescence, resembling the crystalline beauty of genuine jade. Moreover, the jade-like bone realm bestowed upon Jiang Liunian an extraordinary regenerative ability. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, provided he was not utterly obliterated, given sufficient time, his bones could swiftly regenerate and return to their original state. This remarkable capacity rendered him nearly immortal in battle, enabling him to remain undefeated against even the most formidable foes. Jiang Liunian felt a surge of joy within. The surprise bestowed upon him by this necklace was truly immense. He never anticipated that these three radiances could rival the results of his millennium of cultivation, a state of being that even 1,000 years of dedicated practice might not achieve. Jiang Liunian no longer paid heed to the anguish brought forth by the three types of radiance. He felt that if enduring pain could lead to a meteoric rise in his strength, thereby enabling him to surpass Tang San and reach the realm of his family's annihilator, he would willingly embrace it. As the flow of time gradually decelerated, Jiang Liunian found his mind at ease, allowing his inner sanctum to become clear and tranquil. His soul seemed to detach from his corporeal form, employing a unique self-reflective method to manifest a portion of his essence in his own likeness, thus enabling him to perceive the enhancement of his capabilities. The merit of this practice lay in Jiang Liunian's ability to adopt a third-person perspective, revealing the flaws that accompanied his newfound strength, thereby allowing him to focus on refining his augmented power. This phenomenon could be likened to a Santana suddenly being outfitted with a Lamborghini engine. The abrupt change in components may not yield immediate compatibility, necessitating a period of adjustment and modification. Jiang Liunian's extraordinary surge in power had amplified his physical strength by over 30-fold, an enhancement that certainly demanded a specialized approach for acclimatization. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Liunian could only achieve this much. Perhaps when Master Huanqi returned, he would acquire new training methodologies. Huanqi reached out to caress the necklace, which appeared to harbor a peculiar tricolored energy. As she sensed the energy within Jiang Liunian, it seemed almost alive. He initially intended to absorb all of it in one go, but the tricolored radiance suddenly seemed to retreat, resisting his attempts to awaken it. Akin to a bashful maiden hiding within the necklace. Perhaps I have yet to earn the necklace's approval, Jiang Liunian pondered. Or is my realm too low to endure such energy? Doubts proliferated in his mind, yet he calmly placed the necklace on the table and rose to stretch his limbs. It must be said that this formidable physique rendered Jiang Liunian somewhat uncontrollable. His steps felt light, as if he might ascend to the heavens. and the wind generated by his punches seemed capable of conjuring a miniature tornado. Is this what power feels like? Jiang Liuyan marveled. He promptly donned his attire and stepped outside. After a night of absorbing the energy from the necklace, he felt not a trace of fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated. As the tricolored radiance had even expanded the horizons of his spiritual ocean, nourishing it and endowing him with a vibrant aura. Chapter 48. Is it an illusion? Do I qualify? Part 4. After absorbing the tricolor radiance, Jiang Liuyan settled into a tranquil existence, wholly dedicating himself to the cultivation of his innate powers. He understood that true strength lies not merely in possessing formidable abilities, but in the precise control and application of such power. Thus, he endeavored to harmonize his newly acquired strength, striving to achieve a level of ease akin to that of an extension of his own limbs. At the very least, mastering his own abilities so that they would not run wild like a stallion unbridled. However, the magnitude of this power was astonishing, far exceeding Jiang Liuyan's initial expectations. Each time he attempted to harness this force, even the slightest movement would unleash an extraordinary might. For instance, just as he descended from his bed, he inadvertently cracked the bamboo floor beneath his feet, the sharp sound of the fracture sending a jolt of realization through him. He understood that he must exercise greater caution. The situation worsened upon his exit. Jiang Liuyan gingerly pushed open the door, fearful that a moment's inattention might result in a greater mishap. Yet, misfortune struck nonetheless. His strength had inadvertently surged to unimaginable levels. As he lightly tugged at the door, it unexpectedly fell apart, as if swept away by a tempest, shattering into fragments. This spectacle left Jiang Liuyan drenched in cold sweat. Following these incidents, he became even more vigilant in managing his powers, wary of inadvertently committing acts that could lead to irreparable consequences. He began to recite mantras in his mind, adjusting his breath, attempting to gradually temper the surging force within him, assimilating it into his very essence. He recognized that the path of true strength was still long, and he must proceed steadily, step by step, to traverse this journey further. Thus, Jiang Liuyan embarked on a more arduous regimen of training for the day, continuously challenging himself to perfect the control of his abilities in various circumstances. The gravitational arrays left by Huanqi and the energy absorption formations were set to their maximum capacity. Yet the results remained minimal. Having returned from the third district of the Mirage continent, Huanqi wielded a sword that glimmered with a chilling light, emanating an aura of mystery. Her steps were light, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of power, as if each stride resonated with the very nodes of space. Upon entering the familiar bamboo grove, Huanqi's gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Liuyan, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. The extent of his transformation was remarkable, even to her seasoned perception. However, this astonishment was fleeting, for the moment she stepped into the bamboo forest, she established a psychic link with the white cat waiting there. Learning of the events that had transpired during her absence, the white cat was not merely a companion who had grown alongside Huanqi. It bore a remarkable tale of its own. This celestial spirit, gifted to Huanqi by the thousand fantasies, possessed extraordinary wisdom and was intricately attuned to her thoughts and feelings. In the days of yore, when the meridians of Huanqi were severed inch by inch and life remained but a fleeting whisper, it was then that Qianhuan, guided by the innate spirit of the formation, inscribed the profound truths of heaven and earth upon the shattered meridians of Huanqi in the form of a mystical array. The protective formation of the heart's vein was the core array of the white cat, a being of innate formation spirit. Such core formations are exceedingly rare, with only 3 existing in the realm, one belonging to the white cat, another to Huanqi, and the last to Qianhuan. The white cat lay curled in tranquil repose nearby, sleeping soundly, for the message to be conveyed was already known to Huanqi, rendering further words unnecessary. Now, it would be more prudent to indulge in a bit more slumber. To gain clearer insight into the unfolding events, Huanqi inquired about the tale of Jiang Liuyan. After listening to Jiang Liuyan's account, Huanqi maintained an expression as placid as still water, yet within, a tempest swirled. She comprehended the terrifying exponential growth of the power residing within Jiang Liuyan, a source of profound concern even for one as seasoned as herself. This power represented both an opportunity and a challenge. Mastering it perfectly emerged as a formidable conundrum before them. It seemed prudent to delve into ancient tomes, for perhaps therein lay a solution. With a soft sigh, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She understood that in the face of unknown forces, only knowledge and wisdom could serve as their most steadfast allies. With that, she slowly turned, extending her hand behind her to draw forth a sword, exquisitely forged and delicately crafted. As the blade was unveiled, the air around them thickened. as if it too sensed the sword's majesty and might. The sword was a deep obsidian, reminiscent of the darkest voids of the night sky, concealing its true form from prying eyes. An ethereal glow seemed to ripple along its blade, not a bright radiance, but a profound and enigmatic aura that exuded an irresistible allure. Intricate runes adorned the hilt, their complex designs imbued with ancient and potent energies. They shimmered faintly, as if alive, whispering the sword's origins and tales of old. Jiang Liuyan, what name do you believe this sword should bear? Huan Qi inquired, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gently presented the blade to Jiang Liuyan, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible anticipation. Jiang Liuyan slowly extended his hand to grasp the sword, and at the moment of contact, a profound heaviness surged within his heart. He scrutinized the blade, which appeared as dark as ink, deep and enigmatic, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss that seemed capable of devouring all light, yet emanated a distinct allure. Embedded in the hilt was a gem, crystalline and translucent, shimmering with a faint luminescence akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Huan Qi, too, was momentarily taken aback, yet soon found solace in the realization that the sword's weight was approximately 80,000 pounds. Had Jiang Liuyan not enhanced his physique, he would have been utterly unable to wield it. Therefore, he had inscribed over a dozen gravity-defying enchantments upon the blade, enabling the physically challenged Jiang Liuyan to maneuver it. However, the astonishing elevation of Jiang Liuyan's physical capabilities surpassed all expectations, leaving Huan Qi once again in a state of disbelief. Jiang Liuyan closed his eyes, immersing himself in the surging power coursing through the sword, a force akin to the tumultuous waves of the sea, crashing against the depths of his soul. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and his blood began to boil with fervor. This sword seemed to possess a wondrous connection to him, evoking an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve flashing within them. What do you think of the name Weiyuan? His voice was deep and resonant, as if proclaiming a momentous decision. Huan Qi nodded slightly in agreement, asserting that the name Weiyuan was indeed fitting, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the sword. His gaze settled upon Jiang Liuyan, revealing a sense of admiration. As Jiang Liuyan bestowed a faint smile, he gently caressed the blade, seemingly engaging in a silent communion. Weiyuan, from this moment forth, you shall be my companion. Together we shall confront the trials that lie ahead. His gaze radiated unwavering resolve and determination. Chapter 49. Swordsmanship. Huan Qi stood quietly amidst the tranquil bamboo grove, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon him, as if enveloping him in an aura of mystique, rendering him extraordinary and distinct. In his grasp lay an exquisitely crafted longsword, its blade shimmering with a soft blue luminescence, reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky, captivating all who beheld it. Behind him, a complex array, formed from condensed spiritual energy, exuded an enigmatic essence. Jiang Liuyan stood quietly to the side, his gaze intently following every movement of Huan Qi, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. He was filled with a yearning for this enigmatic world, eager to unravel the mysteries of cultivation and celestial arts. Huan Qi brandished the long sword in his hand, the blade tracing graceful arcs through the air, akin to a fairy dancing. His movements were light and agile, his swordplay exquisitely refined, each swing emanating formidable power. As he moved, the surrounding air seemed to stir, creating a gentle whirlwind that rustled the bamboo leaves in the grove. Liuyan, pay attention. Huan Qi's lips moved softly, his voice reminiscent of a clear mountain spring, crisp and melodious. He gently waved the long sword, the tip etching dozens of intricate symbols in the air, weaving infinite possibilities. These symbols appeared to possess a magical allure, drawing together, as visions began to materialize in the atmosphere, twisting and intertwining, ultimately forming a sophisticated illusionary formation. This was the first move of the basic version of the illusionary sword technique. Basic version of illusionary sword technique. First move. You must use the sword tip as a pen and your spiritual energy as ink, sketching the formation of your heart upon the void. Remember, the sword is not merely a tool for combat. It is a medium for expressing will and creating miracles. As Huan Qi spoke, he demonstrated each movement of the sword tip accompanied by subtle shifts in the formation, leaving the onlookers in awe. As Jiang Liuyan immersed himself in the teachings, he found the name of the sword technique somewhat jarring at first. The title, Basic Version of the Illusory Sword Technique, struck him as rather arbitrary. Surely a name of such profound skill should possess a level of elegance akin to Misty Realm's ethereal decision. He mused silently, shaking his head slightly, and focused intently on watching Huan Qi as she began her instruction. Although his understanding of formations was rudimentary, Huan Chi's words illuminated his path like a radiant beacon. He slowly drew the long sword from his waist, a blade crafted specifically for him by Huan Chi. Its obsidian surface exuded an air of unfathomable depth. Subtly reflecting her aspirations for him, Huan Chi observed Jiang Liuyan for a brief moment, then adopted a serious demeanor, having gleaned his thoughts. To be candid, she herself was puzzled by the tendency of scholars and heroes alike to adorn themselves with swords, projecting an image of gallantry or perhaps simply believing in the allure of wielding a blade. Even the 43rd sect master of the illusory sect had forsaken his original artifact, a pen, to seize the essence of creation and transform it into a sword, thereby establishing both the basic and advanced versions of the illusory sword technique. He proclaimed it a means for all disciples to attain self-defense, further integrating swordsmanship with formations. This perplexed Huan Chi, but she had no choice but to comply. The new decree mandated that all future sect masters must master this technique, leaving Huan Chi feeling rather resigned. The privilege of the sect master included a singular opportunity during their tenure to enact an irrevocable decision, inscribing it into the sect's regulations. This was the primary reason future sect masters were required to study this technique. However, Huan Chi's opportunity had been forcibly revoked due to a charge of treason against the sect, marking only the second instance of such an occurrence in a millennium. Under Huan Chi's guidance, Jiang Liuyan endeavored to trace the contours of the formation with the tip of his sword. Initially, his movements were clumsy and unrefined, and his spiritual energy seemed reluctant to respond. Yet, with each successive attempt, he gradually found his rhythm. The flow of spiritual energy within him began to harmonize with his intent, and where the sword tip traced, the ethereal patterns of the formation gradually took shape. Excellent. You have taken your first step, Huan Chi remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She recognized that, while Jiang Liuyan may not be a natural prodigy in formations, his indomitable spirit and thirst for knowledge would carry him far along this path. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan dedicated himself to both the practice of swordsmanship and the rigorous memorization of the foundational formations imparted by Huan Chi. Tirelessly, he practiced day and night, imprinting the intricate designs deeply into his mind. In the stillness of the night, he would substitute his sword with a brush, repeatedly sketching the formations on paper. Each stroke deepened his understanding of the art. Now, we shall learn the second form. When Jiang Liuyan had finally mastered the ability to depict those foundational formations on paper with proficiency, Huan Chi reappeared before him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. This technique is known as the second form of the illusory swordsmanship fundamentals. It transcends mere swordplay, representing a flawless amalgamation of movement and swordsmanship. One must, amidst rapid motion, trace a series of ethereal formations with the tip of the sword, conjuring dazzling illusions to bewilder the opponent and unveil the opportunity for victory. As Huan Chi spoke, he demonstrated the technique, his figure weaving through the bamboo grove, the light of the sword weaving a tapestry of brilliance, each strike accompanied by a flicker of illusion, rendering his true position elusive. Jiang Liuyan widened his eyes, intently observing Huan Chi's every movement. He witnessed Huan Chi's body glide through the air like an ethereal specter, the sword in his hand carving graceful arcs, reminiscent of a butterfly in flight. Each display of swordsmanship left Jiang Liuyan in awe and exhilaration. He couldn't help but ponder how splendid it would be to master such exquisite techniques himself. An unprecedented surge of ambition surged within him, a fervent desire to grasp this extraordinary skill. Did you see clearly? Huan Chi suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Jiang Liuyan. Lost in the rhythm of the swordplay, Jiang Liuyan felt as if awakening from a dream. Perhaps, most likely, Huan Chi, unaware of Jiang Liuyan's innate talent for swordsmanship, merely smiled and encouraged him. It's all right. With diligent practice, you will surely master it. With that, he resumed his graceful demonstration, once more wielding his sword. Jiang Liuyan was entirely engrossed in observing Huan Chi's movements. He was an unremarkable individual, his talents not particularly extraordinary. If one were to identify an innate advantage, it would be the presence of the 5 elemental attributes within him. Thus, the ordinary Jiang Liuyan was even more earnest in studying the sword techniques, striving to memorize every intricate detail. He understood that to become a true swordsman, one must invest considerable effort and time. At this moment, he recognized it as the opportune time to embark on his learning journey. Consequently, he immersed himself once again in arduous training, each failure only fortifying his resolve, and each advancement filling him with exuberance. Under Huan Chi's meticulous guidance, Jiang Liuyan's swordsmanship and mastery of formation steadily progressed, his figure gradually etching a legend of his own within the bamboo forest. Chapter 50. Sword 3 in the early morning. The bamboo grove was gently enveloped in a veil of delicate mist. Sunlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows that infused the tranquil space with an air of mystery and vitality. The aroma of earth and bamboo leaves wafted through the air, occasionally accompanied by the distant chirping of birds, intermingling with the gentle whispers of the breeze as they formed a melodious morning serenade. Dewdrops shimmered upon the verdant bamboo leaves, resembling pearls embedded in green satin, crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. The entire bamboo grove seemed to have just awakened from slumber, imbued with a sense of languor and serenity, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Huachi awaited Jiang Liuyan deep within the bamboo grove, ready to impart the foundational third style of the illusory sword technique. In the profound realm of the illusory sword technique, the third level was revered as dancing shadows of 1,000 illusions, a pinnacle where swordsmanship and illusion artfully intertwined. Practitioners at this level not only wield extraordinary sword skills, but also harmonize with their surroundings, transforming into formless shadows, executing an array of ever-changing sword moves amidst the interplay of light and shadow, leaving observers breathless and defenseless. However, to embark upon the enigmatic path of dancing shadows of 1,000 illusions, one must first master a secret technique known as the mystical art of shadows. Practitioners are required to close their eyes, concentrate their minds, and attune their hearts to the surrounding world. They must learn to connect their consciousness with the shadows, light, and the whispered breezes around them, thus entering a realm where their hearts move freely and their shadows follow suit. Only through prolonged meditation and profound understanding can a cultivator seamlessly merge their form into the shadows of their surroundings, becoming an integral part of the night. Elusive and difficult to capture. Crucially, it is only in the presence of light that shadows exist. By deeply comprehending the connection between oneself and one's shadow, one may advance further. It is said that in the legendary tales of the Xianwu heroes, there exists an assassin codenamed Shadow, whose anonymity belies the astounding prowess he displays when he strikes. His mastery of shadow transformation is unparalleled, akin to a true specter lurking in the darkness. In his autobiography, he recounts dedicating decades to sitting before a stone wall, observing the sunlight and moonlight casting his shadow upon it, contemplating the shadow through the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, through the morning dew and evening glow. He could spend decades in this meditative state, profoundly intertwining his essence with that of his shadow, thus becoming the assassin known as Shadow. Coincidentally, the secrets of his shadow techniques were unearthed after his demise, falling into the hands of grave robbers and subsequently circulating in the black market. However, as fortune would have it, the grave robbers were thwarted, and the shadow techniques were seized. The last breath of the robbers, endowed with an extraordinary memory, allowed them to transcribe hundreds of secret tomes, which were then disseminated throughout the black market, rendering the shadow techniques as common as cabbages. It is truly unfortunate that I find myself in such a predicament. Those who steal should not expect to fare better. Thus, the entirety of the continent possessed a copy of this knowledge, yet few ventured to cultivate it, as mastering such arts demands immense willpower. Nevertheless, the 43rd Grandmaster of the illusory sect was a remarkable individual. During his tenure, he developed a new shadow technique tailored specifically for the foundational swordplay of the illusory blade, which has since been passed down through generations. Upon mastering this shadow technique, cultivators began their training in the 1,000 Illusions sword shadow. This swordplay does not rely on brute strength. Rather, it thrives on speed and transformation. With a mere flick of the blade, countless sword shadows can be conjured, each embodying the cultivator's will and sword intent, indistinguishable between the real and the illusory. In combat, these sword shadows traverse with the freedom of living beings, sometimes coalescing into a breathtaking arc of sword light, at other times dispersing into a torrential downpour of blades, ensnaring their opponents in an endless labyrinth of confusion and chaos. The pinnacle of the dance of shadows is the unification of heart and sword. At the zenith, the cultivator's spirit and the sword become one. The sword is the heart, and the heart is the sword. Without the need for the naked eye, one can perceive every subtle movement of their opponent through sheer intent, anticipating their actions and executing the most lethal counterattacks with minimal motion. In this state, each sword strike transcends mere technique, embodying the cultivator's emotions, will, and wisdom, each blow infused with the profound truths of heaven and earth, capable of stirring the soul and shaking the very foundations of existence. Huan Qi turned the sword behind him, holding it in a gesture of readiness with a single hand, indicating to Jiang Liuyan that they would engage in a real combat scenario. In this encounter, Huan Qi unleashed the dance of shadows. his form instantaneously transforming into a mesmerizing specter, akin to a ghost upon the battlefield. Silently, he approached Zhang Liuyan and launched his attack with the swiftness of a lightning strike. The primal instinct of Zhang Liuyan was scarcely afforded a moment's warning before Huan Qi dispatched it with the back of her sword, leaving Zhang Liuyan no time to react. In the depths of his heart, Zhang Liuyan pondered, is this the true power of the shadow dance of illusions? As Huan Qi continued her explanation, she revealed that this technique excels in harnessing every element of the environment, such as light and shadow, terrain, and even the psychological blind spots of the enemy, to create illusory formations that establish advantageous combat conditions. Even when confronted by foes outnumbering them, practitioners can dismantle their opponent's assaults one by one, ultimately achieving victory through this unpredictable swordplay. However, despite its formidable nature, the shadow dance of illusions is not invincible. It demands an exceptional level of mental concentration and acute perceptiveness to the surroundings from its practitioners. A momentary lapse in focus can lead one into the very illusions they create, rendering them helpless. Thus, those who truly reach this pinnacle of mastery do not solely refine their sword techniques, but also emphasize the cultivation of the spirit, striving for a harmonious integration of internal and external disciplines to attain the highest realm of the sword path. Fundamentally, it resides within the illusory formations, embodying the concept of the unity of sword formations, as Huan Qi casually waved her hand, unperturbed. After all, this is merely the foundational version. When one advances to the higher level, those sword techniques become truly relentless, Huan Qi contemplated. Zhang Liuyan gently inclined his head, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. He firmly grasped the long sword in his hand, as if channeling all his strength into its very tip. With resolute steps, he advanced towards the distant clearing, his gait steadfast and powerful. Upon reaching that open space, Zhang Liuyan paused, inhaling deeply to regulate his breathing. Subsequently, he commenced the graceful dance of his sword, executing moves that were both fierce and exquisite. Each stroke emanated boundless might, the sword wind howling, the sword energy surging. His body moved like a nimble swallow, effortlessly navigating through the shadows of the blade, the sword's momentum flowing as naturally as a stream. As time passed, Zhang Liuyan's swordsmanship grew increasingly refined, his technique sharper and more incisive. Immersed in the realm of swordplay, he became oblivious to his surroundings. Sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he remained unperturbed, wholly absorbed in practicing his moves. He understood that only through relentless honing and elevation of his skills could he aspire to become a true master of the sword. Chapter 51. The fourth sword technique. The next technique to be learned was the foundational fourth form of the illusory sword technique, known as moonlight dream weaving. On a night when the moonlight flowed like silk, the illusory sword technique unveiled its fourth form, which not only represented a profound integration of sword and spirit, but also a delicate capture of the forces of nature and inner emotions. This technique wove together the softness of moonlight, the ethereality of dreams, and the surging passion of love, creating an unparalleled aesthetic of combat. It is said that this remarkable sword technique was conceived by the sect master to commemorate the moment he and his partner first met under a moonlit sky, intended to delight his beloved. In practical terms, its martial significance is almost negligible, yet its grace transcends the ages, surpassing even the techniques practiced by skilled sword dancers. The first step in mastering moonlight dream weaving is to learn to stroll beneath the moonlight. Practitioners must, on a night drenched in silver radiance, accompany their sword with light, buoyant steps, attuning themselves to the resonance of moonlight and sword intent. However, this is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies in how to infuse the depths of one's emotions into the swordplay. Practitioners must deeply comprehend and experience love and the fluttering of the heart. For the essence of this technique is the confluence of the power of love and the strength of moonlight. Huan Qi recounted a tale to Zhang Liuyan once more. On a particular night, the sect master stood alone atop a mountain, gazing at the resplendent full moon. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about those moments that had once stirred his heart, the warm smiles, the tender gazes, and the sincere caring. He endeavored to capture that feeling and weave it into his sword intent. When he reopened his eyes, he discovered that he could now sense the moonlight energy surrounding him. He lifted his sword, gently waving it, the blade flickering with a faint glow. As he moved, the moonlight seemed to respond, encircling him in a beautiful halo. The sect master took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention on the sword. He began to move slowly, each step imbued with a unique rhythm. His body melded seamlessly with his swordsmanship, as if he had become a part of the moonlight itself. Under the ethereal glow, The silhouette of the brown bamboo took on an enigmatic and mystical quality. Each footfall seemed to forge a subtle connection with the earth and the moonlight, rendering the swordsman's movements ever more fluid and his sword intent profoundly deep, culminating in the creation of this unique sword art. Huanqi, captivated yet somewhat bemused, wore an expression reminiscent of someone grappling with constipation. Alas, he had never experienced romantic companionship, nor had he ever found a soulmate. During his years in the position of sect leader, he had poured his heart and soul into his duties, rebuffing the advances of numerous female elders and wandering cultivators, resulting in the singular memory of being teased by classmates at the tender age of 8 for his innocent admiration of the class monitor. As for this sword art, he felt perpetually out of reach, mastering its form but never its spirit. Huanqi continued, "Next, you must delve into the depths of your heart to feel this surging affection. As for the method, that is for you to discover." Jiang Liuyan. This is a tale from the sect leader's annals and his handwritten notes. Please take a look. He handed over the basic manuscript to Jiang Liuyan without awaiting a response. The essence of moonlight weaving dreams lies within the moonlight sword dance. At this stage, the swordsman harmoniously blends the gentleness of moonlight with the ferocity of the sword dance, creating a combat style that is both elegant and lethal. Huanqi drew the sword embedded in the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and began to demonstrate for Jiang Liuyan. Bathed in the pristine glow of the moonlight, Huanqi stood poised in the vastness of the deep bamboo grove, surrounded by a gossamer mist that gently enveloped him, as if the entire world was cradled in a soft silver embrace. The long sword in his hand shimmered with a cool and mysterious luster under the moon's illumination, resembling a slumbering silver dragon awaiting awakening. As Huanqi slowly raised his arm, the sword glided gracefully through the air, emitting a subtle yet melodious hum, akin to celestial music, particularly enchanting on this tranquil night. His movements were light and elegant, reminiscent of a sprite dancing beneath the moonlight. Each leap of the sword tip and each rotation of the sword body seamlessly integrated into this serene and mystical space, as if resonating with the moonlight, the bamboo grove, and the entire world. Moonlight cascaded like a flowing stream, intertwining with Huanqi's sword dance to form a captivating tableau. The sword tip traced silver arcs in the air, akin to ripples stirred by moonlight upon a lake, light and rhythmic. The interplay of sword light and moonlight bathed the entire bamboo grove in a resplendent radiance, where every bamboo leaf and every dewdrop shimmered with enchanting brilliance. Huanqi's sword art was light and ethereal. Each swing of the sword felt like painting a delicate ink wash masterpiece. The sword tip sketched wondrous patterns in the air, embodying both the grandeur of mountains and the vivacity of flowers and birds, as if he had infused the beauty of the entire natural world into each stroke. As the sword light flickered, the bamboo leaves gently swayed, producing a rustling sound that seemed to accompany Huanqi's sword dance, rendering the entire scene vibrant and poetic. As Huanqi's sword dance approached its zenith, his movements became increasingly fluid and imbued with strength. The tip of the sword traced dazzling arcs in the air, akin to the most radiant shooting stars piercing the night sky, dispelling darkness and illuminating the path ahead. With each glimmer of the sword's brilliance, a tumult of emotions surged within Huanqi, who, though unable to fully grasp the profound affection harbored by the venerable old master, still infused his swordplay with a unique aesthetic beauty through his agile form and established techniques. As Huanqi gradually retracted the long sword that shimmered with a moonlit sheen, his chest heaved slightly, even with his body, honed through the trials of myriad formations and inscribed with various enhancement runes. He could not escape a tinge of fatigue after executing this sequence of sword techniques, while he had yet to comprehend the deeper mysteries of this swordplay, rendering it somewhat superfluous in his eyes. The toll it exacted was undeniably substantial. However, it was precisely this expenditure that ignited the fighting spirit and passion deep within Huanqi. Initially, his swordsmanship may not have perfectly merged with that profound affection, but as the dance of the sword progressed, he felt himself drawn by an inexplicable force, with each move becoming increasingly sharp and powerful. This was not merely an interpretation of swordplay. It was a catharsis of long-suppressed emotions. Past humiliations and tragic experiences surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming into a potent drive propelling him forward. During this process, Huanqi realized that as he continued to wield the sword, the resentment and anger within him began to dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and release. It was as if this swordplay, unbeknownst to him, had transformed into a key to unlock his emotional knots, liberating him from the shadows of his past, allowing him to confront both his inner self and the world anew. Contemplating this, Huanqi felt a sense of incredulity. He had never imagined that a sword technique he perceived as somewhat trivial could instigate such profound transformation. He couldn't help but feel that his previous judgments had been slightly askew. In the desert, C, with a foreboding sense, murmured to himself that he must endure. He held on to hope. Chapter 52, Self-Practice Under Huanqi's Meticulous Guidance. Zhang Liunian gradually grasped the essence of the 4 foundational sets of the illusory sword techniques. Each movement was deeply etched in his mind, like brilliant stars radiating endless light. As time passed, his understanding of these sword techniques deepened, as if they had become an integral part of his being, ready to be wielded at will. Yet, just as he reveled in this joy, an unprecedented pressure surged within him. He recognized that while he had mastered the basics, this was merely the beginning. The path to true mastery was still distant. He needed to persistently strive and explore to transcend himself and ascend to higher realms. Thus, he began to train diligently, dedicating extensive hours each day to perfecting his swordplay, relentlessly repeating each motion in pursuit of excellence. Simultaneously, he remained committed to exploring various sword techniques, aspiring to draw inspiration from them in order to forge his own distinctive style. Throughout this journey, he encountered numerous challenges and setbacks, yet he never wavered in his resolve. He firmly believed that with relentless perseverance, he could surmount any obstacle and realize his ambitions. Thus, Zhang Liunian progressed steadily through the vast ocean of knowledge, undeterred by the novelty and uncertainty surrounding him. For he understood that only by courageously confronting challenges could he continually evolve and reach the shores of success. However, unbeknownst to him, a secret was quietly unfolding within. Whenever the night fell silent or he immersed himself entirely in the practice of his swordsmanship, a subtle tricolored luminescence would emerge around him, flickering like fireflies on a summer night, exuding a faintly enigmatic aura. This tricolored glow manifested in shades of black, white, and gray, resembling intertwining ribbons that danced around his form. Initially, the radiance was faint, but as time progressed, it grew increasingly brilliant, as if proclaiming something to the world. In the bamboo grove, this glow was particularly striking, akin to a mysterious lightning bolt that instantaneously pierced the darkness of the night sky, imbuing the entire grove with an extraordinary brilliance. Yet, curiously, neither the ethereal spirit nor the leisurely white cat, nor even the occasional rustle of the wind through the bamboo, seemed to acknowledge this strange luminosity, as if they were entirely unaware of its presence. This bizarre phenomenon prompted a sense of intrigue. Why could such a dazzling light be overlooked by everything around it? Did this radiance possess some unique attribute or power that rendered it perceptible only to a select few? Zhang Liunian remained oblivious to the subtle changes within himself, wholly engrossed in the cultivation of his swordsmanship. The sword in his grasp appeared to forge a mysterious and wondrous bond with him, allowing his movements to flow effortlessly, as if the blade had become an integral part of his being. Each swing of the sword was as natural and fluid as a flowing stream, devoid of any sense of obstruction. This profound synergy not only significantly enhanced his proficiency in swordplay, but also deepened his connection to the martial arts he practiced. Each training session felt like a portal opening to a higher realm of swordsmanship, granting him glimpses into its profound mysteries. As time progressed, his comprehension and mastery of the sword deepened, gradually transcending the limits of ordinary understanding. As the years passed swiftly, Zhang Liunian's swordsmanship continually advanced. After tirelessly practicing the first form of his technique 100,000 times, he finally experienced a momentous breakthrough. In that instant, a surge of formidable power surged within him, as if it sought to shatter the confines of his body and burst forth. This sensation was akin to a long-slumbering dragon awakening, revealing its unparalleled strength and majesty. With the emergence of this power, the sword in his hand grew increasingly fierce, each strike imbued with an irresistible force. Every movement within his swordplay became more fluid and natural, as if it had merged with his very essence. His swordsmanship evolved beyond mere technique, embodying boundless strength and spirit. In that moment, Zhang Liunian realized he had successfully crossed the threshold of swordsmanship, achieving mastery of the foundational form of the illusory sword technique. His skills had surpassed the ordinary realm of swordplay, entering an entirely new dimension. From that moment forth, his understanding of sword intent would ascend to unprecedented heights. This accomplishment was akin to a clear spring, nourishing Zhang Liunian's long dry heart. He understood deeply that to attain greater heights on the path of the sword, relentless effort and perseverance were paramount. Henceforth, he dedicated himself with even greater diligence, investing the majority of his time into the study of swordsmanship, scarcely allowing himself a moment's respite. Whether under the sweltering summer sun, the biting winter winds, or amidst tempestuous storms, nothing could deter his unwavering march toward the pinnacle of the sword. As time elapsed, his swordsmanship flourished, each swing narrating an extraordinary legend that captivated all who beheld it. The sword, resonating with his spirit, radiated a dazzling brilliance in his hands, akin to a shining star illuminating the entire world. This luminescence not only represented his prowess, but also symbolized his unwavering dedication and passion for the way of the sword. During this journey, Jiang Liunian gradually comprehended the profound essence of swordsmanship, realizing that the true quintessence lies in the tacit understanding and emotional connection between the sword and its wielder. In a future realm, he single-handedly confronted the combined forces of 10 clans. Not out of a desire to suppress the local tyrants with the overwhelming might akin to a dragon crossing the river, but because they had overstepped their bounds. They accused him of consuming 2 bowls of chaos for merely 1 bowl's worth, and while he could have endured a casual remark, their taunts of his inability to afford such a meal and curses upon his clan were intolerable, striking directly at his tender spot. Thus, he took it upon himself to battle against that clan, only to discover they colluded with 9 other clans, culminating in a singular confrontation of 1 against 10, marked by extraordinary audacity. Chapter 53, a tribute to the master. The setting sun, resembling blood, cast a crimson hue across the verdant bamboo grove, enveloping this tranquil sanctuary in a golden veil. A gentle breeze whispered through the bamboo leaves, creating a soft rustling sound akin to the murmurs of nature, narrating tales of the past and the future. Deep within this bamboo thicket, stained by the sunset's glow, stood a modest yet elegant cottage. Before the cottage, Huanqi donned a simple garment, turning his back to the setting sun while facing the approaching Jiang Liunian. His figure elongated in the fading light, exuding an air of solitude and solemnity. As Jiang Liunian strode lightly through the bamboo grove, his heart was a tapestry woven with admiration for his master and the bittersweet sorrow of impending separation. Upon reaching Huanqi, he found her turning to face him, her profound gaze shimmering with a complex interplay of emotions, pride, concern, and a barely perceptible pain of parting. Liunian, you have grown. Huanqi's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre that seemed to pierce through the dust of time, reaching into the very depths of Jiang Liunian's soul. She extended her hand, gently patting his shoulder, a gesture that conveyed both affirmation of her disciple and hopes for his future. Master, did you summon me? Jiang Liunian inquired respectfully, his eyes brimming with reliance and reverence for Huanqi. A faint smile graced her lips as she gazed towards the bamboo forest, bathed in the crimson hues of the setting sun, and began to speak slowly. Liunian, you are on the cusp of adulthood, ready to embark on your own path. Everything I could impart to you has been shared. The rest is for you to comprehend and practice on your own. She paused, her tone deepening with gravity. However, remember that hatred is a double-edged sword. It can empower you, but may also lead you astray. Learn to let go, at the very least. Do not allow hatred to blind your vision. The road ahead will present many challenges, yet always bear in mind to restrain oneself and adhere to propriety. Reflecting thrice before acting. I can only accompany you this far. The journey ahead must be traversed by you alone. As she spoke, Huanqi retrieved a book and a black card from her bosom, presenting them to Jiang Liunian. This book encapsulates the essence of my lifelong learning. Study it diligently, and you shall surely glean wisdom. As for this black card, it will grant you unimpeded passage across the continent, containing considerable wealth for your unforeseen needs. Jiang Liunian accepted the book and the black card, a warm surge swelling within him. He understood the significance of these 2 items and the profound intentions of his master. Bowing his head, his voice trembled slightly. Master. However, his master, gently interrupting him, said, Go, Liunian, pursue your dreams, pin your own legend. Remember, no matter when or where, I shall remain here, waiting for you. As dusk approached, the sun gradually descended, leaving behind a brilliant hue of twilight. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting a warm and gentle light upon the 2 figures, master and disciple. Yet, this sunset radiated a strangely crimson glow, making it difficult for Jiang Liunian to open his eyes. Nevertheless, he endeavored to pry them open one last time, wishing to behold the master who had accompanied him for a decade. Jiang Liunian gazed silently at his master's visage, his heart brimming with an inexhaustible sense of reluctance and affection. Over the past decade, they had shared countless days and nights together. His master not only imparted skills and knowledge, but also bestowed upon him meticulous care and guidance. Now, as the moment of parting approached, Jiang Liunian felt as though his heart were being cleaved, his eyes moist with unshed tears. He reflected on the myriad experiences they had shared, each fleeting moment etched indelibly in his mind. From his initial ignorance to his present growth, his master had steadfastly guided him, urging him to transcend his own limitations. And now, he was compelled to confront the impending separation, a pain in his heart that was beyond articulation. Jiang Liunian tightly grasped his master's hand, savoring the warmth and strength it conveyed. The setting sun gradually descended, casting shadows that enveloped the room in an embrace of twilight. Jiang Liunian silently rose to his feet, bowing deeply in reverence to his master before turning to depart. His footsteps were laden with gravity, his emotions a tangled web. Yet he understood that only by courageously confronting the challenges ahead could he live up to his master's expectations. Jiang Liunian slowly exited the room, each step laden with profound weight. He performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, each gesture infused with deep emotion and reverence, a testament to his gratitude for Master Huanqi's years of guidance, as well as a poignant farewell to the journey he was about to embark upon. Inside the chamber, the flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow, illuminating Master Huanqi's face, which bore both kindness and a hint of reluctance. The door gradually closed, severing the final gaze shared between master and disciple, yet unable to diminish the deep bond of their enduring relationship. Jiang Liunian returned to his humble, yet cozy abode, a modest dwelling nestled beside a small bamboo grove, where the rustling leaves whispered secrets of the past and future. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the hazy moonlight filtering through the window, his heart a tumult of emotions. Over the past decade, he had transitioned from a youthful boy to a young man on the cusp of adulthood, each day and night vivid in his memory, a whirlwind of experiences both astonishingly swift and profoundly enriching, for which he felt immense gratitude. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts drifted far away, only to be abruptly interrupted by a faint yet distinct pain radiating from his neck. Startled, Jiang Liunian sat up, his right hand instinctively brushing against an unassuming yet profoundly significant necklace that hung around his neck. This very necklace had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Yet he had never understood how to awaken its remaining powers. Perhaps the time had simply not yet arrived, he mused. Memories surged like a tidal wave, bringing to mind a life-and-death experience that had allowed the necklace to grant him a second chance, confronting him with mortality and strength for the first time. The tricolored radiance contained not only power but seemed to conceal a profound secret or an unresolved bond. However, since that moment, the necklace had returned to a state of tranquility, the tricolored glow no longer manifesting, leaving only a gentle warmth against his skin, often imperceptible in his daily life. Even after a decade of meditation in the bamboo grove, the enigma of the necklace remained unsolved. Jiang Liunian gently caressed the necklace, his heart swelling with a tumult of emotions. He realized that although he had made significant progress over the past decade, the road ahead remained long, filled with uncertainty and challenges waiting for him. The book and black card gifted by Master Huanqi were undoubtedly invaluable treasures for his future journey. However, what was even more crucial were the teachings and expectations of his master, which instilled in him the principles of self-restraint and thoughtful deliberation, an irreplaceable spiritual support that transcended any material possession. As the night deepened, Jiang Liunian gradually found tranquility, fully aware that regardless of what the future held, he must confront it bravely, employing wisdom and courage to unveil the secrets behind the tricolored glow and to carve out his own legend. The bamboo grove, that room, and the figure of Master Huanqi would forever remain the warmest harbor in his heart, guiding his path forward. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Jiang Liunian's face, illuminating a sense of determination and hope. He closed his eyes and sank once more into slumber, where the tricolored radiance continued to shimmer, leading him toward broader horizons. Chapter 54. Everything is an illusion, surprising and unexpected. Thus, Jiang Liunian, through 10 years of diligent effort, had not once slackened his resolve. However, such an intense academic life had kept his spirit in a perpetual state of heightened tension. Although Master Huanqi was exceedingly amiable, Jiang Liunian's stringent self-expectations led to a constant strain on his nerves. Whether in cultivation or the study of techniques, he exerted himself to the point of overload, causing his thoughts to whirl with the speed of lightning. Previously mentioned, the necklace exhibited an anomalous phenomenon, which was, in fact, an indication of its attempt to assimilate Jiang Liunian. This necklace embodies the essence of 3 elements: darkness, evil, and time. Its origin lies beyond the Douluo continent, within the River of Time, as one of the impure versions of the 6 systems belonging to the dark demon evil god Tiger clan. Subsequently, it was gradually purified of its impurities by using the power of the evil deity. In theory, the various substances contained within a tributary of a river should roughly mirror those found in the mainstream, which is the primary reason this avenue of time can be applied to the Xianwu continent. It is precisely because it employed the forces of malevolence for purification that the powers of evil and time became intricately intertwined. However, after prolonged conflict, they became distinctly independent. This dark force was orchestrated by C. Do you remember Gu Ling, the dean of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger Academy? At that time, he gathered numerous souls from the Hall of Heroic Spirits, and all the controlled souls manifested from the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger's secret realm, amalgamating the power of countless souls to deliver a critical blow to Tang San. Although it had little effect, it provided Gu Ling with the opportunity to place the necklace in Jiang Liuyan's hands. In truth, there was not just soul power at play, but rather an entire accumulation of billions of years of cultivation from the Hall of Heroic Spirits, merging soul power with dark energy, which was then transmitted into Gu Ling's body. Under such circumstances, Gu Ling unreservedly utilized the dark energy in his possession, sacrificing his own frail form to filter out most impurities, leaving only the purest dark energy within the necklace. It should be noted that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan does not excel in the cultivation of mental power. Their talents are predominantly concentrated in the 6 attributes of wind, thunder, time, space, darkness, and evil, making mental aberrations unlikely. If they were to confront a soul beast primarily focused on mental power, the combined mental strength of all the inhabitants of the Hall of Heroic Spirits would be sufficient to render Tang San into a state of stupor. However, even such formidable power only slightly diminished the gray mist within Tang San's sea of consciousness. This was indeed an unpredictable occurrence. The most peculiar of these 3 elements, time, possesses the ability to advance into the future, perceiving the majority of timelines unshrouded by destiny, while darkness can obscure its own 5 senses. Ultimately, evil can penetrate its own vulnerabilities, which is the reason Jiang Liuyan remained unaware of the true reality for a decade. At the moment Jiang Liuyan was violently struck by the sudden tricolored radiance, his body felt as if it were being struck by an invisible hammer, causing not only his physical form to tremble, but also stirring monumental waves within his mental sea, severely damaging his mental power and plunging him into a semi-comatose state. His complexion as pale as parchment and his breath weak and rapid. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the bamboo grove, rustling the leaves, and a cat, pure white in color with eyes sparkling like stars, gracefully leapt down from the verdant bamboo tips, its movements agile and elegant, akin to a woodland sprite. It weaved through the dense bamboo grove, each step precisely landing on the sturdiest nodes, barely making a sound, exhibiting extraordinary agility and intelligence. Ultimately, this white cat leapt gracefully, landing securely on the ancient eaves outside Jiang Liuyan's room, its sharp feline eyes fixed intently on the situation within, brimming with anxiety and unease. Without hesitation, it sprang directly from the eaves to the side of Jiang Liuyan's bed. That light leap seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens. The expression on the white cat's face was one of profound distress, as if it had witnessed an unimaginable calamity. Its paws flailed helplessly in the air, occasionally measuring Jiang Liuyan's forehead temperature with caution and gently probing his chest, seemingly to confirm his heartbeat. As a spirit cat born to respond to crises, this white cat was indeed a being destined to engage with formations throughout its life. Yet, it was merely a spirit of illusion, adept only in the art of illusions. Such a predicament was beyond its experience, and it was not a pill turned sentient, thus the situation truly exceeded its capabilities. The cat's agitation intensified, its fur standing on end, as if electrified, appearing extraordinarily disheveled. It muttered to itself, how could this boy attract such trouble just days after Huan Qi's departure? If Huan Qi were to return and witness Jiang Liuyan in such a precarious state, would I not be devoured whole? For Huan Qi had waited 15 long years for him to awaken. If anything were to go awry on my watch, I would be beyond redemption. With these thoughts, the white cat grew increasingly restless, pacing back and forth within the room, each step causing the floor to tremble slightly, as if searching for some means of rescue, or perhaps venting its pent-up anxiety and helplessness. The entire room, imbued with the presence of this white cat, was charged with a palpable tension and unease. The tricolored glow that enveloped Jiang Liuyan did not dissipate, but rather encircled him, resembling 3 ferocious hounds guarding their master. This sudden turn of events caught the white cat off guard, prompting it to step back, a flicker of wariness flashing in its eyes. However, it soon realized that the 3 beams of light bore no hostility. Just moments earlier, when it attempted to approach Jiang Liuyan to assess his condition, the lights had not attacked. Indeed, had they chosen to unleash their power, the white cat would have likely been torn to shreds. Feeling a sense of relief, The white cat's curiosity about these mysterious lights grew profound. It observed them with great caution, striving to uncover their origin and intent. At that moment, the three beams of light appeared to gain their own life and consciousness, slowly intertwining and coiling around one another, eventually coalescing into a vague yet discernible human silhouette. This ethereal figure was none other than the enigmatic individual who had previously infused dark energy into the necklace. See. The revelation of his presence left the white cat utterly astonished. It had never encountered this person before, yet was filled with confusion and intrigue, questioning who this individual truly was. Z gazed at the white cat before him, his eyes shimmering with profound illumination. He spoke in a calm yet resolute tone, saying, "I understand that this matter may be somewhat difficult for you to accept and comprehend. But please trust me, it is indeed a rare opportunity. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern, dear little cat." Chapter 55. The Unwritten Future. Upon hearing Z's enigmatic yet seemingly profound words, the white cat's wariness did not entirely dissipate. Yet the unfounded fear and anxiety it harbored had indeed lessened considerably. Tilting its head, it fixated its translucent, water-like eyes on Z's ethereal figure, as if striving to glean a semblance of truth from every subtle expression of the other. Noticing this, Z's lips curled into a gentle smile, one that seemed to have anticipated the cat's reaction. "So, this is not a crisis but an opportunity?" The white cat finally spoke, its bond with Jiang Liunian having deepened over the past few days, leading to a surge of concern. Z's spectral form nodded lightly, his tricolored eyes slowly turning toward Jiang Liunian, his gaze tenderly brushing over the sleeping visage, as if he could pierce the mists of time and glimpse the hope of the future. "Rest assured, I have seen it." Before Z could finish his words, the three beams of light once more wafted and gently dispersed, surrounding Jiang Liunian anew, like loyal guardians watching over him as he delved deeper into his slumber and healing. The white cat observed this scene, its heart filled with questions akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky, bright and numerous. The appearance of Z, the transformation of the three mysterious lights, and Jiang Liunian's unconscious state, all these occurrences surpassed its previous understanding and experience. Nevertheless, the white cat was acutely aware that this was not the opportune moment to pursue inquiries or unravel the truth. It had to remain composed and await the right moment. Thus, it approached Jiang Liunian with delicate steps, each movement painstakingly cautious so as not to disturb his repose. When it finally reached his side, it gently nuzzled his arm with its head. The soft fur making contact with Jiang Liunian's skin seemed to convey a silent communication and solace. The white cat's eyes brimmed with tenderness and concern, as if to say, "Master, I shall remain here by your side until you awaken." After nuzzling his arm, the white cat began to search for a comfortable spot. It surveyed its surroundings and ultimately chose a corner that was both quiet and sheltered from the wind. It slowly curled up, tucking its head against its chest, leaving only its vigilant eyes exposed. Thus, it silently guarded Jiang Liunian, as if protecting its most treasured possession. As time passed, the white cat began to feel a sense of fatigue. It gently closed its eyes, yet its ears remained ever alert. It knew that it could not afford to let its guard down, for Jiang Liunian still required its protection. In this manner, it found a delicate balance between weariness and vigilance, patiently awaiting Jiang Liunian's awakening. Throughout this process, the white cat continued to ponder Z's words and the origins of the mysterious lights. It endeavored to piece together the information, striving to form a comprehensive picture. Yet, whenever it felt on the verge of grasping the truth, the clues would dissipate like mist before its eyes, leaving it both perplexed and filled with curiosity. Nevertheless, the white cat remained steadfast in its belief that one day, it would unravel the enigma. Thus, it quietly guarded Jiang Liunian in the corner, its silhouette appearing particularly warm and resolute under the dim light. The future had arrived, ushering in an era of the Forsaken, which, together with the present, faced the collective resistance of the ancient realm of Xianwu, a remnant of the past. Speaking of this future, time and space inevitably leads to the mention of the Shisha Hills, a region that, despite its name, is characterized more as a vast expanse of desert, where 8 prominent clans overtly controlled the resources of the entire area. In their relentless pursuit of unparalleled glory and wealth, the 8 clans hosted an unprecedented duel challenge each year. This event evolved into a battleground for young talents, a verification of various powers, and a complex arrangement for future resource allocation. In the sky, clouds drifted gracefully, while on the ground, the atmosphere brimmed with martial fervor. At this moment, C had transformed from the ethereal figure composed of 3 colors into a transcendent presence, standing upon the arena of the challenge. his gaze profound as if capable of perceiving all that exists. The reason C found himself here stemmed from a trivial incident earlier. Due to a misunderstanding over a bowl of chaos and a language barrier, a dispute had erupted. This matter ought to have been trivialized and swiftly resolved. However, the proprietor of the Chaos establishment belonged to one of the 8 clans, the Bai clan, specifically the nephew of the clan's patriarch. Given this connection, combined with C's status as an outsider, the entirety of this future realm harbored a peculiar aversion towards individuals of unknown identity. After all, beyond this land lay 3 territories. One was their sworn enemy and the coveted realm of the past, the Shinwu continent. Another was their ally, yet ever watchful for betrayal. The present era of spiritual revival, and the last was the elusive clan of otherworldly demons, adrift in the currents of time. Consequently, C suffered greatly in this unfamiliar territory. Even in his choice to endure and remain silent, evading discovery proved to be a Sisyphean task. Moreover, he possessed neither wealth nor connections, and he struggled to comprehend the local language. Fortunately, C was indeed a prodigy of unparalleled cunning, hailing from the enigmatic and malevolent Tiger clan, a rarity in millennia. Drawing upon fragments of the spiritual path he had extracted from the river of time, he momentarily found himself able to understand the language spoken by the inhabitants of this realm. This subtle path of the soul became the bridge for him to communicate with the outside world, enabling him to discern the intentions of those around him. Fortunately, the 8 prominent clans held great reverence for martial prowess, thus agreeing to contract with C, should he secure the first place in the grand competition. A mere apology would suffice, and everything would be forgiven. Otherwise, they would reach out to the powers from other continents, namely, Bailing Realm, Central, Nangxiuyunting, Donghai, and the Gray Zone, to unite in pursuit of him. Consequently, C was compelled to participate in the martial contest. After all, there was no escaping far. Weighing the pros and cons, he opted for this course of action. As for the possibility of defeat, losing was merely a part of the game. Whether he fled after losing or before battling made little difference. C accepted the challenge with a sense of ease. Even liberating a plethora of techniques from the Bai family's ancestral hall and library, feeling secretly pleased, believing he had gained a substantial advantage. Although the average martial prowess in this realm may not be exceedingly high, these techniques were truly eye-opening. They were indeed future techniques, their intricacy surpassing his imagination. Perhaps it was precisely due to their sophistication that individuals found cultivation arduous. After all, geniuses are rare, and even the most profound techniques are elusive for common folk. Lacking talent and resources, they cannot transcend their limitations, only left to lament. Such techniques seem as distant as fantastical tales to ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, this did not diminish C's appreciation for them. He recognized their intrinsic value and resolved to study them diligently, striving to extract greater strength from their depths. In this world brimming with challenges and opportunities, he must continuously elevate himself to confront various crises. The techniques from the future undoubtedly became his ally on the path ahead. Chapter 56. The arena in this vast and boundless continent. The spirit of martial arts flourished, with the strong revered above all. The various clans and factions sparkled like countless stars, each vying for prominence. Amidst this intricate web of power, the annual clan martial contest undoubtedly stands as one of the most captivating spectacles. It is not merely a contest of strength and skill, but also an exceptional stage for the clans to showcase their might and vie for honor and resources. This year's tournament adopted an unprecedented format of arena scoring, aimed at selecting true champions through a more equitable and transparent competitive mechanism. The arena was situated in the heart of the continent upon a vast plain, surrounded by lush forests. At its center lay a massive circular platform paved with resilient bluestone. Spanning a diameter of 100 feet, ample enough to accommodate hundreds of participants and spectators. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon this ancient land, the arena appeared to be enveloped in a shimmering golden glow, adding an air of solemnity and sanctity. The rules of the competition were straightforward and direct. Each participant must consecutively challenge opponents upon the platform, earning corresponding points for each victory, which would directly determine their ranking. Notably, after each victory, participants would be assessed by a panel of 9 judges. The 9 judges are all distinguished figures from the mainland, with 8 representing the 8 prominent clans, each steeped in history and rich traditions, possessing unique martial skills and resources, thus constituting an undeniable force on the continent. The 9th judge, however, is an envoy from the Central Imperial Court, whose identity is particularly significant, embodying the will of the court and symbolizing justice and impartiality. The Central Imperial Court, a mysterious institution located at the heart of the continent, wields immense power and influence that far exceeds common imagination. Beneath the court, there are over 100 registered major factions, each controlling abundant mineral resources, possessing formidable martial legacies, or acting as commercial giants that govern the economic lifeblood of the continent. Yet, this merely scratches the surface. In the unrecorded corners, countless smaller factions exist, perhaps limited in number, but often harboring unique skills or secrets that are equally formidable. The presence of these factions renders the dynamics of the central region intricate and full of uncertainties. Nevertheless, amidst this complexity, the Central Imperial Court remains steadfast, a feat attributable not only to its formidable military strength and wisdom, but also to its precise control and balance among the various factions. The court understands that maintaining a delicate equilibrium among the top factions is essential for ensuring the peace and stability of the entire continent. Thus, when selecting judges for the martial competition, the court exercises great caution, ensuring both the judges' impartiality and the balance of interests among the factions. The ninth judge, the envoy from the Central Imperial Court, is named Yun Feiyang. In his 30s, he possesses a handsome visage and an aura of authority that emanates without anger. Yun Feiyang hails from an auxiliary branch of the Yun family within the court, yet this branch has intermingled with other factions, ultimately becoming a core member of the alliance governing the Central Imperial Court. From a young age, he underwent rigorous training and education, excelling not only in martial prowess, but also in military strategy and tactics, making him a rare talent within the court. Most are unaware of his connection to the Yun family, believing the surname to be mere coincidence. More importantly, he is known for his fairness and decisiveness, never showing favoritism toward any side. During the martial competition, Yun Feiyang's responsibilities are of utmost importance. He meticulously observes each contestant's performance, evaluating their martial techniques, combat strategies, mental fortitude, and even their respect and demeanor towards their opponents. Yun Feiyang understands that a true contest is not merely a test of strength, but also a showcase of wisdom, courage, and character. Consequently, his assessments often accurately reflect the contestant's overall capabilities and potential. Most crucially, he is set to reveal his true identity today, stepping forth on behalf of the Yun family for the final battle. The first match, C versus by Family S by Mo. With the grace of a flowing shadow, Bai Mo stands upon the arena, clad in a pristine white outfit, wielding a shimmering long sword, its tip quivering as if poised to slice through the heavens. He, a young prodigy of the Bai family, gained renown for his swordsmanship from a tender age. His flowing cloud sword technique is a closely guarded secret of the Bai clan, characterized by its lightness and agility, as unpredictable as the drifting clouds. When facing C, Bai Mo exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He was acutely aware that this confrontation represented the finest opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. With a sharp whistle, Bai Mo leaped into action, his sword resembling a dragon, transforming into a silver streak aimed directly at C's vital points. However, C appeared to have anticipated every move, effortlessly sidestepping Bai Mo's assault. Soon after, C's form flickered like a wraith upon the arena, appearing alternately to Bai Mo's left and right, each strike perfectly countering Bai Mo's swordplay while simultaneously seeking openings for a counterattack. Despite Bai Mo's exceptional swordsmanship, he gradually found himself outmatched beneath C's elusive shadows. Ultimately, in a decisive clash, C executed a phantom step to close the distance with Bai Mo, gently tapping his palm to disarm Bai Mo's sword, thus determining the victor. In the second match, C versus Qian family's Qianju, the force of his fists split the air, akin to the push of Tai Chi renowned for their boxing techniques. The Qian family boasts Qianju as a standout. His thousand-rending fist possesses astounding might, each punch seemingly capable of tearing through the very air, instilling dread in those who hear it. In the face of C, Qianju held nothing back, launching a fierce offensive from the outset. The wind from his punches howled, striking C like a tempest. Yet, C moved with the grace of a fish in water, navigating through the flurry of fists with ease, sometimes utilizing strength against strength, other times employing softness to overcome hardness, deftly neutralizing Qianju's attacks. Observing this, Qianju felt a surge of alarm. He realized he must summon greater strength to defeat C. Drawing a deep breath, he tensed every muscle, intensifying the ferocity of his punches as if to rend the very air itself. Nevertheless, C remained undaunted, basing his techniques on internal strength and agile movements, engaging in a contest of speed and power. Ultimately, in a decisive exchange, Si employed a Tai Chi push, firmly sending Qianju off the stage and securing victory. In the third match, Si versus Shun family's Shun Lang. The shadow of the soul-chasing needle, swift as a flash. The Shun family excels in hidden weapons and lightness techniques, with Shun Lang as their brightest star. His soul-chasing needles are elusive, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Without hesitation, Shun Lang unleashed his barrage of hidden weapons against Si. The needles shot forth like meteors streaking across the night sky, densely aimed at Si. Yet, Si seemed to possess an intimate understanding of Shun Lang's weaponry, evading each projectile at critical moments. His swift movements rendered Shun Lang's lightness techniques ineffective, each of Shun Lang's attempts falling short. Growing anxious, Shun Lang recognized the need to alter his strategy to triumph over Si. He began experimenting with different angles and speeds of his needle launches, striving to disrupt Si's rhythm. However, Si appeared to have anticipated every maneuver. His movements became even more fluid, each evasion perfectly timed to dodge Shun Lang's hidden weapons. Ultimately, in a fierce confrontation, Si seized Shun Lang's wrist with a formidable dragon claw technique, compelling him to concede defeat. Chapter 57. The Arena of Combat, 4-6, the fourth battle, Si versus Yi family's Yi Siyuan with a sword pointed towards the heavens, the intricate web of blades unfolded. Renowned for their unparalleled swordsmanship, the Yi family has garnered admiration throughout the world. Among the younger generation, Yi Feng stands as a paragon, having reached the zenith of swordplay mastery. When Yi Feng wields his long sword, it transforms into a nimble water snake, gliding gracefully through the air, attuned to his very spirit. Each swing of his blade emanates an unmatched aura, instilling reverence in the hearts of onlookers. However, today he faces the enigmatic Si, a figure shrouded in mystery, possessing formidable strength and an unfathomable background. Yet, Yi Feng remains undaunted. Instead, his eyes blaze with fervent combat spirit. He recognizes that this will be a grueling battle. Yet he stands resolute, for he trusts in his swordsmanship and the latent power within him. With a sharp whistle, Yi Feng surged forth, his long sword resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, transforming into a dazzling beam of light aimed directly at Si's vital points. Si, however, displayed no hint of trepidation. Drawing upon his diverse elemental abilities and the sword techniques he had recently acquired from the library, he engaged Yi Siyuan in a duel of swordsmanship. The brilliance of their blades intertwined, painting a beautiful tableau upon the arena, yet beneath this exquisite canvas lurked an inexhaustible peril. Each clash seemed poised to shatter the opponent's techniques completely. Ultimately, in a decisive strike, Si unleashed the Yi family's ultimate technique, the sword pointing to the heavens, its brilliance cutting through Yi Feng's defenses, securing victory for Si. Indeed, this was the Yi family's hidden masterpiece. While some individuals from the 8 prominent families had tarnished their reputation through unscrupulous deeds, it is undeniable that in a continent that venerates martial prowess and is often labeled as martial madmen, the obsession with martial arts reaches alarming heights. Consequently, the 8 families laid bare all their martial arts secrets before Si, allowing him 10 days of training, resulting in a prolonged contest far exceeding previous matches. The fifth battle, Si versus Huang family's Huang Tian. Renowned for their unparalleled fist techniques and internal cultivation, the Huang family boasts Huang Tian as its exemplary representative. His cultivation of the indestructible body renders him as resilient as steel, impervious to enemy assault. When facing Si, Huang Tian exhibited no signs of fear. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This is because Huang Tian is acutely aware that only when confronted with formidable adversaries can one truly test their strength and skill. Although 10 days prior in his last battle, he witnessed the celestial demon priest wield a secret technique sword pointing to the sky, known for its immense offensive power. He yearned to challenge his limits and transcend his own capabilities, thus brimming with anticipation for this encounter. In this moment, Huang Tian exhibited the confidence and courage befitting a top-tier warrior, ready to embrace any challenge. With a fierce roar, his muscles tensed instantaneously, resembling a moving mountain as he charged toward the priest. His punches were immensely powerful, each strike seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Huang Tian laughed. "Let me see, is your swordplay sharper, or is my body more resilient?" His thunderous voice reverberated, as if aiming to tear through the priest's very being. Yet, the priest remained unfazed, wielding his sword with one hand while employing his agile footwork to engage Huang Tian in a contest between swordplay and indestructible might. Although Huang Tian's strikes were formidable, they gradually appeared inadequate against the priest's grace and swordsmanship. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing steel, the resonance of the priest's blade meeting Huang Tian's seemingly ironclad form. Seizing this rare opportunity, Huang Tian's eyes blazed with intensity as he concentrated all his strength. His right fist enveloped by a whistling wind, akin to a poised tiger ready to pounce, launching a fierce blow toward the priest from the right. His muscles were taut, veins bulging. It was evident that this strike encapsulated all his explosive power and determination. Should it land, one could almost foresee that the priest would either be gravely injured or meet his demise, and the outcome of this duel would be determined in an instant. However, the priest met this thunderous strike with merely a subtle smile, a blend of calmness and an apparent acknowledgement of Huang Tian's efforts. Rather than engaging in a direct confrontation, he exhibited extraordinary speed and agility, deftly sidestepping Huang Tian's heavy punch. Almost simultaneously, the priest executed an unexpected maneuver, gently lifting his sword before unhesitatingly casting it into the air. The blade traced a brilliant silver arc against the sky, akin to the brightest meteor in the night. Imbued with the priest's will and resolve, and it slanted gracefully into the hard ground of the arena. The sound of the sword piercing the earth was unmistakable, and amidst the rising dust, the blade quivered slightly, as if whispering the battle's clarion call. This action not only demonstrated the priest's precise control over his power, but also revealed his astute judgment of the battlefield's dynamics. He was confident that even without a weapon, he could maintain an invincible position in this confrontation. Witnessing this, Huang Tian felt a chill run through him, realizing that although his onslaught was fierce, it seemed utterly transparent before the priest, leaving no secrets to be concealed. After casting his sword, Si did not pause. Instead, he leaped forward like a hare, swiftly forming hand seals. A faint glow flickered around him, suggesting he was preparing for an even more formidable technique. Though Huang Tian was valiant, facing an opponent as unfathomably powerful as Si, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Yet, Huang Tian displayed no signs of panic. Rather, his gaze grew resolute, as if he drew newfound strength from Si's poise. Taking a deep breath, a surge of energy coursed through him, accentuating the definition of his muscles. As if every inch of his skin harbored explosive power, he quickly adjusted his stance, his feet firmly rooted to the ground like the deep roots of an ancient tree. With a thunderous roar, Huang Tian propelled himself forward like a released arrow, launching a fierce assault on Si. Each punch and kick embodied his fervent desire for victory and indomitable spirit. Seeing this, Si's lips curved into a knowing smile, for he understood that the true contest was only just beginning. He deftly sidestepped, resembling a feather swaying in the wind, effortlessly evading Huang Tian's tempestuous strikes. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if calculating the trajectory and force of every movement Huang Tian made, seeking the opportune moment for a counterattack. Though Huang Tian's onslaught was fierce, it gradually appeared futile against Si's agile dodges. Each punch seemed to connect only with the air, a sense of impotence swelling within him, stirring an indescribable frustration. Nevertheless, Huang Tian refused to surrender. He understood that in this battle, yielding meant defeat. At that moment, Si suddenly halted, as if suspended in the air. Huang Tian, seizing the opportunity, felt a surge of elation, believing he had found a chink in Si's armor, and without hesitation, he launched a punch towards Si's chest. Yet, just as his fist was about to make contact, Si vanished like a wraith, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Huang Tian's strike missed, causing him to stagger forward uncontrollably. In that instant, Si's voice echoed in his ear, spectral and chilling. "Your strength is formidable, but alas, you have encountered me." Huang Tian whirled around, only to find Si had mysteriously appeared behind him, gently resting his hands on Huang Tian's shoulders. A warm yet potent energy flowed from Si's hands into Huang Tian, instantly dissipating the pent-up energy accumulated from his relentless assaults. Indeed, Huang Tian not only practiced the indestructible technique, but also a rare discipline capable of stacking momentum and power. If he could stack it 99 times, he could unleash a force surpassing his own by a staggering factor of 281. However, most individuals would find themselves unable to withstand such a surge after merely 18 stacks, leading to catastrophic consequences. Yet, it was evident that even with Huang Tian's subtle accumulation of layers, Si had perceived it and effortlessly neutralized the attack. Combat is not solely a clash of strength. It is equally a battle of wits and technique. The voice of Si was gentle yet resolute, reminiscent of a sage imparting the profound truths of life. "You have excelled admirably, yet there remains ample room for enhancement." Upon hearing these words, Huang Tian was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of reverence. He understood that C was not merely a formidable adversary, but also a mentor worthy of deep respect. Bowing his head, he earnestly replied, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I shall persist in my efforts to become stronger." C smiled faintly, patting Huang Tian's shoulder lightly, and remarked, "Excellent. With such determination, your path ahead will undoubtedly broaden." Meanwhile, the spectators beneath the arena were rendered speechless, having never before witnessed such a captivating battle, nor encountered opponents of such magnanimity and wisdom. The confrontation between Si and Huang Tian not only showcased their extraordinary prowess, but also conveyed a spirit of positivity and resilience. As the two clasped hands in reconciliation, the fierce clan martial competition drew to a close. Yet for Si, this was merely the beginning, as the subsequent battles, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and the climactic showdown, were bound to be even more arduous. The 6th battle, Si versus Li family's Li Ru with a dance of swords. Like swallows returning to their nests, the Li family excelled in both swordsmanship and lightness of foot, with Li Ru standing as its most distinguished representative. His sword was as light as a swallow, and his agility and movement was nothing short of miraculous. The name Li Ru was derived from the family's cultivation of a philosophical doctrine gleaned from a Confucian classic, suggesting a connection to the wisdom of Confucianism. Faced with Si, Li Ru displayed no hint of trepidation. Rather, his eyes sparkled with the light of challenge. He recognized Si as a powerful opponent but harbored no fear of defeat. He had faith in his strength, courage, and intellect. With a sharp whistle, Li Ru ascended, his sword fluttering through the air like a delicate swallow. His mastery of lightness was breathtaking, each leap seeming to defy the very forces of gravity. His movements were as ethereal as a gentle breeze gliding over a lake, creating ripples of elegance. Yet Si remained unperturbed. His gaze was as tranquil as water, and his sword moved with the grace of a serpent, poised to deliver a decisive strike at any moment. Over the past 10 days, he had refined his swordsmanship while studying the techniques of the Li family. It was undeniable that the swordplay of the Li family, renowned as one of the 8 great clans of the West for millennia, was exceptionally intricate and worthy of such a prestigious legacy. However, Si felt a sense of uncertainty. After observing the sword techniques, he realized that prior to training, he was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the moon above. Yet after practice, he felt like a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. He could not help but feel overwhelmed by the disparity in swordsmanship. Even with his remarkable ability to remember, 10 days was insufficient to fully absorb the intricacies of the techniques. Thus, he resolved to do his utmost. He based his approach on the dimensions of space and time, intertwining the essence of the swordplay with these elements, thereby infusing his blade with unparalleled hardness. His swordsmanship was no longer as light and agile as in the previous 5 rounds. Instead, it surged forth like a tempest, fierce and unyielding. Li Ru, a true prodigy of the Li lineage, adeptly positioned his long sword to counter every attack from Si, displaying an effortless grace. On the arena, the two figures wove through the air like twin bolts of lightning, their blades shimmering, the clash of steel resonating like thunder. Their movements were as swift as the wind, each strike imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill, showcasing formidable power. This was a contest that rivaled the gravitas of life and death, with both combatants pouring forth their utmost efforts, showing no mercy. The audience, with bated breath, fixated on the duel, anxious not to miss a single mesmerizing moment. Their emotions ebbed and flowed with the dynamics of the battle, oscillating between tension and exhilaration. Each spectator was enraptured by this heart-stopping clash, experiencing the electrifying sparks ignited by the confrontation of martial masters. Suddenly, Si pivoted, his long sword spinning into a graceful flourish, and with a resounding cry of swallow returns. Li Ru, observing the fluid motion of Si's weapon, instantly recalled the Li family's ancestral swordplay. He attempted to respond by adopting a different defensive stance. Si smiled slyly, and Li Ru sensed the danger, striving to retreat and defend. His sword halted midair before crossing in front of him. However, how could a misdirected battle cry trick the astute Li Ru? Si's sword traced an elegant arc, reminiscent of a swallow gliding through the air. His technique sharpened, radiating brilliance that dazzled the eyes. Indeed, this was not swallow returns, but rather swallow returns to nest. The distinction lay in the attack method, which rendered Li Ru's defense utterly futile under Si's cunning ruse. Li Ru felt the weight of immense pressure. He fought desperately to withstand the onslaught. Yet how could he squander such a hard-won opportunity? Si's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, gradually pushing Li Ru into a defensive corner. In a fierce clash, Si unleashed an entirely different strike, the one he had mistakenly named earlier. This time, He capitalized on Li Ru's unpreparedness, channeling his inner vigor to simultaneously execute two disparate techniques, aiming to severely wound Li Ru. His long sword streaked across the sky like a meteor, propelled by unparalleled speed and strength. Li Ru endeavored to block this blow, but Xi's technique exploited the very vulnerability he could not anticipate, and his sword was instantly sent flying, soaring into the distance. Simultaneously, Li Ru's body involuntarily recoiled, his steps faltering, nearly losing his balance. He gazed at Xi, a flicker of resignation and disappointment crossing his eyes. He understood that he had exerted every ounce of effort, yet still found himself unable to conquer this formidable opponent. He took a deep breath, slowly straightened his body, and bowed his hands in surrender to Xi. Chapter 58, The Battle Arena, 7, The Seventh Fight, Xi vs. Zhao Yunke of the Zhao family. The shadow of the spear resembles a dragon. The sword cleaves through the long river. The Zhao family is renowned for their spear techniques, and Zhao Yunke is a master of this art. The spear, the king of cold weapons, with its exceptionally long shaft and sharp tip, can thrust, lift, sweep, and parry, exhibiting a myriad of strategies. It serves as both a vanguard on the battlefield and a guardian of the flanks. Its existence is a source of morale and a strategic necessity, meticulously detailed in the annals of ancient martial artistry. Before him stood Zhao Yunke, gripping his spear with both hands, emanating a fierce aura akin to a ferocious dragon poised to leap from the ocean's depths. The spearhead glimmered with a chilling light, instilling a sense of dread. Unfazed by the formidable Xi, Zhao Yunke's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, reminiscent of the stars. Suddenly, he let out a roar, a sound akin to thunder from the heavens, resonating in the air like a deafening clap. His figure leapt forward with a ferocious grace, akin to a predatory leopard, his speed dazzling to behold. He surged towards Xi like a cannonball, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, the spear transforming into an enraged dragon, claws bared and ready to strike. Zhao Yunke's spear techniques were both powerful and agile, each thrust imbued with boundless strength. His movements flowed as naturally as water, yet struck with the force of a tempest. His spear play was akin to a storm, swift as lightning, leaving no time for reaction. Each assault seemed poised to utterly overwhelm Xi, rendering him with no avenue for escape. The ferocity of Zhao Yunke's onslaught intensified, compelling Xi to retreat continuously, yet he remained undaunted, growing more exhilarated by the challenge. He summoned every ounce of his strength to withstand Zhao Yunke's relentless barrage. However, the might of Zhao Yunke's spear was overwhelming, and Xi gradually felt the strain. Yet, Xi remained composed, drawing upon his internal energy and integrating his sword techniques to engage in a duel of blades and spears with Zhao Yunke. The two of them exchanged blows on the arena, the glint of swords and shadows of spears intertwining, creating a breathtaking tableau. Xi's swordplay was akin to a tempest, swift and fierce, each strike infused with lethal intent. His techniques varied, sometimes striking like a venomous serpent, other times diving like a raptor, keeping his opponent on constant alert. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunke's spear technique stood as an impregnable fortress, steady and powerful, each thrust bearing the weight of an avalanche. His mastery was exquisite, flawless in both offense and defense. The two figures darted across the arena, the clash of swords and spears resonating in sharp, crisp sounds. Their movements accelerated, leaving the audience in awe, gasping in admiration. This confrontation of swordsmanship and spear techniques allowed all to witness the allure and potency of martial arts. The duel between Xi and Zhao Yunke resembled a dance of dragons and serpents, utterly captivating. Zhao Yunke, a master of spear techniques, wielded his long spear like a war deity descended from the heavens, each move exuding boundless power. In his grasp, the spear seemed to possess a life of its own, at times sweeping through the air like a tempest, and at others, striking with the ferocity of thunder and lightning, aiming directly for Xi's vital points. Aware of Zhao Yunke's formidable prowess, Xi dared not exhibit the slightest hint of carelessness. He poured every ounce of his being into his swordplay, executing it with unparalleled finesse. His technique flowed like water, seamless and devoid of any flaw. Each strike was perfectly timed, deftly evading Zhao Yunke's spear while delivering potentially lethal counterattacks. Zhao Yunke, not to be outdone, unleashed an increasingly ferocious assault with his spear, each thrust imbued with unmatched vigor. His technique was as unpredictable as it was dynamic, at times descending upon his opponent like a fierce tiger, and at others, emerging like a dragon from the sea, leaving Xi in a state of constant bewilderment. Each of Zhao Yunke's strikes bore down on Xi with immense pressure, yet Xi maintained his composure, skillfully navigating through one perilous situation after another with his clever swordsmanship. C moved with an agile grace, his swordplay reminiscent of a sinuous serpent, yet exhibiting the fierce strength akin to the elemental forces. His technique oscillated between ethereal lightness and overwhelming might, presenting a stark contrast to Zhao Yunkai's spear techniques. However, despite the exquisite nature of C's swordplay, it seemed somewhat inadequate against the transcendent mastery of Zhao Yunkai's spear. Zhao Yunkai's strikes flowed like a relentless river, each maneuver perfectly calibrated to dismantle C's defenses. Although C's swordplay was fluid and versatile, it struggled under the ceaseless onslaught from Zhao Yunkai. He swung, parried, and thrust with all his might, barely managing to fend off the barrage of attacks. Yet, Zhao Yunkai did not ease his vigilance. He understood C's capabilities and recognized the gravity of their confrontation. Though he currently held the upper hand, he was well aware that C would not yield easily, and there might be even greater forces waiting to be unleashed. Gripping his spear tightly, he readied himself for the challenges that lay ahead. C, he declared with a smile, you are indeed a worthy adversary. But today marks your first defeat in the 9 battles. Hearing Zhao Yunkai's words, C felt no trace of fear. He was acutely aware of the purpose behind this battle, to demonstrate his worth. Thus, victory was imperative. Yet, even if he triumphed in the first 6 encounters, he knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, even if the 8 major clans chose to spare him. Without uttering another word, C slowly positioned his sword horizontally across his chest, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yunkai with an indescribable resolve and determination. His lips were pressed tightly together, as if gathering all his strength in preparation for the impending final confrontation. How could I, in this moment, falter? C pondered, recognizing this as a means to elevate his spirit. Moreover, centuries ago, he had stumbled upon a unique, albeit incomplete, ancient technique known as the 3 questions, which involved querying himself thrice. If he could resolutely convince himself within, he could instill a psychological affirmation, significantly enhancing his momentum and slightly augmenting his strength. Regrettably, this technique was but a fragment, and C had only mastered the first question. Then, C gently raised his right index finger, tapping the flat of his sword with the tip as if to summon the energy within. With a single strike, it appeared as if the slumbering spirit within the long sword had been awakened, emitting a clear, resonant sound that echoed across the battlefield, instilling a sense of reverence in all who heard it. At that moment, C.'s demeanor became intensely focused, his eyes seemingly capable of perceiving the mysteries of the universe. The sword tip quivered slightly, resonating with the depths of his soul. Though his body stood still, a surging power coursed within him, transmitted through his fingertips to the sword, enhancing its brilliance to an extraordinary degree. The sound of the sword's cry was both a challenge to Zhao Yunkai and a manifestation of C's indomitable spirit. It spoke of his resilience and determination, proclaiming to all present in the arena that he would not easily concede, regardless of the strength of his opponent. C was taken aback by how his own momentum resonated with the sword's spirit, significantly amplifying his capabilities and reinforcing his belief in an assured victory. In that instant, the spectators surrounding the arena seemed to sense the shift, rising in unison to pay their respects to this unfamiliar warrior. The sword's cry was the most direct reflection of a swordsman's inner self, and with that singular sound, C earned the admiration of all who watched. As the sword's cry resonated through the air, C's aura underwent a subtle transformation. His breathing deepened and grew more powerful, each breath seemingly engaging in communion with the essence of the world, further enhancing his strength. Observing C's series of movements, Zhao Yunkai felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed the formidable aura emanating from C and understood the unwavering resolve and will behind it. He recognized that the conflict had reached a pivotal moment, and he must exert every ounce of his strength to stand against C. Yet, just as Zhao Yunkai prepared to launch another attack, C suddenly burst forth with a speed even greater than before, vanishing from sight like a phantom. By the time Zhao Yunkai discerned that C had left only a shadow where he once stood, C had already disappeared from view. However, as a prodigy of the Zhao family's spear technique, Zhao Yunkai's instincts were remarkably sharp. When C reappeared, it was behind Zhao Yunkai, the long sword poised directly at his vital point. This strike was both rapid and precise, completely catching Zhao Yunkai off guard. Zhao Yun, the prodigious talent of the Zhao family's spear technique, swiftly turned to counter the onslaught from C, positioning his spear across his chest to deflect the silvery swordlight. A smirk crept across C's lips, a mocking semblance that seemingly derided Zhao Yun's overconfidence. Though Zhao Yun sensed this inexplicable smile, an instinctive realization washed over him, suggesting he had been duped. Nevertheless, his intuition remained dormant, compelling him to retreat hastily in an attempt to create distance. It was undeniable that C, after unleashing his full potential, had maximized all attributes: speed, strength, agility, intellect, and even mental fortitude had seen significant enhancement. C keenly observed Zhao Yun's inclination to withdraw and struck upward with his sword. This maneuver, though exposing his chest and head, was indeed his most decisive attack. Zhao Yun had already shown signs of retreat, and this move would undoubtedly catch him off guard. C's only advantage lay in his vastly improved physical prowess and extraordinary cognitive abilities, allowing him to employ a strategy akin to crushing his opponent through sheer force. Zhao Yun, momentarily taken aback by this straightforward yet audacious upward strike, contemplated the audacity of C's approach. Was this not an opportunity for him to turn the tide? However, regaining his composure, he concluded that C's formidable physique might not afford him the chance he sought. This strike could very well be insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, myriad thoughts raced through Zhao Yun's mind, yet his thinking remained habitual. Despite recognizing that C's wide-open stance presented an ideal moment for retaliation, the earlier retreat influenced his mindset to prioritize defense, prompting him to continue stepping back. At that moment, C's sword flashed like lightning, reaching Zhao Yun's face before he could react, striking his protective energy shield. C's speed exceeded Zhao Yun's retreat by more than tenfold, and the sheer pressure of his physical superiority left Zhao Yun gasping for breath. Moreover, this was a psychological manipulation of human nature. Despite Zhao Yun's centuries of rigorous sword training, he had yet to face the trials of humanity. It was perhaps time for him to delve into the art of warfare and strategy. Although Zhao Yun's protective energy shield was remarkably resilient, it quivered under C's strike, unleashing a formidable force that sent Zhao Yun's blood surging, nearly unbalancing him. Observing Zhao Yun's disarray, C's lips finally curled into a barely perceptible smile. He understood he had identified the key to defeating Zhao Yun. All that remained was to pursue this momentum to conclude the confrontation decisively. The battle raged on, with C's swordsmanship becoming increasingly fierce, each attack aimed directly at Zhao Yun's vital points. Yet, Zhao Yun appeared to have deciphered C's techniques, adeptly neutralizing each assault. Despite being marred by numerous spear wounds, C showed no signs of retreat. Just then, an ingenious idea sparked within C. He was acutely aware that although Zhao Yun's spear technique was exquisite, it harbored another fatal flaw beyond human nature: an excessive reliance on techniques and brute strength. As for the aspect of human nature, there was a vulnerability that Zhao Yun would undoubtedly guard against. Thus, he had to shift his approach, transcending mere techniques to embrace a more instinctual style, a kind of spontaneity, which resonated with the spirit of the sword, a distinct advantage. Consequently, Z suddenly altered his swordplay, no longer pursuing the intricacies of technique or the might of power, but instead dedicating his entire focus to the comprehension of sword intent and the application of sword energy. His swordsmanship became ethereal, as if he had merged with the very essence of heaven and earth. Observing Z's transformation, Zhao Yun felt a flicker of astonishment within. He sensed the shift in Z's swordplay and the formidable sword energy emanating from him. It dawned on him that Z was countering his techniques and strength with sword intent and energy. However, Zhao Yun remained unfazed. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and understood his advantages. He continued to assault Z with his spear techniques, attempting to shatter his sword intent and energy. At that moment, Z suddenly launched an offensive. The long sword in his hand erupted with a powerful surge of sword energy, striking directly at Zhao Yun's spear. This sword energy seemed to possess boundless strength, effortlessly sending Zhao Yun's spear flying. Staring at his dislodged spear, Zhao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Acutely sensing the potency of Z's swordsmanship,